Chapter 1, Trainee Night K. Run away. In the darkness, a tearful face appeared in front of him. She stretched out his right hand and tried to touch his face. But in the next moment, she was caught by countless tentacles extending from the darkness, and forcibly pulled her into the darkness again. At the last moment when she was about to submerge into darkness, she still desperately spoke the last words to him. Run away. Leave this universe with our hope, the hope of our planet. After a while, when the real feeling returned to the body again, a ray of bright sunlight came into view. Of course, under the sun, there is still a familiar face. Short blonde hair, deep pupils, high nose bridge, and frivolous smile, formed a typical romantic blonde handsome guy, Jae-orang Alpha Setter. This handsome blonde guy was shaking his friend's shoulder while shouting, K. Wake up! Wake up! Amidst this excessive shaking, the man who had already woken up angrily raised his hand to pat off the handsome blonde man's hands, stretched his waist and said, I'm already awake. Gao Long. Good morning. Morning. It seems that you still had the nightmare you had before last night, right? The handsome blonde man leaned back and lay on the bed next to him. He turned up and looked at his roommate with interest. Road. Nightmare. Lei Mingkai was taken aback, shook his head, and recalled with his hand on his forehead, have you had that nightmare again? Yes, I did it again. When I first came in, I heard you calling the princess to come, the princess is going to dream. Gao Long's eyes rolled, he stood up suddenly from his bed, and sat down. Next to Lei Mingkai, he raised his hand to embrace him, and asked mysteriously, I have heard your princess long and short many times. I just haven't heard you say about you. What does that dream princess look like? Why don't you tell me today? Kai recalled for a moment, but didn't want to explain what he saw in his dream. As a result, his conversation changed, and he brought the topic to his roommate. Gao Long, did you go to the noble lady's house for the night again last night? Seeing how you look like a beating, it should have been a good night, right? As expected. The handsome blonde guy who is the same inside and outside is really romantic. As long as the topic of hunting is mentioned, he will immediately abandon his previous focus, thus showing off his so-called brilliant achievements. Oh! My best friend! Have you finally awakened? Have you finally decided to float with me in this wonderful ocean of desire? That's right! That's right! In order to be worthy of my best friend, how about I decided to introduce Alia, the third lady of Arupert's family, to you? My best friend! Is it my sincere gift? And moved. However, the words of the blonde prodigal who suddenly fell into self-confidence was interrupted by a quilt. Well. After Gao Long pulled off the quilt covering his head, he just wanted to talk, but saw that his roommate who had changed his clothes in a blink of an eye was looking at the corner of the room in a daze. You. Lei Mingkai's brows slowly frowned, and he turned to look at Gao Long and asked, did you guy bring back those pet cats raised by the lady? Cat? How is it possible? I didn't go to Miss Linda, who likes to raise cats, to stay overnight. Gao Long shook his head and asked back, you see our room looks like a cat. Lei Mingkai quickly glanced at the neatly arranged rooms, made sure that there were no traces of pets, and shook his head. But just now I saw a cat crouching in the corner of the room, looking at us. Jae Long laughed suddenly when he heard it. It looks like you are thinking of spring. Lei Mingkai glanced at the roommate who couldn't do without a woman, raised his hand to button the last button, looked at Gao Long with a serious expression, and said, Apprentice Knight Gao Long Alpha Saw Special. What day is today? Jae Long was taken aback, and the memory immediately emerged like a tide. Not good. It's the school year summary meeting. Gao Long let out a scream, and finally started to act quickly. After solving all the dressing problems, he and Kai arrived at the meeting place just before the end of the meeting time. Needless to say, the complexion as their night instructor is naturally not much better. Especially today is a special day. Listen. I know that in the past year, your performance was enough to make you take off this trainee knight hat from your head. But the knight instructor with a scar on the left took a deep breath and shouted solemnly, "Today, we are the Holy British Empire, the 98th Emperor of the Britannian Empire, His Majesty Charles de Britannia. Personally supervise the school year summary meeting of our 103rd trainee knight." As soon as the news came out, it immediately caused a sensation among the trainee knights in the audience. Their noise did not arouse the instructor's reproach. Instead, after letting the trainee knights vent their excitement for a while, the instructor stopped them again, announced some precautions, and turned around to bring the trainee knights in line. Walked to the venue of the school year summary meeting. Lei Ming Kai, walking in the line, suddenly felt that someone was stabbing him in the arm. Looking back, it turned out to be his good friend Gao Long. "Kay, look over there." Following Gao Long's gaze, Kay noticed that on the other side of the team, a group of trainee knights with scarlet feathers on the neckline were walking with their heads up and their chests upright, and they were walking around triumphantly. Around them, there is obviously an isolation vacuum of about half a meter, which separates them from the entire team. Aeon Ped V said of the pure blood. The news announced by the tutor obviously caught their attention. "It seems that we will be targeted by them at the school year summary meeting," Gao Long said in a low voice. "The pure bloods claim that the blood of the Holy Britannia is the noblest blood in the world, and is most suitable to be the ruler of the world, and insists that the army of the Britannia can only be composed of Britannians' military faction." And Lei Ming Kai, who was born as a commoner, and Gao Long, who was born as a low-level nobleman, were naturally targeted by these pure-blood factions. You know, when Lei Ming Kai first entered this Knight Academy, he was targeted by these so-called pure-bloods. If it weren't for Gao Long's timely help, I'm afraid an inevitable conflict would break out. Especially in the following days, after both of them clearly stated that they would not join this radical pure-blood faction, being targeted has become a daily routine between the two and the pure-blood faction. It doesn't matter, don't they usually resort to indiscriminate methods? Lei Ming Kai shook his head, indicating that his friends don't need to be too nervous. After all, the next school year summary meeting will be supervised by the Emperor himself. Under his supervision, who would dare to be a ghost in secret? Gao Long moved his lips. "I hope so." After a short while, they had already arrived at the venue under the leadership of the Knight Instructor. Here, Holy Britain, His Majesty the Emperor of the Britannia Empire and many nobles have been waiting for a long time. Took everyone to the center of the venue and led them to extend the highest courtesy of the knight to the Emperor. The Knight Instructor did not have too much nonsense, and directly signaled the well-prepared referee to start to summarize the meeting. Boom! As the steel doors on the left and right sides of the venue opened in full, one with a long head, carrying a cockpit like a huge rucksack, and a humanoid weapon about 5 meters in height, was neatly operated by the pilot. He drove into the center of the venue uniformly and stopped in front of the square formed by the trainee knights. "All of them. Follow the number to receive the body you will use next." As soon as the order came out, the trainee knights who were eager to try as soon as the humanoid machine appeared, immediately took action. After receiving the numbered card from the instructor one by one, they boarded their own machine and proceeded to debug. To the most comfortable state of oneself. Glasgow. Haha. It seems that the Academy really has a blood capital. Gao Long looked at the number in his hand while looking at the pure blood group that had already received it. After all, His Majesty the Emperor personally supervised. Lei Ming Kai dropped a word casually and began to check the body he was about to use from the outside to the inside. Glasgow. This is Holy Britain, the Nightmare, a war machine elaborately built by the Britannian Empire to realize its ambition to dominate the world. Glasgow, the fourth-generation machine among them, can be regarded as an old machine retired from the battle sequence of the Britannian Empire. However, this is only for the Britannia Empire. For other opponents around the world, these retired old units still retain sufficient combat effectiveness. The first round of summary competition, number 5, number 10, out. There is not much time left for rookies. After all the numbers and units were distributed, the referee asked His Majesty the Emperor sitting on the viewing platform to allow the conference to begin. Reading www.udkonshu.com. With the rumbling sound of the machine's operation, the school year summary meeting began. Can you hear me? Gao Long's voice came from the communication. Well, I can hear you. Kai retracted his gaze from the two Glasgow planes that were fighting each other and replied. Be careful. Just now, I received some wind. The champion obtained from this summary meeting may be awarded the title of Guardian Knight by His Majesty the Emperor. Although Gao Long's voice remained steady, it was faint. Kay could still hear his excitement. Guardian Knight? Which princess is it? Lei Mingkai was taken aback for a while, but he was relieved soon. After all, the current Emperor's Majesty has many heirs, and it is normal to recruit Guardian Knights for the princess. I don't know. I heard that it may be the first Emperor, there may be a second Emperor, and even a third Emperor. It is not too clear which princess is, Gao Long, who is well informed in her boudoir. While speaking, the referee's voice suddenly inserted into the communication channel of Kai and Gao Long. Number 6 Trainee Knight, Number 27 Trainee Knight, private communication is prohibited during the conference. Otherwise, the conference qualification will be disqualified. Yes. I'm very sorry. Kai and Gao Long responded in unison, and decisively disconnected from the communication. Then, the referee's voice rang in Lei Mingkai's ear again. Number 6, get out. Your next opponent is no one. Number 1. Sure enough. In the number distribution just now, Lei Mingkai saw that the number 1 card was distributed to the opponent's pure-blood Aeon Pied said. This is really a narrow road for the enemy. Chapter 2, Accident at the Conference. In the field, fragments of armor that had been destroyed during the previous battle were scattered randomly, and there were even the remains of the body that had been broken to the ground. In it, you can even see several training swords that were shot down and a machine gun with training rounds. In this messy meeting place, 2 Glasgow planes in full gear opened a distance of about 15 meters, facing each other, quietly waiting for the referee's order. At this time, the communication rang again. Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed, and he spoke first. Aeon Pied said. If I were you, I wouldn't have said those meaningless words before I started. In the past 2 years, you have said I have heard those words. You. Sure enough, Lei Mingkai's scramble made him want to come to the number 1 machine before the war, that is, the enemy, the pure-blooded Ong Pied said was blocked back, almost not being given the breath. Choked to death. Okay. Very good. Very good. Lei Mingkai. Wait and see. The Guardian Knight of the Third Emperor is destined to be my Ong Pied said. You rely on your Majesty's gift to become a trainee knight inferior civilians, we will stop here today. Ong Pied said uttered a shout and disconnected from the communication. Ridiculous. Such a similar conversation, Lei Mingkai has heard many times since entering the school. The final result each time ended in the opponent's failure. However, in the conversation just now, Lei Mingkai keenly captured a key message. The Third Emperor, Guardian Knight. I'm afraid this is the real body of the news Gao Long has inquired about. If so, this self-proclaimed future pure-blood backbone can even replace the current pure-blood leader Jeremy Bienbo to become the next generation leader of the pure-blood Aeon Pied said. The eldest son of the said family will definitely go all out and take the Guardian Knight's place in his pocket. Number 1 and number 6 are ready. Battle, start. The referee gave an order, and the 2 Glasgow planes that had chosen the same weapon immediately put down the high-speed driving wheels installed on the outside of their feet. Amid the roar of the high-speed driving wheels, 2 Glasgow planes were galloping around the field like the wind, while the machine guns in the hands of both sides were also raised on the spot, shooting bullets at each other. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. The sound of the bullets whizzing through the 2 Glasgow continuously, and then rubbed Glasgow's body around, hit the ground, the shielding wall protecting the auditorium, splashing flowers, or blue, or green oil flour. Lei Ming Kai has a calm face, calmly driving his Glasgow to deal with the enemy's offensive. For the time being, this seemingly fierce battle is nothing more than an attempt by the opponent to test the enemy's depth. However, these actions are undoubtedly redundant in Kai's view. Because in the past 2 years, Lei Ming Kai and Ong Piide have played against each other more often than usual. Therefore, both sides are very clear about each other's strength. In this situation, Ong Piide deliberately pulled the distance, meaninglessly used some unnecessary offensive routines to attack Glasgow that Kai was driving. I have to say that the effect of this is just to make the duel more intense and more pleasing to the eye. And all this is because Lei Ming Kai sees from the surveillance camera the expressions of the male and female aristocrats who are becoming more and more happy because of the intensification of the fierce fighting. Da-da-da-da, click, click, click. The clear sound of the magazine emptying sounded continuously. Lei Ming Kai clicked it casually and asked Glasgow the driver to throw away the machine gun that had been emptied of ammunition, and while accelerating forward, he raised his hand and pulled out the training sword inserted on the ground in front. Wow! At this moment, the nobles who watched the ceremony uttered a louder exclamation. Because for the nobles, the tension to dodge back and forth is far less exciting to shoot than to directly draw a knife. This can be learned from the faces of the nobles, noble ladies whose faces are becoming more and more red because of bloodshot. Only among this group of crazy nobles, the emperor who has always been sitting firmly on the throne remains calm and unchanging, sitting motionless on the throne, as if not moved by the increasingly fierce and cruel battle on the court. Boom! The metal sound of the blades colliding together exploded. After a brief sword-blade confrontation between the 2 Glasgow planes, they moved apart again, relying on the powerful maneuverability brought by the high-speed driving wheels to quickly shuttle across the messy ground littered with various debris, constantly wandering. Looking for the moment of opportunity. They sometimes wield their swords and rush toward each other, and sometimes pick up the surrounding debris, smash them at the enemy, and interfere. Under the frenzied battle between the 2 Glasgow planes, the messy weapons scattered everywhere were constantly consumed, and even the wreckage could become their weapons. Bah! Glasgow, driven by Lei Ming Kai, raised the blade in his hand to block the debris thrown by the enemy, then picked it down, and flew the broken debris beside his feet in the direction of the enemy. At the same time, the high-speed driving wheels reversed, driving Glasgow to retreat quickly and out of the enemy's attack vision. Suddenly, a rapid alarm sounded into Lei Ming Kai's ears. Is followed by a warning window popping up on the screen that Glasgow's left arm is malfunctioning. Boom! Followed by an explosion and a violent vibration. Wow! The nobles who watched the battle also gave off a burst of exclamation at the same time. Lei Ming Kai's complexion became serious. The explosion turned out to be that the left arm exploded from the fuselage due to an unknown fault. Glasgow, which was just intact, lost his left arm in a blink of an eye. It is impossible to do this just by relying on the training sword. For this, Lei Ming Kai, who knows Glasgow very well, knows this very well. Hey! Unknown fault! Lei Ming Kai's gaze gradually became stern. Obviously, the opponent really did nothing to become the guardian knight of the Third Emperor. As soon as the roar of the high-speed driving wheels sounded, the wind driven by the blade suddenly enveloped Glasgow driven by Lei Ming Kai. Bah! 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 In an instant, the 2 Glasgow planes had already swung their swords and fought 3 times. However, this time it was Kai's Glasgow who had lost. Boom! Was another shock caused by a violent explosion. Lei Ming Kai's Glasgow's left leg suddenly exploded with an electric spark. Unidentified fault reappears. Glasgow operation was immediately blocked. Suddenly, K could not smoothly control his body to make some extremely difficult, but urgently needed maneuver dodge movements. In desperation, Lei Mingkai had to gritted his teeth and controlled Glasgow and Ong Pi'd head to head again and again. Bah! Lei Mingkai's Glasgow blade was knocked off. The middle door is wide open. Opportunity is here. Inferior civilians. Take it to death. Because he has been suppressed by Lei Mingkai and Gao Long for the past 2 years, he, a young nobleman who claims to be a shameful future pureblood leader, immediately took action. I saw the Glasgow he was driving raising the sword in his hand, aiming at the right hand of Glasgow driven by Lei Mingkai and smashing it down fiercely. From the audience's point of view, Aon Pi'd wanted to sever Glasgow's right arm to lay the ground for the victory of this competition. However, in fact, this is not the case. From the moment when Glasgow's left arm was blown away by an unknown fault, until now this so-called chance of victory is Aon Pi'd. No, it should be said that the said family behind it will become the guardian knight of the third queen. It was planned by getting it. Although this apprentice knight named Lei Mingkai is the most outstanding genius in the history of the Royal Knights Academy, because he was born into a humble civilian class, most of the nobles have a hostile attitude, just because he is a commoner, not a nobleman. Therefore, in this situation, Ong Pi'd smoothly set his target on Lei Mingkai, a powerful contender. The high blade struggling to slash, the light in Ong Pi'd's eyes became more and more brilliant, and the corners of his mouth gradually floated with a smug smile. Boom! As expected. At the same time as there was a slight explosion, the Glasgow driven by Lei Mingkai suddenly lost his balance. Glasgow, who was struggling to lose his right hand and also had to block the cutting blade, fell forward, exposing the cockpit that was behind it under the blade. With this deliberate and violent attack by Aon Pi'd, even with a training sword, it can smash the cockpit of Glasgow into a mess. Needless to say, K sitting in it will be killed by this mistake. During a huge game accident. As the wrong party, Ong Pi'd was punished at most. But is this really the case? Lei Mingkai, who was exposed to the blade, didn't know. He only knew that at this moment, he had once again seen the cat that he had seen in the dormitory before. A pair of sapphire-like cats appeared in the cockpit without warning and squatted in front of him. I saw those eyes that looked like the blue sky turning a blind eye to the blade that was about to smash the cockpit, staring at Kai firmly, staring at his eyes. Meow! The cry of the white cat seemed to mock Lei Mingkai's incompetence. Meow! The cat was laughing at Lei Mingkai, the most outstanding student in the history of the Royal Knights Academy, being so weak and insignificant in the face of oppression from the noble system. Die! Lei Mingkai muttered to himself subconsciously. The next moment, the face full of pear blossoms and rain in his dream appeared in front of Lei Mingkai. No! I can't die! Lei Mingkai, who was talking to himself, raised his right hand in a ghostly manner, trying to catch the mysterious white cat squatting on the bridge. Meow! The moment the scream sounded, Lei Mingkai's eyes were suddenly spread by a blood red, and there was a trace of mist rising from Lei Mingkai's hands, and then quickly spread to the joystick. Along the joystick rushed all over Glasgow. At this moment, it seems that Lei Mingkai is Glasgow, and Glasgow is Lei Mingkai. The whistling sound is coming. The moment the blade was about to smash on the top of the cockpit, Glasgow, who had become a prey, suddenly changed his movements. Lifting his right hand, he grabbed the blade. How is it possible? Obviously he has lost most of his power. Aon Pi'd watched in disbelief that his blade was unexpectedly caught by Glasgow, who was unable to meet his death. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Immediately afterwards, Glasgow squatted down and stretched out his right leg to sweep it with all his strength. Glasgow, which Aon Pi'd was driving, suddenly skewed and unexpectedly fell to the right, losing the opportunity to continue the attack. Then, Lei Mingkai's Glasgow released his right hand, and under the full output of the only high-speed drive wheel, he made a sharp turn. By the powerful inertial force. Put your palms together as a sword. Blatantly under the eyes of everyone, over the enemy's shoulders, straight into the cockpit of the enemy plane. Boom! The moment when the roaring gold and iron sound exploded, the scarlet liquid that spewed out extremely stimulated the eyeballs of all the nobles present. Ah 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 ah! The noble lady who was still cheering for the fierce battle screamed in horror, and threw into the arms of her relatives and partners in a panic. Quiet! At this moment, a stern shout stopped the somewhat flustered viewing platform, and at the same time, the fifth-generation Nightmare Sunderland driven by the royal guards with 4 royal patterns as logos stepped forward and caused the riot. The culprit was surrounded by groups. This battle made everyone cast their eyes on the emperor who sat silently on the throne from beginning to end. However, the emperor did not speak, nor did he focus too much on the murder scene and the nobles. Instead, he stood up, turned and left without saying a word, leaving the maidservant standing on the spot. Offended the majesty of the emperor, murdered his colleagues, punished both crimes, hanged. The waiter stepped forward and shouted sharply. Chapter 3, The Birth of K. Snapped. 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 3 lights came down directly, illuminating the gallows arranged below clearly. The young man with his hands tied behind his back, his feet locked with a heavy iron ball, and the young man whose neck was entangled with a straw rope extending down from the gallows also appeared in front of everyone. In the darkness, a sturdy man dressed in black with a torturer's mark on his chest stepped out, stood next to the young man, and said calmly. The Imperial Royal Knights Academy's 103rd student, trainee knight Lei Mingkai, was sentenced to hang for offending the majesty of the Holy Emperor and killing his colleagues at the annual summary meeting of the Academy. Please watch. The voice fell. In the darkness behind the light, there was a conversation. Is that him? In the general meeting that your majesty attended, the trainee knight who killed the son of the duke? Yes. His name seems to be Lei Mingkai. He is a knight student with very good skills. There was a hint of playfulness in this voice. Not bad? Haha. Old classmate. Looks like you are in love with him. A clear chuckle sounded. That's right. After all, Lancelot can't be controlled by ordinary knights. Your Highness. Then, okay. Although your Majesty has already given the order, then I will do a favor. Thank you very much for your understanding. Classmates, you don't need to see the outside like this. I saw a black shadow standing up, and walking to the junction of darkness and light, staring at the young man who was about to be hanged. Let's execute punishment. Yes, Your Highness. The executioner knelt down, made a fist with his right hand, raised his chest flat, and then stood up again, turned and looked at the young man who had never reacted from beginning to end and shouted. Sinner! Punishment! Crack! A sound of activation of the mechanism sounded, and the wooden board under the boy's feet suddenly opened. When the dead iron ball lost its support, it dragged the boy down. Snapped! I saw the young boy's figure, and the straw rope that connected him to the execution frame was suddenly disconnected. In a blink of an eye, the execution rack that was supposed to take the boy's life has become empty. Yes, the executioner who should have exclaimed for the vision in front of him did not give any warning. Instead, he nodded, turned around with a stern face, and knelt down again, reporting to the Highness who was hidden behind his back. Your Highness, the execution is over. Immediately afterwards, the lights went dark. Everything fell silent again. Snapped. The moment the lights were on again, when the eyes were bright again, Lei Mingkai found himself lying in a clean and bright vacation room, and a couple of men and women were sitting beside the bed. The man wears a white coat and has short silver hair. Apart from the rimless glasses, he has a cynical smile on his face at that moment. The female has short purple hair and wears a brown women's skirt uniform. She looks like a technician. Congratulations. Welcome to hell. Lei Mingkai. When he saw Lei Mingkai awake, the man first greeted Lei Mingkai, which was not a greeting. Hell. Lei Mingkai frowned slightly, recalling what had happened before. However, his memory only lingered in the moment when Glasgow had a malfunction, facing the assassin of Aeon Pied and his magical catch of the white cat that appeared strangely in the cockpit. After seeing the doubts on Lei Mingkai's face, the man showed such a look, and said, Lei Mingkai, you really are in a state similar to the legendary Berserker. Berserker. Lei Mingkai was taken aback, but he saw the video played on the tablet computer passed by the purple-haired woman who had been sitting quietly next to him. On the screen, I saw a young man with red eyes and a terrifying face, frantically attacking the surrounding soldiers. What surprised Lei Mingkai was that the boy who attacked the soldiers turned out to be him. Lei Mingkai, don't you really remember? The woman asked cautiously. Lei Mingkai raised his hand to support his forehead and shook his head in pain. I don't remember this at all. Hee. All right. All right. Let's talk about these things later. Let's get back to the topic. The man waved his hand to stop Lei Mingkai's dialogue with the woman, then turned and took a plate from the table behind him. Come on. This is your thing. Lei Mingkai, you are dead now. You know. Dead. Yes. Although the woman showed a trace of unbearable eyes, she said calmly, at the meeting, you pained the killer and killed Ong Pied, the eldest son of the Duke of Sed. Therefore, your Majesty has ordered you are put to death. Exactly. The silver-haired man nodded vigorously, and immediately said happily, in short, Lei Mingkai is now a dead man. Whether it is on the archives of the Royal Knights Academy or the archives of the Holy Britannia Empire, Lei Mingkai, this person no longer exists. Lei Mingkai's brows furrowed deeply, and his complexion became more and more confused, but he soon relaxed. If Lei Mingkai is dead, then who am I? Just after asking this sentence, Lei Mingkai's eyes fell on the plate in the hand of the silver-haired man. A silver mask with delicate patterns. A hook that seems to be the activation key of the humanoid mobile weapon Nightmare. Oh. You found it. It really is the number one of the Royal Knight Academy. After the silver-haired man yelled strangely, he began to introduce himself with afterthought. Oh, yes. We don't seem to introduce ourselves yet. My name is Lloyd Asbrind. Then, he pointed to the purple-haired woman sitting next to him and said, this is my assistant. Cecil Cormie. We are all members of the Imperial Special Dispatch Guide Technology Department. And I am the Imperial Special Dispatch. The Guidance Technology Department is the main person in charge of the mission. The Empire Specially Dispatch Guide Technology Department. Lei Mingkai had already guessed some answers as soon as he heard it. I've heard of you. You are in the department that develops the Empire's latest mobile weapons. If I am here now, do you want me to wear this mask to serve you? Oh hat! Lloyd began to applaud as soon as he heard it. Awesome! Awesome! It seems that I underestimated you. That's right. Now, under the instruction of the Emperor, Lei Mingkai is already dead. Therefore, you will be a special test pilot from today. Knight K. Talking, Lloyd raised his hand and picked up the silver mask with delicate patterns on the plate, and handed it to Lei Mingkai. Knight K. It seems that I have no other choice. Lei Mingkai smiled self-deprecatingly, reached out and took the silver mask and put it on. Oh. It suits you well. Cecil, I said it would suit Lei Mingkai. Isn't it? After looking at Lei Mingkai's new look for a while, Lloyd clapped again. Earl. It's not the time to talk about this. After Cecil gave Lloyd a helpless look, he took the hanging button on the plate and showed it to Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai. This is the activation key for the Nightmare, the only 7th-generation humanoid mobile weapon in the world. If you accept it, then it and Lancelot will be yours from now on. Swap with it, am I the unknown Knight K from now on? Lei Mingkai laughed at himself, took the key quickly, and said in a deep voice, whether I like it or not, from today onwards, it was destined to merge with Lancelot as a Knight K. That's right. I'm glad you have such an enlightenment. Lei Mingkai, no, K. Finally, Lloyd admired Lei Mingkai's consciousness. The next day, a storm is being set off on a secret weapon test site somewhere in the Empire. Boom! 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 The secret sentry fort randomly arranged on the plain exploded continuously. It was the white figure that quickly shuttled across the plain that caused the bursts of explosions. While traveling at high speed, it was not blocked by the turrets that popped from the ground. Instead, it waved its hands and threw the sharp claws equipped on its arms to explode these turrets accurately. Da 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 da. On the hillside not far away, several automatic machine gun turrets locked the white figure that was raging on the fire position, but they lost their traces of the white figure in their flames. As if the target that had been judged to be locked by the system's red sight just now did not exist. In midair, the hooks fell from the sky. In a blink of an eye, all the cannon turrets were destroyed. The scenes of the white figure raging on the plain were all witnessed by everyone in the command hall. Not long after, the command hall was already overwhelmed by the endless exclamations. Much higher than the expected value. Even, the adaptability value is still rising. Sitting in front of the computer, Cecil was constantly monitoring the data uploaded from the proving ground. And Lloyd, with his hands on his hips, leisurely looked at the surprised crowd in the command hall, smiled and said, "Of course. And that guy is serious too." 95. The adaptability of K and Lancelot broke through 95%, and the numbers are still rising. Sahil suddenly yelled. "You reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Oh hat. Coming." Lloyd said, his eyes flashed sharply. 96%. 97%. 100%. The adaptability of K and Lancelot, no, it's the synchronization rate. K and Lancelot are 100% synchronized. Cecil's exclamation once again aroused the amazement of everyone in the command hall voice. Regarding this, Lloyd just smiled, and ordered Sire to notify Lei Mingkai to pay attention to the limit time, then turned and left the command hall. It looks like it would be rewarding to follow the Emperor to watch the monkey show on a whim. That guy is really the best part in the world. The sunset slowly fell, and there was already a mess on the test field. Whether it is on the hillside or on the plain, there are turrets, the wreckage of the drone, the white figure, the brainchild of Lloyd, the 7th-generation nightmare Lancelot of the Holy Britannia Empire stands quietly on the hill. In the opened cockpit, the man with the silver mask on his face stared at the sun gradually sinking into the horizon for a long time. At this time, Cecil's voice came from the headset. "K, the latest order. We are dispatched to the 11th area and will conduct the actual combat test against Lancelot in the 11th area." Lei Mingkai replied, "Understood. Let's return now." The next second, Lloyd's voice appeared. "K, I'm very sorry. Now I have a bad news to tell you. Your roommate at the Royal Knights Academy seems to have been killed. It was in District 11 and was killed by terrorists." In an instant, the entire test field seemed to be shrouded in winter. Chapter 4, KS Freshman. The black cloud covered the sky, and flashing lightning flashes in the cloud from time to time. Coupled with the roar that shook the world, this scene was indeed quite shocking. Wow! Amidst the roar, a rainstorm arrived. The torrential rain that was so dense that it was almost impossible to see what the scenery was from 1 meter away became the protagonist of this world at this moment. However, during this heavy rain, a man stood among the tombstones somewhere in the royal cemetery in the 11th concession. "Hey! Hey! Crack!" The heavy rain scoured the tombstone in front of me, flashing lightning shining on every word on the tombstone. "Dedicated supreme glory to the Holy Britannia Empire." While raising his hand to take off the silver mask on his face, the man quietly read every word on the tombstone in the light of lightning. The Knight Goran Alpha Setter, son of Viscount Setter, died on May 10, 2017 in the sacred calendar in order to defend the glory of the Empire. Hey! Ha 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 ha! Just finished reading, the man suddenly raised his head and laughed. Even if the storm drowned his laughter and blocked his mouth in an instant, it couldn't stop the man's heartfelt laughter. It's ugly. It's ugly. Gao Long. May 10th. May 10th. In 2 days, it will be your 20th birthday. You are at the critical juncture of your 20th birthday, lying in this cold coffin. The man raised his hand to point at the tombstone fiercely, yelling, and when he was excited, he violently threw the silver mask in his hand on the tombstone. Look! We are really a pair of distressed brothers. Lei Mingkai is dead, and you, Goran Alpha Setter, are also dead. Ha ha ha! Worthy of being the two swordsmen in the legend of the Royal Knights Academy who share adversity. Get up! Get up! Didn't you say that the waste skills of the third lady of the Earl of Arlingham made you addicted? Get up! Didn't you say that the eldest lady of the Viscount Beaumont had excellent ventriloquism, enough to make you? Have you been addicted for more than half a year? These wonderful young ladies are still waiting for your favor. Why are you lying in the coffin like this? The man finished cursing and sat on the ground with his back leaning on the tombstone. Even if the rapidly rising water flooded his heels, it couldn't move the man. Wow! The man raised his hand to block the oncoming rainstorm and murmured, Gao Long Lei Mingkai is dead. The only thing left is the unknown knight named Knight K. What do you want me to do? Is it good? The stagnant water on the ground that slowly flowed towards the bottom rushed the silver mask that was thrown aside by the man to the man's left hand, and the cold touch made the man a little jerky. You guy! The man was taken aback, then he laughed and cursed, everyone is dead. Don't you forget to make fun of me. Boom! Coincidentally, as soon as the man's voice fell, thunder blasted from the sky, and lightning that swam from the sky to the dark cloud above the man's head in that instant. This rain is really getting bigger and bigger. Jay Long. The man put down his right hand to block the rain and faced the heavy rain that was enough to submerge everything, feeling the pain of the big raindrops hitting his face. After a long time, the man bent down, picked up the silver mask that was undulating in the stagnant water, and slowly put it on his face. Gao Long. This is the last time we have met. After said, the man walked away without looking back. However, the man hadn't walked far, when a low and unfamiliar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Do you want revenge? Do you want strength? A small figure with blue pupils slowly surfaced on the tombstone. The man's footsteps stopped for a while, and he smiled. Who knows? Right now, I am nothing more than an unknown knight codenamed K. Anonymous knight? Haha! It seems that you have forgotten who you are. The rainstorm poured down, and in the blink of an eye, the little figure lying on the tombstone was submerged in the layers of rain. And the figure of the man gradually disappeared into the rain curtain. The heavy rain will eventually dissipate, and the warm and moving sunshine will finally shine on this world again. Lei Mingkai, who regained his mood, ignored his clothes that had been wet by the rainstorm, and drove straight back to the temporary station arranged by the governor's mansion in the 11th district for the special mission. Lei Mingkai, who could return to the station before he breathed a sigh of relief, was caught by Lloyd, who was rushed by Wen Sun. K, we can go. It is said that there was a gas leak in Shinjuku. Before Lloyd finished speaking, he was taken aback by Lei Mingkai's clothes that were still dripping. Wow! K, did you guys come back from driving under the rain? No. I'll catch a cold like this. K, go change clothes and take a bath. I'll bring you new clothes right now. Sire, who was behind Lloyd, interrupted Lloyd's words, like an old mother. Usually crackling, while telling Lei Mingkai to change his clothes, he turned around to get new clothes. Seeing this situation, Lloyd also spread his hands and said helplessly, "It seems that we had to leave later. But having said that, I don't know if we can use it." Although he said so, Lei Mingkai's movements are also very fast. After all, in the Royal Knight Academy, no trainee knight dared to delay time on such trivial matters. The students who dared to do this have already been nailed to the shame wall of the academy. The hurriedly dispatched convoy finally caught up with the army dispatched by the governor's office in the 11th district before arriving in Shinjuku. Oh! What a big scene! Lloyd, who had just contacted the land mothership where the governor was located, waved his hand and said with some excitement, "That? Is it because the important thing that I don't know was robbed, and then the general wanted to annihilate the terrorists in one go, so he allowed the terrorists to escape?" Sahil hesitantly said his guess. "I'm afraid that's the case." Lei Mingkai, who put on his driving suit, approved Cecil's speculation and added it. "I'm afraid that in this big scene, General Battle has gotten off his feet." "Oh hey! Have fun!" Lloyd caught the point all at once. "Yes. Play off. According to normal logic, General Battle's target should not be here." Lei Mingkai stretched out his finger, pointed to the Shinjuku area on the map and said slowly, "Even if it is us. When I first came to District 11, I also knew a little bit about this area. Although there are a lot of 11 gathered here, it is not the headquarters of terrorists should choose." Lei Mingkai moved his finger and pointed to the other side of Shinjuku. After all, next to Shinjuku, there is a prosperous concession. Neither the third prince, His Highness Clovis La Britannia, nor General Battle will be attacked by terrorists in the slums of Shinjuku. Occupied and turned a blind eye to the fact that it is the headquarters. Oh wonderful! Wonderful! As expected of the top students of the Royal Knights Academy. Lloyd slapped his hands in amazement, and looked at his assistant with a full face. "Kair, it seems that our mission has really picked up a treasure." "Director! You have said this sentence more than 100 times." The assistant sighed helplessly. "Really? Ah ha ha ha." After Lloyd had a ha-ha, he suddenly put on a serious face. Although we don't know if the terrorists who attacked Gao Lung's unit are in the same group as the terrorists who hijacked gas weapons in front of us, if you want to avenge your friends, maybe it's an opportunity. Are you revenge?" There was a sneer under the mask, and Lei Mingkai shook his head. "No, it's not the time yet." "Really?" Suddenly, a cloud of clouds rose into the sky suddenly in the distance. It seemed that something exploded violently. Not good. The mothership called and the poison gas weapon exploded. Now the governor has ordered the army to dispatch immediately to eliminate the poison gas threat as quickly as possible. As soon as the news came, Lloyd, Cecil and Kay looked at each other, and they all showed such expressions. "Well, it seems that we shouldn't have many chances to play." "Cecil, Kay, you should check Lancelot first. I'll contact His Royal Highness whether he can send Lancelot out." Learn. Lloyd and Cecil, who were caught in a busy schedule, did not know that after Lei Mingkai returned after the rain, a little change had indeed taken place. In his mind, some memory fragments appeared vaguely. Although these memory fragments are somewhat fragmented, Kay still perceives some key points from them. The person who appeared in these memory fragments was Clovis La Britannia, the third prince of the empire. He will be killed by an anonymous person wearing the equipment of Britannian soldiers in the near future. These memory fragments shocked Lei Mingkai, but also raised doubts. Why is there such a strange change in my body? Could it be that the mysterious white cat that made himself lose his mind and fell into a violent rage, and then appeared in front of Jailong's tomb? But the strange thing is that Lei Mingkai did not become as straightforward as the loyal minister in the film and television works, rushing into the third prince's land mothership to warn. Instead he chose to be silent and watched everything happen coldly. Moreover, apart from these memory fragments, Lei Mingkai also knew that the terrorist who had robbed the poison gas weapon was indeed the headquarters established in the slum area of Shinjuku, but Lei Mingkai chose to conceal this fact again. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Let the wind blow more noise. Gao Long. Stepping out of the special mobile test vehicle, Kay stood on a flat ground strewn with rubble, looking from a distance at the land mothership protected by numerous soldiers and the human-shaped mobile weapon Sunderland. At this time, the sound of explosions and gunshots mixed with the sound of wind was faintly visible. And in Kay's ear, there was a burst of screams. This is the scream that humans make when they are killed. Kay. Your Royal Highness finally let go of Lancelot to attack. It seems that the terrorists are arbitrarily spreading poison gas weapons. Kay, your first actual combat mission is very difficult. Lloyd leaned out half of his body from the door and shouted while beckoning to Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai turned around and smiled. There is no doubt that this is hell. Amidst the bursts of gunfire, Lei Mingkai's mind recalled the night when the special delegation arrived in District 11. At Lei Mingkai's request, Lloyd had difficulty getting some things related to Gao Long from some news channels. After the conference, Gao Long was assigned to District 11 and became a member of the 9th Special Division. On the night of joining the team, Gao Long seemed to be integrated into the 9th Special Division very quickly, and even talked happily with one of the female members. However, in the morning of the next day, Gao Long was assigned a task that seemed very comfortable, but in fact it was undoubtedly a suicide task. Drove Sunderland and went to the outskirts of Narita to investigate with a team of honorary Bretonians. Task result: all members are destroyed. The person who gave this reconnaissance mission was the leader of the Pure Blood faction, Jeremiah Goldbard. Chapter 5, Shinjuku Fierce Battle. The sound of guns and cannons was endless. In this broken city area, a well-equipped soldier with a gun and live ammunition shuttled through the building, killing all those 11 who had no time to escape. On the street, under the obliteration order of the Third Prince, the governor of the 11th District, Clovis, a humanoid mobile weapon Sunderland galloped on the road, sometimes raising a gun to blow up people who looked up to observe the street situation, sometimes bent down and lowered his head and smashed through the broken wall, drove out the people hiding behind the wall, and then raised the gun to kill him. Hell! On the other side of the street, the pure white Lancelot drove by quickly. Lei Mingkai took a look at everything that was happening around him, but didn't say much. Lancelot's direction changed, and Lei Mingkai suddenly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was also different. This is... Lei Mingkai's eyes narrowed slightly. The smell of a wolf. In Lei Mingkai's muttering sound, Lancelot shot his legs, and the 4.5-meter-high steel giant jumped into the air. In the next second, a series of air-tearing bullets swept across the location where Lancelot had just been in a straight line, splashing waves of dust. Is there no identification of foe or foe? Lancelot circulated a half-circle in the air and landed behind the broken wall about 2 meters nearby. Lei Mingkai looked at the two planes that appeared on the surveillance screen at some unknown time. Sunderland with the same paint as the Imperial Army, but without the identification signal of friend or foe. Obviously, this is the enemy who has repeatedly frustrated the army, that is, the terrorist that General Battle insists on. Interesting. Lei Mingkai spit out the word softly. One is because the enemy can capture Lancelot's location so accurately. Second, because some fragments of those memory fragments were once again realized in front of Lei Mingkai. The combination of the two made Lei Mingkai subconsciously sigh. What's more, as the memory fragments that popped up suddenly proved to be something that would happen in the near future, the fire of vengeance in Lei Mingkai's heart was quietly rising and rising more and more. However, I sigh and sigh, the work is still to be done. The broken wall in front of Lancelot was quickly shattered by the shooting of the two enemy Sunderland. In the dust of the sky, Lancelot retreated quickly and waved both hands. The claws mounted on the forearms suddenly ejected, rushing away from the dust with gusts of wind, and then the two planes were swept away in the blink of an eye. Sunderland, who was still standing still shooting, interrupted with both hands. Then, at the moment Sunderland's machine gun fell to the ground, Lancelot flew up along the flight path of the two hooks. First, he raised his leg and kicked the head of Sunderland on the left. Then he turned and kicked out a whip leg, kicked another Sunderland that had not yet reacted, and hit the wall hard. After that, all reactions were lost. OM. Crack. In a short blink of an eye, the two Sunderlands that attempted to defeat Lancelot in an ambush turned into a dead wreck, and they couldn't even activate the emergency escape device. Of course, this was intentional by Lei Mingkai. In this short period of time, although Lei Mingkai did not learn much about the design of the airframe from Lloyd, he understood the structure of the airframe very clearly. Therefore, in the case of deliberately targeting Sunderland's, the escape device is nothing but a thing for him to handle before Kay's eyes. Help! Help! We were ambushed! Who is nearby? Come and save us! Suddenly, a distress signal was caught by Lancelot. Without a word, Lei Mingkai continued his work, driving Lancelot at full speed and rushing towards the direction of the distress signal. Puff puff! As soon as Lei Mingkai's heart had been rushed, Lancelot jumped sideways and accelerated his sprint against the wall beside him. He hurriedly and dangerously left behind the attack that was suddenly launched from behind the wall on the left. Lei Mingkai calmly pulled the left stick. Lancelot also waved his left arm and shot the ejected left hook towards the wall on the left. Boom! The dilapidated wall was first shot by terrorists, and then hit by the claws shot by Lancelot. Finally, it was overwhelmed and collapsed. In the dust, another explosion sounded. Is the body? Is the explosion that occurs after the body is blown up? Lei Mingkai did not pay much attention to this scene. For the status quo, this is just an episode on the battlefield. It is worth noting that these episodes are constantly being staged in the back, as if, no, it was Lancelot, and even the movements of all the troops involved in the of Shinjuku were under the control of the opponent. In this way, after the enemy robbed Sunderland, the reason why the identification of friend or foe was turned off may be inferred. Otherwise, the ability of a normal pilot would not be able to cope with these sudden attacks. This is why, since the war started, the terrorists, who only rely on the past and do little things like underground rats, have never been able to bring such huge casualties to the army suddenly. Thinking of this, Kay no longer pays attention to the terrorists in the ambush on the road, and directly exploded out of Lancelot's maximum speed, turning into a gust of wind and rushing into the area where the distress signal came. Boom! Boom! Lancelot waved his hands again and again, and the two claws passed over the broken walls all over the ground like a dragon going out to sea, and accurately exploded the Sunderland driven by the terrorists who poured firepower toward the building not far away. As soon as the explosion sounded, it immediately attracted the attention of other terrorists. At this moment, the terrorists, whether holding a semi-automatic rifle or driving Sunderland, immediately turned their guns and attacked Lancelot like crazy, but there was no way to keep up with Lancelot's speed. After watching Lancelot, who was as fast as thunder, easily tore open the encirclement circle, he successfully rescued the army that had been besieged for a long time. Is that a monster? In a corner of this battlefield, a teenager in an Ashford Academy uniform listened in shock to the conversations of the terrorists under his command on the communication channel. The conversation at this time is not as easy as facing the Imperial Army that was beaten by them at the beginning. The state of high morale could not be maintained for long, and was rushed to pieces by the Lancelot who suddenly rushed into the battlefield, and no longer had the strong momentum before. However, let them delay for a while. After all, they are just terrorists. Before I achieve my goal, try to create opportunities for me as much as possible. The boy looked at the crown mark on the electronic map and showed a smug smile. Hey? The enemy's movements have changed. While the teenager hiding behind the scenes gave the latest order, Lei Mingkai also noticed the surrounding changes. The enemy's pursuit has decreased. Is the final scene of this slaughter about to begin? Let me add fire. A light flashed in Lei Mingkai's eyes, and he signalled the Sunderland team that he had rescued to return to the rear on its own. Then Lancelot was driven by Kay and turned to the other side. Where? Lei Mingkai's eyes wandered around, constantly patrolling the surrounding ruins that were splashed with blood and lay full of corpses. Suddenly, Lei Mingkai's eyes condensed. Got you! Lancelot made an accelerated jump, and dexterously crossed the wall full of bullet holes in front, and landed in front of a person, a woman wearing a full-featured women's driving suit. I am the test pilot Knight K that belongs to the Special Dispatch. I have been ordered to come and support. Report my belongings. Lei Mingkai's voice passed through the external sound amplifier and reached the ears of the woman who had walked out of the warehouse where the body was lying horizontally with blood everywhere. Special Dispatch? Special Dispatch of the Guidance and Technical Department? Your Highness actually asked this department to send someone to support it. I saw the brown-skinned woman with long grey hair tied into a single ponytail with a long hairband, looking up at Lancelot, who is very strange to her, and said, I am a subordinate of Burgeremia Goldbald, on the border of the Holy Britannia Empire. My name is Veretanu. If possible, I hope you can send me back to the rear. Veretanu? As expected. The memory that appeared in my mind was confirmed again. Lei Mingkai said secretly after hearing the woman's words. Then, Lei Mingkai opened Lancelot's cockpit, stood up from it, condescendingly watching the woman who exudes a mature atmosphere from beginning to end, and against the backdrop of brown skin, reveals a strangely beautiful woman. I see. If you don't mind, you can squeeze the cockpit. After all, this is still a battlefield. If you sit on Lancelot's hands rashly, I'm afraid you will encounter unexpected events during the battle. Just as Lei Mingkai finished speaking, Veretta frowned at that woman. Although she is a soldier, she is still a woman of innocent life. However, as long as he heard the sound of guns coming from afar, the nature of being a soldier would tell Veretta all the time that there were not many choices at the moment. I understand. Excuse me. In this way, Lei Mingkai was very gentleman sitting in the driver's seat, holding his hands high and waiting for Veretta to sit on his lap with some difficulty before closing Lancelot's cockpit and restarting Lancelot. Special. Veretanu. Sit down. Lancelot is not comparable to ordinary machines. After that, Lei Mingkai immediately exploded Lancelot's speed to the extreme without waiting for Veretanu to speak. The overload caused by S sudden acceleration not only blocked Veretanu's words just before his mouth, but also firmly pressed Veretanu into Kai's chest. In an instant, the strong male breath and the thick and strong chest made Veretanu's head stunned, and she couldn't remember what she wanted to say. Coincidentally, Sunderland, driven by the two terrorists, appeared from the other side of the street in a strange way, and shot Lancelot as soon as he found Lancelot. Not good. Be careful. Veretanu, whose head was a little dizzy, screamed when she saw the two Sunderland that had launched the sneak attack. Humph! Annoying bugs! Lei Mingkai snorted coldly. Lancelot raised his chest flat with his right hand, and with a burst of fluorescent light flashing, the oncoming barrage seemed to hit an impenetrable wall, sending out a burst in vain. After a burst of crackling noises, he bounced in other directions. What? It actually blocked the live ammunition. Veretanu put both hands on Lei Mingkai's chest, and slightly opened a distance, looking at Lancelot, who was advancing against the enemy's bullets. Incredible. I said it. Lancelot is not comparable to those miscellaneous soldiers. While Lei Mingkai was talking, Lancelot stretched out his left hand, and the hook on his forearm shot out again. After blasting the head of Sunderland on the right straightly, he thrust his right hand down and the hook on his right arm popped out. With the reaction force of the claw hitting the ground, Lancelot jumped high, flipped one round in midair at a very fast speed, and solved the final Sunderland with a single blow with his left leg. Well, Although the Lancelot driven by Lei Ming Kai solved the enemy happily, the passengers in Kai's arms seemed a little uncomfortable with Lancelot's speed. "Sorry. Be patient. We will return to the rear immediately." Lei Ming Kai blinked and said apologetically. "No, it doesn't matter." The strength of Veretanou's whole body was not much under the impact of the overload caused by the series of Lancelot attacks just now, and she had no choice but to lie in Kai's arms. "Notify the whole army. Stop the attack now. Stop the attack now. Whether it is the Britannian army or 11, they must be treated equally." Suddenly, the order from the third prince of the Holy Britannia Empire, the governor of the 11th district, Clovis La Britannia, was transmitted to the whole army. Chapter 6, Assassination. The actor. Lancelot had just returned to the rear base. Royd and Cecil stood by the car early, waiting for Lancelot's return. No, when Lloyd and Cecil saw the strange brown beauty standing up from Lei Ming Kai's arms, Lloyd cried out strangely. "Yo yo yo! I didn't expect that our Knight K is not only a good brain, but also a good peach blossom edge. Only when I went out, I picked up a beauty and came back." Tisk. "Director, don't talk nonsense. She seems to be the nightmare here." Although Cecil was also surprised, he still remembered the identity of the brown beauty. Belonging to the 9th Special Division, Veretanou. With the help of the tow rope, Veretta fell to the ground from the cockpit of Lancelot. There was still a hint of redness on her face, but she quickly cheered up and solemnly introduced herself to Lloyd and Cecil. "Oh? It's really the nightmare here? Boring. Boring." As soon as he heard what Sire said, Lloyd understood everything. As a soldier, these contacts are inevitable in the fierce battlefield. "Lloyd. Why is it so quiet here? Where are the soldiers?" Lei Ming Kai, who came down from Lancelot, looked around and found that it was indeed much quieter than the road on the side where the army was being evacuated in Ilnaat. "Oh. It seems to be called to assist in the evacuation of Ilnaat." Lloyd waved his hand boredly, raised his steps and walked to Lancelot's feet, raised his hand and patted Lancelot's thigh while looking at Lemming. Kay said, "I want to know KU and Lancelot's driving data more than that." Lei Ming Kai shrugged, and after comparing your random gestures, he looked at Cecil and asked, "Cecil, can you find a weapon?" "Hey? Weapons?" Sire was a little unsure. "Well, weapons. It's too quiet here." As the light on the silver mask changed, Lei Ming Kai's eyes fell on the land mothership not far away. "Knight. You mean the third prince?" The quick-thinking Veretta understood it all at once. "My name is K. Veretanou." "Cecil." After Lei Ming Kai refuted Veretta's name to him, he asked Cecil again. "Yes." "Wait." Ciceta replied, turned and ran back to the special delivery vehicle and rummaged for a while, then ran out with a lot of long guns and short cannons. "K, do you think these are enough?" Lei Ming Kai was taken aback, shook his head with a wry smile, picked a pistol from the pile of long and short guns, checked it casually, and put it on his waist. "That's enough. Cecil, you and Lloyd pay attention to safety. I will go and see." But before Lei Ming Kai took a few steps, Veretta, who also picked a pistol from the gun stack, followed. "I'll go with you." "Knight, no, K." Veretta's face is full of seriousness. Lei Ming Kai's surprised gaze passed through the mask, and after falling on Veretta's face for a while, he nodded. As expected, there were no soldiers guarding the land mothership at all. This weird situation caused Veretta's heart to sink. When the two approached the hatch of the land mothership, Veretta raised his hand and patted Lei Ming Kai on the shoulder, and asked in a low voice, "How did you find it?" Putting his back on the cold steel armor of the land mothership, he carefully looked back at Veretta, who was watching Lei Ming Kai inside the hatch, and whispered back, "Didn't you just say it? It's too quiet. Even if the third prince ordered the withdrawal of the army in 11, there is no need to move the forces around the mothership. Actually, it is not what Lei Mingkai said, but he perceives the changes in the surrounding forces and perceives that the situation may have changed. It was caused by those memory fragments that suddenly appeared in his mind before. Lei Mingkai will never tell anyone about this. Lei Mingkai fumbled around the hatch for a while, and found the handle to open the hatch. However, Lei Mingkai did not immediately open the hatch, but suddenly turned around and grabbed Veretta's hand, took a few steps, and withdrew a certain distance. Immediately afterwards, a blast of bombing blasted the hatch open. Boom! 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 Before Veretta hadn't figured out why Lei Mingkai would suddenly pull her away, Lei Mingkai had already raised his gun and shot at the blasted hatch. However, Lei Mingkai's shooting did not hit anyone. Instead, he himself was accidentally scratched on his right arm by a bullet shot by a person hiding behind the hatch. Under the severe pain, Lei Mingkai could not hold the pistol tightly. Dang! Lei Mingkai's pistol fell to the ground. At this time, Veretta, who had finally recovered, just wanted to shoot, but was thrown down by Lei Mingkai. Carefully. The muffled sound of 2 bullets breaking through the body rang Violetta's ears. You! Veretta looked at Lei Mingkai, who threw herself down and blocked the bullet in shock. Lei Mingkai gritted his teeth, picked up the pistol that fell aside, turned around and fired several rounds of bullets at the hatch, but he had already lost the presence of the enemy. Don't chase! When Veretta got up and wanted to chase him out, Lei Mingkai grabbed Veretta. You! An inexplicable emotion rose in Veretta's heart. Quick! Go and see if there is anything wrong with His Royal Highness the Third Prince. Leave me alone. Royd and Cecil should have heard the movement here. Lei Mingkai waved his hand and motioned for Veretta to speed up his movements to check the situation. Knowing that she could not waste time, Veretta gritted her teeth and took a deep look at Lei Mingkai, then suddenly turned around and ran into the land mothership along the blasted hatch. You, really fight it? As the pool of blood under Lei Mingkai gradually expanded, Lei Mingkai, who was a little vague, heard the voice of the mysterious white cat. Hey! He is just an unknown person after all. Lei Mingkai smiled self-deprecatingly. Then, he asked, you made the ghost of those memory fragments? No. That was not what I did. These things have always been in your mind. Now, it's just waking up. The voice of the white cat gradually faded away, replaced by a rush of hurried footsteps. It's really fast. Lei Mingkai muttered a word, and fell into the boundless darkness. When the bad news came out, it was suppressed by General Battle, who had reacted. But it was too late. Due to the unexpected actions of Lei Mingkai and Veretta, the news of the assassination of Clovis La Britannia, the third prince of the Holy Britannian Empire, is not as in the original story. General Battle was suppressed until the rebellion initiated by the pure-blooded Jeremiah did not announce that development. Instead, it spread to the high-level personnel of the entire 11th district early, and it was transmitted back to the homeland of the Holy Britannia Empire in the first time. Means that the red light during the operation has been on for more than 6 hours. Lloyd and Sahil have been waiting in front of the operating room since they sent Lei Mingkai to the operating table. Beside them, Veretta also waited here for a while. Of course, because she was the first witness to discover that the third prince was assassinated, even if it was confirmed that she was not the murderer, 2 soldiers sent by Jeremiah are now monitoring the action. Veretta didn't care much about this. She knows that this is a necessary procedure. However, what she cares about is that after learning that the third prince Clovis La Britannia was assassinated, Jeremiah did not search for the murderer the first time, but suspected it. His eyes were on Lei Mingkai. Why? The reason is that Lei Mingkai was able to detect the murderer's intention to disadvantage the third prince at the first time and took action. Such a coincidence seemed to make people, suspicious of Jeremiah, who had been dazzled by hatred. However, Veretta, who is Jeremiah's right and left hand, raised an objection at this time. The mature and beautiful brown beauty stood right in front of his boss, and he did not hesitate to use his personality as a guarantee to show Lei Mingkai that this masked knight who blocked the bullet for himself was not the murderer of the third prince. In the end, in the face of the oath of his capable subordinates, and on the battlefield, under the assurance of all the members of the Sunderland team saved by Lei Mingkai, Jeremiah finally gave up the pursuit of Lei Mingkai. Responsibility. Time passed by every minute. Unconsciously, Yu reading www.yuuganshu. The comm operation time has passed the 7th hour. Waiting dully, the red light that symbolized the operation was in progress suddenly went out. Refreshing, Lloyd and Cecil immediately got up from their chairs, walked to the door of the operation, and looked at the doctor coming out of the operating room. The bullet in the knight's body has been taken out. Fortunately, the vital parts were not injured. After the 24-hour observation period, there is basically no major problem. Really? Thank you, doctor. Sai Sieter breathed a sigh of relief, and bowed slightly to thank the doctor. While Lloyd was relieved, he did not forget to look at Violetta being watched by 2 soldiers. So, you should be relieved? Miss Violetta. Violetta silently glanced at Lei Mingkai, who was pushed out of the operating room by the nurses, then turned around and left the hospital with the 2 soldiers. Tisk tusk. Just a few bullets, you can reap the heart of a beautiful woman. This deal, I really feel that K is a good deal. Lloyd Tut looked at the thunder with a needle in his arm and an oxygen mask on his face. Mingkai said. Director. What are you talking about? K is still in a coma. Sahil felt a little bit worthless for Lei Mingkai. People are all like that, and Lloyd is still going to brush them off. Haha. What's wrong with this? Cavaliers, beauties, aren't these all standard features in the novel? Cecil, since K is okay, we should go back to see Lancelot's situation. Otherwise, if there is a beauty but a BMW is missing, it may be a pity for K. Looking at Lei Mingkai being pushed through the corridor by the nurses and pushing into the ward, Lloyd put his hands in his pockets and leisurely took Sai Sieter out of the hospital. Chapter 7-0. His Royal Highness Clovis died. During the battle with 11, for peace and justice, I am honorably killed in my duty. We must endure the grief and inherit his will. As soon as the speech from the frontier bear Jeremiah Ching fell off, the picture on the TV suddenly changed and turned into an emergency announcement made by the host of the TV station. Just now, we learned from the official announcement that the suspected murderer had been arrested. According to the official information, the arrested person was the honorary Britannian, the Suzaku first-class soldiers. As soon as the host's voice fell, the TV was turned off. Lei Mingkai threw the remote control on the bed, and a sneer smile gradually appeared on the corner of his mouth. Unexpectedly. It turns out that the famous frontier man is such a superficial person. You. Lei Mingkai's mocking words immediately aroused the brown beauty sitting aside. What about me? Lei Mingkai shifted his gaze, fell on the brown beauty's face, and looked straight into her eyes without shy. Violetta knew. You are also one of the witnesses. Is the murderer the hapless honorary Britannian? If others don't know, would you not know? Violetta, who was sitting on the side of the bed, opened her mouth, as if hesitated to speak, and finally defended her boss with a lack of confidence. Jeremy Yocking has indeed carried out a detailed discussion. Investigated. A detailed investigation. Lei Mingkai laughed immediately when he heard it. Unexpectedly, he accidentally pulled the wound for a while, and his smile immediately became distorted. Hey, it has only been 2 days since the third prince was assassinated and I woke up in this hospital bed. In just 2 days, Jeremy Yocking has found out murderer. Lei Mingkai breathed out slowly, and continued, believe Violetta, do you remember the situation when we discovered that the third prince was assassinated? Would such a man of great power be willing to be caught? Violetta bit her lip, but she didn't have the thought of continuing to argue. As one of the witnesses, she naturally remembered the situation at that time. The person who was able to mobilize all the troops around the third prince, as well as the staff group including General Battle, in silence, would definitely not be the honorary Britannian Suzaku first-class soldier. If Suzaku had such a powerful ability, he would be just an obscure and slaughtered honorary Britannian. Looking at Veretta, who gradually turned his head away, Lei Mingkai's mouth turned slightly and decided to attack again. Veretta. Why was the news of the death of the third prince not announced by General Battle? It was announced by the frontier bear Jeremiah. Even if General Battle neglected his duty, leading to the death of His Royal Highness the third prince, General Battle, who has not yet been held accountable by his country, should be responsible for the aftermath. Lei Mingkai reached out and picked up the remote control, turned on the TV again, and pointed to the segment of Jeremiah's speech that was broadcasted by the TV station, and said, "Our knight's duty, what is the character? Believe Veretta, you should be very clear. However, enough." At this moment, Veretta burst out suddenly. Lei Mingkai was interrupted with a sharp shout. Lei Mingkai smiled slightly when he saw it, and accepted it as soon as he saw it. After taking a deep breath, Veretta looked at Lei Mingkai calmly and said, "It looks like you should be fine. If you leave the hospital, I hope you can go to the political affairs hall." Lei Mingkai raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, "What? The big guys want to know how the third prince died? No, I want to know why you were able to find out why the third prince was assassinated." Hearing this, Lei Mingkai's eyes suddenly became sharp. He stared straight into Veretta's eyes and asked, "What? Is it possible that I have to be guillotined and executed with the hapless honorary Britannian?" "No, it's not. This is not just a routine inquiry." Veretta shook his head repeatedly when Lei Mingkai's sharp gaze was forced. For some reason, Veretta is always unable to remain calm in front of Lei Mingkai. "Really? Then, I have received this order." After a moment of silence, Veretta turned and left the ward. The breeze gently blew the curtains. Between the rise and fall of the curtains, a pure white elf walked into the ward from the window. "You've changed." The white cat squatted on the window sill, looking at the boy lying on his side in the bed with his blue pupils. Before the boy could respond, the white cat said negatively, "No, it seems to have changed, but it is still the same in reality." "The old way?" Lei Mingkai asked with his back to the white cat, "Do you know me? Know me before?" "Who knows?" The white cat got up, opened his limbs, jumped up from the windowsill, landed gently on the hospital bed, and stared at Lei Mingkai and said, "These injuries are not for you now. What's the big problem? Believe, you can't wait for revenge, right?" Lei Mingkai glanced at the white cat and slowly closed his eyes. "Yes. I can't wait." Just as the mysterious white cat that suddenly appeared and disappeared said, the wound on Lei Mingkai's body healed quickly beyond the doctor's understanding. Looking at the nurse lady who came to change the bandage, but faced the most of the wound healed and showed a surprised expression, Lei Mingkai felt for the first time that the mysterious white cat had finally done a good job. The sun rises and the moon sets, and time has come to a new day. Today, Lei Mingkai's expression gradually became serious. Because, this evening, Secretary Jeremiah, who temporarily controlled the affairs of District 11, announced that he would try the criminal Suzaku today. This is undoubtedly a day of hate relief for the Britannians in District 11. For Lei Mingkai, it is a day that must be treated with caution. Although he has not been discharged from the hospital, he can only sit on the hospital bed and watch the live broadcast on the TV. But it does not prevent him from seeing through the truth behind the screen. The murderer is bound to appear. Even if Lei Mingkai had no impression of what was about to happen on the TV, he guessed some changes. If the murderer is unwilling to be taken by others for his successful assassination, it will inevitably appear. However, Lei Mingkai himself couldn't figure out something about this speculation. In addition to encountering problems, Lei Mingkai will inevitably turn his puzzled eyes on the white cat who occasionally appears in the ward. As a result, it attracted the white cat's disdain. These little things, you can always solve them by yourself. Facing the white cat that suddenly broke out of small emotions, Lei Mingkai could only use the few intelligence in his hand to speculate. The results of several speculations will all be verified at the upcoming moment. On TV, the poor Suzaku was tied to the roof of the car. Around the vehicle, there are 4 Sunderland escorts with their shoulders painted in red. Oh? Did Jeremiah personally him? It seems that some people would take action to the Suzaku. It's just. During the previous communication with Veretta, Lei Mingkai learned that Veretta entered Shinjuku with her own Sunderland, but after entering a warehouse, her memory was interrupted. It wasn't until the self-consciousness came back that she found herself standing in a warehouse of corpses everywhere, but her Sunderland had disappeared strangely. At this point, Veretta still couldn't figure out why. Lei Mingkai glanced at the white cat squatting on the side of the bed, licking his paw to wash his face, and then continued to look at the live broadcast. In the host's impassioned speech that could provoke the Bretonians on both sides of the road, the Sunderland team and the vehicle suddenly stopped in the middle of the bridge. Coming! Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed. A hearse appeared in front of Sunderland. In Jeremy Yocking's gaze, the vehicle almost identical to the hearse of the third prince stopped not far in front of Sunderland. Come out! The guy who contaminated the hearse of your highness. The flame burst out, and instantly burned the cover cardboard above the hearse, revealing the truth hidden behind it. Black full cover helmet. Black cloak, Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. From head to toe, there is a fascinating figure. I am, Zero. Following the self-declaration of the black mysterious man, everyone was shocked. Jeremiah thought of many possibilities, but Wan never thought that such a guy would come to rob people. But, in any case, the development of things has made Jeremiah feel that it is time to end. He raised his pistol, fired a shot to warn. The transport boat cruising in the sky immediately dropped Sunderland, which had been waiting for a long time, and surrounded the hearses. This scene makes everyone on the sidelines feel that the overall situation is set. No, it shouldn't be like this. Lei Mingkai's eyes narrowed slightly. He couldn't believe that a murderer who dared to come and rob people under heavy soldiers would be caught so easily. Snapped. Zero snapped his fingers, and the warehouse baffle behind him fell down, revealing a spherical device with many slots on his body. As soon as this device came out, Jeremiah was immediately taken aback. That's it. I'm afraid this is the poison gas device robbed by terrorists last time. In this way, Jeremiah will be controlled by others. A gleam of clarity flashed in Lei Mingkai's eyes, but then he shook his head again. No, not enough. Not enough, wait yet. In the eyes of Lei Mingkai, the live broadcast has made new progress. The honorary Bretonian who was caught by you was not the one who killed the third prince. It was me who really killed the third prince Clovis, it was me Zero. The audience was shocked when he said this. Chapter 8, The Girl Who Fell from the Sky. Orange. This ordinary word, Jeremy Yocking, who was supposed to kill Zero, the murderer who killed the third prince Clovis, suddenly turned against the water and released the suspect, Suzaku, and demanded strongly. He even blocked his subordinates from chasing after the Zero group of people who had fled the scene with Shimu Suzaku. The state was so intense that he even tried to attack his subordinates, so that Zero and others could escape the enclosure without any risk. As a result, the word orange became a laughingstock from this moment, and Jeremy's newly acquired power slipped elsewhere. Of course, for Lei Mingkai, these are just sideshows during his hospital stay. The only thing he cared about was that he noticed a scene when the orange incident happened. The black mask covering the entire head quietly opened a window before Jeremiah suddenly turned back. A window that allows the eyes hidden under the mask to look directly at Jeremiah. Intuitive Lei Mingkai immediately realized that this might be the key to the orange incident. But, he still needs more clues. No, Lei Mingkai, who just received the discharge notice from the shocked doctor, just sent all the normal news to Lloyd, and went to the political affairs hall as Veretta had notified before, and prepared for a while. Those so-called big shots. However, after Lei Mingkai arrived at the political affairs hall, he found that the so-called big figures didn't seem to embarrass him. Instead, they just randomly selected some of the circumstances at the time and asked about it, and then gently let Lei Ming go. And also served a good lunch. This treatment surprised Lei Mingkai a little bit. But soon I learned a message from the staff in charge of receiving him. Cornelia Lee Britannia. The second queen of the Holy Britannia Empire, the imperial princess known as the Britannia Witch and Battle Queen, has accepted the appointment as the new governor of District 11. Soon, this princess is very different from other princesses. Her Royal Highness, who has been sweeping enemies on the battlefield for a long time and opening up territory for the Empire, will lead her knights to the 11th area. Needless to say, Lei Mingkai knew that the purpose of this princess who was like a battlefield Valkyrie came to Area 11 was undoubtedly to deal with Zero, the murderer who killed the prince of the Britannia Empire. Therefore, Lei Mingkai is naturally not as important as the thigh of the imperial princess. After all, if someone accidentally provokes Cornelia Lee Britannia, the imperial princess who respects strength is unhappy, but there will be no good fruit. After thinking about it this way, Lei Mingkai also let go of his mind. After enjoying a meal in the political affairs hall, he prepared to leave the political affairs hall and return to the station where the special commissioner was located. However, just a few steps out of the political affairs hall, Lei Mingkai heard a gust of wind above his head, and at the same time an extremely flustered scream. "Be careful! Get out of the way!" Lei Mingkai was taken aback, took a step back, stretched out his hands, and looked up. A silhouette of a figure fell into Lei Mingkai's arms precisely among the flying dresses. In an instant, a pink light flew in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes. With the bursts of fragrance pour into Lei Mingkai's nostrils, when the pink hair quietly fell, a delicate face was reflected in Lei Mingkai's eyes. Suddenly, Lei Mingkai's eyes were flooded by a dazzling white light. Immediately afterwards, the white light retreated quickly, and was replaced by a green grassland full of countless flowers. The wind is blowing. Numerous petals are flying in the air with the flow of the wind. It is truly beautiful. In this beautiful scenery, a sound of footsteps quietly came. Wore a white skirt. Pink hair fluttering in the wind. Show long eyebrows. Beautiful pupils like amethyst. The person with all the good things in the world came to Lei Mingkai in the petals dancing. She shouted so. But, before Lei Mingkai could react, the grassland, the people seemed to have suffered some shock, suddenly collapsed. Only the little hand that kept waving back and forth in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes remained. "Hey! Are you okay?" The long-haired girl with pink hair that fell from the sky looked at Lei Mingkai worriedly. Lei Mingkai blinked, shook his head, and smiled slightly. "I'm fine. How about you? Why did you suddenly fall from above?" After seeing Lei Mingkai really okay, the pink girl showed an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry. I didn't expect someone to be below. No, I didn't expect a girl to fall from the sky either." As if. After Lei Mingkai helped the pink girl up, he thought for a while and smiled. It seems like a fairy encountered in a fairy tale. Lei Mingkai's words immediately made the pink girl chuckle, and then laughed. "I am not a fairy. I made you laugh. Are you okay?" "No. I'm fine. But why did you do such a dangerous thing? If I didn't catch you below, I'm afraid you would fall to your body." Lei Mingkai's remarks reminded the pink girl of what she wanted to do and was about to do. I saw the pink girl approaching Lei Mingkai slightly, lowering her voice and begging, "Actually, I am being chased by bad guys now, so, can you please help me?" "Help you?" Lei Mingkai was taken aback, and some helplessly pointed to the silver mask on his face and said, "Let me." a stranger who deliberately hides his face, save you. The pink girl nodded heavily, and responded crisply, yes. Please help me. Lai Mingkai was speechless. Soon after, under the of Lai Mingkai, the two quickly left the area where the political affairs hall was located and formally entered the bustling city center. As soon as she saw the crowds coming and going in the city center, the pink girl's emotions immediately became high, but she seemed to know that she should maintain the manners that a lady should have, so she didn't make much noise. As the two of them shuttled through the street, they talked about things on both sides of the street from time to time. Correct. Suddenly, the pink girl clasped her palms together and suddenly said, I don't seem to have introduced myself yet. Lai Mingkai nodded, pointed his finger at himself and said, me too. Hee hee. It seems that our memory is not very good. The pink girl smiled happily, but she stopped talking for a while, and then said, Yuffie, this is my name. Yuffie. Lai Mingkai said silently, tapping the silver mask on his face with his fingers. K, this is my current name. I'm very sorry. For some reason, my original name is no longer available. No, it's okay. Mr. K meet for the first time. The pink girl, Yu Fei, stepped forward, standing in front of Lai Mingkai and smiled. Lai Mingkai sighed secretly, and said helplessly, I'm only 19 years old this year. The name sir is exempted. 19 years old? This is not much older than me. Yu Fei looked at Lai Mingkai's face hidden by the silver mask in surprise. Yes. So, just call me K Yuffie. Lai Mingkai nodded, and said casually, you said that you were chased by bad guys, it should be a lie. Scared? The pink girl was startled and turned around quickly, not daring to look at Lai Mingkai. As everyone knows, Yu Fei's style is actually a solid Lai Mingkai's guess. But before Lai Mingkai asked the guilt, Yu Fei stepped on small steps and rushed to the other side. Meow. The pink girl gave a friendly cry. In front of her, a black cat is sitting there. Seeing that its left foot cannot touch the ground, it seems to be injured. Meow meow, are you injured? The friendly attitude of the pink girl eased the black cat's alertness. Look. Poor little cat. In twos, Yu Fei, who had a preliminary friendly relationship with the black cat, picked up the black cat and stretched it out in front of Lai Mingkai. Who knows, the black cat who was okay just now struggling desperately when he saw Lai Mingkai. The power is great. Struggling fiercely. Yu Fei was caught off guard. As soon as Yuffie, who subconsciously avoided being hurt, released his hand, the black cat fell to the ground from mid-air, and then the black cat seemed to see something terrible, without looking back, limping. Ran into the bush next to it. Meow. What happened? Meow, come back soon. You are hurt. Yuffie, who responded, hurriedly chased behind the black cat, but was blocked by the dense trees. And Lai Mingkai looked at his shoulder angrily. The mysterious white cat appeared. The haunting white cat was sitting on Lai Mingkai's shoulders. After staring at Yu Fei, who was looking for the black cat around the bushes, his azure pupils turned and jumped to the ground, disappearing behind the fountain. What should I do? The injured cat is gone. After many unsuccessful searches, Yu Fei returned to Lai Mingkai with a worried face. Lai Mingkai shook his head. You read www.yuyugonshu.com and sighed helplessly. Let's find it together. Really? It's really great. When Yu Fei heard that Lai Mingkai wanted to help, he immediately pulled up Lai Mingkai's right hand happily, turned and left. Kong dang! Suddenly, Yu Fei and Lai Mingkai were interrupted by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. That is? What happened? Lai Mingkai looked at Yuffie's gaze, and found that it was a group of chic-dressed and outstanding haircut who were beating a middle-aged man. Beside, there is a hot dog cart. Scum! Lai Mingkai cursed secretly, but found that his right hand was being firmly clenched by Yu Fei. Looking back, Lei Mingkai found that Yuppie's eyebrows were gradually filled with anger, as if in the next instant, this seemingly weak girl rushed up to stop all this happening before her eyes. The next moment, I haven't waited for Yuffie to start the action. A black shadow flew out of the bushes on the side and smashed precisely on the head of the bully who was taking the lead in beating the middle-aged man. Duan! Oh! What bastard! Come out! See if labor and capital won't kill you! The head of the gangster clutched his head and yelled loudly. Okay. Then you hit me? Scum! As the bush was pushed aside by a small hand, a girl with a black cat in her arms and a long single ponytail appeared in front of everyone. After looking at the middle-aged man who was beaten to the ground and begged for mercy for a while, she looked at the gangsters and said angrily, "The scum for wasting food, the parasites of society, come on. Let Auntie teach and teach today. How do you behave?" Chapter 9, Mystery Girl. The girl's scolding did not make the gangsters feel guilty, repent, and even the gangsters couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha! You laughed at me. Who are you? It's just a little piece. How dare you take care of your uncle's affairs? Clamored wantonly, and even kicked the middle-aged man heavily to demonstrate that the arrogant gangsters did not last long. I saw the girl with anger filling her eyebrows spanning her left foot, and in the blink of an eye she rushed to the bullshit, raised her hand to make a fist, and punched the bullshit's abdomen. Puff! The arrogant laughter of the stopped abruptly, followed by painful screams and uncontrollable vomiting that occupied his throat. Boss! The boss was suddenly punched on the ground by the girl. After a moment of astonishment, the gangsters suddenly reacted, and tacitly performed the unsatisfactory skill of the past group fight. However, what greeted them was still a copy of the end of the gangster. The girl who was besieged by the gangsters did not even put down the black cat in her arms. She just stood on the spot and flicked a few fists casually with her right hand. The gangsters who were beating the middle-aged man lay on the ground, moaning in pain. In severe cases, foaming at the mouth and vomiting under the body. Hey! No matter which world it is such a virtue. Get out! After resolved the gangsters with a cold snort, the girl stepped forward, walked to the middle-aged man's side, and stretched out her hand to pull him up. Uncle, are you okay? The middle-aged man's body is not dust or footprints, but the green and red face almost occupy the entire face. No, it's okay. Miss, thank you. It's just. Although the middle-aged person is very grateful to the young girl for showing up for him, his eyes are still full of worries. The girl knew what the middle-aged person was worried about at a glance. As a girl who has walked in many worlds, she naturally knows that those gangsters will definitely settle their accounts after the fall. Saw the girl smile sweetly and confidently said, "Don't worry. Uncle, I promise these scumbags will never appear in front of you in the future." Thank you. The girl's promise did not make the middle-aged person a little bit more forgiving, on the contrary, the worry between his eyebrows became more and more intense. Upon seeing this, the girl did not persuade her. The road knows horsepower from afar, and it has been seen in people's hearts over time. Whether these gangsters will appear again, it will naturally be left to time to verify. The girl rolled her eyes and thought of an inconclusive way to divert the attention of the middle-aged person. That. Uncle. Is your cooking delicious? Give me a try? Just treat it as my shot fee. The middle-aged man who was worried about the days to come finally reacted under the call of the girl. Good. Miss, wait a minute. I'll do it right away. At this time, two figures also appeared beside the hot dog mobile booth. The man with the silver mask smiled slightly. Hello. Store. How about making 2 more copies? Oh, good. Wait a minute. As the food production process progresses, the middle-aged person gradually concentrates on the work in his hands, and does not feel the surrounding changes. Hello. This is Yuffie. You were so amazing just now. Beside the silver-masked man, the girl with long pink hair stepped forward and actively showed her good to the single ponytail girl. Ah! Oh! My name is Himimi. It was just a trivial matter. It seemed that because of the hunger, the single ponytail girl looked away from the fragrant food and fell to herself. The pink girl who showed up. Small things. Yu Fei blinked, her eyes shifted to the who was still lying on the ground and moaning. 6 confuses. Himimi waved her hand and responded indifferently, it's just a small thing, a small thing. Compared with the gangsters I have seen, these are just scum, weak chickens, maggots in rotten meat. Hee hee. Yu Fei looked at the girl whose attention was almost entirely on the food, and suddenly laughed. Hey? What are you laughing at? Himimi blinked and looked down at herself and the black cat in her arms. My clothes are torn? Or this little cat? No, no. I just think you're so straightforward. After repeatedly denying that Himimi's clothes were not torn, and the black cat in her arms was nothing strange, Yu Fei said, I was thinking of helping this cat bandage the wound, but I didn't expect it to run into the bushes suddenly. But let you find it. Oh. Himimi blinked suspiciously, and looked down at the black cat in her arms. Hey! Kitty, someone kindly helped you bandage the wound, why did you run away? Meow. The black cat in his arms looked up at Himimi and called out softly. Hey! Something terrible is staring at you? Where is it? Himimi seemed to be able to understand the words of the black cat, looked up and looked around, but Yu Fei was surprised again. How? No, I just think Himimi, you are so amazing. I seem to be able to communicate with cats. Yes. Himimi rolled her eyes, held the black cat in her hands, and smiled, since I was little, I have regarded them as my friends. I can understand them naturally. Are you right? Kitty. Meow. During the exchange between the two girls, the middle-aged man made a 3-point hot dog quickly and handed it to the silent silver-masked man, who was standing aside, Lei Mingkai. Thank you. Lei Mingkai looked back at the gangsters, then whispered to the middle-aged man, those gangsters won't come to trouble you again. After all, they can't protect themselves now. Isn't it? The middle-aged man is still secretly planning whether to avoid the limelight. If you don't believe me, just wait a few days and have a look. After Lei Mingkai smiled mysteriously, he took 3 hot dog buns and walked to the 2 women who were communicating enthusiastically. Come on. 2 beautiful ladies, please. Lei Mingkai handed the hot dogs in his hands to Yu Fei and Himimi respectively. Thank you. After Yu Fei took the hot dog gracefully, he did not enjoy it for the first time, but instead focused on Himimi. Unexpectedly, after staring at the mask on Lei Mingkai's face for a while, Himimi muttered in secret. Hey! Another masked man! Hey! Doesn't it suit your appetite? Lei Mingkai asked with some confusion. No. Thank you. Himimi shook her head and raised her hand to take the hot dog. That's right. Why don't we sit there? Yuffie suddenly made a suggestion. Suddenly, Himimi's expression condensed, a golden light flashed under her eyes, and she turned her head to look at the other side of the city. At the same time, a faint coercion spread out from her without warning. Lei Mingkai furrowed his brows, and subconsciously lifted his steps, blocking Yuffie's front. But Himimi didn't care about Lei Mingkai's actions. Instead, she looked down at the black cat in her arms and said with some pity, My cat, good. Now I'm going to a place. I have a chance in the future, let's play together. Meow. The black cat called out obediently. Yuffie, this cat is pleased to you. Before Lei Mingkai could react, Himimi put the black cat in his arms, turned and ran. In the blink of an eye, the girl with a single ponytail has disappeared among the trees, no one is visible. What a strange girl! Lei Mingkai frowned tightly. Want to say Himimi is weak? but it has the strength that even Lei Mingkai feels fear. Especially the pressure that suddenly erupted from her just now. This is a pressure that even the Emperor of the Holy Britannia Empire that occupies 1/3 of the world can't match. Can we still see her? I think I can make friends with her. Yu Fei took the black cat from Lei Mingkai's arms, and looked at the direction of Himimi's disappearance with some regret. In the conversation just now, Yu Fei felt from Himimi the frankness she couldn't have, and the free wind around her. This makes Yu Fei, who is a princess envied by thousands of girls, envy. I will probably see you again. Lei Mingkai's eyes became more solemn. For some reason, after meeting Himimi, a mysterious girl exuding all over her body, Lei Mingkai's heart raised an indelible and unstoppable warning sign. This made Lei Mingkai tensed his body subconsciously, and his spirit became more tense. But why is that? Lei Mingkai has never been able to understand the truth behind these phenomena, and Yu reading www.yuyukanshu.com has no way to guess. Compared to Lei Mingkai, who has a dignified face, Yu Fei is much more cheerful. She took the hot dog in her hand and looked around, then raised her head to look at the hot dog in Lei Mingkai's hand. After showing a hesitant gaze, she bit her lip and asked courageously, how to eat this? Lei Mingkai was taken aback when he heard it. Lei Mingkai, who almost didn't turn the corner, looked at the little entanglement on Yu Fei's face, and couldn't help but laugh. You? What are you laughing at? Hearing Lei Mingkai's laughter, Yu Fei suddenly showed that he wanted to have an attack, but he endured desperately, maintaining a ladylike look. Look. That's it, just open your mouth and bite it down. Lei Mingkai didn't tease Yuffie too much, and after demonstrating how to eat hot dog buns, he signaled Yuffie to follow along. Yu Fei hesitated to look at the hot dog bun in Lei Mingkai's hand, and then after looking at the hot dog bun in his hand, only then carefully opened his mouth and lightly bit off a small piece of hot dog bun. How is it? Is it delicious? Lei Mingkai nodded encouragingly, trying to guide Yu Fei to express his experience. Well, it's delicious. It's a taste I haven't experienced. After chewing lightly for a while, Yu Fei gave an answer. That's good. I hope you can like the taste. Meow. At this time, the black cat in Yu Fei's arms wailed softly. Seeing its appearance, it seemed that he wanted to eat a hot dog too. Okay, meow. After we go over there and sit down, I will eat meow for you. Seeing the greedy look of the black cat, Yu Fei couldn't help laughing. So, the two of them looked at each other and smiled and walked over to the other side. Chapter 10, Pure Blood Infighting. Although the concession was large, it was quickly over after Lei Mingkai and Yu Fei swam hand in hand. At this time, the high sun has also reached the moment of sunset. I am so happy today. Not only did I meet Ku, but also Himimi. The cheerful smile on the corner of Yuffie's mouth never let go. Meow. As if responding to Yuffie's words, the black cat that she had been holding in her arms also called out softly. Yu Fei let out a chuckle as soon as he heard it, raised the black cat with both hands, looked at it and said, of course. Thank you, cat, for staying with me. Meow. The black cat called obediently. It looks like the time is almost there. Yuffie, do you still want to go? Lei Mingkai looked up at the sun gradually sinking into the horizon and asked when he looked back at Yuffie. Yes. I have another place I want to go. For some reason, Yu Fei's expression suddenly became serious. It seemed that even if he was rejected by Lei Mingkai in the next moment, he still had to go where she wanted to go. Where? Lei Mingkai frowned, feeling that the next place Yuffie was going might not be a good place for her. Shinjuku. I want to go to Shinjuku. Would you like to take me there? The girl's voice was sonorous and powerful, and it seemed so firm. Looking at Yu Fei's firm eyes, Lei Mingkai closed his eyes, and after a moment of silence, he chuckled lightly, bent over and caressed his chest towards Yu Fei, and said, Yes. Your Royal Highness, as you wish. But you must follow my command. After receiving Lei Mingkai's approval, Yu Fei smiled softly and gently raised the corner of the skirt with his right hand, and gave Lei Mingkai a lady's gift in return. Understood. My knight. Everything is up to you. Although Lei Mingkai came to Area 11 not long ago, for some reason, he found a map that he could find in the first place and wrote it down. Therefore, even if it is the same as Yu Fei, Lei Mingkai, who has just arrived in District 11, still took Yu Fei familiarly, through the concession, and came to Shinjuku. As soon as he walked out of the tidy, prosperous concession, everything in front of him suddenly became broken, deserted, and dead. Seeing the sudden change in front of him, the smile on Yuffie's face gradually faded, replaced by a wave of dignity and doubt. Does it feel a little unacceptable? Lei Mingkai, who has participated in the fierce battle in Shinjuku, will naturally not be unfamiliar with this area that has been ravaged by the war not long ago. You know, somewhere in this area, there are still traces of Lei Mingkai driving Lancelot on the battlefield. Well, why did it happen like this? Yuffie turned her head, frowning and thinking while looking around. There was enlightenment and doubt between her eyebrows. War. No matter where it is, as long as the flames of war are ignited, it will become like this. Lei Mingkai stood in front of a broken wall, raising his hand to stroke the huge bullet holes left on it. Judging from the size of the bullet holes, it should be the traces left by the firearms equipped by Sunderland. At the root of this broken wall, there is a dark brown trace. Yu Fei, who was standing next to Lei Mingkai, naturally followed Lei Mingkai's gaze and noticed this dark brown trace. Yuffie, who hadn't reacted at first, finally wanted to step back a few steps after figuring out the true color of this dark brown trace. Is this blood stains left by humans? Yes. Lei Mingkai's silver mask reflected the afterglow of the setting sun, and his voice sounded calmly. This is the trace of the battle left by the third Prince Clovis when he led his troops into Shinjuku to encircle and suppress terrorists who seized prohibited weapons. Lei Mingkai retracted his right hand and turned his back to the sun, looking at Yu Fei's face that couldn't believe that this area in front of him was the ruins where countless lives were buried. Although I don't know why Yu Fei came to Shinjuku, as you can see, the city in front of you is a city destroyed by war. But just when Yu Fei wanted to argue with Lei Mingkai, a loud noise suddenly rang through the sky. The two quickly looked back and found a black mushroom cloud slowly rising from a dilapidated baseball field in the afterglow of the setting sun. That is. Lei Mingkai's ear moved, and from the faint sound, he heard that it was the sound made by the humanoid mobile weapon Nightmare during the battle. Immediately afterwards, a huge truck drove in from far and near and steadily stopped beside Lei Mingkai and Yu Fei. Hi! You guy is really running around. It made us look for you all day. It was Lloyd who drove. Saw him open the car door and beckon to Lei Mingkai and Yu Fei. Come on! We don't need to go to this muddy water. It's just pure blood infighting. Pure blood! Yu Fei exclaimed. And Lei Mingkai took a deep look at the mushroom cloud that was gradually dissipating, then looked back at Lloyd, and said with a slightly cocked mouth, Lloyd! Don't you think this is a good opportunity? Oh! Lloyd made a long tone when he heard it. Afterwards, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked at Lei Mingkai with wonder. You guys have been lying in the hospital for a few days, do you know that we have some new things here? It's just a sharper intuition. Lei Mingkai's face is full of confident smiles. Boom! Under the siege of the four Sunderlands, Sunderland, who was trapped in the encirclement, retreated again and again, with flaws, and even the guns in his hand were shot down to the ground, and he watched as the enemy was pierced by the knight's gun. Damn it! 4 people went on together. Despicable! The besieged Sunderland was the body driven by Jeremiah. Not long ago, the information he had come from the command center was the information about Zero that made him shame. I didn't expect that after arriving at the place where the intelligence was shown, I found that all this was a scam. The reason is to lead him to this secluded place, and then obliterate it. Don't worry, Jeremiah. Your death will only become a legend of heroes. You will never be ashamed of your family. Sunderland, who was obviously the leader, was holding a knight's gun and hurled unceremoniously. Stabbed in the cockpit of Sunderland that Jeremiah was driving. Jeremiah gritted his teeth and controlled the car to raise his left hand, using the electric shock device that popped out of his arm to block the knight's gun from the enemy, former colleague, and the enemy Chowell in front of him. But although the knight's gun that stabbed into the cockpit was blocked, but at the next moment, another knight's gun, from another Sunderland's attack, fixed Jeremy's Sunderland in place. The long knight's gun directly penetrated Sunderland's left leg and nailed it to the ground. Jeremiah, who was forced into a desperate situation, still couldn't believe that he would be forced to a dead end by his colleagues, and judging from the current situation, what awaits him is definitely a dead end. Are you serious? You really want to kill me? Chowell. Jeremiah, who was unwilling to die, roared. But, as the planner of this operation, Chowell was unmoved. His anger is burning. Shut up. Orange. What the do we exist for? You, the existence that puts our pure bloods to shame. For the royal family. Chowell roared. Allhail Britannia. With the roar of the knight's gate, the Sunderland surrounded Jeremiah from all sides, raised the knight's long spear and activated the high-speed driving wheel at full speed, vowing to swear to the sinner who had shamed the pure blood in front of him, Jeremiah, from obliterate this world. At this very moment, Jeremiah couldn't move, and could only watch the desperate moment when death was waving his sickle at him, when a black shadow suddenly struck through the air from above and below. Break the road ahead of Sunderland that Chowell was driving without warning. Boom! In the dust, the four Sunderlands, including Chowell, stopped and looked all over the baseball field. The White Knight, Lancelot, was standing there. Lancelot's left hand moved lightly, and the hook that prevented Chowell and the others from taking a lure was retracted. The friendly forces are fighting each other. It's really ugly. Is this your pure blood? Lei Mingkai's voice full of mockery. Through the communication channel, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com sounded clearly in everyone's ears. Then, that is the guided weapon driven by the special masked man, Lancelot. Jeremiah, who had come to an end, looked at Lancelot, who had rescued him, in surprise. In my mind, I also remembered the memory of the conflict with his subordinates because of his driver. What is the special dispatch? Looking at Lancelot, who came from unknown, Chowell had to be cautious. No, there is nothing expensive to do. It's just that I want to join in the fun. Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed, and Lancelot suddenly jumped up from the spot. At the same time, the two laser vibration swords temporarily installed on the back pylon moved their hilt down, ejected, and held them in Lancelot's hands. MSV? Actually, it's already in combat. Chowell looked at the two long swords in Lancelot's hand that changed from white to red in shock. In the next second, Chowell activated it without hesitation. And his comrades followed suit. Hook! The hooks mounted on Sunderland's shoulders shot out in succession, and they shot straight towards Lancelot, who jumped into the air and quickly descended towards the ground. However, under Lei Mingkai's drive, Lancelot, who fell straight down, made an action that surprised Chowell and the others. Turned around and waved his sword. Sideways, slashing. A series of dazzling. At the same time, all four Sunderland hooks were cut off, and Chowell's morale was suppressed in a blink of an eye. Is this saving me? The nameless masked man. Jeremiah, who had lost his combat effectiveness, could only watch what happened in front of him. Chapter 11, I Reject. Lancelot, with a gust of wind, landed in front of Sunderland driven by Jeremiah. Not far away, one of the Sunderland that participated in the siege of Jeremiah took advantage of Lancelot's failure to stand still, fully powered on, and stabbed Lancelot with the knight's gun. As soon as Lancelot raised his left arm, he opened the attacking knight's gun. At the same time, Lê Minh Kai moved his hands together. Lancelot kicked out his right leg abruptly and attacked Sunderland, who initiated the attack. Boom! With the roar of gold and iron, Sunderland crashed down. Then, another Sunderland offensive came. Like the Sunderland that launched the sneak attack before, taking advantage of the opportunity when Lancelot had just stood firm, he also rushed forward with the knight's gun. However, this time, Lancelot just waved the laser vibrating sword in his left hand to face the stabbing knight's gun. OM! In a roar that made people's teeth sour, Sunderland's knight's gun was not only split in half by the laser vibrating sword in Lancelot's hand, but also chopped off by another laser vibrating sword. Arm! Chawel, who moved to the right of Jeremiah, unwillingly watched his own offensive, and was easily resolved by Lancelot. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Even so, I will kill Orange." The high-speed driving wheel roared, and the tip of the knight's gun flashed a cold light. Jeremiah was once again in desperation. The next second, the savior appeared again. This time, it was Veretanu who rescued Jeremiah. Veretanu and Juan, who originally wanted to contact Jeremiah to exchange ideas about the phenomenon of memory fracture, did not expect that she would run into an internal conflict. In front of her, after she rescued Jeremiah, she was surprised to find someone stepped ahead of her and prevented the fermentation of this internal conflict. Yo! Veretta! You came just right. Jeremiah will leave it to you. I will take care of the rest. After Lê Minh Kai discovered that Veretta was here, he was a little surprised and would protect G. Remia's task was handed over to Veretta. Then, Lancelot raised the long sword in his hand and pointed it at Sunderland, which was driven by Chawel. Lê Minh Kai's voice came from the cockpit. Do you want to come again? I can't resist continuing to fight. After all, this is a great opportunity for Lancelot to collect battle data. Lê Minh Kai's words made Chawel angrily. However, he did not yell out for it, but calmly told his teammates to retreat. This scene made Lê Minh Kai a little cautious. Judging from the reluctant attack before, Chawel will not be the kind of person who gives up easily. I want to use chaos to explode. As the magazine on the side of Sunderland's left thigh opened, a cylindrical explosive thunder was caught by Sunderland. Lê Minh Kai's face suddenly became serious. Chaos Blasting Mine is a wide-area armor-piercing projectile called Self-Forging Fragment Projectile SFF. Although the armor penetration ability is only 100-200 mm, it is extremely threatening to the body due to the large number of bullet bodies and the large coverage area. As soon as he saw the chaos exploding thunder, Lê Minh Kai started to care about it. Please stop. At this moment, a figure rushed out of the passage not far away, while still shouting words to stop everyone. Lê Minh Kai was taken aback by her appearance. But there is no time for Lê Minh Kai to alert and ask her to leave here immediately. Chaos Thunder has been activated by Chawel and thrown into the air. Boom! With a soft sound, the main body of the Chaos Explosive Thunder unfolded. OM! In the next second, the roar of the bullet body suddenly resounded throughout the baseball field. Hey! Lê Minh Kai didn't hesitate to control Lancelot's arms up and down, and activated the energy light shield. Pa 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 pa! In the blink of an eye, countless bullets exploded from the main Chaos Blaster bombs, completely submerging the three Nightmare including Lancelot. Of course, the figure that rushed into the battlefield was also firmly protected by Lancelot behind him. Papa 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 papa! With the explosion of that crazy roaring bullet, the energy consumption of the energy light shield has also accelerated. In the roar of the collision between the bullet bodies and the energy light shield, very few bullet bodies were not blocked by the energy light shield and hit the ground straight, and there were even 1 or 2 bullet bodies that shattered Lancelot's feet. equipment. Sizzle. Amid the roar, Lei Mingkai suddenly heard a sound that shouldn't have appeared. Lei Mingkai, who subconsciously looked at the screen on the right, suddenly saw that the skirt of the figure was swept away by the flying fragments and torn apart. A large skirt corner. At this moment, Lei Mingkai's mind blasted and exploded. Lancelot, holding the energy light shield, stood up suddenly, and then unexpectedly jumped up in place, and greeted the chaos-blasting thunder that was suspended in mid-air and raging below. Papa Papa! As Lancelot approached, the penetration of the bullet also increased. That roar raged wildly in everyone's ears. K. What on earth do you want to do? Veretto looked at Lancelot, who dared to face Chaos's thunder, and rushed up in surprise. Crazy man! In Lancelot's cockpit, the white cat once again appeared on Lei Mingkai's right-hand side. Lei Mingkai did not respond to the white cat, but controlled Lancelot with all his attention. Boom! The energy light shield collided with Chaos thunder. Immediately afterwards, Lancelot shook his left arm forcibly using the energy light shield as a clincher, and slapped Chaos into the air in one breath. What? Impossible! Choel is going crazy. Not only was the attack of Chaos explosive blocked by Lancelot, but also unexpectedly shot by Lancelot. He could only watch the Chaos explosive thunder after the last wave of bullets erupted in vain. Landed on the auditorium in the distance. As the dust splashed, the whole scene fell silent. The sound of the wind splashed down. Yu Fei, who had just walked through the dead gate, took a deep look at Lancelot, then walked firmly to the center of the venue and shouted loudly. Both sides give me down their weapons. In my name. I am Euphemia Lee Britannia, the third Empress of Britannia. I will command here. Both sides give me back. What the girl with a serious facial expression said shocked everyone. For a while, no one can react. Now, Choel could no longer insist on the idea of killing Jeremiah. As the backbone of the Pure Blood faction, when facing Euphemia Lee Britannia as a member of the royal family, he finally chose to lower his crazy head. Indeed, it is a crime worthy of death. Amid the accusations, all Sunderland including Choel, Jeremiah and Veretta knelt towards Yuffie. The third Empress Euphemia Lee Britannia. I really didn't expect it. In the cockpit of Lancelot, Lei Mingkai was also unbelievable with everything in front of him. Didn't you think of it? Hey! After all, you have to fill up your own sins. One day, you will remember. K. The white cat looked at Yuffie on the screen deeply, then gradually disappeared. At the exit of the passage, Lloyd and Cecil also witnessed this happening. Sire looked surprised at the girl who had stopped the battle between humanoid weapons. Lloyd, you already knew it. When we followed Kay and them on the road just now, you already knew it, right? Lloyd, who was half leaning against the wall, with his usual cynical smile on his face, nodded and said playfully, yes. Because it's a student, so he didn't show up in front of the public too much. Immediately afterwards, Lloyd changed his posture so that he could stand more comfortably, and continued, I just didn't expect our Knight K to have such a strong peach blossom luck. I just hooked up with a female knight not long ago, and now he is hooked up again. Her Royal Highness. It's really enviable. Here, Lloyd is amazed. In the center of the field, Lei Mingkai opened Lancelot's cockpit, landed on the ground, and walked towards Yuffie. I saw him sigh lightly and looked at Yu Fei and said, I didn't expect you to be the third emperor. Then, your previous lie was to visit the people privately to hide your identity. Yes. Sorry. I deceived you. Yuffie nodded. No. Lei Mingkai shook his head and saluted Yuffie with a knight's salute. The Empire specially dispatches a test pilot from the technical department of the guide, Knight K, see the third emperor. K, please get up. I have a request, I don't know if you want to listen. Yu Feixu helped Lei Mingkai and said solemnly. Please speak. Lei Mingkai replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. I have lost my brother Clovis, and the people here have also lost their relatives. Can you help me to create a world where important people are no longer lost? Euphemia Lee Britannia, the third empress of the Britannian Empire, sincerely made a request to Lei Mingkai. As the person requested, Lei Mingkai was silent. At the moment when the last afterglow of the setting sun sinks into the horizon. At the moment when the silver mask no longer reflects the afterglow. Kamen Rider responded firmly. Your Royal Highness. Please allow me to refuse. The next day. The transport plane carrying the new governor of District 11 Cornelia Lee Britannia and her subordinates slowly landed on the runway of the military base in the concession. As the vice-governor Euphemia, naturally, she has to come to meet her in person. However, the moment Cornelia stepped off the transport plane, she immediately noticed that her sister's eyebrows were being occupied by a sorrow. Euphemia, what's the matter? Are the affairs of District 11 bothering you? Yufei was startled and shook his head again and again. No, Sister Huang. Just thinking about something. I'm very sorry. Cornelia looked at her sister, who was a little overwhelmed, and said softly, I've heard about it. Euphemia. Don't force yourself. Yes. Sister Emperor. Cornelia smiled, and said seriously, from now on, in public, you should call me the governor. Vice-Governor Euphemia. Yes. Governor. Euphemia responded. From this moment on, the 11th district that had just lost the governor, once again ushered in the new governor. Chapter 12, Sisters' Night Talk. That night, after inputting the final operating data into the computer, Lei Mingkai's work has come to an end. Thanks for your hard work. When Cecil, holding a pile of documents, walked from the side, he found Lei Mingkai standing up from his seat. No. This is what I should do. Lei Mingkai shook his head, not caring that it was 11 o'clock in the evening. Yes. After all, Lancelot is the first machine to use the MSV laser vibrating sword. Only K knows its performance. So, I can only ask you. Lloyd shook his hands in his pockets. Staggered to Lei Mingkai's side, looking down at the data displayed on the computer screen. The result is still good. MSV configuration for Lancelot is really a great choice. Lloyd was very satisfied with the actual combat data obtained when Lancelot used MSV in the previous Pure Blood infighting. After looking around, Lloyd's gaze slowly turned, and finally fell on Lei Mingkai. Moreover, a playful light appeared in Lloyd's eyes. I said, K, do you think your recent peach blossom luck is a bit strong? First, the beautiful female knight, and then the noble royal majesty. Tisk tisk, this luck is really enviable. Lei Mingkai shook his head. It's just a coincidence. There is no need to be so true. Lloyd. No. I'm not honest. Seeing Lei Mingkai's denial, Lloyd waved his hand again and again, stepped back, grabbed Cecil, who was about to put the documents on the table, and forced Cecil to stand on the edge of the table. Cecil put out a cavalier's salute, and said with a serious look, Your Royal Highness, please allow me to refuse. Lloyd. What are you fooling around? With such a sudden attack by Lloyd, Cecil quickly turned his body sideways, raised his hand, and threw the file on Lloyd. Lei Mingkai saw this and shook his head helplessly. He naturally knew that Lloyd had just made such an act just to reproduce the scene in which he had been fighting in the Pure Blood sect, and he ruthlessly rejected the invitation from the Third Queen. Hee. Although I was surprised when I saw you rejected the Third Queen. But after coming back, I figured it out again. Lloyd dodges the file attack of Cecil agilely, took a few steps, stood beside Lei Mingkai, and continued with that playful smile. Our knight K, I'm afraid I don't want to be involved in those troublesome things at this time. That's why I ruthlessly rejected the invitation of the third queen. Hey? That's why. Sire, who looked at the documents scattered all over the floor in distress, looked at Lei Mingkai in surprise when he heard Lloyd's words. Lei Mingkai was silent for a while, and nodded slowly. Perhaps. But this is not the main reason. Lloyd, what kind of person our Emperor of Britannia is, you should understand. The smile on Lloyd's face suddenly disappeared, and he looked at Lei Mingkai calmly. Really? Then what? Lei Mingkai shook his head gently. This world is not the world expected by the third emperor. The world expected by the emperor can only exist in fantasy. Lei Mingkai slowed down, and said in a deep voice, the world is cruel. At the same time, in the governor's palace, two women with very similar faces, about 10 years old, are sitting in front of the dressing table, combing her smooth and beautiful long hair. The older woman holds a hair comb and gently combs the beautiful long pink hair of the younger woman, and she is indulgent in every move. Yuffie, it seems that we haven't seen each other for a while, right? The older woman's face showed a look of nostalgia. The time for combing long hair for my sister like this is the closest one to the present, which is already a year ago. In this year, in order to lay down the territory of the Britannian Empire and set up one digital colony after another, she has been away from her country and her sister for a full year. Well, Sister Emperor, you haven't combed Yuffie's hair for a long time. Euphemia sat elegantly in front of the dressing table, looked at the reflection of Emperor's sister Cornelia in the mirror, and smiled slightly. On her face, there was the same nostalgic look as Cornelia. Yes. It's just a year. Even in the middle, we have had video communications, but I still think time flies really fast. Yuffie, today you should be 16 years old. Cornelia held the comb was gently brushed through Euphemia's hair. Euphemia was taken aback, looking at Cornelia's reflection in the mirror with some unknown reason. Emperor sister. What are you talking about? I am indeed 16 years old this year. Seeing the small nervousness that emerged on Euphemia's face, Cornelia smiled dozingly, stopped combing her hair, and placed the comb on the dressing table. Then, Cornelia stood beside Euphemia, raised her hand and gently stroked Euphemia's face, and said softly, Yes. Yuffie has reached the age to choose a knight. Euphemia looked at her sister in surprise. She never expected that Cornelia would raise the issue of the cavaliers at this time. The Emperor's sister. What are you talking about? I don't need any knights now. Besides, the Emperor's sister, did you not choose a knight? He. Cornelia looked at Euphemia, who became flustered, and suddenly became happy. Yuffie. Do I still need a knight? Do you know how the enemy calls me? Witch. Euphemia shook her head and resolutely denied, No, the Emperor is not a witch. Cornelia smiled softly, and raised his hand to stroke Euphemia's cheek. Eub. It's okay. This is just what the loser calls me. That's fine. If you can use a title to make those incompetent people willing to accept the rule of our Britannian Empire, then more. A few titles, I am also happy to accept them. Yes, but... Euphemia just wanted to refute, but Cornelia stretched out her finger and pressed it to her lips. Okay. Now, we are going to discuss the ownership of the Knight of the Third Queen of the Britannian Empire. About me, I can talk about it later. Euphemia moved her lips and fell silent. Cornelia, who has always been very fond of Euphemia since childhood, knew that Euphemia was thinking about her at this time, and she didn't take her words to heart. And the reason, Cornelia is also clear. Cornelia took a step forward, hugged Euphemia from behind, and asked softly against her side face. Yuffie, are you still thinking about that dream? Dream. Euphemia suddenly lit up, but quickly dimmed. After a moment of silence, Euphemia shook her head slightly and said firmly, No, Sister Huang. That's not a dream. Not a dream, isn't it? Cornelia looked at the stubbornness on Euphemia's face and sighed to tell her what she knew. Euphy, since I heard you talk about the dream, I have sent people to the place you said to investigate. Here, there hasn't been any huge white lion, nor has there been any terrorist attack. While talking, Cornelia looked up at Euphemia's reflection in the mirror, and continued undeniably. And you did not leave the palace on a whim and go to the countryside on a whim. From beginning to end, you stay in the palace and receive the etiquette teachings from the Countess Selina. Listening to her sister's words, Euphemia shook her head and insisted on her thoughts unswervingly. No, Sister Huang. That's true. The white lion exists, and furthermore, you reading www.yuyuganshu.com lion knights also exist. Right? Yu Fei, you have been insisting on this statement for more than 2 years. From the reflection in the mirror, Euphemia saw the irresistible look in the eyes of her sister Cornelia. Unwilling to accept the so-called knight's arrangement, Euphemia shook her hands, suddenly made up her mind, raised her hand to open the drawer of the dressing table, and took out one that was about the size of a palm, 2 of which reflected the bright light. Ruby as a golden lion head medal with eyes. Emperor sister. This is what was left in my arms at the time. Therefore, the white lion exists. The lion knight who rescued me from the terrorist attack is definitely real. There is undeniable determination in Euphemia's voice. Her voice firmly announced to her sister Cornelia. I believe. It is precisely because of the existence of this red-eye golden lion head medal that I have the opportunity to meet the lion knight again. Cornelia looked at the red-eye golden lion head medal held by Euphemia in her palm in surprise. As a close sibling, she discovered for the first time that Euphemia would have a day to hide from her. Euphy, are you serious? This is not a fairy tale world. Cornelia looked at the red-eye gold lion head medal, and stared at Euphemia's eyes for a long time. Yes. Sister Emperor. If I have to choose my knight, then, in this world, there is only one person who can become my knight. The voice of Her Royal Highness the Third Empress is so firm, so unwilling to refuse. Because, 2 years ago, my life was saved by the Lion Knight from terrorists. Chapter 13, Accident, Meet. Woohoo! The screaming siren resounded frantically in the sky above the station, making everyone's expressions nervous. What's the situation? Lloyd put away his usual cynicism and asked with a serious expression. No, the situation is still unclear. But the only thing we can know is that during the trial launch just now, Lancelot's Sakura Stone suddenly lost all activity for some reason, almost causing Lancelot's energy system to collapse. A thin layer of sweat hung on Cecil's forehead, and the alarm that came just now really scared her. Fortunately, just before the collapse of Lancelot's energy system, he suddenly lost all reactions and fell silent. From the results, as long as the lost Sakura Stone is replaced, it will be fine. But from a research perspective, why did Sakurashi suddenly lose its activity? Will it continue to reproduce this weird situation at some point in the future after the replacement? I am afraid that when the time comes, it will not just be the problem of Lancelot being destroyed in battle. Crack! At this time, Lancelot's cockpit opened. Lei Mingkai, who was also sweating profusely, let out a deep breath before he stepped up and jumped onto the elevator. Kay, what's the situation? Did you find anything wrong just now? Concerning Lancelot's future, Lloyd took 200% to take this accident seriously. Lei Mingkai shook his head. I don't know too well. But the only thing I can be sure of is that this problem shouldn't happen again after replacing the cherry stone. No. Lloyd was taken aback, looked at Lei Mingkai with some doubts and confirmed, really? Lei Mingkai spread out his hands and said helplessly, I don't know too much. It's just my intuition. To be on the safe side, I hope Lloyd can check Lancelot more carefully. Unexpectedly, after Lei Mingkai would give this answer, which was not an answer, Lloyd sighed helplessly, bent over and waved weakly and said, Yes, yes. It can only be so. Why did these things happen at this critical juncture? Woolen cloth. Looking at Lloyd's frustrated look, Lei Mingkai's heart moved. Lloyd, is there another action? Lloyd sighed and shouted, covering his face with his hands. His Royal Highness, Komlia, the second queen, has reached District 11. Next, she will definitely lead her troops to clear the surrounding rebels. Therefore, this is undoubtedly a great opportunity for the mission. At this point, Lloyd looked at Cecil without tears, and said with a sigh. It's just that, at the moment, we can only do a major overhaul of Lancelot. As a result, we may not be able to participate in the last few operations. In this regard, Lei Mingkai can only continue to spread his hands. That's the only thing. Lloyd, who was in shock, suddenly looked at Lei Mingkai in disgust and waved at him. "K, you don't need you here for the time being. Go ahead and cool off." Lei Mingkai nodded, and turned around relentlessly and left. After Lei Mingkai's figure disappeared in the passage, Lloyd suddenly rushed to Cecil and stared at Cecil. Lloyd. Sahil looked at Lloyd, who suddenly came over with a little fear. "Kair!" Lloyd yelled. "Yes. I am here." "Lloyd." Sahil responded quickly. "Cecil. We need to speed up the overhaul of Lancelot." Roydra raised Cecil's hands and said with a trembling voice. "Yes. Now, proceed now." Sahir nodded repeatedly. Lloyd immediately put down his hands, turned around, and yelled with open arms, "In order to catch up with the actual combat opportunity, I decided. Starting today, work overtime and complete the maintenance of Lancelot in the shortest time." "Yes." With an order, the whole mission became busy. It's just that someone is an exception. But, he is not easy. Lei Mingkai returned to his room calmly and closed the door carefully before pulling over the chair, sitting down, and looking at the table in front of him immediately. There, a white cat is lying lazily on it. "You made Lancelot's vision just now." Lei Mingkai stared at the white cat and asked. "Meow." The white cat burped comfortably and rolled over lazily, then slowly said. "Yes. It's just absorbing the energy needed for the activity. There is nothing to fuss about." The white cat's indifferent attitude made Lei Mingkai frowned. After he raised his hand and took off the mask, he faced the white cat with his original face and asked. "Energy? Absorb? You are not a creature." After spoke, Lei Mingkai realized that the white cat in front of him had appeared around him from beginning to end. Has never been discovered by others. Also never attracted the attention of others. Just came gently. Left gently. From beginning to end, Lei Mingkai himself noticed the mysterious white cat. Are you a ghost?" Unexpectedly, when Lei Mingkai spoke, he immediately made the white cat jump up from the table. "Nonsense! I'm not those deceptive ghosts." The fluff on the white cat's body exploded slightly. Fangs and sharp teeth were also exposed at this moment. The white cat made a deep whining sound in his throat. "Woo! You fellow, not only forgot who you are, but also forgot my existence." "Who I am?" Lei Mingkai asked rhetorically. Looking at Lei Mingkai with a dazed face, the fluff from the white cat's body suddenly softened, and the whole cat also looked particularly disappointed. "Who are you? I want to go." The white cat snorted coldly, turned around and walked to the edge of the table, then stopped and looked back at Lei Mingkai. "I won't move those Sakura stones in the near future. But if you still use your power like before, then you better prepare yourself." After speaking, the white cat leaped slightly and disappeared into the shadow of the room. Just as Lloyd wailed, Cornelia, after a short preparation, led the knights under her mightily and attacked all the guerrilla strongholds of the rebels that had been detected. Looking at the rebels that were wiped out in a flash under the attack of the knights led by Cornelia, Lloyd became more diligent and devoted more and more to the overhaul of Lancelot. Because, if this goes on, I am afraid that in the 11th district, there will be no more opportunities for actual combat. Regarding Lloyd's point of view, Lei Mingkai just curled his lips and did not make any comments. In Lei Mingkai's view, under this devastating offensive, there is no doubt that a fact has been exposed. Zero is not among the rebels. In other words, Zero was not part of the rebel army from the beginning. Perhaps, Zero is not from a rebel army at all. Guessing is guessing. Lei Mingkai doesn't confuse these unfounded, just rashly speaking out the guesses that he feels instinctively. Just when Lei Mingkai had nothing to do with Lancelot, an order suddenly reached the special station. Is an order from Her Royal Highness the Third Empress. Asked Lei Mingkai to go to the Political Affairs Hall immediately, see Her Royal Highness the Third Empress. Facing this order, Lloyd, who was busy taking his time, took the order document from the attendant, and when Lei Mingkai hadn't reacted, he just tucked it into his arms. Exactly. Exactly. Now the mission is busy. As the only idler, you should find something to do right away. In this way, Lei Mingkai was pushed by Lloyd into the sedan heading to the Political Affairs Hall. Half an hour later, Lei Mingkai saw Euphemia in a formal suit in the office of the Deputy Governor in the Political Affairs Hall. The long hair that was scattered on the shoulders yesterday was tied into a high ponytail by a gorgeous headband. The close-fitting clothes made of silk clearly outlined Euphemia's youthful and beautiful figure. We meet again. K. Her Royal Highness the Third Empress stood up from her seat and showed a cordial smile at Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai lowered his head, made a fist with his right hand, raised it flat in front of his chest, and knelt down towards Euphemia. Knight K, see Her Royal Highness the Third Queen. Lei Mingkai's meeting made Euphemia unable to help but reveal a trace of darkness, but she soon cheered up again. K, I asked you to come over today because of a request. Euphemia stepped forward, bypassing the desk, and came to Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai did not look up, nor did he stand up, still maintaining a knightly attitude. Yes. Please give orders. Your Royal Highness. Euphemia bends down slightly, stretches out her hand to support Lei Mingkai's right hand, motioning for him to stand up. Then, Euphemia raised her face, looked up at Lei Mingkai, and smiled, I don't know if you can accompany me out again today. Going out? Lei Mingkai was stunned, and asked subconsciously, Second Queen, Governor Konlia allows you to go out. Euphemia's mouth gradually wore a smile. Her beautiful purple eyes narrowed slightly. Yes. The governor has granted permission. So, can I ask you today? At this point, Lei Mingkai did not persist, and readily accepted the task. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. It's just that, before that, Euphemia still needs to change her gorgeous royal costume and put on civilian costumes to go out. While waiting for Euphemia, Lei Mingkai standing in the corridor suddenly noticed something arching his feet. Looked down and found that it was the black cat that was handed over to Euphemia by the mysterious girl he Mimi at that time. Little guy. You already live here. Lei Mingkai knelt down and touched the black cat's head. Meow. The black cat rubbed his head against Lei Mingkai's palm in a friendly manner. Allah! Asses, you are here. It just so happens, let's go out together today. As soon as he heard Euphemia's voice, the black cat called out, then bypassed Lei Mingkai, and jumped into Euphemia's arms. His Royal Highness, is this? Lei Mingkai looked at the black cat lying comfortably in Euphemia's arms, and asked unclearly. In addition to unannounced visits to the people today, I also want to buy some daily necessities for asses. Euphemia smiled sweetly. Can you tell others to buy it? Facing Lei Mingkai's question, Euphemia shook her head resolutely. No. This is what he Mimi asked me to do. Therefore, I must do it myself. This is a promise. It is also a responsibility. Looking at the extremely determined Third Empress, Lei Mingkai bowed slightly. I'm very sorry. Your Highness, I'm the one who made a mistake. No. Don't worry about it. From now on, you should call me as before. After all, calling out my real name casually outside will cause unnecessary trouble. Yes. Your Highness, no, Yuffie. Chapter 14, Meet the Mysterious Girl Again. Along the way, Euphemia seems to have taken over the shopping mode of an ordinary girl, holding a black cat while pulling Lei Mingkai through the downtown area. Fortunately, Euphemia did not wander around the shops in the same way as the women in hordes around her with big bags and small bags in her hands. Judging from Euphemia's performance, although she is very interested in it, she finds more Japanese products that Black Cat Ass can use as quickly as possible. Yuffie, over there. Lei Mingkai stopped suddenly and pointed to the other side of the street. Yuffie stopped and looked at Lei Mingkai's fingers. Sure enough, there is a pet shop called Pets. Finally found. Come, let's go. After a little cheer, Euphemia took Lei Mingkai to the pet shop. They didn't expect that when they walked to the door of the pet shop, they collided with the guests coming out of it. Meow. Suddenly, the black cat in Euphemia's arm suddenly broke free from Euphemia's left hand. After falling to the ground, she stepped back and looked up at Euphemia, Lei Mingkai, and others. Hit someone who is right there. I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention for a while. When the man just wanted to apologize, he was surprised to find that it was Euphemia and Lei Mingkai who had collided with him in the park not long ago. It's you. It's you. Himimi. Because of Lei Mingkai's timely support, Euphemia did not knock down, but pointed at Himimi and exclaimed. Lei Mingkai heard the sound and took a closer look. It turned out that it was the mysterious girl who had met them in the park before. We meet again. Himimi. Euphemia nodded, with a friendly smile on the corners of her mouth. Yes. We met again. It seems that we still have a certain fate. Right? Kitty. Himimi nodded towards Euphemia and Lei Mingkai, bending over to the black cat who was leaning over. Picked up, smiled and said. Meow. The black cat seemed to be very happy too. Himimi, are you here for? Euphemia looked at Himimi, then looked at the pet shop, and asked curiously. Hey? I'm here to buy food rations. After all, there are some stray cats in the park. If possible, I hope I can feed them during the time I am here. While talking, Himimi stretched out her hand to scratch the chin of the black cat ass. And the black cat ashes narrowed his eyes comfortably. During your time. Euphemia blinked and raised her doubts. Don't Himimi you live here? Euphemia's doubts made Himimi laugh. I am not a resident here. I came here because I have to deal with some things. After I have dealt with it, I naturally have to leave here. Himimi frankly said that she is not in District 11, nor is it Brita. I told Euphemia and Lei Mingkai about the Naya. Yuffie, and this Miss Himimi, if possible, why don't we go there and continue talking? If we are still standing here, it may affect the store. Under Lei Mingkai's reminder, the two women finally realized that they were standing at the pet store and chatting, which indeed caused some trouble to the store. After Euphemia apologized to the store and purchased some daily necessities used by the black cat asses, the three came to an open-air cafe not far from the pet shop. After Himimi asked the waiter to get a pet food bowl, she took out a pack of cat food from the backpack, opened it, poured it on the pet food bowl, placed it on the ground, and let the black cat ass eat by herself. Himimi really likes small animals. Euphemia couldn't help but exclaimed as she watched Himimi's familiar feeding action. Really? Himimi thought for a while, and suddenly smiled, maybe I have too many little pets in my house. You know, my mother has a lot of little pets. When I was a child, I would eat them every morning. I woke up amidst the noise, I couldn't sleep even if I wanted to sleep late. Really? In that case, your house should be very lively, right? Euphemia was suddenly interested. Probably. If my mother hadn't been able to suppress them, I'm afraid my house would have been demolished several times every day. Himimi couldn't help but laugh when she thought of the noise made when she was a child. From Himimi's smile, it is not difficult to see that although she feels very distressed, she is also enjoying the happiness that this process brings to her. That's great. Euphemia sighed with some envy. Hey? That's right. You seem to be called Yufei. Himimi thought for a while, and asked with some uncertainty. Seems to have left too hurriedly before, and did not remember Euphemia's name. That's right. My name is Yuffie. And he. Euphemia introduced herself again. But when Lei Mingkai was introduced, he hesitated. Hello. My name is Kei. Lei Mingkai, who had been silent all the time, took the initiative and introduced himself. Kei? Is this the code name? Himimi's big beautiful eyes opened slightly, and then she suddenly said, that is true. Like you guys who always like to wear masks. There must be several code names. Yufei, who was intuitive and keen, noticed the words in Himimi's words. Have you met other people like Kei? At this time, the attendant sent out the drinks ordered by Yufei, Lei Mingkai, and Himimi one by one. Himimi, holding a small spoon, stirring the coffee in the cup, said helplessly, yes. Since I am sensible, there have been several uncles who like to wear masks around my dad. From childhood to adulthood, I look tired of their masks. At this point, Himimi showed an apologetic smile at Lei Mingkai. Sorry. Kei, I'm not talking about you. Lei Mingkai shook his head generously. No, don't care. The reason why I wear the mask is also for some special reason. Maybe it's not the same as your uncle's. Yes. After all, they wear masks to conceal their identities, and by the way they can also play a celebrity operation. Himimi curled her lips, as if she was very upset with her masked uncles. Operation by the actor. Euphemia blinked, and she didn't understand this term that seemed very strange to her. Oh. The acting skills have reached the point where they can deceive people. Himimi explained as far as possible to make Euphemia understand. Really? That is the case. Thank you very much. After thinking about it carefully, Euphemia thanked Himimi. No, you're welcome. It's just small talk. Suddenly, Himimi's words stopped. The next moment, Himimi suddenly turned her head and looked in another direction. His expression became serious in the blink of an eye. Finally can't hold it anymore. Himimi whispered secretly. She pulled out the backpack hanging on one side, raised her hand and slapped the coin on the table. Yuffie, and Kei, let's stop here today. I still have an urgent matter. After all, Himimi rushed out of the cafe like a gust of wind. Disappeared into the crowd in a blink of an eye. The speed is fast, 3 points faster than when I was in the park last time. Go again. Euphemia just stretched out her hand, trying to stop Himimi, but found that the other party had disappeared from the crowd. She is very mysterious. Your Royal Highness. Lei Mingkai's eyes were full of solemnity. Just now, although he didn't communicate with Himimi too much, he was able to observe Himimi from the perspective of a bystander. The more he observes, the more frightened Lei Mingkai is. This seemingly random, frank girl is always filled with a mysterious mist, which is intangible and invisible. Even Zero, who caused the orange incident before, didn't give him this feeling. Yes. But Himimi is not a bad person. Is it? Asses. Euphemia thought for a while, picked up the black cat asses who had a good meal, looked at Lei Mingkai and said. Lei Mingkai was silent for a while and nodded. Yuffie, it's getting late. I think the governor should have returned. Although a little bit sad, Euphemia still knows the importance. Then, let's go back. Next time we have a chance, let's come out together again. Kei. Yes. Your Royal Highness. A few days later, Lloyd, who worked hard to work overtime, finally completed the overhaul of Lancelot. UU reading www.uukonshu.com. The results of busy days, but Lloyd and others cannot let go. No problem. No matter how Lloyd and Cecil looked for them, how they checked, the result was no problem. Except for the lost Sakura stone, Lancelot did not have any problems. On the contrary, the coordination of Lancelot's parts exceeded Lloyd's and Cecil's expectations. No problem. No problem. How can there be no problem? Looking at the result without a problem, Lloyd yelled unwillingly. What he didn't know, no matter how hard the dispatched personnel worked hard, it was impossible to know why the cherry stone suddenly lost its vitality. Faced with such a result, Lloyd, who was unwilling to vent, finally resigned Lancelot, who had completed the overhaul, to Lei Mingkai again. We have missed a lot of practical opportunities. Next, you have to work harder. K. Understood. Lei Mingkai responded, and then said, I think we can prepare more spare cherry stones for Lancelot. What? Also prepare a spare Sakura stone? No, no. In that case, the budget will be overrun. Lloyd suddenly rejected Lei Mingkai's proposal. But, Lloyd, if the strange phenomenon before occurs again, Lancelot will not be able to continue fighting without Sakura stone. Sahil opened his mouth to make a knife. In an instant, a struggle appeared on Lloyd's face. Finally, Lloyd gritted his teeth and made a decision. Okay. Standby is on standby. However, I have to contact His Royal Highness the Second Prince. Chapter 15, Port Suspects, 1/3. In a remote corner of the concession, Lloyd stood there helplessly, watching the busy subordinates coming and going around, sighing from time to time. I thought that after working overtime to adjust Lancelot's state to the best, he could take part in Cornelia's bandit operations and collect more actual combat data. The result, but got such a result. Last night, a sudden explosion blew up a port warehouse located in the southeast of the concession. According to the official announcement, this was a flammable explosion accident caused by the careless operation of the staff, but in fact, it caused the entire mission to be ordered by Cornelia and transferred here to investigate the cause of this accident. Regarding this, Lloyd was helpless and unwilling to look at the razed and devastated port around him. The mission is just an organization that develops cutting-edge mobile suits. Why are you investigating an accident that is no different from a mysterious incident? In private, Lloyd was frantically complaining to Cecil and Lei Mingkai. Sahil and Lei Mingkai also expressed their inability to help. What they know, is no better than Lloyd knows a lot, and even worse than Lloyd, who got the first-hand information from Cornelia 10 hours after the incident. Lloyd. What the is going on? Sai Sieter looked at having put on the isolation suit, carefully looking for some clues that may exist and remaining in the explosion place. Lloyd sighed, and after making a follow-me gesture, he turned around and took Cecil and Lei Mingkai back to the vehicle that contained Lancelot. Look, this is a video recovered by the governor from the port duty room after the incident. We will talk about other things after watching it. Sai Sieter and Lei Mingkai looked at each other, then focused on the screen. After seeing the pitch-black display flickering a few times, a grey screen with varying brightness and darkness appeared. Judging from the time scale displayed on the upper left of the screen, it should be a video at around 1 o'clock in the morning. According to the port's operating procedures, this time should not be very busy. In the next second, what Lloyd said confirmed this. According to the results of the inquiries received from the staff after the incident, this port had just completed the loading and unloading operations of the last freighter before the incident, and all the workers had completed preparations for finishing get-off work and leaving one after another. Port. That is, there were no casualties. Cecil asked casually. It's not without it. It's just that they are unlucky. Look. Lloyd curled his lips and pointed at the screen. Under the gaze of everyone, 2 staff members suddenly appeared from the outside of the screen. Although they can't clearly see their expressions, judging from their movements, they seem to be in a hurry. Did something drop? Lei Mingkai asked. Well, after working on the hair, the staff who returned to the port learned that the 2 hapless guys did return in a hurry because they accidentally dropped their personal belongings in the port. As a result, as Lloyd made the exploding gesture, an explosion that had happened here was reproduced on the screen. From this video, there is no big problem. Sahil hesitated to say his own conclusion. Really? Then, can you take a look at this video again? Lloyd raised his hand and pressed it, and the screen was switched to the direction of another camera. Similarly, they can still see the video of the 2 hurried workers running towards the port. However, after a few seconds, Lei Mingkai suddenly found a dark shadow passing in front of the camera. Pause. Play back for 3 seconds. Lei Mingkai gave a soft drink. Sure enough, Kay has found the key. Lloyd pressed the playback button, adjusted the time back to 10 seconds ago, and turned on the slow playback function again. A vague black shadow appeared in front of Lei Mingkai again. What is this? Could it be that the explosion was caused by it? Sire exclaimed. If Lloyd hadn't adjusted the slow playback to the maximum, Cecil would have been unable to detect a black shadow passing by on the screen for the first time. I have no idea. Lloyd pressed the pause button, and after fixing the black shadow on the screen, he spread his hands to indicate that he did not even know it. The governor meant that we should find this shadow. Lei Mingkai thought for a while before looking at Lloyd and asked. Yet, a good special mission, turned out to be a monster hunter. Really, alas. Lloyd sighed slightly. Is this all there? Lei Mingkai ignored Lloyd's sigh and asked another question. No, there's more. Lloyd suddenly showed a mysterious smile. Kair, Lei Mingkai. Please don't blink. The next video, except for a few insiders including the governor, is only me, and you guys who are about to watch the video. Hey? Is it really okay? Sahil exclaimed. No. There is no problem. After all, if there really is a battle, you can't escape Kay and Cecil. Lloyd waved his hand, and after pressing the password in sequence on the console, another brand new picture appeared in the eyes of Lei Mingkai and Cecil. Is this nightmare? Cecil stared slightly at the huge body that occupied almost the entire screen. On the screen, I saw a huge machine body that could not be seen clearly and almost occupied by mosaics was facing away from the camera, as if it was at war with a certain existence. The only thing that can be seen clearly is that the back of this huge body does not have the unique cockpit of Nightmare. No. It's not Nightmare. Lei Mingkai denied Cecil's words, and carefully examined the huge body that appeared in the screen. This is not the Nightmare as we know it. Its height, and its shape, are not designed by our usual design ideas. Right? Lloyd. Papa. Lloyd clapped his palms in admiration. Congratulations, you are right. You deserve to be a top student at the Royal Academy. Cecil, you are too embarrassing this time. Thanks to you for being with me for so long. Actually, I'm really sorry. Sire quickly bowed and apologized. No, don't need to be here. Actually, when I saw this unit, it was similar to Cecil. Lloyd put on a serious face as he spoke. Do you know? If you calculate a rough ratio based on the size shown on the screen, the result is that this mysterious and huge body is at least about 19 meters tall. 19 meters. How is it possible? According to our energy system, it is impossible to provide a stable output energy for a body of this height. Sire denied again. Yes. According to our current Nightmare design and manufacturing ideas, it is indeed impossible to make such a large body. Lloyd nodded and approved Cecil's denial. However, he said again. However, the body in this video did exist. Don't you want to know what caused the port explosion? This is the reason. Lloyd raised his hand and tapped the screen, uttering the truth word by word. Lloyd, do you mean the explosion caused by the battle between this huge body and the dark shadow? Lloyd shook his head and did not deny Lei Mingkai's doubts, but he was not sure either. This is what we must investigate. Yes. This is the task delegated by the new Governor Cornelia. In fact, Lloyd knew that this might be because he was too eager, which caused Cornelia, who was not very optimistic about the mission, to give him this task. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com sent the mission to save old age. It's walking back and forth in front of you. Lloyd, isn't there a clearer video? Lei Mingkai suddenly asked, watching the video carefully. No, that's the only thing. It seems that because of some kind of interference, the cameras arranged in the entire port have almost lost their function. You know, in this port, there are hundreds of cameras, large and small. Many. Lloyd stepped back and leaned against the wall and continued, it is already very reluctant to be able to photograph the dark shadow and the mysterious body. No matter how to ponder the existence of dark shadows and huge bodies, investigation work still needs to be carried out. Yes, when the investigation was carried out to the second day, an urgent order broke this busy scene and completely ignited Lloyd's passion. The mission is here. The mission is finally able to participate in the actual combat. Lancelot can appear again. What task? Lei Mingkai, who was debugging Lancelot, jumped from the opened cockpit and landed in front of Lloyd. The kidnapping incident. A kidnapping incident occurred at the Conference Center Hotel in Lake Kawaguchi. The robbers claimed to be the Neon Liberation Front. This is a hostage video. Sire, who came from the side, raised his hand and handed the tablet to Lei Mingkai. The next moment, the pupils of Lei Mingkai's eyes shrank. Yuffie. Although the camera is only panning in the crowd, Lei Mingkai with amazing eyesight can still see clearly in the crowd. The beautiful long pink hair and the piece are still familiar even with the eyes on as a cover. Face. She is the third Empress Euphemia Lee Britannia. Chapter 16, Sudden Hostage Incident. 2/3. Had to sigh. When Lloyd was disappointed in the investigation of the port that shouldn't be in charge of the commission, God suddenly opened another door. Facing this sudden hostage kidnapping incident, Lloyd shouted excitedly when Lancelot finally had a chance to play, but Cecil had to pour cold water. Because, in the order, it was not mentioned that the special agent should abandon the investigation task at hand and participate in the hostage kidnapping incident with all his strength. Hey! Is such a troublesome task still going on? Lloyd twitched his mouth, and after dismissing the investigation task casually, he drove Sire and Lei Mingkai directly into the truck. He drove towards Lake Kawaguchi in a slip. It is estimated that after walking for almost an hour, the full driving truck, driven by Lloyd, finally came to Lake Kawaguchi, and passed the checkpoint that Cornelia arranged on the road leading to Lake Kawaguchi. The news of the mission's arrival was also passed back to the land carrier where Cornelia was located. Governor. The mission you specifically named has arrived, and I have arranged for them to be stationed on the right wing of the headquarters. Adjutant Andreas Dalton bowed slightly to Cornelia who was sitting on the main seat. Cornelia nodded and asked, Dalton. What's the result of your investigation? The serious-faced middle-aged man bowed his head and said respectfully, Yes. Governor. According to our investigation, there is no major problem with the members of the mission. There are only 2 points that can draw the governor's attention. One is Lloyd, the head of the mission. And he is not only a classmate of the second Prince Schneider Britannia, but also a subordinate researcher of the second prince. In addition, Lloyd Asbrn seems to be still with His Majesty the Emperor has some connections. Cornelia nodded slightly, without commenting on it. Obviously, she was not interested in the existence of Lloyd Asbrn. As an adjutant Dalton who has followed Cornelia for many years, he naturally knows what Cornelia thinks. Therefore, he didn't talk too much nonsense. The second is the unknown knight who wore a mask all day. After investigation, it was found that nearly a month ago, the unknown knight was suddenly brought back to the mission by Lloyd and became the only seventh in the world. The Knight of Lancelot for generations of Nightmare. Hearing this, Cornelia asked, "Is it all?" Dalton. The adjutant who was serious from beginning to end shook his head slightly. "No. Governor. This is only superficial intelligence. After a lot of hard work, our intelligence officers discovered that the unknown knight, whom Lloyd called K, was actually looking for it from the Royal Knights Academy." "Oh? The Royal Knights Academy? Was it the academy ordered by the father on a sudden whim 2 years ago? Interesting. Anything else?" Cornelia's eyes gradually showed interest. Unfortunately, the adjutant shook his head and bends lower. "I'm very sorry, Governor. Our intelligence personnel have found this, and they have reached the limit. It seems that someone is secretly blocking our investigation." Block. When Cornelia heard this word, a cold light flashed across her eyes. Yes. During the investigation of the Royal Knights Academy, our intelligence personnel have been identified and threatened secretly more than once. In order to protect the lives of the intelligence personnel, after much consideration, I finally ordered a stop. Investigation order. The loyal adjutant pleaded guilty to Cornelia with trepidation. Failing to complete the governor's order is really a crime. Please the governor punish. Cornelia shook her head, got up from the main position, walked to the adjutant's body, raised his hand and patted the adjutant's shoulder, and said softly, "Dalton. Keep your head up. It doesn't matter if it's you or an intelligence officer. Have done very well. It seems that both Lloyd and his father are keeping a secret that they don't want others to know." At this point, Cornelia chuckled lightly. "Never mind. Let's put aside the special mission. What's the situation with the terrorists?" "Yes. It's still at a stalemate. Before we arrived, we had tried rescue plans from the air and underwater, but all failed without exception." The staff officer standing next to Dalton told Cornelia. "One report. They all failed? Humph. It seems that the terrorists have come prepared." Cornelia's face became more fierce, but more worried. Seeing this, the staff officer couldn't help taking a deep breath and uttering the final rescue plan. From the current situation, the only feasible rescue plan is to use the supply channel extending from the underground to below the Conference Center Hotel, rush to the Conference Center Hotel underground, destroy the foundation, and sink the hotel into the water. Finally, take advantage of it. When the terrorists are in chaos, our army can send special forces into the hotel to rescue the hostages." The staff member paused, and continued, "Since this supply channel was built for the transportation of supplies, there is enough space for Nightmare to pass. According to previous engagement records, the hostage-taking terrorists should not have too many targets. Nightmare's heavy weapons. Therefore, the chances of being able to rescue the hostages are great." Cornelia, who was worried that Euphemia would be identified, did not think too much about this battle plan. After all, the staff with outstanding capabilities had made various attempts before, and in the end, only the plan in front of them could choose. "Lloyd. Can you talk to the governor?" Lei Mingkai, who watched the 3 Sunderlands put into the supply channel leading to the conference center by crane one after another, turned his head and looked at Lloyd and asked. "It can be. But I have already submitted an application before. It's just that the governor does not seem to allow Lancelot to participate in the war." Lloyd was also somewhat helpless. "Since I can call them here with an urgent order, I shouldn't leave them alone." As a result, he could only stare at the conference center in a daze. "Try again. I'm afraid this assault will fail." Lei Mingkai's face gradually became solemn. "Fail? Probably not. According to terrorists, there doesn't seem to be too many heavy weapons against Nightmare. Although Sunderland is not as good as Lancelot, but... Before Lloyd had finished speaking, a roar suddenly burst from the supply channel. Immediately afterwards, a gust of wind rushed out of the passageway used by Sunderland when it entered the attack passage before without warning, swaying the vehicle parked next to it. Forward! Lloyd was stunned, and quickly asked Cecil to find out what happened. The news from the mothership is linear cannon. It seems to be a modified turret. The 3 Sunderlands we sent were all destroyed in an instant. Sire was surprised and quickly said the information from the mothership. Exit. Linear cannon? Terrorists still have this stuff. This is terrible. Even if more Sunderland goes together, it's just a problem. As he said, the corners of Lloyd's mouth gradually rose. He turned his eyes to Lei Mingkai and said confidently, "K, you are about to appear." Lei Mingkai shook his head. "Lloyd, can you talk to Governor Cornelia? If it continues like this, the existence of the Third Queen will be detected by the terrorists." Although Lloyd realized from Lei Mingkai's tone that this was not a joke, he still felt that he had to confirm with Cornelia. It's just that it's Lloyd's own business how to confirm it. "Governor, here is a special call. Direct communication with the governor is requested." Just as Cornelia was at a loss, Lloyd's communication appeared in time. "Lloyd, what do you want to do?" Cornelia's gaze was very sharp. It seemed that in the next moment, if Lloyd didn't give a satisfactory answer, Cornelia would order the commissioner to be excluded from this operation. "No, the governor. This time the protagonist is not me. It is him who wants to communicate with the governor." Knight K. Lloyd bowed slightly to Cornelia, then exited the screen, leaving room for the man wearing a white driving suit and a silver mask. The unknown Knight K. Cornelia recognized him in an instant. "Yes. Governor. I am the special test pilot Knight K." Lei Mingkai gave a knight salute. "You read www.yuyuganshu.com and said respectfully. Let's talk. I don't have much time now." Cornelia pressed the anxiety in her heart to keep herself calm. "Your Highness. Please let me take on the assault mission." Lei Mingkai expressed his request. "Why?" Cornelia stood up and stared at Lei Mingkai. If it weren't across the screen, Cornelia even wanted to take off the silver mask on Lei Mingkai's face, straight through his eyes, and see through his heart. "Yufei." Lei Mingkai slowly said a name. When the name came out, Cornelia was shocked. Her heroic face became ferocious, and her voice became deep and hoarse. "How did you know?" "Why should the governor ask knowingly?" Lei Mingkai said flatly. Cornelia clenched his fists tightly, and just when he wanted to close his eyes and wonder whether he could trust the unknown knight, a sudden change occurred. "Governor! Things have changed." Under the exclamation of the staff, several figures appeared on the top floor of the conference center hotel. Are several terrorists with guns and a hostage with his hands tied. The next second, the hostage begging for mercy was kicked off the top floor by the cold terrorist. Hostage, died. Then, the terrorist leader also issued a death threat. "Governor! Lancelot and I are on standby at any time." Cornelia stopped Lei Mingkai's words by raising her hand. "Knight K. I allow you to attack. However, you must ensure that the Third Emperor Euphemia Lee Britannia is completely rescued." "Yes. In the name of a knight." Chapter 17, Assault. 33. After finishing the communication, Lloyd looked at Lei Mingkai with a sigh and said, "I didn't expect the Third Queen to be kidnapped." "K, how did you find out?" Lei Mingkai raised his hand to put on the headset, and said calmly, "Because Her Royal Highness is too dazzling, so I can find her in the crowd." "Oh hat!" Lloyd let out an exclamation when he heard it. "Too dazzling? Gee! I said K, your peach blossom luck seems to be more than that simple." "Interesting. Interesting. Lei Ming Kai did not pay any attention to Lloyd, who was still burying him, and turned to look at Cecil. Miss Cecil. Lancelot, ready to attack. Understood. The equipment used this time is a handheld rifle, variable Varus. Because of the powerful impact of the ammunition used, please try to avoid being affected by the explosion when shooting. Slaughter made the final preparations for the attack, while telling Lei Ming Kai about the characteristics of the new equipment. But Lei Ming Kai has his own views on the next action. Miss Cecil. Did you bring the MSV radiation vibration sword? Is there, but it doesn't seem to be necessary. Sahil hadn't answered yet, and Lloyd was the first to speak. No. It can be used. Lei Ming Kai did not express his thoughts. Moreover, when Lancelot was ready and was sent to the supply channel, the abnormality regenerated. 0. The man that Cornelia has been looking for since arriving in District 11 appeared. Because of his appearance, Lancelot was also given the order to suspend the attack and stand by. Oh. Why are you getting together? K. It seems that your idea of going to the hero to save the United States has to be postponed. Lloyd said jokingly while looking towards the bridge. No. It is impossible for the governor to trust Zero. Moreover, the governor should want to kill Zero and the terrorists. Lei Ming Kai's expression remained unchanged, and he remained calm, waiting for the order to attack. Really? There seems to be a result. K. The governor seems to have reached an agreement with Zero. They are on the bridge. Lloyd murmured, then was startled by the sudden access to the communication. K. The governor asked to communicate with you separately. Understand. Lei Ming Kai nodded and opened the communication. Knight K. Now you have one more task. While guaranteeing the safety of the Third Empress Euphemia Lee Britannia, kill Zero and bring his head back to see me. On the screen, Cornelia's face is fierce and murderous. Lei Ming Kai made a fist with his right hand, knocked his heart, and said in a deep voice. Yes, Your Highness. S attack time was set as 3 minutes after Zero entered the conference center hotel. In just 3 minutes, it was just a matter of effort. Just when Lei Ming Kai adjusted his state to the most perfect state, the attack order was issued. Lancelot, it's time to attack. Learn. Just after Lei Ming Kai's voice, Lancelot's high-speed driving wheels exploded with all their strength. In an instant, Lancelot rushed out 100 meters away, and rushed toward the depths of the supply channel like a gallop. Lancelot, who was moving at high speed, was quickly caught by the enemy lurking in the supply channel. In the next second, Sunderland, who had attacked before, hated Huangquan's big killer linear cannon, which is what the terrorist called the super electromagnetic grenade heavy artillery, quickly locked Lancelot. The ultra-high voltage is also flooding the thick barrel at this moment. As long as the voltage reaches the critical moment, the cannonball with great lethality will be fired out, annihilating all the invading enemies in one fell swoop. Coming. The moment an electric light illuminates in the depths of the passage, Lei Ming Kai's chills immediately exploded. Boom! The electric light exploded a flash of light deep in the passage. Lei Ming Kai pulled both hands back at the same time, and Lancelot, who was moving at high speed, immediately slowed down, reversed the high-speed driving wheels, and quickly retreated at the highest reverse speed. Then, at the moment when the bullet body bursting out of the howitzer shell roared, Lei Ming Kai alternately pushed and pulled his hands. Lancelot continued to make a sharp left turn under his actions. Emergency maneuvers such as turning sharply to the right, forward, backward, or even jumping in place, are used to dodge the numerous bullet bodies that have almost blocked the road. Boom! 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 In the violent explosion that broke out on the wall and the bullets hit the ground one by one, Lancelot either turned over and jumped, or rushed to the top of the channel, or drifted on the screen wall, like a ghost, seeing the explosion without objects, and heading towards the enemy at full speed. Rushed over. Boom! There was another violent explosion. but, still unable to stop Lancelot from moving forward. In the smoke, Lancelot raised the rifle in his hand. "K. The distance is too short now. You will be affected by the explosion." From the data feedback, Cecil shouted immediately when he saw Lancelot raising his gun and preparing to shoot. "No. Time is not enough. The road must be opened as fast as possible." "What?" The eagerness in Lei Mingkai's tone stunned Cecil, but he couldn't understand why Lei Mingkai suddenly became so eager. "There is no other reason. That is, since the Shinjuku incident, the memory fragments that have not moved anymore suddenly appeared at this critical moment." In the dim, Lei Mingkai saw Euphemia's solemn words, stood up firmly from the crowd squatting on the ground, and stood up for the girl who was almost beaten by the terrorists. This scene caused Lei Mingkai's heart to suddenly tighten. What will happen to the terrorists who are holding Cornelia hostage after they learn about Euphemia's identity? Without Lei Mingkai's thinking, he was able to guess it. Time is not enough. There was an electric light in front of his eyes again, and Lei Mingkai decisively pressed the trigger. Boom! The moment the Zi popped out of the chamber, the roar continued. At the same time, the enemy's all-out shooting was launched at this moment in the moment of life and death. Strong collision. As a result, the enemy's all-out shooting was lost to the new weapon that Lancelot was equipped with this time. At the moment the bullet fired from the rifle broke through the barrier of the grenade and submerged in the thick barrel, an earth-shattering explosion exploded. The extremely violent power blew up the supply channel in the blink of an eye, and at the same time it exploded a huge splash of tens of meters high on the water. "Hey!" In the spray, Lancelot's figure broke through the water. Then, Lancelot flicked his right hand, and the rifle that made the killing was randomly dropped on the bridge. This scene drove Lloyd behind him crazy. "That's new equipment. How could this throw it on the ground like garbage?" Lei Mingkai, who was paying attention to the conference center hotel, ignored Lloyd's wailing. Lancelot stretched his right hand to his back, and the MSV radiation vibrating sword was held in his hand. Then, Lancelot flicked his left hand, and the claw on the forearm suddenly ejected. In an instant, he broke the glass of the building and hooked the wall of the hotel tightly. OM. Following the rapid recovery of the hook's rope, Lancelot slammed into the hotel with the sound of the wind. Boom! Under all eyes, Lei Mingkai drove Lancelot directly into the hotel with a brutal attitude. "What? Didn't attack as planned?" Cornelia, standing on the cockpit of the exclusive body Gloucester, clenched her right fist, but didn't get into trouble. Because she knew that the location where Lancelot launched the impact was exactly around the room where the hostages were. "I'm afraid Lei Mingkai has already made this plan from the beginning. Otherwise, it would be impossible to make such a move in haste. If Yuffie is hurt, I will never spare you." Knight K. Although Cornelia understands in her heart, it is true that Lei Mingkai violated the battle plan. In the billowing smoke, the terrorist, who was shaken by the violent impact launched by Lancelot, was knocked over in twos and threes by a figure rushing out of the smoke before he stood up. Crack! Lei Mingkai picked up a submachine gun from the terrorist who was immersed in a pool of blood, moved the bolt along with his hand, and after confirming that the bullet was correct, he kicked the door open, which was a burst of fire. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The hostage who had not yet reacted to Lancelot's shock was frightened by the sudden gunshots, holding their heads on the ground and screaming again and again. In the flash of gunpowder. Scream! The terrorists fell to the ground one after another. Quiet! Lei Mingkai yelled after confirming that there were no enemies. Yuffie, Euphemia Lee Britannia. Is the third queen there? Lei Mingkai asked again after seeing that the hostage had barely calmed down. I know you. You are the special Knight K. Her Royal Highness was just taken away by terrorists. Go and save him. A young woman with short brown hair stood up from the crowd. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com looked at Lei Mingkai and said. You should be Yuffie, the guard of the third queen. Don't you feel negligent? Take it, and now you first cover the hostages to retreat. Your Highness, let me save. Although Lei Mingkai knew that the memory fragment that appeared suddenly could not go wrong, after seeing the female guard who was already negligent, there was still a fire in his heart. The female guard also knew that she was negligent, and after silently receiving the submachine gun from Lei Mingkai, she began to organize the hostages to evacuate. White Cat. Lei Mingkai hurriedly left the warehouse, shouting in a low voice as he walked. Sakura Stone. Make a deal. While running, two terrorists suddenly appeared on the other side of the aisle. Damn Bretonians! Go to hell! They quickly raised their submachine guns and fired at Lei Mingkai. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Amidst the roaring bullet rain, Lei Mingkai rolled on the spot and quickly hid behind the display cabinet on the other side of the aisle. The girl went straight for 30 meters and turned into the third room from the left. She seems to be safe now. The White Cat squatted beside Lei Mingkai and said lazily. Learn. Crack, click, click. At the moment when the enemy emptied the ammunition, Lei Mingkai took the opportunity and rushed out from the back of the display cabinet. He shot twice at the terrorist who could not react. Puff! Puff! The terrorist who was still yelling and cursing just then fell to the ground with his eyes wide open. Chapter 18, Reunion 0, 1/3. Tap. The sound of footsteps kept coming from the aisle. Behind these waves of footsteps, there are always screams and gunshots. But in this rain of bullets that was enough to flood the aisle, there was a white, fuzzy little figure that arbitrarily shuttled through it. The little figure flashed past. At the moment, without anyone's attention, two dark shadows rose into the sky. And just now, he was holding a submachine gun and blocked the aisle with a barrage. The enemy who prevented Lei Mingkai from breaking through the line of defense also rolled to the ground with the two shadows, thumped, and fell to the ground. What? The two terrorists at the back didn't seem to have reacted yet, they just stared blankly at their companions who suddenly fell to the ground silently, until the two black shadows rolling on the ground slowly stopped under their feet. They were shocked. He found that his companion was actually head down. How is this possible? In horror, the white shadow reappeared. The terrorist, who finally realized what had happened, immediately raised his gun and fired frantically at the white shadow. Da-da-da-da, da-da-da. However, they didn't hit the white shadow. Instead, Lei Mingkai, who was seeing the chance, shot twice in a row and fell to the ground. After turning, it is the room where the girl you are looking for is located. The mysterious White Cat lightly landed on the top of the display cabinet on the side of the aisle, looking at Lei Mingkai and said, Lei Mingkai crouched beside the terrorist's corpse and searched for a few times. After taking out two grenades from above, he nodded. I thought you wanted to use power, but in the end it made me take it. It really surprised me. The mysterious White Cat stepped forward, stepping gracefully on the top of the display cabinet, and said lightly. Is it used by me? From the results, they are all consistent. Lei Mingkai replaced the submachine gun with a new magazine and said while pulling the bolt. Hey! The memory is gone, it is indeed the same. The White Cat laughed mockingly, jumped off the display cabinet and landed on the floor that was flooded with blood. The strange thing is that the pure white and flawless coat color will not be contaminated by the smelly blood, as if there is an incomprehensible mysterious power separating the mysterious White Cat from the pool of blood. Hurry up! The battle just now has alarmed the fanatical terrorists. The mysterious White Cat looked up at Lei Mingkai, then turned and disappeared at the corner of the aisle. Then, there was a burst of gunfire and flames. In the corner of the aisle, there is a rain of bullets. Lei Mingkai stepped forward, pressed his back against the wall, and listened in silence to the size of the gunshots. After the gunshots gradually ceased, he pulled out the safety pins of the two grenades in his hand and threw his hands deep into the aisle. Grenade! After a burst of exclamation, the roar of two grenade explosions immediately flooded the aisle. Lei Mingkai's body was short, and while rolling towards the middle of the aisle, he quickly raised the submachine gun in his hand and fired continuously into the depths of the aisle. Even if it is covered by the smoke from the explosion, it cannot prevent Lei Mingkai from killing the enemy. What's more, in the thick smoke, the mysterious white cat also showed its sharp claws toward the enemy like a ghost. After a short while, with the cooperation of Lei Mingkai and the mysterious white cat, the last obstacle was finally cleared. It's here. The mysterious white cat crouched in front of a room door and said, looking at Lei Mingkai who was changing the magazine. Lei Mingkai nodded, but didn't immediately unlock the door of the room. After being silent for a while, Lei Mingkai lifted his leg and kicked the door violently, and immediately slammed back to his original position. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Sure enough, the moment the door was kicked open by Lei Mingkai, a burst of gunfire broke out in the room more violently than in the previous battle. Let's not talk about anything else, just by looking at the bullet holes on the wall opposite the door, which are increasing at a crazy rate, you can know that the people hiding in the room are already prepared. Stop it! In less than a minute, there was a majestic voice in the room. The Britannians over there listen, put down their weapons and surrender, otherwise, the life of Her Royal Highness Euphemia Lee Britannia will not be guaranteed. Hey! A cold light flashed in Lei Mingkai's eyes, and then he threw the submachine gun in his hand toward the opened door. Kong dang! With the sound of the submachine gun falling to the ground, Lei Mingkai, who raised his hands, slowly appeared in front of the terrorists. Hey! Are you alone? Really brave! After seeing Lei Mingkai appearing alone, a middle-aged man with a beard and a hairstyle like a crab, a middle-aged man in an old neon military uniform flashed with admiration. Regardless of the enemy's strength, the middle-aged man with a martial spirit was really moved by Lei Mingkai's bravery. Although I admire your bravery, Britannian, the timing of your appearance is wrong. The middle-aged man raised his right hand and smiled. Attack! K. Run! Euphemia, who was held hostage by a soldier, hurriedly shouted when she saw the middle-aged man order Lei Mingkai to be killed. Da 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 da! The gunfire started again. However, in the barrage, no one could see the blood spattered by the bullet breaking through the human body, and even Lei Mingkai's figure disappeared. How to return? Lei Mingkai who disappeared suddenly made the middle-aged man stunned. The next moment, the middle-aged man was surprised to find that he seemed to have risen in the air, and then rotated and landed on the ground. It was not until the moment before his eyes fell into darkness that he realized that his body was still staying in place. Lieutenant Colonel! Amidst the exclamation, when a white figure shuttled among the many terrorists, bursts of blood mist exploded one after another. Who is it? Shoot! Shoot! The enemies that could not be seen clearly and could not be caught made the terrorists who had lost their leader panicked. Plop! Plop! In the blink of an eye, the situation reversed in an instant. The terrorists who had taken Euphemia as a hostage just now all fell down in a short span of time. There is only one young man wearing a white pilot and a silver mask, and the third queen who is protected by him. Wonderful! Who are you? After Lei Mingkai suddenly broke out and killed the enemy in a weird way, and successfully regained Euphemia, a figure wearing a black helmet and black cloak raised a pistol and walked out of the shadow of the room slowly. 0. Lei Mingkai's eyes were full of murderous intent, and drops of red blood were slowly dripping from his right hand to the ground. At the moment, Lei Mingkai finally chose to use the power of the mysterious white cat. Therefore, with the power of the mysterious white cat, Lei Mingkai was able to transform into a ghost and reverse the situation in a short period of time in a very strange way. Save Euphemia! Don't move! Although your performance just now is amazing, no matter how powerful the power is, there will be a corresponding price. Kamen Rider, if you still want to save the third emperor, then stay there obediently. Have to admit. Is just the first time to use power in front of others, Zero has already seen through Lei Mingkai's details at a glance. This makes Lei Mingkai feel jealous of Zero. He was right. With your current body, you can't stand the strength for too long. The white cat's voice sounded in Lei Mingkai's ears. Lei Mingkai narrowed his eyes slightly, protecting Euphemia, who was hesitant to speak, behind him. You still want to kill me? Hey, Kamen Rider! Look! This is the button that can blow up this hotel. If you want to kill me, just let it go. Zero's voice revealed a calm and unhurried force, which made Lei Mingkai jealous. Yes. As Zero said, now Lei Mingkai feels that the power that caused him to reverse the situation in an instant just now seems to be exhausted. If you drag it down again, I am afraid that even Euphemia will not be able to protect it. Under the choice, Lei Mingkai raised his foot and picked up a corpse on the ground and flew away in the direction of Zero. Then, Lei Mingkai turned around and hugged Euphemia, rushing out of the room while convicting him. Your Royal Highness, sorry. Please bear with me now. Lei Mingkai had just rushed out of the room with Euphemia in his arms, when a shock suddenly came from the bottom of the hotel. Zero detonated the bomb. Yuffie, hold on. Lei Mingkai gritted his teeth, no longer caring about the situation where his strength had reached its limit, and rushed towards the location where Lancelot was. Your eyes. While running at full speed, Euphemia, who was held in Lei Mingkai's arms, was shocked to see the blood and tears flowing from under the mask. Lei Mingkai didn't answer, he just clenched his teeth, lowered his head and shoulders, slammed open the door, and rushed to Lancelot. Boom! The fragile floor was unable to withstand the violent explosion, and in an instant it turned into countless fragments and shot out in all directions. Fortunately, Lei Mingkai had taken Euphemia into the cockpit of Lancelot at this time, and successfully activated Lancelot and the energy light shield on his arm. Papa! Under the attack of the flying debris, Lancelot, who raised the energy light shield, retreated at full speed, until the moment he was about to leave the hotel, he jumped back with all his strength and jumped from the interior of the hotel into the air. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Yuffie, hold on tight. Although Lancelot has escaped the danger of being crushed by the collapsed hotel, Lancelot is in the air at a height of 100 meters at this time. If you don't act in time, even if Lancelot won't be broken, Lei Mingkai and Euphemia sitting in the cockpit will be killed by the huge impact caused by the falling to the ground. Seeing a critical situation, under Lei Mingkai's manipulation, Lancelot raised his left hand and shot a hook towards the top floor of the hotel. Crack! At the moment when the claws were fixed on the top of the hotel, Lancelot's figure stopped falling, and quickly flew towards the top of the hotel. But, it's just relative. After all, the hotel itself was plunged into the lake quickly because of the explosion of the bomb that Zero had placed at the bottom. But even this is enough to get Lancelot out of the danger of falling. Boom! In the smoke and dust, the collapse of the hotel gradually came to an end. And on the platform at the top of the surviving hotel, Lancelot stood there unharmed. This made everyone who was terrified by the sudden explosion secretly relieved. Are you okay? At this time when the dust was almost settled, a panicked voice sounded from Lancelot's cockpit. What happened? Lancelot. As soon as Cecil turned on the internal camera of Lancelot's cockpit, he was shocked by the pale and bleeding Lei Mingkai. Wake up! The third Empress resounded through the communication channel in panic. Chapter 19, Before the Storm, Tuesday/Wednesday. Governor. Sister Emperor. Only 1 hour, only 1 hour. Let me go to the hospital. On the night when the hijacking incident ended, Euphemia, who had just returned to the governor's mansion, did not take a sigh of relief, so she asked Cornelia to go to the hospital. The result can be imagined. Before the impact of the hijacking incident was completely calmed down, Cornelia couldn't, and didn't dare to let Euphemia leave the governor's mansion again. In fact, the death of all the kidnappers brought new problems when Cornelia was relieved. That was the murderer Zero, who killed the third Prince Clovis, openly announced the establishment of an illegal organization called the Black Knights under the influence of the hostage incident. If Cornelia, who has witnessed all this happen, hadn't taken care of Euphemia's safety, she would definitely order Zero and others to be wiped out as soon as possible. With countless thoughts flashing in his mind, Cornelia stopped, turned and looked at her anxious sister, sighed and said, "Euphy, I know you are worried about that night, but the doctor has not done it. Have you come to a conclusion? Although it looks scary on the outside, it's just a trauma from the fierce battle." While talking, Cornelia took a step forward, raised her hand and stroked Euphemia's profile, and said softly, "Euphy, what you should do now is to adjust your mentality, rest well, and then choose a suitable one. Time to visit that man, Knight K, otherwise, his desperate efforts to rescue you from the terrorists will be wasted. You know." Seeing Cornelia's determination, Euphemia finally bit her lip, nodded and obeyed Cornelia's words, and went back to the room to rest under the leadership of the maid when Sun rushed over. Watching Euphemia return to the room surrounded by many maids, Cornelia let out a sigh of relief. As a sibling, Cornelia knew that if Euphemia kept going, she might loosen up, so she allowed Euphemia to go to the hospital to visit the Cayman rider. Dalton. What's the result of the conference center hotel survey? After stabilizing her mind, Cornelia quickly put her mind on business. Yes. According to the investigation results from the corpses unearthed from the ruins, the terrorists were indeed killed by the specially appointed Knight K with a long sword, as the deputy governor said. Long sword? How is it possible? Although the soldiers of our Britannia Empire are excellent, the enemy is a terrorist who can survive this overwhelming disadvantage for several years. Such well-trained soldiers will be killed with a long sword. Cornelia obviously didn't believe all of her sister's words. She knew that Euphemia was hiding something from her. Even if these things do not have a bad effect on Euphemia, or even her, Cornelia, Euphemia's concealment really makes Cornelia feel anxious. Continue to clear the ruins. In addition, after the notification, let the propaganda department make necessary reports on this incident. Yes. Governor. Standing in the aisle, Cornelia looked sideways at the moon in the night sky outside the window, and sighed secretly. Perhaps, there will be a storm coming. At the same time, in a room in the office building of the Student Union of Ashford College. Damn it! With a shout, a black helmet was thrown on the bed and rolled around until it hit a delicate body. What's the matter? Have you been hit by someone? With that cold expression as always, the woman lying on the bed holding the pillow raised her head slightly, and looked at the teenager who showed an angry expression. What the is that? What is that kind of power? The boy stepped forward, grabbing the girl's shoulder, and quickly asked. Power. With the long green hair flying, the girl's expression became more and more puzzled. Power? Don't you already know it? No. That would definitely not be Gisa's power. CC. Before you signed a contract with me, did you have a contractor similar to me? Suddenly, the boy thought of a possibility. The green-haired girl in front of her has an immortal existence. In other words, she is not as simple as this young appearance on the outside, but inside is actually an existence that has lived for at least hundreds of years. In this way, the boy imagined that in the hundreds of years, there were definitely other existences that were exactly the same as him and had signed a contract with CC. Calm. The green-haired girl, that is, CC raised his hand to catch the boy's hands, and snorted coldly. It's just an accident. Can you be like this? Is the oath you swore so simple and vulnerable? After C.C's cold drink, the boy finally found his sanity. He loosened CC's shoulders, stepped back and fell on the sofa, raised his hand to cover his face, and murmured, "That's hell. 1 second is a living person, the next second is the head separated. Is this scared? Have you forgotten? Before that, how many people did you kill with your own hands? How many people committed suicide fanatically because of an order of yours? You, with all the bones behind you, would still be afraid of this?" Liu Xiu. CC sat up from the bed, looked at the depressed teenager, and said every word. "Hey! Yes! There are bones behind me." After a cold snort, the young man named Lelich looked up at CC and said with a sharp look, "I should thank you." CC. "But, my previous one. Question, you haven't answered me yet. CC, do you still have a contractor like me?" CC was silent. The two eyes looked at each other in the air, without any emotions, but simply looking at each other. Gradually, CC subconsciously avoided Lelich's gaze. When the moonlight passed through the curtains made of tulle and scattered on the ground, C's voice faintly sounded. "Yes. But, he doesn't have as strong power as you said." Sure enough. Lulu Xiu's eyes gradually sharpened. C's confession made Liu Xiu feel a sense of urgency. The girl in front of her is undoubtedly her contractor and the source of geese that she now counts on. If CC feels that he does not have the ability to realize her wish, then it means that the current geese will be taken back. CC. Where is his name? Liu Xiu's voice was calm and unwavering. However, CC noticed a trace of murderous aura from it. "Don't worry. Lelich. That kid won't hinder you or hinder me." CC once again avoided Lelich's gaze, and said in a calm but faintly pitiful voice, "That kid, it's just a poor child who was dragged into by me." Hell. Liu Xiu snorted coldly when he heard this word. "Is hell? Very good. In that case, I will put him aside. See. If he affects my plan, then I will definitely kill him." CC was silent. She didn't know how to respond to Lelich. Whether it's Lelich or the poor child, CC really couldn't find any solution in a short time. "By the way, CC, you are an immortal witch. Have you really seen a power other than geese?" Facing Lelich's question again, CC shook his head and gave an affirmative answer. "No. Although I can't remember how many years I have lived, but I can be sure that in this world, there is only such an extraordinary power as geese." "Really? I see." This time, Lelich believed C's words. He turned around and opened the curtains, staring at the direction of Lake Kawaguchi, and muttered, "It seems that in this world, there is another force that we don't know is disrupting the world. Are you afraid?" Lelich. "You know, human beings are always scared when facing unknown existence." CC turned his head to look at Lelich's back. Liu Xiu put down the curtains, turned around, turned his back to the moonlight, looked at CC, with an unwavering expression on his face. "Fear? Fear? Yes. I am very scared now. I am also very scared. However, I very much hope that this unknown force can disrupt the world as soon as possible. Because, only in this way can I realize my dream: destroy Britannia." A few days later, Cornelia, who has finally dealt with the follow-up work of the kidnapping incident, has not had time to take a sigh of relief, but is disturbed by the sudden arrival of Euphemia. Cornelia glanced at the captain of the guard, Gilbert, who showed a helpless look, and shook his head slightly to signal the others to leave the room. "Euphy, have you rested these days?" Cornelia smiled slightly. "Emperor sister. I have enough rest. Can I go to the hospital for a visit now? You know, this is also one of the vice-governor's jobs." After a few days, Euphemia moved out of the vice-governor's name and tried to get permission to go to the hospital. Such a change made Cornelia suddenly dumbfounded. However, Cornelia finally agreed to Euphemia's request. However, before sending Euphemia to the hospital, Cornelia also gave Euphemia a warrant for her to bring it to Lei Mingkai. Governor. Is it really okay to do this? After Euphemia left the governor's mansion, Adjutant Dalton showed a slight hesitation on his face. Problem? Is there any problem? For the 11th district, I, Cornelia Lee Britannia, is the new governor, but for the nobles who control this land, this is nothing but it's just a passerby. Cornelia stood in front of the window, watching the convoy carrying Euphemia go further and further, and said powerfully. This is undoubtedly true. However, they have forgotten one thing. Although I, Cornelia, will not be the governor of the 11th district for long, my sister Euphemia Lee Brittany Yacho will be the governor of District 11. Having said this, Cornelia turned to look at his right-hand man, Dalton, and asked in a deep voice, in this case, should I personally clean up this rotten land before handing it over to the third party? Empress Euphemia. Cornelia's confession shocked Dalton. He never thought that from the beginning, Cornelia didn't care about the position of governor of District 11, but made a decision to clean it up and transfer it to her sister. Yes. Your Highness. As you wish. Chapter 20, Department Q, Wed/Wed. Congratulations. At the moment when Lei Mingkai opened his eyes and woke up from a coma, a familiar voice, a familiar face, and a familiar cynical smile appeared in front of him. Lloyd. Lei Mingkai frowned and turned his head left and right. After looking around the surroundings, he found that he was lying in the ward. After thinking about it, Lei Mingkai gradually remembered the moment when the conference center hotel collapsed. In order to take Euphemia to escape the dangerous place, he had to choose to maintain the last trace of strength and drove Lancelot to the top of the hotel platform. Finally, at the moment the danger left, the backlash of power caused Lei Mingkai to fall into a coma. That's the end of Lei Mingkai's memory. Tisk tusk. It was really dangerous at that time. Although you saved Lancelot and Her Royal Highness, your mask was almost taken off by Her Royal Highness Euphemia. Lloyd touched his chin, while looking at the silver mask on Lei Mingkai's face. And Sire on the side also said, speaking of it, it is really dangerous. If we are one step late, His Royal Highness Euphemia will probably take off your mask and check your situation. You know, you. There was blood all over the face at that time. Really? Lei Mingkai raised his hand and touched the mask on his face, feeling the coldness. Although the situation at that time was that Lei Mingkai was forced to wear this mask, as time went by, whether it was Lloyd, Cecil, or Lei Mingkai himself, they all maintained a tacit understanding and jointly kept the mask under the mask. Hidden secrets. Therefore, this mask is impossible and absolutely cannot be taken off by others. According to the results of the examination, your body has no major problems. You only need to be in the hospital for observation for 3 days before you can be discharged. Sai Sieter glanced at the medical record hanging at the end of the bed and said with a smile. Yes, yes, yes. If I still know some biology, I'm afraid I have to study your body. It's really enviable. From the appearance of such a terrible injury, it will recover in a few days. Lloyd looked at Lei Mingkai's medical records in surprise, then suddenly slapped his head and exclaimed, Oh, yes. Your new job is here. New job? Lei Mingkai blinked, seeming to be dull because of the long coma. Here. This is a warrant issued by Governor Cornelia. It was brought by Vice-Governor Euphemia himself 3 hours ago. Sire picked up a document from the table next to it and handed it to Lei Mingkai. When Lei Mingkai took the file and opened it for review, Lloyd did not forget to add salt and jealously said, It's a pity. If your Highness Euphemia comes 3 hours late, I'm afraid I can see her in her mind. Great hero. Lloyd. Sire seemed a little unbearable for Lloyd's salting and vinegar, and he hurriedly stopped. Lloyd curled his lips, straightened his face, looked at Lei Mingkai, who had read the warrant, and asked, So, what is the new job? Lei Ming-kai raised his hand and handed the warrant to Lloyd. Lloyd, take a look too. After all, it has something to do with the mission. Lloyd reached out and took the warrant. As a result, as soon as he saw the contents of the warrant, Lloyd screamed, "Impossible! If this continues, how can Lancelot collect actual combat data?" Some unidentified Cecil took a look at the warrant from Lloyd, and exclaimed, "Knight K, the test pilot under the technical department of the Special Dispatch Guide, will serve as the head of the special department and be responsible for the investigation and handling as of the day after receiving the warrant. All improper matters in District 11. Oh! If K accepts this warrant, Lancelot won't have a chance to strike again," Lloyd said with a grimace and grabbing his hair. Compared to Lloyd's frown, Lei Ming-kai has another opinion. "No, Lloyd. Even if I accept this warrant, I won't be able to drive Lancelot. You should know what the current improper matters in Area 11.2, and what is it?" "Forward." Lloyd was taken aback, blinked quickly, and suddenly screamed. "Aha! I get it. The Black Knights is an improper matter. The weird port explosion is also an improper matter. And the guerrillas are also improper. These factors may be taken out at will, and it may be possible for Lancelot to attack. Opportunity." As he talked, Lloyd laughed even more. "Moreover, there is no need to submit applications all the time. Judging from the authority, we should now be regarded as belonging to the government house, but maintaining an independent department." "Probably, that's it." Lei Ming-kai nodded. "If I'm not mistaken, maybe the governor will send someone to join this suddenly established department." "Hey? Wait. Now we are going to join this new department. Now it's Cecil's turn to be slow." "Yes. Yes." Lloyd nodded repeatedly. "I thought there was nothing good, but in the end I didn't expect that Governor Comlia would release such a large authority to K. Is this really good? I am afraid that such a large authority will cause trouble. Moreover, even if such a department is to be established, it is not our turn to dispatch or K to be the responsible person, right?" For Lloyd's optimism, Cecil always considers the long term. "No. Because of this, the governor gave this order. Let alone a special mission, I am afraid that the existence of an unknown knight will only be known to a few people. Therefore, after accepting this order, our own low-key style is also it can provide cover for early actions. Therefore, in investigating Zero and other things, there will be more convenient conditions than the guards." Although Lei Ming-kai has been in a coma these days, he is naturally quick-thinking. Guessed the meaning behind this warrant. The next day, a visitor proved that Lei Ming-kai's guess was correct. Silver long hair tied into a slanted ponytail, brown skin, tall figure, serious and fierce expression. "This is Veretta Nu, whom I haven't seen for many days." Lei Ming-kai has never seen her since the infighting incident in the Pure Blood faction. Moreover, according to the news from Lloyd, it seemed that it was due to the infighting incident of the Pure Blood faction, and some investigations were accepted. Now, the mainstay of this arrogant Pure Blood school is standing in front of Lei Ming-kai and saluting to Lei Ming-kai solemnly and solemnly. The 9th Special Division, Veretta Nugent, in the name of Governor Cornelia Lee Britannia, is here to report. Lei Ming-kai got up from the hospital bed and replied, "Welcome to join us." Veretta Nu. "Yes. Thank you very much." After a regular meeting ceremony, Lei Ming-kai asked Veretta to sit in a chair, nodded slightly and said, "Although I have guessed that the governor will send someone to come, I didn't expect it to be Veretta, your acquaintance." Veretta shook her head slightly, seemingly hesitant. But soon, she made a decision. "Actually, I applied for the transfer." The observant Lei Ming-kai noticed the unwillingness on Veretta's face. Did something happen? As soon as he exited, Lei Ming-kai stopped talking. "No. If it's inconvenient, you don't need to say. Now, I still need to ask you to do something for me." After opening her mouth, Veretta stood up and replied, "Yes. Please order." Veretta. Before tomorrow, I will check all the social welfare delivery conditions provided to 11. In addition, if possible, I hope to have a report on the illegal drug refrain before I am discharged from the hospital. On your desktop. Can it be done? Facing Lei Mingkai's obviously difficult request, Veretta did not flinch, but felt that her choice might not be wrong. Yes. There is no problem. The brown beauty took the first task decisively. The first mission was successfully reached. But this seems to have great authority, but in fact it is only for the new department of the Black Knights. The road ahead is still long. Moreover, when Veretta was collecting information about the social welfare distributed to 11, the Black Knights lurking in the dark finally took action. In the Black Knights, no, it should be said that under the leadership of Zero, the Black Knights quickly took down several corrupt officials and businessmen who secretly withheld social welfare and other aid materials, and put them to death. In just a few days, even if Lei Mingkai was still in the hospital, he could hear some wind from the nurses who had passed by. After all, the status of officials executed by the Black Knights is not low. Therefore, the speed of news dissemination is also very fast. Under such circumstances, Lei Mingkai no longer stayed peacefully in the hospital. Instead, he chose to leave the hospital early, went to the political affairs hall, and came to the office temporarily arranged for him. And Veretta, who heard the news early, also put all the prepared documents on the desk, waiting for Lei Mingkai's inspection. At the same time, Cornelia was also ordered to leave the original position, and the new people who joined this unheard of new department were also lined up in the office, waiting for Lei Mingkai's arrival. As soon as he stepped into the office, Lei Mingkai couldn't help but secretly thank that there was enough space in the office to allow the neatly arranged team of 20 teammates to stand calmly in front of the desk. Lei Mingkai ignored the various eyes of these newcomers, but calmly walked behind the desk, stood in his seat, and exchanged gazes with Veretta before looking at him. New subordinates. Perhaps, you are all wondering about one thing. Why did the governor transfer you to this obscure department to keep you away from previously familiar and promising positions? I am the same as you. I am also wondering why the governor will gather me and gather us here. Lei Mingkai paused, raised his hand and knocked on the files placed on the desktop, and then said in a deep voice, "But as long as you finish reading these files on the desktop, look carefully. I and your doubts are all it will be solved." Area 11. As a satellite territory area, when it was supposed to provide supplies to the Empire's soldiers fighting bravely on the front line, when it was supposed to provide a force for the prosperity of the Empire, it secretly breeds corruption that shouldn't exist. Dark. Lei Mingkai picked up the document about the distribution of social welfare and shook in the queue. Maybe you will laugh at me, this is just the normal state of the Empire. This is just the posture that the Empire should have in the dark. Facing such common sense, my answer is: you are all wrong. Although the governor of Cornelia strictly distinguishes the difference between Bretonnians and numbers. The governor knows that Bretonnian soldiers should fight on the front line and throw their heads and blood for the prosperity of the Empire. And number, under the safety protection provided to them by the noble and glorious Bretonnian soldiers, we should conscientiously produce supplies for the soldiers of the Empire. This, UU reading www.uuganshu.com, is the attitude that District 11 should have. Duty. At this point, Lei Mingkai picked up the file, threw it towards the queue, and asked loudly. You guys. Tell me loudly, why on earth is District 11 now like this? Is 11 stupid and uneducated? Is it because of the indiscriminate influx of illegal drugs? Or is it because of official corruption? For an instant, the audience was silent. Veretta, who was standing next to Lei Mingkai, looked at Lei Mingkai in shock. She never expected that Lei Mingkai would say something astonishing, and directly opened the fig leaf of the unspoken rules hidden under the table in District 11. In the silence, Lei Mingkai burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. It seems that you all understand what is going on here. Lei Mingkai snorted coldly, raised his finger outside the door, and said in a cold voice, "Those who are afraid, can leave immediately. Those who are bold, can stay. 30 seconds to consider. Veretta, count down." "Yes." Veretta responded and started the countdown. 30. 5s. 4. 3. 2. 1. After the countdown, Veretta casts his eyes on Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai nodded with satisfaction, looking at the queue that had never left or shaken. "It seems that those who are staying are brave people. Very good. So, from today on, we will all be members of the Special Department Q directly under Governor Cornelia." As soon as Lei Mingkai's voice fell, Veretta took the initiative to lead everyone to shout respectfully, "Yes, Lord." Chapter 21, First Encounter, 1/3. The bright moon hung high above the night sky. Under the night sky, even in the early hours of the morning, there is still a continuous flow of traffic on the ring road. A motorcade is driving quickly along the ring road towards a warehouse on the edge of the concession. The personnel are ready. On the command vehicle in the center of the convoy, Veretta handed a document to Lei Mingkai sitting in front of the podium. Lei Mingkai nodded, took the file, and after reading it for a while, he put it on the table casually. K0, will the Black Knights really appear? After Veretta paused on the document, she turned to Lei Mingkai and asked. Since the end of the hostage kidnapping incident, there have been constant attacks. The murderer is undoubtedly the Black Knights. But in fact, the Black Knights targeted some criminals and corrupt officials who were greedy for social welfare. Therefore, the prestige of the Black Knights is also increasing in 11. And, in a sense, the behavior of the Black Knights led by Zero is actually helping the concession to eliminate parasites. It will come. Judging from the frequency and scale of the attacks during this period, Zero and the Black Knights have fewer and fewer targets to choose from. Lei Mingkai tapped on the document with his right index finger, and said with a chuckle, although the nobles and officials are greedy, they all cherish their lives without exception. In these many attacks, there hasn't been any people can escape from the Black Knights. Therefore, during the period when the noble officials contracted their strength and protected themselves, the goals of Zero and the Black Knights became very clear. Veretta quickly followed Lei Mingkai's thinking. That's right. Veretta. Do you remember the memory loss you suffered during the Shinjuku incident? Lei Mingkai turned his head and looked at the brown beauty and asked. Shinjuku incident? Lei Mingkai didn't mention it. As soon as the Shinjuku incident was mentioned, Veretta's sense of humiliation immediately rose, making her resentful. Yes. The memory at the time was so vague that I could hardly remember it. Have you found a clue? Realizing that Lei Mingkai would not mention the Shinjuku incident for no reason, Veretta couldn't help but raised a glimmer of anticipation. Just got some ideas. Lei Mingkai nodded, but did not say it right away. Instead he gave an answer that Veretta was looking forward to. My idea is not enough to prove everything. So, I need more evidence. Veretta, if you can contact Jeremy Yocking, no, it should be Jeremy Goldbald now. Maybe my ideas will be proven faster. Facing Lei Mingkai's statement, Veretta nodded and said very understandingly, yes. Then, after this action, I will try to communicate with Jeremiah and ask him to come in person and talk to KU. To communicate. Please. After a short while, the convoy drove off the ring road and came to a large remote warehouse on the edge of the concession. Although the warehouse seemed remote and inaccessible, when the convoy approached, a car suddenly rushed out of each side of the road, blocking the road to the warehouse. This is the warehouse group to which Count Augustus belongs. Please inform your organization. After the convoy was forced to stop by the two cars, a middle-aged man also walked out of the cars and shouted to the convoy with great momentum. Augustus! Lei Mingkai cast his eyes on Veretta. August is one of the supervisors in charge of freight logistics in District 11. So there are indeed many large warehouses under his name. Veretta's answer made Lei Mingkai understand how hard the bones were about to be opened. Despite this, Lei Mingkai stood up from his seat, picked up the microphone in one hand, and said in a deep voice, "The convoy was intercepted. All members, act immediately. Attack into the warehouse at the fastest speed, control all personnel, and one by one. Find out how many contraband items are hidden in the warehouse." "Yes, your lord." Lei Mingkai gave an order, and the soldiers who were already ready to go immediately rushed out of the vehicle and quickly controlled the middle-aged man who was still shouting at the convoy. Then, a soldier with a gun and live ammunition swiftly rushed into the gate of the warehouse, and immediately pressed all the people who did not respond to the ground. "You, who are you? This is the property under the name of Count Augustus. Who gave you the power to dare to violate the dignity of the sacred and noble nobles?" Snapped. The middle-aged man under the control of the soldiers hadn't finished speaking. Just stepping out of the command vehicle, Veretta stepped forward and gave him a slap in the face. "You!" Looking at the middle-aged man who was still relying on the backer and clamoring, but now only had a surprised expression, Veretta suddenly felt a sense of pleasure, and finally understood. What should she do? As a rare female knight in the Bretonnian army, Veretta has the lofty goal of becoming a nobleman. Otherwise, she would not join the pure-blood faction, and became the right-hand man of Bergermia at the time. However, with the occurrence of the Orange incident, Veretta had to recognize her patron. After a short glorious moment, Bergermia, the frontier, was defeated and suffered the shame of Orange. And the pure-blood faction also fell into a depression and fell into a downturn. Therefore, when Cornelia summoned her, Veretta did not hesitate to choose to join the new department. Now, she seems to see hope, called the hope of the nobility. "Count Augustus. If I have the opportunity, I will visit him. It's just you, I'm afraid I can no longer serve your earl." Put on the headset, while listening to the report of the soldiers who controlled the warehouse and began to count the goods, Lei Mingkai walked in front of the middle-aged man with a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, "You, who are you? Who gave you the courage to break into Augustus?" Snapped. This time, Veretta didn't do anything. Instead, the soldier who had controlled the middle-aged man waved his fist and knocked the middle-aged man's words back into his stomach. "Who am I? Ha ha! After tonight, you will know. And your master will know." Lei Mingkai glanced at the middle-aged man lightly, then turned around and led Veretta into the warehouse. As the liquidation proceeded, a carton containing 12 bottles with red bottles on the outside was moved to the open space at the entrance of the warehouse by the original staff of the warehouse. "Illegal drugs, refrain. There are so many of them." Standing next to Lei Mingkai, Veretta looked at the banned drugs that had been piled into hills in surprise, as well as those that were still being continuously used by the staff. The box that was moved out. "Hey! It's really ugly. Even if the nobles look down on the number, they won't treat it as an adult." Lei Mingkai's voice gradually became cold. Although they had collected relevant information before, neither Lei Mingkai nor Veretta had expected that the number of illegal drugs hidden in this warehouse would be so large. At this time, a soldier ran forward and whispered an information to Veretta. It was reported that some unidentified people appeared to be wandering near this warehouse. The soldiers are verifying the situation. "Oh? Are you here, Veretta? Let the soldiers withdraw. Then, prepare to say hello to our opponent." Lei Mingkai nodded and said confidently, "Yes, your lord." At this time, on a hillside 1 kilometer away from the warehouse, there was a group of people moving quickly. Their goal should be the warehouse group located about 1 kilometer ahead. However, when advancing to the left and right not far from the warehouse, the headed figure wearing a black helmet and black cloak suddenly stopped, raised his right hand and made a fist, signaling the people following him to stop. Pace. What happened? 0. Among the staff, a tall, honest-looking man stepped forward and asked. Something is wrong. A dull voice came from the helmet. What's wrong? The man was stunned. After looking around for a while, he said with some confusion. I didn't find anything wrong. Too careless. Fan. As a leader, you must always be alert to changes around you, otherwise, your carelessness will lead to the destruction of the entire team. After 0 berated the man, after looking around, he walked along the road not far away. The ladder on the side of the house climbed to the top of the building, and after looking at the area where the target warehouse was located for a while, he took out the communicator. Karen. Can you see the warehouse from there? Yes. Wait a minute. As soon as the voice fell, in the shadow of the building on the other side www.readaloud.com a Glasgow body painted in red turned on the head infrared detector and looked towards the warehouse area at the maximum detection distance possible. 0. It seems to be loading and unloading operations. Those workers are placing some goods on the open space in front of the warehouse. Loading and unloading operations. Karen's answer surprised 0 slightly. He knew that their goal was to store illegal drugs and distribute them to warehouses everywhere. According to common sense, such a warehouse can't wait to be so low-key, so as not to attract the attention of others, leading to the disclosure of things. However, now, it has become incredibly high profile. Is their goal wrong? Wrong intelligence collection? For this, 0 denies it. Even if he and Cornelia suffered a fiasco in the Saitama area, they would not be able to shake 0's intelligence analysis capabilities. Therefore, there is only one answer. We are one step ahead. 0 gritted his teeth and calmed down the unwillingness in his heart, opened the communication, and said in a deep voice, Kalian, Fan, the action is cancelled. Let's withdraw. What? It's all at the door. Aren't you going in yet? The impetuous and somewhat conceited Shinichiro Tamashiro among the team members heard that he was going to retreat, and he immediately mumbled. Jade City. Shut up. 0 cancelled the action, of course he made sense. The fan immediately stopped Shinichiro Yuchin's mark. 0, who returned to his teammates, said a news that surprised the Black Knights. Yes. Black Knights, listen. I'm afraid we will have new opponents in the future. Chapter 22, The Emperor and the Nobility, 2/3. Do you smell it? In the night breeze, the silver mask refracted the moonlight, and Lei Mingkai looked at the busy crowd below with a smile. Then I will be chased by someone immediately. Veretta said. Lei Mingkai shook his head and raised his hand to stop Veretta's movement. No, no need. Today is just to say hello. We will have many opportunities to fight the Black Knights in the future. Lei Mingkai looked down at being held aside by the soldiers, watching boxes of illegal drugs piled up in the open space in front of the warehouse, face like a dead middle-aged man. Today's results are enough to be a good start. Veretta. Veretta didn't understand Lei Mingkai's meaning, but after thinking for a while, she felt that she understood a little, but she couldn't tell why. Looking at Veretta's beauty, his slender eyebrows wrinkled slightly, Lei Mingkai smiled faintly. Veretta, it's almost there. Take the team and send a message back to the governor. Just say, the task is complete. Yes. The first mission of the Q department was completed very well. Even though the encounter with the Black Knights led by 0 was as predicted, from the results, it was indeed enough to submit a satisfactory answer to Cornelia. The next day, Cornelia, who had just arrived at the Political Affairs Hall, was stopped by a group of nobles. The reason, you don't need to know it. Especially when Cornelia saw the kind-faced, kind-looking middle-aged man standing in front of the nobleman, She had already guessed the purpose of these people. "Earl Augustus, why did you take someone to block the governor's way?" Captain Gilbert stepped forward, stopped in front of Cornelia, and yelled. But the next moment, Cornelia raised her hand and patted Gilbert on the shoulder, staring at Earl Augustus and said, "Earl, if there is something to do, you can go back to the office with me to discuss it in detail. Make it happen." Such abrupt behavior is really against the noble demeanor of our Britannia Empire. Cornelia's words immediately caused the many nobles who followed the Count Augustus to block the door and looked at each other, subconsciously stepped back a few steps, and let the road open. As the leader, Augustus still kept his face unchanged, still maintaining the attitude of the good old man, turned slightly to his side, and cleared the way. "The governor is right. I was abrupt. A skirmish was resolved. But there are still bigger conflicts stepping into the red line that is about to break out. Let's talk. Earl, and everyone, why are you here today?" After returning to the office, Cornelia raised his hand to let all the entourages except Gilbert and Adjutant Dalton leave the office. After that, he sat in his seat and waited calmly for Count Augustus to speak. "The governor. May I ask whether the Q department was formed by the governor himself?" Augustus did not speak, but a little nobleman standing in the crowd came out more and more, and after saluting Cornelia, he asked. "Yes. I ordered it. Is there a problem?" Cornelia's answer was very simple. Cornelius simply made the nobles have no idea for a while. In the communication routines between these nobles, everything is accompanied by wrangling. Even the late third Prince Clovis communicated with their nobles. But Cornelia was so swift, and frankly admitted that the Q department was formed by her order. "Then, I don't know what the function of the Q department is." Another middle-aged man wearing white aristocratic clothes and a series of medals hanging on his left chest asked Cornelia with an arrogant expression. As soon as I saw this person, Cornelia recognized him immediately. No, it should be the family origin behind this person. Is the tyrannous family with outstanding military exploits and prestige. But the middle-aged man in front of him is the most useless third son in the family, Pontulus K. Tyrannus. As a son of a family with outstanding military exploits and prestige, not only failed to fight to kill the enemy, but indulged in the colorful world, wearing the medals of his father's blood and sweat all day to sway the market. Is almost like a clown. Thinking of this, Cornelia couldn't help but snorted coldly, and said in a cold voice. "Viscount Pontulus. The current responsibility of the Q department is to openly rebel against the Black Knights of the Empire during the recent hostage kidnapping incident. Is there a problem?" Black Knights. As soon as Cornelia spoke, it caused a lot of discussion among the nobles. You know, during this period of time, the existence of the Black Knights made the nobles feel a sense of fear they had never experienced before. No matter how you set up a strict defense, you will be captured by this mysterious Black Knight group, leaving behind many corpses that were sanctioned in the name of justice. Amidst the discussion, Count Augustus slowly asked, "Governor, is it worth the effort?" "Oh." The corner of Cornelia's mouth turned slightly, and said calmly, "It's worth it or not. I'm not alone in making the final decision. According to reports gathered after multiple attacks, the Black Knights have a clear and stable goal." Cornelia opened the desk drawer, took out a document from it, placed it on the desk, and said word by word, "This is the first task completed by the Q department last night. I don't know if you have any interested to check it out." This. As soon as last night mentioned, many nobles turned their eyes to Augustus. Whether in Cornelia, Augustus, or even themselves, they know that they are just supporting roles. Today's protagonist is only, and it can only be Cornelia and Count Augustus. "His Royal Highness, I don't know what you mean." Count Augustus slowly said, "The private property owned by the nobles of the Empire should be protected by the laws of the Empire. Why does the Q department directly under the governor dare to break into the private property of the nobles and wantonly trample the laws of the Empire? Imperial law. When he heard this word, Cornelia smiled without anger. The Earl is really joking. How could a warehouse with a large number of illegal drugs be protected by the imperial law? I don't know. Can Earl Augustus explain to me which one of the imperial laws and which section of the law indicates the prohibition? Medicines will be protected by imperial laws. Cornelia quickly became cold and stern, causing many nobles to take a step back subconsciously. Until just now, these nobles realized that Cornelia Lee Britannia, the imperial princess galloping on the battlefield, was not as they imagined. They stayed behind and boarded the legendary weak woman with the results obtained by the Knights of the Guards. And Count Augustus also gradually lost his benevolent face, and became more and more ferocious. Yes, just as he was about to explode, he suddenly calmed down. The governor is right. It was my lax discipline that let my subordinates take advantage of the loopholes and almost caused a catastrophe. I have no complaints about how the governor punishes them. The performance of Count Augustus made Cornelia look murderous, but he was helpless. Although Lei Mingkai led the Q department to seize a large number of illegal drugs, it could not be the key evidence to overthrow these blood-sucking nobles entrenched in the 11th district. Well, thank you very much for the insightful righteousness of Count Augustus. That's it for today. I will send the result to the house of Count Augustus. Yes. How offended today. Please forgive me. In the future, please also the governor to work with us for the stability and prosperity of District 11. After a confrontation, both sides made concessions. Looking at the back of Count Augustus leading many nobles out of the political affairs hall, Cornelia's face became colder and colder. If you rush to hand over Area 11 to Euphemia now, I'm afraid it won't be a good thing. The character of the sister Euphemia, Cornelia is very clear. But she knew that Euphemia was difficult to deal with these nobles who were already hob meat. Dalton. I commend Department Q in the name of the governor, and hope they will continue their efforts. In addition, if the mission requires it, you can request cooperation with the guards. Adjutant Dalton bowed slightly and responded, Yes. Your Highness. The praise from the governor's mansion soon spread to Lei Mingkai and others. UU reading www.youcanshu.com. Wow! It seems that the Governor General values you very much. K. Looking at the prizes presented in the name of the governor's mansion, Lloyd looked at the calm Lei Mingkai in surprise and said. Lei Mingkai walked to the table, raised his hand to pick up the champagne placed in the ice water, shook it, and smiled, This is not a prize. Lloyd. This is a reminder. Fate. Sai Sieter blinked, and asked with some doubts, Why do you say that? Lei Mingkai chuckled, unscrewed the cork of the champagne, poured wine into the glass, and looked at Veretta. Veretta, come on. Yes. After Veretta nodded, he took a deep breath and said slowly, This morning, Count Augustus led many nobles to block Governor Cornelia and his party at the entrance of the Political Affairs Hall. Then, in the governor's office, Governor Cornelia had a skirmish with Count Augustus. As a result, Count Augustus compromised and these prizes. Oh. So, this is really a reminder. K. It seems that your new job is not a good thing. The corner of Lloyd's mouth, who understood it, gradually put on a playful smile. He and Cecil knew about Lei Mingkai's past and the reason why Gao Long died in battle. The development of this matter now is actually moving in a certain direction inadvertently. Isn't it a good thing? That's not necessarily. For me, it's a very good job. Lei Mingkai said after a toast and a drink. If something happens today, 3 more outbreaks every day will be postponed to one next week. Mom, chicken. The year-end repertoire, meeting for dinner, that the masters are most troubled by will not be able to escape without going back to their hometown this year. It hurts so much. Go to bed early. Chapter 23, Meet by Chance. Dispatched. Dispatched. Dispatched again. with Cornelia's acquiescence. Under the leadership of Lei Mingkai. In the first battle, the Q department, which used the defeat of the Count Augustus as the birth announcement, went out to capture all the prey they were looking at, and then tore away the crimes that the prey wanted to hide, and passed the crimes that had been hidden by Connolly. Announced through news channels controlled by Asia. Suddenly, the momentum of the Q department actually overwhelmed the momentum established by the Black Knights not long ago, and instead became a hero in the hearts of many honorary Britannians. Of course, this is just the idea of most honorary Britannians. For the other reputation Britannia who still has the idea of rejuvenation and 11 who can only survive in the slums, the existence of the Q department is just the minions of the nobles. In fact, Lei Mingkai does not deny or admit this statement. In the minds of insiders, Department Q is indeed a minion. It was established by the new Governor Cornelia to clean up the worms and viruses in District 11. As the Q department became more and more powerful, the conflicts between them and the Black Knights began to become more frequent. In the past week, the Q department had at least 3 unexpected encounters with the Black Knights. When they jointly launched an action against the same target, there were records of encounters and encounters. In the battle, the Q division and the Black Knights have their own wins and losses. Maybe out of prudent considerations, both sides just agreed, and there was no more intense conflict, or even a deadly battle. This is the latest information. Veretta, who was already familiar with the assistant's work, sent a piece of organized information to Lei Mingkai as usual. But in the next moment, Veretta looked at Lei Mingkai who had put on his driving suit in surprise. What are you? Hee. It's time to get out. Veretta. If you continue to stay in the office or in the command car, I'm afraid Lloyd will be angry. Lei Mingkai smiled and said mischievously. Before Lei Mingkai's voice had finished, Lloyd's voice came in from outside the door. Yes. If Lord K forgets that it is the job of Lancelot's test pilot, I would be happy to remind our knights. As the voice that never tuned, Lloyd's cynical smile came in from the door. Lloyd, it came just right. Lancelot can be used for the next task. Lei Mingkai nodded, raised his hand to accept the file in Veretta's hand, and said while patted the file. Oh! That's great! Lancelot's state has been adjusted to the most perfect state. He can attack at any time. Lloyd applauded as soon as he heard that Lancelot could participate in the actual combat again. But Lei Mingkai's next sentence made Roy German stuffed for a while. Really? But why did Lancelot's Sakura stone suddenly lose its vitality in the last hostage-taking incident? This. Lloyd opened his mouth, his face gradually showed a distressed expression. You guy. It's okay if you don't mention it. When you mention it, I wonder if there is something wrong with the design. There will be 2 accidents where Sakura Ishii loses activity for no reason. Lloyd kept grabbing his hair and yelling. Lei Mingkai, who knew what was going on, shook his head helplessly. He can't understand that Lancelot's cherry stone was actually eaten by a mysterious white cat, right? I am afraid that as soon as this is said, Lloyd will be the first to find Lei Mingkai desperately. Okay. In fact, Sakura stone can be regarded as one of Lancelot's parts. It is normal to replace it more frequently. You must know that the performance of Lancelot made by Lloyd surpasses Sunderland. More than 3 times. Lei Mingkai stepped forward, patted Lloyd's shoulder, and said to relieve Lloyd. Hey! I didn't expect to be comforted by you. After Lloyd glanced at Lei Mingkai, he quickly regrouped, and his usual cynicism reappeared on his face. Yes. Lancelot was made by me to make the real nightmare. That's good. Let's start the mission. The Q department is dispatched again. However, this time their goal is not in the concession, but in the slums around Shinjuku. I came to Shinjuku again. This time the mission goal is in Shinjuku. After checking the system, Cecil looked at the dilapidated scenery outside the window, and immediately realized that they had left the concession and entered the slum. Yes. The Q department seems to have received a news report saying that there will be a banned drug transaction in the Shinjuku slum tonight. Lloyd, who was on the side, nodded, knowing that he had just learned from Lei Mingkai. The intelligence is spoken out. Since the slum area, why do you still bring the nightmare? Sire was a little puzzled. In addition to Lancelot, he brought 3 more Sunderlands. That is necessary. Lloyd smiled mysteriously. At this time, Lei Mingkai stood in the command vehicle and looked at the 3 Sunderland pilots including Veretta. Tonight's mission is an assault mission with the main nature of assault. I believe you have already seen the content of the mission clearly. Yes. Next, our opponent is the army of our Britannian Empire. Don't worry. These armies are nothing more than it's just a moth that is parasitic on our sacred Britannian Empire. So, there is no need to keep your hands. Understand? Yes. Your lord. The moment the pointer points to 0 o'clock, the Q department hidden in the shadows immediately moves. A soldier, led by the Nightmare Squad headed by Lancelot, swiftly rushed towards a broken ruin that was still 500 meters away from them. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky drift away gently, revealing the moon hidden behind them. Dreamlike moonlight also scattered on the ruins. Observation post. Be careful. At the moment when the moonlight was falling, Lei Mingkai's eyes lit up and immediately stopped everyone's movements through communication. Immediately afterwards, the captain in charge of commanding the infantry unit raised his right hand and continued to make a few gestures. An infantryman armed with a sniper rifle stepped out. After quickly boarding the building next to him, he began to confront Lei Mingkai. The observation post launched the operation. Puff! There was a gunshot that was suppressed by the silencer. Action! The blood blossoms blooming on the observation post hadn't dissipated yet. Lancelot was the first to rush out of the shadows, and rushed towards the ruins behind the observation post. And Sunderland, which Veretta and the others were driving, followed closely behind, covering the actions of the infantry troops, and rushing along the road opened by Lancelot. Enemy attack. Under the moonlight. The white knight Lancelot is so dazzling, so eye-catching. The observation post fell down. But there is a dark whistle hidden in the shadows. The moment Lancelot rushed out, the alarm bell was mastered. A soldier with a gun and live ammunition also appeared on the dilapidated tall buildings around. In the ruins ahead, 5 Sunderland rushed out of the shadows. In a blink of an eye, a rain of bullets came raging. Unprepared, the infantry unit of the Q department suffered casualties. But soon under the cover of Sunderland driven by Veretta and others, the infantry unit finally retreated into the bunker and regrouped. And Lancelot rushed into the bunker for the first time, and suffered no harm. But this posture caused Lei Mingkai to slowly narrow his eyes. Is this an ambush? Veretta exclaimed in surprise. No. This is not an ambush for us. Lei Mingkai didn't deny Veretta's words, only corrected some content. Not against us? We have all suffered casualties. The next moment, Veretta was surprised. Is it against the Black Knights? Yes. If it is for our Q department, we will not only send 5 Sunderland. Although I am only an unknown person, but Lancelot's performance is a real thing. A cold light flashed in Lei Mingkai's eyes, and Lancelot stretched his right hand behind his back, and the variable Varus rifle was immediately held in his hand. Then, Lancelot raised his left arm and the claws flew up. In the blink of an eye, the moment the claw broke open the wall of the building on the opposite side of the road, Lancelot's figure suddenly rose into the sky and flew over the street. Dang woo! The unique firing sound of the variable Varus rifle continues to sound. www.readaloud.com. The powerful bullets ripped through the night and swept Sunderland along the street towards the location of Veretta and the others. Away! Boom! 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 In an instant. Amidst all these roars, the Sunderlands who wanted to take advantage of the sneak attack and solved the Q department paid a heavy price in the explosion. Was either blown up on the spot, or was involved in the explosion, losing his hands and feet, forcing the pilot to activate the emergency escape device and abandon the body. Until Lancelot put away the hook and landed on the street, except for Veretta and their Sunderland, there was only the Sunderland driven by the enemy on the whole street. Just relying on sneak attacks can't solve me. In Lei Ming Kai's cold words, Lancelot raised the rifle in his hand, and it was a bullet at Sunderland. Boom! When the fireball formed by the enemy's last Sunderland explosion ignited, Veretta and the others also rushed out of the bunker with the reorganized infantry unit, hiding on both sides of the street like a clear cloud. The enemy in the building. But, just as this action was about to be completed, an unexpected movement suddenly came from the depths of the ruins. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, a Glasgow plane with red paint broke through the wall and appeared in front of Lei Ming Kai and others. And behind Glasgow is a figure dressed in black. In front of these men in black, a figure attracted Lei Ming Kai's attention. 0. Chapter 24, Second Confrontation. 0. The Black Knights. Everyone in the Q department saw the true face of the group who suddenly rushed into the battlefield, and immediately turned their guns, and it was a burst of fire. And the Red Glasgow reacted very quickly, using himself as a shield quickly. After blocking the first wave of strafing for Zero and the Black Knights, they shielded them from retreating to the back of a bunker not far away. All personnel suspended the attack. Lei Ming Kai stopped his subordinate's attack on the Black Knights. And he cast his gaze into the hole knocked out by the Red Glasgow. A few seconds later, Lei Ming Kai gave the order again. Infantry troops surrounded the cave entrance, Sunderland took the shooting position, and everyone was waiting for my command. When Veretta heard this, it was obvious that he wanted to temporarily let go of the order of the Black Knights, and he couldn't help but hesitate, but quickly regained his mentality, followed the order, and quickly took the other Sunderland to occupy the best shooting position. What makes Veretta strange is that even if Lei Ming Kai gave the order, it undoubtedly missed the order of the Black Knights, but the Black Knights who should have fled there stayed in place. Seeing the movement, it seems that they still want to stay here. What happened? Whether it was Lei Ming Kai or Zero's approach, Veretta was puzzled. Soon, this doubt was resolved by the movement from the entrance of the cave. Sunderland. The body that came slowly from the shadow of the hole should be Sunderland. Even if its whole body was changed to a black painting at this time, it had also undergone some changes in appearance, and Veretta could still recognize its identity. Everyone, attack! The next second, Lei Ming Kai shouted. In an instant, gunshots were heard loudly. Whether it was the submachine guns of the infantrymen or the firearms in Sunderland's hands, they roared frantically. Many small and large bullets roared in, like a violent storm that enveloped the Sunderland that was slowly coming out from the depths of the hole. Ding 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 ding. A scene that shocked everyone appeared. The moment that the torrential rain of bullets hit the Black Sunderland, it seemed to hit an impenetrable wall, and it reflected in all directions in vain. Veretta, launch the howitzer! Lei Ming Kai's voice came again. Veretta and the other Sunderland pilots immediately changed the shooting mode of the car to howitzer shooting mode. The howitzers installed under Sunderland's left arm were folded forward to fix the barrels and lock the target. Launch! Following Veretta's order, the three Sunderlands fired again and again, firing all the grenades they carried without stopping. Boom! 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 In the sound of gunshots, one after another grenade hit the Black Sunderland's body and set off a burst of violent explosions. Fire group! Dense smoke! Dust! In the blink of an eye, the Black Sunderland was overwhelmed. Did you make it? Looking at the smoke and dust of the hole, everyone stopped the attack and watched the next changes carefully and vigilantly. Except for Nightmare, everyone retreated to 300 meters away. As Lei Mingkai's voice sounded, Lancelot came to the front of Sunderland where Veretta and the others were driving, and raised his rifle. "K. Be careful." That strange Sunderland was not hurt. Lei Mingkai's words shocked Veretta and others. The smoke and dust dispersed. The black Sunderland still drove out from the hole slowly, until it was exposed to the moonlight. The strange black Sunderland stopped, separated from Lancelot about 50 meters away. Looked at each other quietly. "OM!" A loud burst of high-speed driving wheels tore through the silence. Black Sunderland attacked Lancelot first. Under the moonlight, 2 black shadows flew by, attacking straight towards Lancelot. Lancelot raised his left hand, and the unique light of the energy light shield flashed past, and the black shadow that struck in the future had already been blocked. The black shadow that lost its speed then revealed its true colors. Is a hook equipped by Black Sunderland. The unsuccessful hook did not seem to shake the attacking wool of Black Sunderland, but made its speed gradually increase. "Attack! Cover Lancelot!" As soon as Veretta saw the battle started, she immediately ordered Lancelot to cover. Da 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 da! The howling of bullets sounded again. However, just like the previous volley, the Sunderland's bullets did not hit the Black Sunderland. They still bounced back in all directions as if they had hit a wall. "Veretta, enough! You also retreat. Leave the rest to me." After seeing Sunderland's attack again without results, Lei Mingkai made a wise decision. "Yes, but retreat? This Sunderland is weird. You can't handle it." While speaking, Lancelot raised the rifle in his hand and fired at Black Sunderland for 3 consecutive times. However, they were all avoided by Black Sunderland with weird maneuvers. But Lei Mingkai found some clues by this. Is not afraid, even ignoring the bullets fired by ordinary firearms, Black Sunderland actually took an evasive action when facing the bullets fired by Lancelot's rifle. "Can a rifle hurt you?" Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed. Lancelot stretched his left hand to his waist, and a radiating vibration sword was then held in his hand. At this time, Lancelot had a variable Varus rifle in his right hand and a radiation vibrating sword in his left. Lancelot, with the spear and sword in his hand, broke out at maximum speed instantly, attacking the Black Sunderland like a gust of wind. "Hey!" The black shadow struck again, but Lancelot did not shrink back. This time, Lei Mingkai, who has seen through the true face of the shadow, only moved his left hand, and Lancelot swung a radiating vibration sword to slash down. The black shadow broke off and fell to the ground. When he fixed his eyes, it was the claw shot by the Black Sunderland. "Hey!" The sound of the wind hit, the direction of Lancelot's high-speed driving wheels changed, and Lancelot's figure suddenly twisted, driving the radiating vibrating sword in his left hand to slash backwards. Crack! There was a crisp sound, and the shadow fell to the ground. Sure enough, it was the claw that was chopped off. Woohoo! The sound of the wind exploded, and a thick black shadow enveloped Lancelot. "K, be careful!" "Hey!" Veretta's warning sounded. A black shadow suddenly swept across the night sky, knocking away the black shadow that hung over Lancelot's head. Lei Mingkai looked back and found that the aide was actually the Red Glasgow of the Black Knights. "The White Knight. How about we join forces?" In front of the Red Glasgow, Zero spoke. "Hey! You guys made this Black Sunderland? Why do you want me to clean up the mess for you?" Lei Mingkai took a look at being blown away, and crashed a dilapidated building and buried it in the rubble. The Black Sunderland among them snorted coldly. "We caused it. Don't laugh. White Knight. Although we are hostile, our goal is the same now, isn't it?" Zero's voice was calm enough to make Lei Mingkai feel uncomfortable. Because, he now wants to understand for whom those ambushes were prepared for. "I just didn't expect it, but it happened to Lei Mingkai and the others." "Same? A joke?" 0. I haven't figured out the crimes committed by you with those ridiculous knights. Lei Mingkai sneered and replied unceremoniously. Weakness. The weakness of that strange Sunderland. How? 0 threw the trump card. Weakness? Do you want to force me to join hands with you? No, it's not right. I just hope to be able to use this information in exchange for our departure. That's it. 0's helmet swayed from side to side. It was obvious that he had noticed the soldiers of the Q department who quietly surrounded this area. Oh? Don't you expect to join hands with me anymore? 0. No. Now, our Black Knights are the weak. In order to survive, we are willing to pay some price in exchange for the chance to leave. 0 stepped forward, stretched out his right hand towards Lancelot, and slowly clenched his fists. Say it. Lei Mingkai's answer was very concise. Cockpit. If the White Knight can penetrate the cockpit of that strange Sunderland, then it is likely to stop it. It seemed that it was to convince Lei Mingkai that 0 took 3 steps forward and said in a deep voice, when this strange Sunderland was activated, I saw a pilot drank the illegal drug refrain. Become the look in front of you. Illegal drug refrain? Really? Just as Lei Mingkai suddenly realized that under the reminder of 0, the Black Sunderland buried in rubble rose again. In the smoke and dust, the Black Sunderland suddenly jumped from the rubble and moved towards Lancelot from mid-air. Pounced. Facing the attack from the sky, Lancelot once again dropped the variable Varus rifle aside, touched his waist, and drew out the radiation vibration sword. With the 2 swords in his hand, Lancelot did not retreat but moved forward. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com jumped vigorously in place, and flew over to face the Black Sunderland. Hey! Hey! 2 sword lights suddenly appeared, and Black Sunderland's hands and feet were cut off from top to bottom. Then, Lancelot raised his left hand, and the hook on his forearm flew up and pierced the Black Sunderland's chest fiercely. Immediately after, Lancelot pulled down with his left hand, and the Black Sunderland was driven by the hook and fell to the ground fiercely from mid-air. A flash of cold light broke through the smoke and dust, and pierced straight into the cockpit of the Black Sunderland. In the next instant, the Black Sunderland seemed to have lost its color, and after quickly turning from black to white, he fell silent. Sure enough. Seeing the strange appearance of Black Sunderland, 0's eyes showed such a light as expected. Before 0 could speak, a huge figure fell in front of 0 with a gust of wind. 0. No need to look, 0 knows that Lancelot is standing in front of him. Calm. After 0 raised his hand to stop the Black Knights who wanted to rush to rescue, he calmly looked up at Lancelot and said, "The information is true. Then, the transaction is established." Established. But now the Black Knights must leave here immediately. Lei Mingkai's voice came from Lancelot's cockpit. Understand. Thank you very much. In addition, in the depths of the cave, there will be things that your Q department and even Cornelia are interested in. This is also to repay the kindness of letting go of our Black Knights. 0, who was at a disadvantage from beginning to end, never showed a trace of fear. Chapter 25, Intermission, 4,000 words. Ashford College, a chemical laboratory. When the first ray of sunlight reflected in this chemistry laboratory, which was less used than other chemistry laboratories, a figure opened the door and walked in slowly with a red bottle. After seeing the figure looking at the layout of the chemistry laboratory, he walked straight to the table on the right side of the laboratory full of experimental equipment. The moment the liquid in the red bottle was extracted by the figure, the busy chemistry experiment began. Time passed quickly during the focused experiment. From the first ray of sunlight in the morning until the sun rises 3 poles, the analysis of the liquid composition in the red bottle has just ended the preliminary stage. Oh? Lelaj. I didn't expect you to do chemical experiments too. At this time, as the door of the laboratory was pushed open, a cold voice followed. CC, It's just curiosity. After putting down the test tube in his hand, Lelich turned his head, looked at the witch who entered the laboratory, and smiled lightly. Curiosity? Yes. Whoever sees the Sunderland will have the same curiosity. The long green hair flew gently in the air, and the witch came to Lelich with her light footsteps. Next to him, he looked at the test tubes with red, green, and green liquids on the table with great interest. Then, Lelich. What was the result? Did you find it? Lushu laughed mockingly, and confessed his weakness openly. How is it possible? Although I have read relevant experimental knowledge from books, it is only knowledge, not experience. To understand what is inside this bottle? After all, it still needs professional analysis. CC squinted his eyes for a while and looked at the red bottle in Lushu's hand, then turned his head to look at Lushu and asked, could it be that you want those people to help you? Hey! How is it possible? They are just soldiers. They can't handle this kind of expertise. Lelich snorted coldly, put the red bottle on the table, and began to pack the test tubes and pour the liquid in them. In the iron bucket on one side. So, where are the professionals you're talking about? CC sat down on the table and asked as he watched Lelich pack his things. Not at the moment. But soon, they will bring it to the door by themselves. Lelich took the alcohol lamp placed on another table, turned it on, and turned to the iron bucket filled with red, green, and green liquids. Sprinkle it in more than half a bottle. And then, before Lulushu took out the match and set it on fire, CC suddenly slapped his hand and snatched the match from Lushu's hand. Do you want to die? Lelich. CC lowered his head and glanced at the match, then looked at Lushu mockingly. Sure enough, you are inexperienced in certain things. The chemistry laboratory is not a place where you want to ignite the fire. Especially what is in the iron barrel. Don't you know? Lushu was taken aback, with a wry smile. Sorry. I was thinking about things just now. A few minutes later, on the roof of the teaching building, Lelich and CC quietly looked at the iron barrel that was igniting fierce flames. Lushu. The storm has begun. In the light breeze, C's voice faintly sounded. Yes. It started. But it is not me who should be troubled by this, but Cornelia. Lushu raised his head and looked in the direction of Shinjuku. Yes. Cornelia is more annoyed than Lelich about illegal drugs. Cornelia, who thought that the illegal drug was just a psychotropic drug, couldn't do it anymore after receiving the latest report from Department Q. She led her guards to Shinjuku and Lei Mingkai again. The area where they fought last night. In this area surrounded by heavy regiments, Cornelia brought the captain of the guard Gilbert and adjutant Dalton to Lei Mingkai and Lloyd. And behind Lei Mingkai and Lloyd, it was the wreckage of the Black Sunderland that was successfully killed by the intelligence provided by Zero last night. Is this the weird Sunderland you call? After Cornelia glanced at Lei Mingkai and Lloyd, she turned to the White Sunderland. Yes. Governor. After it was defeated by Lancelot in the battle last night, it became what it is now. Lloyd put a smile on his face and treated things with a rare serious expression. It's like this now? Is it petrified? Cornelia frowned, and when he was about to walk up to touch the wreckage of Sunderland with his hands, Gilbert blocked his way with a stride. Governor. Be careful. We don't know if there will be other problems with this Sunderland. The loyal Gilbert had a serious face and swept towards Lloyd with a sharp gaze. What do you see me doing? This thing is dead. Whether it is literally or in reality, it is already dead. Lloyd shrugged, stepped forward, and reached out to Sunderland. Said. Yes. Governor. After I drove Lancelot to kill him, this Sunderland has fallen into a state similar to petrification. Please look here. Lei Mingkai took Lloyd's topic and said, pointing to a location closer to the ground under the wreckage, and said. Cornelia and others looked at Lei Mingkai's point and found that there was a gap in it. Judging from the remaining traces on the surface, it seems that a piece has been knocked off. Governor, please look. This is the sample knocked down from above. Lloyd took a sealed transparent bag from Cecil and handed it to Gilbert. Gilbert repeatedly checked it several times, and only after confirming that it was correct, he passed it to Cornelia. It's really a stone. After Cornelia touched the sample through the bag, she looked at the remains of Sunderland in shock. If before today, someone claimed in front of Cornelia that the Sunderland equipped by the Empire was made of stone, I am afraid Cornelia would be the first to order it to be executed. However, the sight in front of him made Cornelia have to believe that Sunderland in front of him had unexpectedly changed from metal to stone after being killed. Did you find out what's going on? Cornelia asked Lloyd after returning the transparent bag to Cecil. Nothing was discovered. The only thing I know is that this strange change in Sunderland is likely to be related to illegal drugs. Lloyd winked at Lei Mingkai. Governor. In the battle last night, we encountered the Black Knights and learned a piece of information from Zero. The reason why Sunderland has become like this is because the knight driving it is entering Sunderland. I drank a bottle of illegal drugs before. Lei Mingkai spoke out the information he learned from Zero without rushing. Zero? Did you meet the Black Knights last night? Dalton, who had been silent for a while, asked. Yes. Lei Mingkai nodded and continued. Actually, when we entered this area, we encountered an ambush. The target of this ambush should be the Black Knights. In the end, we caught up. Ambush? So, when Department Q was responding to the ambush, the Black Knights took the opportunity to go deep into the hole and found this Sunderland. Cornelia had noticed a lot of people moving in and out of the hole early in the morning. What's more, Veretta, who was Lei Mingkai's assistant, was also standing in front of the cave entrance at this time, directing the movement of personnel. Yes. After the battle, we found some strange medicines deep in the cave. Lei Mingkai frowned, but couldn't find an appropriate word to explain what they found. Let me talk about it. Lloyd raised his hand and pushed his glasses. Although it was only a rough check, we can draw a conclusion. Lloyd's words brought the attention of Cornelia and others together. Although the inspection results showed that the illicit drugs found in the depths of the hole had similar ingredients to the illicit drugs we had been pursuing before, there were some ingredients that we could not analyze at present. Can't analyze? Cornelia asked rhetorically. Yes. With our current technology, we can barely detect it, but we can't analyze it. Therefore, we don't know its structure and function. While talking, Lloyd spread out his hands and said helplessly, after all, I am just a rookie with regard to chemical analysis. If necessary, I hope that the governor can transfer a batch of technically excellent chemistry from my country. The technicians analyze these samples. Well, I see. After Cornelia nodded, he looked back at Lei Mingkai and said, although there is no report of the encounter between the Q department and the Black Knights in the report, this time it will be ignored. Yes. Thank you, Governor. Lei Mingkai just thanked him, but Cornelia stopped the next words. Next, I will lead the personal guards to the sea to cut off the channel for illegal drugs to flow into District 11. The actions of the Q department, everything remains the same. Yes. Governor. Cornelia is gone. After confessing the orders he had given, Cornelia left Shinjuku with the guards cleanly, returned to the concession, and began the next move. A few days later, Lei Mingkai and others, who had cleaned up the dilapidated battlefield and returned to the concession, received a message before they could breathe a sigh of relief. Cornelia went out with the guards. Now, the 11th district is temporarily headed by the Deputy Governor Euphemia Lee Britannia. Oh! I'm afraid the Vice-Governor will have to work hard. After all, that powerful governor has gone out. After Lloyd finally got rid of his extremely annoying investigation work, he happily carried out the investigation on Lancelot. Overhaul, while saying, "Lloyd, how can you say that?" Sitting next to him, Cecil frowned and glanced at Lloyd. Oh. I didn't pay attention for a while." Lloyd gave a strange cry and glanced at Lei Mingkai, who was signing the document intentionally or unintentionally. Ahem. "Lloyd, are you free now?" Veretta, who was still holding a pile of papers in her arms, coughed lightly and attracted Lloyd's attention so as not to disturb Lei Mingkai's work. Veretta originally suggested to Lei Mingkai to return to the independent office to work. Who knows, Lei Mingkai used to sit in the office as an excuse. After running back to the special station, he pulled a table next to Lancelot and started working. This battle not only caused Veretta a headache, but also opened eyes to Lloyd and others. "Oh, Veretta, beautiful lady. How can I help you?" Lloyd blinked and said with a slight smile. "Can you adjust Sunderland for me? I am afraid that my Sunderland will not be able to meet the future battles." Veretta remembered the situation in the previous battle with Black Sunderland. Whether it was a machine gun or a howitzer, these Sanders none of Land's main equipment can cause damage to it. If this continues, Veretta may become a powerless bystander, watching Lancelot fighting alone on the front line. "Adjustment." Lloyd rolled his eyes, shook his head and sighed, "Although I can help you adjust Sunderland, Sunderland's potential lies there. No matter how you adjust it, I am afraid it will not be able to meet your requirements." "What?" Veretta was taken aback, and was a little at a loss. At this time, Lei Mingkai just finished signing the last document. He dropped his pen and looked up at Lloyd. "Lloyd, I remember Lancelot should have a few spare parts." "What? Can't do this?" I can tell you. Those are Lancelot's spare parts. The budget is there." When Lei Mingkai had his idea on spare parts, Lloyd immediately jumped. But Lei Mingkai confidently said, "Lloyd, Lancelot will eventually be mass-produced. Rather than collecting data at that time, it is better to lower the level according to Lancelot's standards and carry out the volume in advance." Production test. Facing Lei Mingkai's statement that made him somewhat speechless, Lloyd was silent. Sitting on the side, Cecil rolled his eyes and seemed to think Lei Mingkai's suggestion was feasible. Judging from the actual combat data collected by Lancelot, it is undoubtedly the best actual combat result. But the only problem appeared in the pilot. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com. You need to know, not every pilot is Lei Mingkai. Even if he gets a few holes in his body, he will still be alive and kicking around in a few days. Therefore, when mass production is carried out, it is necessary to collect more balanced data. Otherwise, it is a dead end to pursue Lei Mingkai's power when driving Lancelot. After thinking about it, Cecil stretched out his hand and stabbed Lloyd in the waist. "Lloyd, I think Lei Mingkai's suggestion is pretty good." Lloyd's mouth twitched, he looked at his assistant Cecil, and at the presence of the old god, Lei Mingkai, who seemed extremely confident. Finally, Lloyd nodded. "Okay. But, there are only a few spare parts. If there is another accident in Lancelot, you can be mentally prepared." A sudden voice interrupted everyone's discussion. "If I can, how about the cost of this knight's body can be borne by me?" After hearing the sound, everyone looked back and found a girl wearing a dignified and luxurious white long dress with a delicate face under her silky long pink hair was surrounded by her entourage, and walked into the special station from outside the gate. "Your Royal Highness!" Lloyd and the others were taken aback, and immediately went forward to salute. "See Deputy Governor." "Everyone, please." The third Queen, the Deputy Governor of District 11, Euphemia smiled slightly and motioned everyone to get up, and then she set her eyes on Lei Mingkai. "I have heard everything. Can I contribute to the Q department?" Lei Mingkai looked at the little face of the Emperor with a sweet smile, and he was in a daze. He raised his right hand, caressed his heart, and said respectfully, Of course. Your Royal Highness. Chapter 26, Strict Order, 1/3. Is still a familiar street. Is still a familiar person. The only difference is around the street. At the corners, there are a pair of eyes or guards, or scrutinizing, or observing the surroundings at will, observing the people coming and going. And the ultimate goal of these gazes is to walk on the street and observe how the people around them spend the day. Yuffie. Come on, here you are. Lei Mingkai glanced casually at the bakery on the right, then returned to Euphemia with 2 ice creams. Here, this is ice cream. Euphemia said with some surprise when she saw the ice cream in Lei Mingkai's hand. Hey? Have you not eaten it? Lei Mingkai blinked, a little surprised at the surprise Euphemia showed. Well, I have eaten one. But my etiquette teacher does not allow me to eat ice cream frequently, saying that it will affect my posture. After Euphemia thanked me, she reached out to take the ice cream and took a sip of it carefully. A sweet sense of happiness appeared on the scene. Seeing Euphemia, who has always been dignified and elegant, showed the same expression as an ordinary girl, Lei Mingkai couldn't help but smile. Really? Frequent and large amounts of ice cream can indeed cause tooth decay and obesity. In order to ensure the dignity and elegance of the emperors, it is only natural that the court etiquette teacher would make such a request. But, let Euphemia temporarily get rid of the identity of the emperor today and experience the day of an ordinary girl. Hey? Kay, don't you want to eat? Euphemia, who noticed that Lei Mingkai seemed to be wandering, called out softly. Ah? Oh. Just thinking about something. It's okay. Yuffie. Lei Mingkai shook his head, and after showing a smile at Euphemia, he asked, Right? Where do you want to go today? Concession outside, there is nothing I can do. Euphemia nodded after hearing this. Well, I know. Due to the last incident, I can't leave the concession for the time being. So, today I want to go to the factory to take a look. Factory. Lei Mingkai frowned, thought about it, and finally approved Euphemia's idea. After all, compared to the rundown urban area outside the concession, even if there are a large number of Bretonians coming and going to work in the factory area, it is still much safer than outside. After making the decision, Lei Mingkai didn't talk too much nonsense, but after secretly notifying the members of the Q department who was arming the surroundings, he and Euphemia walked towards the factory area. At this time, it was the lunch break. Workers working in the factory area were reminded by the lunch break bell one after another, walking out of the factory in droves and rushing towards the nearby cafeteria. The crowded scene surprised Euphemia, who had never seen such a scene before. Many people. Are they all workers? Lei Mingkai looked around, and found that the agents of Department Q were already in their positions, and after vigilantly looking at the surrounding situation, he nodded. Yes. This factory area is mainly responsible for the production of textile industrial products, so the recruits are mainly from honorary Bretonians. Lei Mingkai said while pulling Euphemia's little hand, leading her to the quieter observation deck on one side, so as not to be hit by more and more people. Let's be here. Yuffie. There are more and more people below. Euphemia didn't say a word, just put his eyes on Lei Mingkai's hand. Lei Mingkai was still holding her little hand. Seeing Euphemia's gaze, Lei Mingkai was stunned for a moment, then quickly let go of Euphemia's little hand, and smirked twice. Sorry. Forgot for a while. But Euphemia didn't care about it, but showed a gentle smile. No. Don't worry about it. This is the first time I have experienced this kind of feeling. The gentle smile made Lei Mingkai start to be in a daze, as if some unspeakable feelings were about to surge out of his chest. But in the next moment, Lei Mingkai suppressed the surge with his own willpower and nodded calmly. Moreover, in this somewhat subtle moment, a movement inadvertently rescued Lei Mingkai. That's it. What's that? Euphemia's puzzled gaze crossed Lei Mingkai and fell among the crowd not far away. Seems to be fighting. When the silver mask turned to the crowd, Lei Mingkai also heard the screams brought to his ears by the breeze. Not good. Euphemia just blurted out, but suddenly stopped speaking. Because she finally remembered that her identity was not suitable for rushing forward. But Lei Mingkai has another way. Only after he secretly made a gesture towards the Q department agents who were watching here, the agent nodded clearly, turned and left, using the authority of the Q department to dispatch the police in charge of public security in this factory area. Sure enough, in less than 3 minutes, 3 Glasgow planes painted in police-style coatings rushed out from the other end of the building with nearly 100 armed police officers holding explosion-proof equipment. Va! 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 When several large tear gas bombs fired by Glasgow landed among the characters, the pungent gas that was unbearable to humans was immediately released, and the entire crowd was quickly flooded. Then, the police officers armed with explosion-proof shields and wielding batons rushed into the smoke like a gust of wind, either dispelled them, or knocked them down to the ground, and were dragged away by the teammates who followed them. Soon, the crowd of onlookers was dispersed, and the rioters were also caught by the police, dragged out of the spread of tear gas, and thrown to the other side of the street. Would you like to go up and see? Yufi. Lei Mingkai saw that the agent who had just left to inform the police had returned, and he gestured to him someone who wanted to see him, or that he wanted to see the one who could get the thriving Q department to go out in person. A big shot. After thinking about it, Lei Mingkai still shook his head. The answer is inevitable. As long as the person in charge here knows the identity of Euphemia, then Euphemia's rare good mood will be shattered. Therefore, the agents of the Q department once again used their authority to cross the river and demolish the bridge. Looking at the reluctant eyes when the person in charge left from a distance, Lei Mingkai couldn't help but feel amused. After the agents confirmed that there was no peeping around, the 2 parties involved in the disturbance were also brought to Lei Mingkai and Euphemia. This. How can you succeed? Old man, are you okay? When Euphemia saw being helped by the agents, her body was covered with dust, her hair was grey, her face was blue and red. When the old man with the lumps, he couldn't help shouting angrily. With Euphemia's gentle temper, it is really rare to be able to explode such anger. This also proved how vicious the other group of strong men, who were forcibly pressed on the ground, held by the agents. What's the matter? Lei Mingkai glanced at the injury on the old man's body, then turned his head and asked his subordinates. My lord. The cause of the incident should have been caused by the old man in order to get his son's salary back. Ask for salary. Lei Mingkai was taken aback. I didn't expect to witness a salary-raising event with my own eyes, and it was still a salary-raising event by the elderly. Seeing that the old man did not respond to Euphemia's inquiry, Lei Mingkai knew that he could not understand the details of the matter from his mouth. Therefore, Lei Mingkai set his sights on those brawny men. In order to save time, Lei Mingkai gave his subordinates a wink. After nodding knowingly, the subordinates silently pulled the strong men into the small forest not far away. A few minutes later, the subordinates with a trace of uncomfortable face came out of the woods one after another. It's really soft. After all, the agents despised those brawny men who could only bully and do evil. They told the details of what happened. It turns out that the old man's son works in the factory here, and he is also a middle-level manager. Although it is hard work, it can guarantee the life of the family. But I never expected that my son had somehow contracted an illegal drug called Refrain not long ago. Just half a month ago, his son lost his job while ruining the family. Now, the old man has to come forward to ask for his son's salary in the last few months. As a result, the situation at hand appeared. Under the narration of the agent, things became clear. No matter how she called, Euphemia, who couldn't make the old man respond, looked up at Lei Mingkai. Her eyes were so determined and so angry. She has lived in the palace since she was a child, and she has always been rich in clothes and food. Her Royal Highness, who was carefully taken care of by the maid, never thought that there would be such unfair things in the world. I understand. As you wish. Your Highness. Lei Mingkai doesn't need to ask, he knows what the gentle Third Emperor is thinking now. Notify that guy. Since he wants to meet a big man, he has to show his sincerity. Lei Mingkai's words were taken by the agents to the person in charge of public security, who was still a pity. In an instant, the pity on his face turned into an undecidable distress. But soon www.readaloud.com he made a choice. Because he knew that if he dared to refuse, his position might end here. As long as you are not an idiot, you know that the current District 11 is the most popular in the Q department. Standing behind the Q department is the second Queen Conlia Britannia, who is called the Witch. Half an hour later, accompanied by the Q department led by Lei Mingkai, Euphemia, who appeared as the third queen and deputy governor, stood at the door of the factory. There, dozens of people are kneeling. They are the people in charge of this factory. From top to bottom. I just ask one question. Do you owe the salary of this old man's son? Euphemia looked cold, condescendingly condemned those people. The Emperor, Your Royal Highness. Please listen to my explanation. When the fat pig-like, sweaty man at the front tried to explain, Lei Mingkai yelled. Shut up! This is not what the deputy governor is asking now. This. Under Lei Mingkai's frightening aura, the fat pig stiffened and nodded with trembling lips. Really? So, the matter is already clear. I, in the name of Euphemia Britannia, the third queen of the Britannia Empire, the deputy governor of District 11, ordered that all factories in the region immediately finance inventory and repay all owed wages within 1 week. Otherwise, in the name of the deputy governor of District 11, I will ban any factories that violate this order. With the full support of Lei Mingkai and the Q department, the third Emperor Euphemia Britannia, who has been gentle to others, issued the first strict order since she arrived in District 11. Chapter 27, The Anger of the Emperor, 2/3. Euphemia's strict order was successfully implemented. Under the supervision of the Q department, no one dares to violate the power and the yin. Even if the Q department was just formed not long ago, due to the previous record, all the factory leaders in this factory area did not have the guts to engage in ghosts in secret. Didn't you see that the nobles who stood behind them in the past have been unanimously silent? But Euphemia couldn't be happy. As a member of the royal family, even if she is gentle by nature, she also knows that certain obscure events are hiding in the dark and ready to move. KY. Standing in the office, Euphemia silently watched the ambulance carrying the old man leave, and asked the masked man standing beside him. Or because of the silver mask, Euphemia was born for the first time. If the silver mask could be taken off at that time, what a good thing. At least, she can see whether the face under the mask is as angry as she is now. No reason. It's just profit. Under the silver mask, there was a plain face. Benefits? It's just benefits that forced an old man to come here to ask for a salary and was beaten to death. Euphemia shook her head. Her heart has never recovered since she learned the truth. Since Xiao Jinyi was a carnivorous girl, she had never thought that human beings would still have such a difficult time to survive. After Lei Mingkai was silent for a while, he turned around, bent slightly towards Euphemia, and said, Your Highness. Please come with me. There are some things that you have to witness with your own eyes before you have a deeper understanding. Lei Mingkai's statement made Euphemia's heart sink. It seems that what Lei Mingkai will show her is not a good thing. However, even so, Her Royal Highness nodded resolutely. Okay. Just let me see what you want to show. Of course. Your Royal Highness. Lei Mingkai replied in a deep voice. Sunset and moonrise. When everyone thought that Her Royal Highness the Third Queen, who had been making trouble for the whole day, had returned to the governor's palace. The queen disguised herself as a member of the Q department and followed Lei Mingkai to participate in the upcoming operations of the Q department. I didn't expect you to bring the vice-governor here too. Veretta, who was coordinating the action team, looked at Lei Mingkai with a wry smile. No. It's just that the vice-governor wants to see what darkness exists in the land she manages. Even if I don't agree, in the future, someone will let the vice-governor see it. Lei Mingkai tightened his driving suit's collar, said lightly. In order to ensure the safety of Euphemia, she stayed in the command car after the operation started. She would not leave the command car until the operation ended and the situation was controlled by the Q department. Time is up. Everyone, let's start. Lei Mingkai glanced at the clock, then opened the communication and gave the action order. The Q department, once again, came out under the shroud of night. In the dim light, a group of nervous-looking figures are quickly moving out the goods stored in the basement, and one by one into the truck parked at the exit. Quick! 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 Those running dogs seem to have found this place. We must evacuate here as fast as possible. Among the crowd, a middle-aged man who seemed to have some leadership qualities waved his arms and shouted loudly. But, are those running dogs still making a big mess in the factory area at noon today? The neighbors next to me are talking about it. Others don't agree with his statement. After all, among those rumors, there was even a third emperor who ran to the factory area and issued a strict order to the black-hearted Bretonnian bosses to pay all the debts. Stupid! What do you know? Do you know the origin of the incident? It was the old undead from Suzuki who ran to ask for a salary and was beaten to death by the running dogs under the black-hearted pigs. He was discovered by the Q department. Only then will this turmoil be caused. The middle-aged man slapped the head closest to him fiercely and cursed. That Suzuki not only owes me money, but also got me into such a big trouble. Wait until things calm down. Boom! Before the middle-aged man yelled and screamed, a roar suddenly exploded, followed by a violent vibration. Varied. Boom! There is another roar. This time, it seems to be closer. Quick! Run! Leave those goods alone! The middle-aged man who finally reacted was so excited that he turned around and ran in the opposite direction from the explosion. At the same time, I didn't forget to raise my throat to remind my subordinates. Wow! Ba! Boom! Boom! Amidst the sound of a bottle breaking and a box being thrown on the ground, these criminals who used to sell illegal drugs finally got a taste of the imminent disaster. Boom! They haven't run far, a violent explosion swept across. The gravel and rubble mixed in the violent shock wave swept the ground in the blink of an eye, and the smelly smell filled this narrow space with the criminals who were too late to step forward. Tap! The roar of hadn't completely dissipated, and a chaotic but ordered footstep entered this narrow space that had been ravaged by the explosion from far and near. Amidst the flying dust, red rays broke through the darkness and shone on the criminals who were knocked down by the rubble on the ground. Safe. Each team will act separately according to the original plan. In a blink of an eye, a heavily armed soldier searched the passage along the tunnel that was blown up by the explosion in small groups according to the original plan. Da-da-day! Da-da-day! The gunshots followed, becoming the main melody when the soldiers searched this stronghold where countless evils were hidden. In the command car, Euphemia's face was tight, her hands crossed and clenched involuntarily. She is waiting. Waiting for Lei Mingkai to return to safe rule. Deputy Governor. Don't worry. This is just a routine task for K and Q departments. Sire, who was monitoring the data feedback, subconsciously offered comfort when he saw Euphemia seemed a little nervous. Road. Really? Euphemia lowered her eyes and nodded. Then, the news that Euphemia was waiting for finally came back. However, Lei Mingkai's face is not pretty. K. Are you hurt? The words of concern almost blurted out, and there was a hint of tension in Euphemia's eyes. No. Deputy Governor. Here are some things I want you to see. But you must be prepared. Lei Mingkai's voice was low and hoarse, as if suppressing something. The extremely puzzled Euphemia was accepted by the soldiers sent by Lei Mingkai and came to Lei Mingkai's side from another relatively clean passage. When Euphemia followed Lei Mingkai's instructions and looked towards the warehouse behind the door behind him, she was scared by the horrifying sight in front of her and took a few steps back until Lei Mingkai supported her. Slowly awake in shock, and looked back at Lei Mingkai. This is true. Your Highness. Lei Mingkai winked at the men next to him. Subordinates brought up a red bottle and a middle-aged man with a thin face and a sloppy appearance. Your Highness. This is the illegal drug refrain spreading among 11. Lei Mingkai reached out and took the red bottle, and said while showing it to Euphemia. This is refrain. Yes. Your Royal Highness. Its power. Lei Mingkai was silent for a moment, and finally sighed slightly. Let's take a look with your own eyes. Then, Lei Mingkai asked the middle-aged man to be taken over. What is this? Ah! This is a miracle. This is a miracle. This is a miracle that belongs to me. Give it to me. Please. Give it to me. As soon as he saw the red bottle in Lei Mingkai's hand, the skinny middle-aged man unexpectedly gave birth to a strong force and desperately broke free of control, trying to the red bottle from Lei Mingkai's hand. Calm! Lei Mingkai screamed and calmed the middle-aged man. Then, Lei Mingkai shook the red bottle in front of him and said slowly, as long as you answer my question, it is yours. Good. 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 You ask. You ask. I will tell you what you ask. Even if you kill me, I will give it to you. I only want my miracle. The middle-aged man's crazy obsession with obsession, made Euphemia unbearably close her eyes. His Royal Highness. Don't close your eyes. This is the truth of District 11. Lei Mingkai snorted and forced Euphemia to open her eyes and face everything in front of her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Lei Mingkai shook the red bottle again. The sound of the liquid in the bottle made the middle-aged man's eyes widen and he subconsciously swallowed several times in a row. I'm Taro Suzuki. I came here to buy a miracle. Look. Look. I have money. Thanks to the old undead, he ran to ask for a salary, was beaten to death, and ended up lying in the hospital. But that's fine. It's all going to die anyway. I just took out the medical expenses and used it to buy my miracle. As he talked, the middle-aged man's skinny face unexpectedly showed a burst of pride, and the content of the words caused Euphemia to regenerate an uncontrollable anger. Bah! Lei Mingkai was shocked. The subordinate holding the middle-aged man was surprised. I don't know when, Euphemia, who was full of anger, unexpectedly had a broken bottle in her hand. And a few seconds ago, Euphemia, who burst into a roar, unexpectedly grabbed the red bottle from Lei Mingkai's hand and smashed it on the middle-aged man's head in one breath. Unfilial son! Just drown with your miracle! Her Royal Highness, who had a cold breath all over her body, yelled angrily. Chapter 28, The Confused Queen, 3/3. In the end, Euphemia still did not give the killer an order to kill the middle-aged man. Even if Euphemia smashed her head with the bottle, she still broke free of control frantically, with the blood left on her head, licking the liquid flowing on the ground like a dog, even crazy. The snake's head was pierced by shards of glass all over the floor. Pot, fruit, fruit. Amid the heavy breathing, there were vague babbles. Seeing like a beast, no, a humanoid monster that is not as good as a beast lying on the ground, Euphemia let go of her hands weakly and let the broken bottle handle fall to the ground. The quick-eyed Lei Mingkai saw Euphemia's body shake. He immediately stepped forward to support the delicate-looking Royal Highness again. At the same time, Lei Mingkai winked at his subordinates. After the middle-aged man with a face was dragged down, Lei Mingkai said apologetically, "Sorry. Your Majesty, I was shocked." Euphemia shook her head slowly, and in a very soft but unsteady voice, she said slowly, "No, don't blame yourself. After all, I should thank you." "Thank me?" Lei Mingkai was slightly surprised. "Yes." Euphemia looked down at Lei Mingkai holding her right hand, stretched out her left hand to catch it, and said forcefully, "Thanks to you, I have seen the truth. This may be the case. It's the Emperor, the governor has never wanted me to see, but he wants me to understand the truth." Lei Mingkai felt the stronger force in Euphemia's hand, and gave a bitter smile. "As a result, did you still make me this villain?" "No, I thank you from the bottom of my heart." Euphemia gently pushed Lei Mingkai's right hand away, turned around, looked directly at Lei Mingkai's eyes, and said word by word, "Believe me. This gratitude is real." Lei Mingkai smiled and nodded solemnly. "Yes. I believe in His Highness's will." Euphemia smiled slightly, and said with a serious face, "Now, I want to chat with Kay. Just the two of us." After finishing speaking, Her Royal Highness still subconsciously looked at the world behind that door. There are more than a dozen people who are drowning in self-illusion. Some people think about going out on business and are determined to do a big business. Some were half lying on the ground, looking lovingly at the empty ground in front of them, raising their hands and gently stroking the air, but the child's name was spoken on their mouths. Some of them shouted with both arms, looking frantically at the void, shouting the neon on board slogan. Some, with hideous faces, holding a bamboo pole with murderous gaze, stabbed the air in front of them vigorously, and at the same time chanting words in their mouths, as if they were standing in the void in front of them at all costs. Like the enemy killed. The more I look, Euphemia's eyes became more unbearable. In the end, the Emperor, who finally calmed down, turned her head and looked at the Cayman rider standing next to her. "Kay, let's go back. This is not suitable for conversation." "As you wish, my princess." Royd, Cecil, and Veretta, who compiled the preliminary assessment report, all left the command vehicle sensibly, leaving room for Lei Mingkai and Euphemia. "His Royal Highness, take a cup of hot tea for a while." Lei Mingkai handed the rushed black tea to Euphemia. "Thank you." "Kay, you forgot." While taking over the black tea, Euphemia gave Lei Mingkai angrily. Lei Mingkai was taken aback, then smiled, "Yes. I forgot." "Yuffie." Euphemia nodded with a stern face, and drank a small sip of black tea. At this time, Lei Mingkai knew that the main show was about to begin. Why do they want to indulge in that illusory world? So that they don't even care about their relatives. No matter what Euphemia thought, she couldn't understand the thoughts of those who took illicit drugs, including middle-aged men. "Why?" Lei Mingkai asked back, placing the teacup on the table, leaning back against the wall and slowly saying, "Because of the misfortune of reality." "Unfortunate." Euphemia muttered the word softly. "Yes. Unfortunately." "Believe Euphemia, you still remember the process of the Britannian Empire attacking Neon and establishing the 11th area, right?" "Yeah. I remember." When it comes to the establishment of the 11th district, Euphemia also showed a trace of unnaturalness on her face. After all, as a kind-hearted emperor, Her Royal Highness did not agree with the practices of the Britannian Empire. Even if she knew that this was a war to control important energy minerals such as Sakura stone. Yes. After that war, Neon's name was removed and replaced by an insulting name, District 11. Lei Mingkai saw Euphemia's expression trying to speak, and he raised his hand to signal Euphemia to be in a hurry. Of course. From the standpoint of the Empire, this is just an organization set up for the convenience of management. But for the Neon people who became slaves to the country overnight, it is not a commendable thing. On the contrary, the more succinctly the empire uses numbers as its pronouns, the more it arouses their rebellious psychology. Speaking of this, Lei Mingkai smiled mockingly. Actually, even if there are no digital pronouns, the Neon people's rebellious psychology will not be much worse. Yes, but in the factories and the concession, aren't there many honorary Britannians working? Euphemia raised her doubts. He. That's just for her subsistence. Lei Mingkai shook his head and offered an example. Suzuki, you have also seen Yu Fei. Before he was exposed to illegal drugs, his income was enough to support the entire family. But why would he still be exposed to illegal drugs and be obsessed with it? This time, it's Lei Mingkai's turn to ask questions. Obviously, this question is not something Euphemia can answer. And Lei Mingkai didn't let Euphemia think for long, and soon announced the answer. Euphi. Do you remember the ugliness of those managers who faced their mistakes during the day? Under Lei Mingkai's guidance, Euphemia recalled that even when facing her, the third emperor of the Britannian Empire, when faced with a well-documented crime, the factory owners were still there. But the reputation of the Britannian is just a lowly, not worth mentioning, even if it is exhausted in the post, it is also a death for the great Britannian Empire. This is glorious and sacred. This is the attitude of those factory owners towards honorary Britannians. Thinking of this, Euphemia could not speak for a long time. Because she knew that any words were so pale and weak when faced with this fact, this reality. Lei Mingkai shook his head and sighed. Although they can bring food and clothing to their families, they are actually under heavy pressure that almost makes them unable to breathe. These pressures are like large rocks, which continue to accumulate on their shoulders. It crushes them like a big mountain. Lei Mingkai raised his hand and took the sample of the red bottle left in the command car, put it on the table, and said jokingly. Finally, redemption appeared. Even if this redemption will cost their lives. Euphemia stared at the red bottle that caused countless people to sink for a long time, and said softly, like those people just now. Yes. Just like them. Yuffie, what you see tonight is just the real corner of District 11. Lei Mingkai slowed down, and then said. Yuffie. Do you still remember the rejection when you invited me? Euphemia nodded, and looked at Lei Mingkai angrily. Since childhood, you were the first person to refuse me. Lei Mingkai shook his head with a wry smile, pointed at the red bottle, and solemnly said, This is my answer. Then, Lei Mingkai turned his head, looked directly at Euphemia's eyes calmly, and said in a deep voice, Yuphai. This world is so cruel. Utopia does not exist in this world. Yes. The world is so cruel. It took the lives of the most important people in just a blink of an eye. Euphemia's voice gradually grew louder. But even so, I still want to build a world where no one will lose the most important person. How to do it? Yuffie. Lei Mingkai's voice changed from light to heavy, and gradually became severe. How to do it? Euphemia Lee Britannia. Before today, you didn't know the truth of the 11th district. Before you came to the 11th district, you were still the kindest of the Britannia Empire. His Royal Highness the Third Emperor. After seeing this cruel reality, what can you do? You can't even save these humans who are sinking into disillusionment. Why do you claim that you want to build a world where no one will lose the most important person? Lei Mingkai's stern voice kept ringing in Euphemia's ears, his horrifying eyes pierced into Euphemia's heart like a knife, whipping and torturing Euphemia's heart constantly. Euphemia. The Third Emperor opened her mouth, but couldn't say any thoughts, and finally could only lower her head feebly. I have no idea. Really? Don't you know? Lei Mingkai's stern voice gradually softened. He said slowly. It's good if you don't know. If you don't know, then it means that you will know and understand what you have to do and what you can do. Now, what you need to do is think about what happened today. Then, while getting the answer, put your thoughts into action." Under Lei Mingkai's soft words, Her Royal Highness took a deep breath and looked up at the Kamen Rider. "When the time comes, K, will you still reject me? If your Highness's answer can get my approval, then Knight K is willing to be your Highness's sword." Chapter 29, Enemy. Euphemia returned to the governor's mansion. Right now, it should also be the time for the Q department to enter the formal work. "K, the results of the interrogation have come out." Veretta handed the document with the results of the interrogation to Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai nodded, opened the file and glanced at it, then looked back at Lloyd, who was confident. "Lloyd, what was the result on your side?" Lloyd smiled and nodded, The result of the interrogation on Veretta's side is similar. Although the illegal drugs placed in the basement look almost exactly the same, it is speculated that there are at least 3 of them based on the results of the random inspections. About 1/3 of the illegal drugs contain the mysterious substance we have discovered." After Lloyd finished speaking, Veretta also nodded. According to the interrogation results obtained from the leaders of the traffickers, it is indeed similar to Lloyd's speculation. "A third." Lei Mingkai closed his eyes and thought for a while, then sneered a few times. "Did the boss tell the source of the illegal drugs?" Veretta nodded first, then shook his head. "Set apart, but those are the channels that Governor Cornelia is currently dealing with. And about that 1/3 of the banned drugs, the leader can't tell us any useful information." "Oh." Lei Mingkai rubbed his chin and thought, assuming that the goods were not purchased by the boss himself, then it means that the drugs were provided to them by another group. "Yes." Cecil, who was looking at the illegal drugs piled aside one by one, suddenly exclaimed. Then, she walked over with a red bottle in each hand. "K, Lloyd, Veretta. Look! There is a mark on the bottom of the bottle." Under Cecil's reminder, Lei Mingkai and the 3 people turned their eyes to the bottom of the red bottle held in Cecil's right hand. Q. An English letter was printed on the bottom of the red bottle. But at the bottom of the red bottle in Cecil's left hand, it is smooth and flat. Here, letters are illegal drugs containing that mysterious substance. Veretta frowned slightly, speaking out her doubts. Yes. At first, I didn't find it either. But just now, I suddenly saw this happen to the bottom of the sample bottles where we picked out the mysterious substance. Sire stretched out his finger and pointed at the Q mark, and continued. So I guessed that the bottle with the Q mark is what we are looking for. Now, Lei Mingkai and Lloyd don't need to say anything. Lloyd knowingly took the newly acquired sample, and he and Cecil were once again engaged in the testing work. Although this should have been a matter of fact, out of caution, Lei Mingkai and Lloyd decided to do another test. Veretta. Any other clues? Lei Mingkai still asked unwillingly. Veretta looked down and thought for a while, then suddenly exclaimed a little. That's right. The boss seems to have mentioned that there will be a delivery tomorrow. Tomorrow. When Lei Mingkai heard this clue, his eyes lit up. You know, the boss was interrogated last night. It is already the next morning. In other words, the so-called tomorrow is today. Time, place. As soon as possible. Yes. Veretta knew that time was running out, and responded, and immediately turned around and led someone to interrogate the leader again. 3 polls a day. Lei Mingkai, who did not close his eyes all night, once again brought the frontline personnel of the Q department to the site of the concession near Mount Fuji. There is a sparsely human forest. Even if there is a truck passing by the dirt road in the woods occasionally, it will not attract the attention of others. If this forest is used as a place for secret transactions, it is indeed enough. Lei Mingkai stood on the hillside, silently watching the dirt road that stretched from the highway to the depths of the woods. The arrangements have already been made. The pioneers have already touched in for the first time. It is expected that there will be intelligence feedback in 5 minutes. Putting on the rather maverick driving suit, Veretta stood beside Lei Mingkai and said in a low voice. Well. Let the Sunderland team get ready. Lei Mingkai nodded, turned his head to look at Veretta, and shook his head. Actually, you don't need to drive Sunderland this time. In a few days, your new body should be offline. Regarding Lei Mingkai's kindness, Veretta resolutely said, no. As a knight, I can't stand alone and watch the battle when I can. Really? Then, Veretta knew, go and prepare. The next battle may be a difficult one. Seeing that Veretta's attitude to participate in the war was so determined, Lei Mingkai couldn't exclude him from the battle sequence. Moreover, his instincts are faintly warning signs. In the next battle, there seemed to be some accidents. Did he? At this time, a hurried beep sounded. It's the vanguard squad. Veretta, who had just walked away without 2 steps, took out the walkie-talkie that had been in contact with the vanguard squad to confirm, then turned back to Lei Mingkai and handed the walkie-talkie to him. This is K. What's the situation? Yes. The situation is true, but the scene seems a bit weird. The voice of a member of the pioneer squad came from the intercom. Report the situation. Lei Mingkai suddenly yelled. However, there was a sudden clicking sound on the other side of the walkie-talkie, and a slight scream hidden in it. Not good. They were found. Sunderland squad. Attack. Veretta, Sunderland squad will be handed over to you. I want to drive Lancelot first. Yes. My lord. Under the dazzling sunlight that was torn into countless pieces by dense leaves, Lancelot turned into a white ghost, shuttled through the woods at full speed, striving to rush to the vanguard team in the shortest time and distance. The area where you are. Rushed forward, suddenly a white light flashed in front of his eyes. Lei Mingkai's heart tightened, and he subconsciously retracted his left hand and pushed his right hand. The galloping Lancelot suddenly became short, and immediately slid across the ground in a low posture, and quickly rushed out of the woods. At the same time, a dazzling light also rubbed Lancelot's head and sank into the woods. Boom! The violent explosion blew the forest into a large area. Between the billowing flames and smoke rising into the air. A Sunderland. Black body. Holding a handle about 2 meters in length, compared to Sunderland, the Black Sunderland, who looked a bit huge, was standing not far in front of Lancelot. And Lei Mingkai can also see through Lancelot's surveillance camera, that there are some fleshy tissues scattered around the Black Sunderland. That is the physical tissue from the human body. Lei Mingkai can easily confirm the original identity of these scattered flesh tissues from the remains of clothing still remaining on these flesh tissues. Obviously, the vanguard team has all been killed. The murderer is the Black Sunderland in front of me. Lei Mingkai didn't speak, nor did he have to make a long talk before fighting the villain like in the movie, but if it doesn't agree with me, I will do it. Lancelot's high-speed driving wheels burst out instantly. Dusty. Lancelot suddenly turned into a white shadow, walking back and forth in the woods like lightning. The blow just now. And the huge gunfire. It is not difficult for Lei Mingkai to judge that this Black Sunderland should be different from the one encountered in the slum area of Shinjuku. Its power should come from that weird and huge gun. As expected. While walking around Lancelot, trying to find a chance to attack, the Black Sunderland moved. The huge gun that was about 2 meters long was lifted up effortlessly and quickly locked where Lancelot was, and a beam of light burst out. The dazzling light beam seemed to tear the void, and while leaping straight towards Lancelot's location, everything on its shooting axis swept, swallowed, and destroyed, until there was nothing to be able to do remaining, just give up. Facing the light beam with such terrifying force, Lancelot flashed to the side, avoiding the oncoming beam attack as much as possible, while deploying the energy light shield with the maximum attack rate, blocking him. Stab! Is enough to take away all the dazzling light. Violent vibration. The beeping warning sound www.readaloud.com and on the screen in front of me, the feedback interface showing various parts of Lancelot is rapidly changing from green to red. Boom! A loud noise that resounded through the world swallowed Lancelot in it. Then, among the huge plumes of smoke that rose into the sky, Lancelot, who was covered with cracks and scars, retreated and knocked down several big trees in succession. Only after Lei Mingkai's efforts, he was able to stabilize. Live the figure. After the energy light on Lancelot's left arm flickered a few times, it ended its life in a burst of noise. It's not good. The enemy in front of me is too strong. Is so powerful that Lei Mingkai, who has been on Lancelot since boarding Lancelot, feels a sense of powerlessness. Although from the outside, this is a Sunderland painted black. But Lei Mingkai knew that Sunderland had no such powerful beam weapon. Among the Imperial Army of Britannia, only Lancelot can be equipped with beam weapons at present. Veretta. You take the Sunderland team around and leave it to me here. Lei Mingkai opened the communication, and after a flat command, he closed the communication directly. It's really ugly. Do you want to deal with that monster alone? The mysterious white cat's voice suddenly came from the corner of the cockpit. Lei Mingkai smiled softly, looked at the black Sunderland slowly coming out of the thick smoke, and said, "Isn't there you still? Hey! I won't care about you this time." The fluff on the white cat's body gradually stood up, the blue pupils were full of murderousness, and the deep voice spoke slowly. "K, our enemy, the enemy who destroyed our hometown has finally caught up." Chapter 30, Behind the Scenes? The enemy? Hometown. Lei Mingkai did not understand what the white cat said. Yes. That is the light that destroyed our hometown. Even if it is death, I will not forget it. After the white cat let out a low growl, he turned his head and looked at Lei Mingkai and said, "K. Although this machine is a bit ugly, leave it to me. You only need to drive it and defeat the enemy." After the white cat glanced at Lei Mingkai, he jumped into the screen in front of Lei Mingkai. You! Suddenly, Lancelot's continuous red body damage system turned from red to green quickly, as if the damage had never occurred before. Furthermore, Lancelot's energy index has soared to its limit in just 2 breaths, and it will even faintly break the upper limit and enter the next new stage. However, Lei Mingkai knew that if the swelling energy was allowed to run wildly, Lancelot himself would be the first to be blown up. "K. What are you still doing?" The voice of the white cat rang in the cockpit. Lei Mingkai's eyes condensed. Lancelot raised the variable Varus rifle in his hand and locked the black Sunderland that had completely emerged from the smoke. As Lei Mingkai pulled the trigger, a group of shining purple light appeared from the muzzle of the gun at a speed visible to the naked eye, and grew stronger. Then, the trigger is released. The purple light group immediately picked up the sound of gusts of wind and thunder, and rushed towards the black Sunderland. Boom! Black Sunderland, who will not sit still, raised the weird huge gun in his hand, and a beam of light was directed at the purple light ball. Boom! At the moment when the purple light cluster collided with the light beam, an earth-shaking fierce energy collision immediately burst out from the point where the two collided. Explode! Violent wind, space, even light, are all in this moment. Destroyed the woods. Screaming at the sky. Tore the space apart. Took away the light. Lei Mingkai, who was in the central area of the explosion, didn't know everything about the outside world. He only knew that Lancelot was undefeated and still not hit by the Black Sunderland's beam attack. The situation is still deadlocked. Correct. Even if the outside situation has exploded a huge earth-shattering explosion, Lancelot is still stalemate with Black Sunderland. Hold on. The white cat's low growl sounded in the cockpit again. Yes, Lei Mingkai heard from it that the white cat seemed to be in a bad state. But, it is indeed as the white cat said, only to persevere. For some reason, Lei Mingkai could clearly feel the state of Lancelot, feel the trace of energy wandering through Lancelot's steel body, and then all gathered in front of the muzzle of the rifle and turned into a stream. The purple beam of light is fighting with the beam of Black Sunderland. However, even if Lancelot and Lei Ming Kai did their best, the beam from Black Sunderland was still advancing steadily, gradually pushing Lancelot's defense back until Lancelot's approach. "Hold on to!" the white cat growled. At the moment when the light that had captured everything was about to drown Lancelot, a huge lion roar suddenly exploded. Roar! In the light of, a phantom stepped into the air and landed in front of Lancelot, raising his claw to pat, and a crack suddenly appeared in front of Lancelot. In an instant, the beam that broke through Lancelot's line of defense plunged into the crack and disappeared. Immediately after that, the phantom's hind legs exerted force, and as soon as the front paws stepped on, the whole figure jumped into the air, lifted the paws, and patted heavily towards the Black Sunderland. Boom! The golden glitter is fleeting. The Black Sunderland was split into two at the moment of golden flashes, and after slamming heavily on the ground, it exploded. Roar! In front of the fireball formed by the explosion of Black Sunderland, the white phantom stands with its head high. Another huge roar of lions resounded through the sky. The roar of the lion that resounded through the sky alarmed all the people in this woods, let alone Lloyd, Veretta, and the others. On the cliff on the other side of the forest, two figures are condescendingly watching the changes in the forest. They are a middle-aged man in a white lab coat and a slender woman in a pink nurse uniform. "I was discovered. It seems that we have to be quiet for a few days. Phoenix, let's go back." The man in the white coat shrugged helplessly. When he was about to turn and leave the cliff, he found his right-hand man Phoenix staring fiercely at the woods behind him. "Phoenix." The alert displayed by Mian's assistant did not surprise the man in the white coat. Because, besides assisting him medically, this Mian assistant also had the duty to protect him from being harmed by anyone. "Dr. Chisley, step back." Mian's assistant stepped forward and blocked the man in the white coat. Crack! The sound of footsteps sounded. This is not the sound of Phoenix's gradually murderous eyes, but the sound caused by the other party deliberately stepping on the branches on the ground. "Dr. Chisley." "Nurse Phoenix. I didn't expect that a mission equivalent to a vacation would still meet a big fish." With half ridicule, half serious words sounded, a girl in a red dress with a long single ponytail walked out of the woods and stood not far in front of the man in the white coat and the glamorous nurse place. "You." The man in the white coat was surprised when he saw the girl's appearance clearly. "It turned out to be you." The man pointed to the girl's face in surprise and said, "I didn't expect the pioneer's biological daughter to come to this low-level civilized world in person." "Unexpectedly." The girl smiled lightly, her eyes flashing with a terrifying light that is unique to hunters. "Are you surprised? Compared to you, I am even more surprised that famous doctors and nurses will appear here." The girl quickly glanced at the direction from which the lion roar was coming from, then stared at the man in the white coat and said, "I'm afraid, you made the noise just now." The man in the white coat, the doctor in the girl's mouth, Zisali, was just about to speak, but was stopped by the glamorous nurse. "Doctor, when I finish counting 3 times, you turn around and jump off the cliff. This is the only way to escape the hunt." "Phoenix," Chisley whispered. But the beautiful nurse shook her head. "Doctor, although I am your medical nurse, I was a combatant until then." The voice of fell, and the beautiful nurse rushed towards the girl. Woo! The sound of the wind suddenly rises. Is a fist. The beautiful nurse's white and flawless fist slammed into the girl's face with gusts of wind. In the face of such a terrifying fist, the girl still had a calm face, and she made a mistake in her footsteps, so she wiped the fist of the glamorous nurse dangerously and evasively. Then, the girl raised her right hand and caught the fist of the glamorous nurse. Beautiful nurses naturally wouldn't watch her fist being controlled by a girl. Therefore, the beautiful nurse immediately raised her left hand, folded her palms together as a knife, and slashed down her right arm fiercely. Crack! During a burst of electric sparks, the glamorous nurse who had cut off her right arm backed back a few steps, and took out a button from her pocket with her left hand. Crack! A violent energy surge immediately erupted from the right arm that was cut off by the glamorous nurse. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the girl's location was swallowed by the energy burst out of her right arm. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Go! The beautiful nurse did not have the joy of the successful design, but with a gloomy face, he caught the doctor's sally, and led the doctor to jump off the cliff without looking back. In the thick smoke, a breeze with golden light swept up, blew away the tumbling flames and thick black smoke. Oh! I got pitted. Tisk! Was accidentally smashed by the beautiful nurse, but the girl who was still intact looked around and said with some frustration. The girl raised her hands and looked at the armor she was forced to wear after the defense program was activated due to the emergency situation, and shook her head helplessly. I didn't expect the rumored glamorous nurse to be a biochemical person. Are the people who gather information fascinated by her? So, the information about her has never been updated. The girl patted her forehead in distress, opened the communication module on the armor, and called. Fairy number. Update information. Nurse Phoenix may be a partially modified secondary human being, but there is also a high probability that it will be a biochemical human transformed through a complete biochemical operation. Fairy. Information confirmed. Modified. This ship has detected abnormal energy fluctuations. Do you request reinforcements? The girl didn't even think about it, she shook her head and refused. No. Goblin. Keep the current orbit and continue with the monitoring program on the 3rd. For the time being, I will take care of the matters on Earth. Understand? Fairy number. Confirm the order. Continue with the original plan. After finishing the communication with the fairy, the girl put away her battle armor, walked up the cliff in front of the walkway, and looked at the woods below. Next time, I will never let you go. Just look. Chapter 31, Dream. Roar. There was a roar in the darkness. Then, a huge shadow slowly walked out of the darkness, exposing the huge white head to the dim light. Icy pupils with golden streamer. Thick and sharp teeth shining with golden light. Golden claws reflecting the deep cold light. This is a huge creature like the ancient giant beast that came out of the wild. Lion. When he witnessed the true face of this huge figure, a name suddenly appeared in Lei Mingkai's heart. But before he blurted out the name, the huge creature looked back towards the darkness, as if it was inviting him, and motioned Lei Mingkai to look into the depths of the darkness with it. Lei Mingkai hadn't reacted yet, his feet were out of his control, and he stepped forward on his own, standing beside the white giant beast, looking into the darkness. With his eyes condensed, a little light suddenly flashed in the depths of the darkness. Was getting brighter and brighter, until the moment when the brightness of the light spot reached its limit, a dazzling light burst, and at the same time Lei Mingkai was submerged in it. Roar! In the dazzling light, there was another roar. But this time, there were countless different roars following that roar, one after another, constantly ringing. Seems to be calling for something. When Lei Mingkai put down the right hand that was blocking his eyes, what appeared before his eyes was no longer the deadly darkness, but an endless plain. In front of Lei Mingkai, on the other side of the plain was the darkness that was tumbling with blood and fire, exuding an ominous and disgusting breath. Roar! Another roar came from around. Lei Mingkai looked sideways and found a huge cliff not far to his right. At the top of the cliff, there was a giant steel beast lying on its stomach. A silver unicorn. Purple-red metallic temple hair. A majestic and mighty body. Looking closely, Lei Mingkai suddenly discovered that the figure and posture of this steel behemoth, and even the overbearing aura was very similar to the white behemoth he had just seen. Do not. In other words, the two may be the same beast. Crack! Above the black firmament, there was a burst of thunder. The disturbing lightning wandered frantically among the black clouds. In the thunder and lightning of the wild snake dancing, the eyes of the steel behemoth lying on the top of the cliff suddenly lit up. Roar! The iron beast raised his hair and let out a roar that resounded through the world. Amid this roar, a storm of sand and dust suddenly threw up on the plain below the cliff. Boom! In the sandstorm, a roar of lightning and thunder that almost covered the sky quickly occupied the sky above the plain. Lei Ming Kai looked intently, and was surprised to find that the deafening roars were the roars of numerous steel beasts of different shapes but also metal life erupting at high speed. Even, Lei Ming Kai felt the strong vibration from the ground during the high-speed running of this heinous number of steel behemoths. Is this war? Lei Ming Kai keenly realized what was going on in this amazing scene before him. In the ominous darkness in the distance of the plain, he suddenly rolled frantically, as if something was gestating. At this time, the steel behemoths running at high speed suddenly separated 3 strands from it. The 2 strands on the left and right sides of bypassed from the side, forming wings that respond to each other. The steel behemoth in the middle began to slow down slowly, and at the same time it opened the huge barrels and missiles that were on its back. Boom! 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 The next moment, the cannon roared and the missiles screamed. Lightning and thunder is no longer the protagonist of the sky at this moment. At this moment, what can be the protagonist are those shells and missiles that tear the air and break the sky. Howling! Scream! Rushed toward the tumbling darkness. Rumble! The explosion sound is endless. Balls of fire sprung up like bamboo shoots after the rain, blooming crazily in the restless darkness. However, from Lei Ming Kai's point of view, this was undoubtedly a terrifying attack, but it did not bring even a trace of harm to the tumbling darkness. In surprise, the tumbling blood fire suddenly exploded. While the blood cremated into an indescribable rain of fire, a series of equally huge black figures broke through the darkness, with bursts of extremely ominous and tingling scalp aura, appeared in front of the steel behemoths. Their appearance actually made those steel behemoths take a step back subconsciously in an instant. Roar! At this time, the unicorn steel behemoth that had been standing on the cliff jumped down and turned into a purple streamer, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of the steel behemoth's formation and stood fearlessly in the darkness. In front of the monster that rushed out. The war is about to happen. At this critical moment, a sense of weightlessness suddenly swept across, dragging Lei Ming Kai into the darkness, losing all consciousness. When Lei Ming Kai regained consciousness, he realized that a sharp pain was tearing his body. "Are you awake? K." At the same time as he was attacked by great pain, Lei Ming Kai vaguely heard Sair's voice. "Sai, Miss Cecil." Lei Ming Kai gritted his teeth and opened his eyes vigorously, trying to see clearly the environment he was in. Result: Lei Ming Kai found that he was lying in the ward, and his hands and feet were actually fixed by a thick layer of plaster. In this regard, Lei Ming Kai was even more surprised to find that he did not seem to be surprised and at a loss for the situation in front of him. "Isn't it comfortable?" It was Cecil that sat on the bedside. After she raised her hand and pressed the bell on the head of the bed, she looked at Lei Ming Kai, who was looking around, and said, "You have been in a coma for a week. How do you feel now?" "A week?" Lei Ming Kai was taken aback for a moment, and he couldn't help but think of the situation when he confronted the mysterious Black Sunderland. In the emergency, a white phantom appeared from mid-air and rescued Lancelot and him. In the end, Lei Ming Kai fell into a coma uncontrollably. "Until just now, I woke up embarrassingly." Lei Ming Kai took a careful breath so as not to touch any wounds. Although he can't check his body on his own right now, it is not difficult to see what kind of situation his body is in from the pain coming from all over the body. How was the result of that action? Lei Ming Kai gradually adapted to the pain, and asked when he looked at Cecil with his head sideways. Sair nodded. "Yet. It should be said to be very successful." The Sunderland team led by Veretta found a large number of illegal drugs containing mysterious substances in the basement of a cabin deep in the woods. Moreover, they also confiscated a batch of drugs that seemed to be used work tools to process. Did you catch anyone? Lei Mingkai frowned, and after trying to straighten his body, he accepted his current state calmly. Except for the black Sunderland that was maimed by Lancelot, we did not catch any relevant personnel. Sihil's answer did not make Lei Mingkai feel depressed or accidental. If it were not for the sudden appearance of the White Phantom and rescue Lancelot in him, I am afraid that the black Sunderland would quickly evacuate the woods after killing Lancelot and destroy the evidence. After thinking, the doctors and nurses who went soon rushed to exchanged a few words with Sai Sieter, and immediately started an examination of Lei Mingkai. In desperation, Lei Mingkai had no choice but to be at the mercy of the doctors and nurses. After some tossing, Cecil looked at Lei Mingkai with an unhappy face, amused. It seems that your weird physique can't help you much this time. The doctor just made a preliminary assessment. It will take at least a month for you to return to the level of free movement. 1 month. Lei Mingkai twitched his mouth, and there was a moment of despair. He had no idea that with the help of the mysterious white cat, he would fall into such a situation. Thinking of this, Lei Mingkai looked to the side of the ward with feeling. Over there. A small bamboo basket is placed there quietly. That's it. Lei Mingkai seemed to think of a possibility. Oh? This. Did you save this white cat? When we found Lancelot and pulled you out of the cockpit, we found that you were holding this white cat tightly. Cat. Sai Zier carefully showed Lei Mingkai the situation inside the bamboo basket. As expected. The mysterious white cat really lay quietly in the bamboo basket. Just treat it as I saved it. Can you see it? Lei Mingkai hesitated and nodded slowly. Yu reading www.uucananshu.cm. See it. Sai Sieter blinked his eyes and asked suspiciously, isn't he sleeping in a bamboo basket? It's strange to say that, like Ku, he has been in a coma for a week. Saixier carefully covered the little quilt on the white cat, and continued, if it weren't for inspection, the white cat would be fine and clean. I'm afraid it would not be allowed to be brought here. Really? Thank you. That, Cecil, does your job matter? Lei Mingkai nodded and asked tentatively. That's right. After looking down at his watch, Cecil exclaimed, it's already time for the handover. Why hasn't Lloyd come yet? After thinking about it, Cecil dropped the words I'll go back and see what Lloyd is doing and left in a hurry. After waiting for a while, Lei Mingkai determined that no one would come for the time being. He stared at the bamboo basket and slowly shouted, White cat, are you dead? You just died. A low growl sounded from the bamboo basket, and the figure of the mysterious white cat jumped up from it and gently landed on Lei Mingkai's hospital bed. You kid, you can really toss. The mysterious white cat laughed, and suddenly said somewhat lonely, nevertheless, I am in a similar situation. The white cat sighed, walked to the side of Lei Mingkai's head, and looked down at his eyes. Our enemy has appeared. But, now that I have exhausted my strength, I can only fall asleep temporarily. Before then, I will speed up the recovery of your body. Do your best to investigate why did the enemy appear in this world. Then. Before the white cat finished speaking, he closed his eyes and fell on the hospital bed. Chapter 32, Lei Mingkai in the ward. The white cat fell asleep. Or in other words, it was the mysterious white cat that fell asleep. Now, the white cat lying in Veretta's arms has lost the mystery that only Lei Mingkai could see before, and has become a cute cat that everyone loves, a cat like a pet cat. Why does this mysterious white cat become like this? Lei Mingkai doesn't know, nor is it clear. From the beginning, the mysterious white cat possessed too many mysteries, and Lei Mingkai wondered if he was like the white cat, shrouded in a mist. Maybe. I am not Lei Mingkai? As soon as this question appeared, Lei Mingkai sighed with a wry smile. Now, the only white cat who knows the truth has fallen asleep. Even if I doubt it, I guess I can't get the answer. The only thing he knows is the enemy mentioned by the mysterious white cat, which should be related to the mystery in his body. If you can find out those enemies, maybe you can get some answers. It's just that if you encounter an enemy like the Black Sunderland last time, relying solely on Lancelot will probably be a little bit powerless. Veretta. How about the Black Sunderland that was killed by Lancelot? After thinking about it, Lei Mingkai asked Veretta. Veretta knew that Lei Mingkai was not asking about Black Sunderland, but the weird spear that was broken in two. Lloyd is trying to study some doorways from the broken wreckage. But in a short time, I am afraid that there will be no breakthrough. Really? I see. Lei Mingkai was not surprised by this. After all, the weird weapon used by the Black Sunderland is indeed a kind of technological crystallization and technological system that has never been seen before in this world. Even Lloyd, who designed and manufactured the 7th generation cutting-edge body Lancelot, would worry about how to crack it in the first place. Veretta. The Q department will be handed over to you for the time being. Now I can't move. Lei Mingkai glanced at the plaster still fixed on his limbs, raised his eyes and looked at Veretta and said. Understood. By the way, let me take care of this white cat too. Now that it wakes up, it's not easy to stay in the hospital. Veretta nodded, and said with her hands holding the white cat. The mysterious white cat is asleep, so the white cat that has become an ordinary kitten is not good for him to stay in the hospital anymore. Well, put it at the special station. At least Cecil will take care of it. Yes. After Lei Mingkai confessed a few things, Veretta left the hospital with the white cat. Lei Mingkai glanced at the ward that had become quiet again, then slowly closed his eyes. Before the mysterious white cat fell asleep, it did exactly what it said, speeding up Lei Mingkai's body's self-repair speed. Now, Lei Mingkai can clearly feel that the pain that permeates the whole body is gradually subsiding, and the most critical limbs have gradually begun to recover some touch. According to the current repair speed, Lei Mingkai secretly estimated the time, and there is a high probability that the repair will be completed within 5 days. This speed will shock the doctors again. You know, Lei Mingkai learned from Cecil and Veretta that at the time he was sent to the hospital, he had fractured all his limbs and was accompanied by a large amount of internal bleeding. In this extremely dangerous situation, the doctors who participated in the rescue almost used what they had learned all their lives to pull Lei Mingkai back from the deadlock. Let's go slow. Lei Mingkai thought for a while, and decided not to be so noticeable. However, he couldn't lie down in the hospital for too long. Otherwise, the whereabouts of those enemies may be lost. Opportunity, it was delivered soon. The next day. Just after the doctors and nurses completed their routine inspections, the hospital was blocked by a team of people. Except for the room where Lei Mingkai is located, other wards are temporarily not allowed to enter and exit. Only approved doctors and nurses can leave the ward, as well as the soldiers with live ammunition. I am afraid that there will be no other people besides the governor of District 11. As expected. As the adjutant Dalton entered the ward first, Lei Mingkai's guess was confirmed. The governor. I'm very sorry. I can't salute you for the time being. Lei Mingkai lay on the bed and smiled wryly. Cornelia, who entered the ward behind Dalton, took a look at Lei Mingkai's cast-fixed limbs and nodded. Yeah. Don't mind. When I led the guards to cut off the passage of banned drugs, I noted the credit you made. Now your task is to maintain your body. Leave the rest to me, and your subordinates. Veretta, do it. Cornelia sat on the stool pulled by Dalton, and looked at Lei Mingkai's injury with concern. I heard that you encountered that strange Sunderland again in the last operation. Lei Mingkai nodded and smiled wryly. Yes. The governor. This time I was facing Black Sunderland alone. As a result, it was what the governor saw. Well, it was a tragic victory. But in terms of the result, you won. And brought back clues to the enemy for the 11th area. Moreover, it also let us know that there is another channel besides the channels of the Chinese Federation. Unidentified forces are corrupting Area 11. No one can or dare to ignore your credit. Cornelia seemed a little dissatisfied with the wry smile shown by Lei Mingkai. Now, I have asked my country to send a scientific research team to support Lloyd's work on deciphering the wreckage. I believe that there will be results soon. Yes. Veretta has already told me about this. Lei Mingkai nodded. That's good. Although I don't know why you lost your real name, you can indeed be called a real knight. Get your body as soon as possible. Then, continue to gallop as a knight. On the battlefield. Cornelia nodded, stood up, looked at Lei Mingkai and said solemnly. Yes, Your Highness. If your body recovers fast enough, you may be able to participate in my next actions. Cornelia, who turned around and was about to leave, suddenly said something that made Lei Mingkai feel that an opportunity was coming. Yes. Your Highness. I will try my best to restore my body to the point where I can support the fight. Lei Mingkai solemnly responded. Really? Then, I will wait and see. Today, it is destined to be unable to be quiet. Just as Cornelia left, Euphemia took the baton and came to the ward where Lei Mingkai was. Your body. Even though Euphemia learned about Lei Mingkai's condition from the report, after seeing Lei Mingkai's condition with her own eyes, she couldn't help but lost her face, walked quickly to the bed and asked worriedly. Oh! Deputy Governor! Now I can't give you a knightly. Lei Mingkai grinned and teased himself. You! Euphemia was taken aback, then gave Lei Mingkai a strange look. It's all like this. What do you care about? And, now only the two of us are here, you should call my name. Okay. Yuffie. Don't worry. It's just a skin injury. It will be fine in a few days. Lei Mingkai smiled and said nonchalantly. You have skin trauma? You are all like this. Broken limbs and bleeding in internal organs. If the doctors here are not skilled enough, I am afraid you will be honored. Euphemia's small face was full of worry. Well. It was my carelessness. I didn't expect the enemy to have that kind of assassin. Lei Mingkai put away his humorous mood, his face gradually became serious. Yuffie. From now on, you'd better not leave the concession. We don't know what those people will do in the dark besides selling illegal drugs. But... Euphemia frowned, seemingly reluctant. No, but Yuffie. The governor is the Valkyrie galloping on the battlefield, and at the same time he has a guard team following. But you are different. Now although you have the name of the vice-governor, you are by your side, let alone the guard team. Not even a knight. Lei Mingkai breathed a sigh of relief, looked at Euphemia's eyes and said, So, whether it is the governor or me, you are the most worried about you. Yuffie. Under Lei Mingkai's repeated insistence, Euphemia finally nodded and agreed to Lei Mingkai's request. Immediately afterwards, Euphemia did not stay in the hospital too much. www.readaloud.com and it was Lloyd and the others who followed in the footsteps of Euphemia's departure. Oh. It's great to see you all right. I am also worried that Lancelot's pilot is gone. Fortunately. Lloyd, with two faint dark circles on his face, pushed open the door, sat on the side of the bed with a grin, and looked at Lei Mingkai carefully. Lei Mingkai shook his head, and said weakly, Sometimes, I really hope you can find another pilot. What? Do you want to use this incident to leave the mission and leave Lancelot? Looking at Lloyd's surprised face, Lei Mingkai was a little smug in his heart. Yes. After all, the enemy's power has far exceeded Lancelot's power limit. Lloyd, what do you say to me? This time the limbs are fixed by plaster. Next time, I'm afraid I will lie in the Imperial Cemetery. NS. In response to Lei Mingkai's statement, Lloyd's face suddenly showed a trace of uneasiness. It's just a beam rifle. Don't worry. Lancelot has been repaired. Moreover, I also specially increased the output of the energy light shield. Lloyd spoke, and gestured with his fingers. Although we can't completely analyze the beam rifle, I got inspiration from it. Lloyd didn't sell Guanzi, but said straightforwardly. Now, Lancelot's energy light shield is enough to withstand the beam attack you encountered before. Really? I can't wait to be discharged from the hospital, so I boarded Lancelot for a test. Hee. Don't worry. As long as your amazingly resilient body can keep up with time, you may have a share in the next Narita War. Chapter 33, Pleasure. Look, everyone. The wounded man lying on the bed is the youngest and most promising knight of my holy Bretonnian Empire, K. A young man with a silver mask on his face and limbs fixed in plaster appears in the picture. He is lying in a hospital bed, being interviewed by reporters. This is a news interview instructed by the governor of the 11th district, Cornelia. Moreover, in order for Lei Mingkai to accept the interview willingly, Cornelia even promised that he did not need to take off the mask. Therefore, Lei Mingkai nodded and agreed. Facing the camera, Lei Mingkai still remained flat, did not seem to express too much emotion, and let the female reporter who interviewed him freely. Or everyone has some doubts about the silver mask he wore, but as long as the audience knows the credit he made not long ago, they will understand why he wore this mask. Illegal drug refrain. I believe some viewers will not be unfamiliar with it. That's right. This so-called refrain has been circulated among our compatriots and honorary Bretonians for a long time recently. Illegal drugs prescribed. Now, please ask our Knight K to tell us the harm of refrain. The female reporter briefly introduced some basic information about refrain, and then handed the microphone to Lei Mingkai. The eyebrows under the mask frowned. Lei Mingkai glanced at the cardboard with the interview transcripts fixed under the camera, and then proceeded with the interview. After some exchanges between you and me, this interview finally came to an end. Thank you. Your Excellency K. After the interview, a well-mannered, polite middle-aged man thanked Lei Mingkai in his characteristic low voice. No. This is much easier than going into battle to kill the enemy. After all I have to do is read the manuscript. Lei Mingkai smiled and said mockingly. Your Excellency K is too self-effacing. In the interview just now, there are several places that have been separated from the manuscript. Moreover, this has not affected the results of the interview, but will increase the effect of the interview. The middle-aged man bowed slightly. He knew that although the man in front of him looked miserable and his whole body was wounded, he was favored by Governor Cornelia. This knight has a bright future. As an outstanding journalist, he doesn't want to offend this star of tomorrow. Oh? It made you laugh. I don't know how to call it. Lei Mingkai shook his head and actively asked the middle-aged man about his life. Dito Hartlet salutes you. Young and promising knight. The middle-aged man bent over his chest and saluted Lei Mingkai. Dito Hartlittle. Lei Mingkai groaned, and looked up at the room. At this time, except for him and the middle-aged man named Dito Hartlittle, everyone else had packed their things and left the ward first. Dito Hartlittle. In the last Orange incident, there was a shot very close to zero. I don't know which photographer shot it. Lei Mingkai's question made Dito Hart stunned, and then his head seemed to become lower. I'm really sorry. At that time, because I was eager to get the first-hand information to be captured in the first time, I had to carry the camera myself and ran to the front line to shoot. I hope Mr. K can understand. Hearing Dito Hart's explanation, Lei Mingkai raised his eyebrows slightly, but he was a little interested. Hold your head up, Dito Hartlet. I don't have the power to blame you. The reason why I ask this is because I have something to leave to the photographer, and it's you Dito Heart little to do it. The corners of his mouth under the silver mask quietly cocked, and Lei Mingkai's eyes gradually became unfathomable. Something? Is there something that I need to do? Your Excellency. Diet Heart was taken aback for a moment and asked involuntarily. Yet. Yes. Lei Mingkai nodded and slowly said, Dito Heart lit. You pursue the truth of first-hand information, and you also pursue the highest pleasure you get after you uncover the truth. Right. Dito Heart was confused. For some reason, he suddenly felt that the knight in front of him, who could only lie on the hospital bed, could see through his own details at a glance. Your Excellency. What do you mean? 0. Dito Heart. You should have your own news channel. Now, what I want to entrust you to do is to do everything possible to get close to 0 and become a cadre of the Black Knights. Lei Mingkai's words surprised Dito Heart. Even if Lei Mingkai doesn't say anything, Dito Heart, who has been declining due to the Orange incident, has already planned to join the Black Knights. Only now, Dito Heart agreed to Lei Mingkai's words. I am afraid he will become a double agent. Lei Mingkai glanced at Dito Heart, whose complexion was constantly changing. After a glance at Dito Heart, who was lost in thought, he ignored or urged him, closed his eyes, and waited for Dito Heart's reply while rested. For a long time, as the curtains were blown by the breeze at sunset, Dito Heart finally had an answer. Your Excellency. I agree. Well. Before I take the initiative to contact you, you just concentrate on fighting for the position of the Black Knights. You will be notified of the mission. Yes. The idea of Dito Heart becoming a double agent was just a whim. When I saw him, this whim quickly swept Lei Mingkai's mind like a tsunami. It seemed that from the very beginning, Dito Heart definitely would do it. Even if it has no influence of its own. Lei Mingkai moved his hands and feet, and after feeling the weight of the plaster for a while, he slowly lowered his hands and feet. Now, most of the consciousness has been restored. It's just that you need to recover and exercise in some subtle positions. Or, it's time to remove the plaster. Otherwise, I'm afraid I won't be able to participate in the plan to attack Narita. Lei Mingkai looked back at the sunset that sank into the horizon. That night, the Black Knights, which have grown stronger due to their previous activities, have finally come to the time to welcome new blood. The new mech named Rogue was secretly sent over from Kyoto and became the new equipment of the Black Knights. Among them, a new body painted with dark red as the main color has become the highlight of the aid equipment given to the Black Knights this time. Faced with the brand new body, everyone could not help but feel proud. Compared to the guerrilla career of the past, the Black Knights that has been turned into justice envoys by countless 11s are really great and wonderful. Fan, and Yuchen, they all think so. Karen. This Red Lotus too is yours. 0 walked out of the shadows and gave the order to make Karen the Red Lotus too. However, in terms of protection, the Red Lotus Type 2 would be better. Karen was surprised at this. No. If I were driving the Red Lotus too, it would have wasted its power. Karen, do you remember the White Knight? The White Knight that can be easily defeated against that kind of monster. At 0's reminder, Karen immediately remembered the night when he encountered an unknown body. Black Monster. The White Knight. When everyone was at a loss for the unbreakable and mysterious force field of the Black Sunderland, the White Knight wielding 2 sharp swords easily killed it. Although Karen had rescued the opponent once under the command of 0 before, but from the results, even without Karen's shot, the opponent has a high chance of safely leaving the attack. 0. If you encounter that Black Sunderland again, can Red Lotus 2 defeat it? Although Karen asked whether he could defeat Black Sunderland, in fact, it alluded to the White Knight, Lancelot. What if I say yes? 0 asked rhetorically. Karen was taken aback, then showed a trusting look. Then, I can defeat it. If there is a Red Lotus Type 2. Very good. Karen, from today, the Red Lotus Type 2 is yours." As soon as Zero finished speaking, the fan hurriedly ran over from the side with a complexion. "Zero. There is a situation." Zero glanced at the hurried fan, and asked in a deep voice, "What's the matter?" Fan handed the tablet to Zero, and said, "A Britannian named Dito Hartlett applied to join our Black Knights. You reading www.yuyugonshu.com, and he also said I want to give you a meeting gift." "Oh? A meeting ceremony?" Zero took a look at the tablet, and then pondered. For a long time, Zero has not spoken, which made Fan and Karen feel a bit of pressure. Fan. Reply to him, if this meeting is true, then he will be a member of the Black Knights. Yes, but he is a Britannian. Zero's words surprised Fan, and subconsciously retorted. What's the matter? I'm not 11, and I'm not Japanese. Don't you also follow my command? As long as they are against tyranny, against the barbaric, cruel Britannian Empire, we will be black comrades of the Knights. Zero scolded a Fan, then said in a deep voice. Don't forget. The declaration we made on the night our Black Knights was founded. No matter who it is, as long as the purpose is the same, we are comrades. The aura that erupted from Zero silenced Fan. The mode of thinking is still in the previous little trouble, and the Fan with a narrow field of vision really can't understand the purpose of Zero. But it does not affect Fan's determination to execute Zero's order. Yes. I see. Zero. I will reply now. When Fan was about to turn around and leave, Zero called him. Fan, let me know. We are going for an outing on the weekend. Outing? What's the situation now? Karen, who was in the audience, blinked and asked suspiciously. Yes. Outing. Moreover, there will be opportunities for our Black Knights to grow. Isn't it? Zero said mysteriously. Chapter 34, Pandora's Box that was almost opened. After removing the plaster, washing his body, and putting on the long-lost military uniform, Lei Mingkai's whole person was completely renewed. 8 days. There is one more day than expected, but judging from the feedback from various parts of the body, the extra day did restore the body to an almost perfect state. Lei Mingkai moved the joints of his hands and feet while sighing that the mysterious white cat's ability was so terrifying. Moreover, listening to the words of the mysterious white cat before falling asleep, it seems that it can reach a more powerful level. The discharge certificate has been completed. Veretta's voice came in from outside the door. Let's go. Lei Mingkai opened the door and took Veretta out of the hospital that had been staying for more than a week without looking back. As soon as they returned to the station where the special mission was located, Lei Mingkai and Veretta were immediately overwhelmed by a burst of ribbon petals falling from the sky. Welcome to leave the hospital. No need to look, as soon as he heard the exaggerated voice, Lei Mingkai knew that Lloyd was definitely the one who caused the battle. Lei Mingkai flicked the ribbon on his head helplessly, and after reaching out to pull up Veretta, who was submerged in the sea of petals, he glared at Lloyd. Even if you are celebrating your discharge from the hospital, you haven't celebrated like you did? This ribbon petal can drown people. Veretta's head, shoulders, and even the firm chest were left with a lot of ribbon petals on the top of the head, shoulders, and even the firm chest, which was pulled up by Lei Mingkai, and looked very embarrassed. Lloyd, I just said it. There is no need to buy such colorful belts. Sahil looked back at Lloyd after smiling apologetically to Veretta. Well, isn't it great? The atmosphere, colors, everything. Look, the floor is covered with petals and ribbons, how beautiful. Looking at Lloyd, who was still trying to quibble, Lei Mingkai sighed helplessly. Veretta, go and tidy it up. Later, I have something to ask you. After pulling Veretta apart, Lei Mingkai took Lloyd to Lancelot's front without any explanation. Yet. After all, it's time to talk about business. Lloyd, who allowed Lei Ming Kai to pull himself in front of Lancelot, pushed his glasses and said sternly, "Let's talk about it. In the hospital before, you should just talk about it." Lei Ming Kai pointed to the suspected variable Varus rifle placed next to Lancelot and asked, "Why do you ask?" Because Lei Ming Kai noticed sharply that the appearance of the customary variable Varus rifle seemed to have been changed. It was discovered. Yes. During the recovery of Lancelot, I read the battle records. I found that under the influence of certain factors, the shooting mode of the rifle can mutate to the irradiation mode. Royd stepped forward, walked to the side of the rifle, raised his hand and patted the barrel of the rifle, and continued, "But according to my original shooting, the rifle has no irradiation mode at all. After all, whether it is ammunition or the barrel itself, I have never tried it, and have not designed the function of the irradiation mode." Lei Ming Kai knew the answer to Lloyd's question. However, he still couldn't tell Lloyd about it. Is it possible to tell Lloyd that the mysterious white cat did what made Lancelot like this? Lloyd didn't know the mind Lei Ming Kai hid, but he had his own solution. Why does a rifle, which does not even have a shooting plan designed for a shot model, suddenly become a shot mode? For this question, I finally found the answer from the weird gun that was chopped in two by Lancelot. The answer? Lei Ming Kai raised his eyebrows. Could it be that Lloyd has cracked the technology on those wrecks and applied it to Lancelot? Yes. I found a little thing on the wreckage. Although I don't know what its full function is, for now, it can give Lancelot's rifle a temporary exposure mode. Lloyd pointed to the weird protrusion at the end of the rifle barrel and slowly said, "It's amazing, isn't it? I also think it's amazing. Two systems are completely incompatible, but they can merge with each other." A trace of excitement gradually appeared on Lloyd's face. And this excitement makes Lei Ming Kai unhappy. Although he didn't know why, Lei Ming Kai drew the pistol from his waist. Crack! Bullet loaded. Lei Ming Kai walked towards Lloyd blankly. Cecil, who was standing on the side, was taken aback and rushed up quickly, blocking Lloyd. "K. What do you want to do?" Lei Ming Kai did not pay attention to Sahil, nor did he pay attention to Lloyd, who frowned. "Just walk straight to the rifle. Walk to the front of the protrusion that merged with the barrel. Raise the gun. Aim at the protrusion. Wait. K. What do you want to do?" Lloyd suddenly guessed what Lei Ming Kai wanted to do, and hurriedly stopped him. But a cold light flashed in Lei Ming Kai's eyes. The trigger is pulled. Va! 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 Lei Ming Kai emptied the pistol's magazine in one go, only then did he look at the protrusion through the faint smoke of gunpowder. This is... How could it be possible? When it was installed, it was still metal. How come it has become physical tissue? Lloyd screamed. Who installed the gadget on the rifle by himself? Naturally, he knew exactly what state the thing was like before. How could this be? Sai Xier also watched in disbelief as the bullets shot out a series of protrusions splashing with black and red liquid. K. Did you find out at the beginning? The intuitive and keen Cecil discovered Lei Ming Kai's motives after a short surprise. Probably. After Lei Ming Kai skillfully changed the magazine, he raised the gun again and pulled the trigger. Va! Va! After the second round of almost zero-range shooting, the link between the protrusion and the rifle was finally broken. The moment the last bullet penetrated the protrusion that had drained the black and red liquid clicked and fell to the ground. Is this a creature? Lloyd grabbed his hair and recalled every detail of the previous modification of the rifle, and squatted on the ground to look at the gradually blackened protrusion. I don't know. It's just that my instinct tells me not to let these things get on the body, otherwise, extremely bad things will happen. Lei Ming Kai silently stared at the protrusion falling on the ground. After the meeting, he put away the pistol and said lightly. Intuition? Is it intuition again? Lloyd gave a wry smile, stood up and looked at the warehouse where the wreck was kept. If you are all true, then you can't let the scientific research team from your home country have access to that thing. Don't you think it is a pity? Lei Ming Kai gave Lloyd a strange look. According to Lloyd's obsession with Lancelot, he shouldn't let this opportunity go lightly. However, Lloyd waved his hand, and said in frustration, "No. No. I am not the same as those idiots. What's more, after seeing Lancelot and the Black Sunderland fight with my own eyes, I would rather rely on I want to create a stronger Lancelot with my own power, and I don't want to rely on that unknown power." Really? Lei Ming Kai didn't believe it. It's true. Lloyd shrugged and put on a model of Love or Not. But it was this silly model that convinced Lei Ming Kai. After getting along for so long, only this Lloyd, who is usually carefree and reliable at the critical moment, is worthy of Lei Ming Kai's trust. That? Sire asked carefully, raising his hand. Would you like to burn the wreckage? It burned. Lloyd and Lei Ming Kai said in unison. Really burn? It seems to be able to raise our technology a step. Sire blinked, seemingly a little bit reluctant. Seeing this, Lloyd akimbo helplessly. Sel. You saw the scene just now. Do you want to open Pandora's box while studying? Sire looked stagnant, then shook his head again and again. That's right. Burn it. Take it as an accident caused by the failure of the experiment. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Lloyd nodded and casually ordered. Then, Lloyd reluctantly said, it's rare to find a good way to increase Lancelot's strength. As a result, we still have to go back to the old way. You guys will be fine when you come back. Hee. Really? I think I came back just in time. At least Pandora's box has not been opened. Lei Ming Kai didn't eat his set. Humph. You are cruel. Lloyd was a little speechless, and quickly moved the topic to Lancelot. Now Lancelot's energy light shield has been adjusted in accordance with the previous combat record, and the energy output has been increased by 30% when the current equipment allows. Moreover, I have also added an overload mode program. Increase the strength of the energy light shield by 200% within seconds, but after the time expires, the energy light shield will be scrapped. After Lloyd finished speaking, he waved his hand and looked at Lei Ming Kai and said, I won't say much about the things that I told you. Anyway, you have driven Lancelot so many times, you will naturally know what to do. That's good. Although the rifle is still the previous rifle, with the new energy light shield, even if he encounters the same Black Sunderland as last time, Lei Ming Kai is sure to fight it. After all, one is fresh and two are cooked. I have fought twice, even if it is Black Sunderland with different types of weapons. Lei Ming Kai has vaguely noticed the similarities between them. Just when Lei Ming Kai wanted to board the long-lost Lancelot, Veretta, who had arranged his clothes, came with a document. Notice of attack. Governor Cornelia and Deputy Governor Euphemia have led the army to Nerida. Our Q department is also on the list of this action. Something happened just now and my mind was disturbed. Let's make up for it tomorrow. What a big bang tonight. Hey, let's not talk about it. Anyway, it's on the street. Slowly tonight. Let's change for tomorrow. Chapter 35, The Truth About Gao Long's Death, 1/4. Sometimes. Really have to say. Destiny is a naughty child. Can always surprise you inadvertently. The man with short indigo blue hair standing in front of Lei Ming Kai was the surprise that fate brought to Lei Ming Kai. Your Excellency Knight Jeremiah Goldbard reports to you. The former frontier boss, the ordinary pilot nowadays, really made Lei Ming Kai a little embarrassed. But, he will not waste this gift that fate brings him in vain. Jeremiah, long time no see. Lei Ming Kai nodded and said flatly. No. Now I'm just an ordinary pilot. Please don't worry about your Lord K. Please don't hesitate. It seems that because of the influence of the Orange incident, this fanatical pureblood finally sees some reality clearly. However, Lei Mingkai noticed a trace of resentment in his eyes. He. As a result, he is still a person who can't recognize reality. Thinking so, Lei Mingkai looked back at the scenery outside the window. At this time, Lei Mingkai and the others are on the expressway leading to the Narita area, rushing to the Narita area, and participating in the plan of the Neon Liberation Front initiated by Governor Cornelia. Jeremiah was dispatched to the Q department as a supplementary staff for this reason. Lei Mingkai's eyes gradually became sharp, and he said in a deep voice, "Then, Jeremiah, you should already know the content of the next action. Any ideas?" "Yes. Except for revenge and hatred, the subordinates have no other ideas." "Vengeance and hatred." Lei Mingkai smiled coldly, as if not cold to Jeremiah's answer. He got up from his seat and turned to look at the receding scenery outside the window. "Jeremiah. Before I came to the 11th area, it is said that a detective team was ambushed too deeply into the Narita area, and finally ended in annihilation. Is there such an incident?" Lei Mingkai's question made Jeremiah stunned. He knew about this. Moreover, the task is still signed and issued by him. "Yes. There is such a thing. After the heroic fighters were martyred, the late third Prince Clovis also held a memorial service for them." Jeremiah recalled the original details. He told Lei Mingkai the matter unguardedly. "Oh? Really?" Lei Mingkai raised his eyebrows and found out that Jeremiah knew what Jeremiah was talking about, and he had also conducted related investigations. "Jeremiah. The reconnaissance troops went deep into the area to conduct reconnaissance. There is nothing wrong with this. But why can't I find a record of them?" Lei Mingkai paused and asked Jeremiah clearly. "This." Jeremiah hesitated at that moment. Let Lei Mingkai know that there must be weird behind this. From when Lei Mingkai was in charge of the Q department, he secretly assigned personnel to search for the female knight who communicated with Gao Long that night, but found nothing. It seems that after the death of Gao Long, the young female knight left this sad place. However, Lei Mingkai had an instinct to tell him. There must be an engine in it. Jeremiah's attitude at this time also explains all this. "Jeremiah. Can you tell me why? Now is a good opportunity for Governor Cornelia to attack Narita and clear the Neon Liberation Front." Lei Mingkai looked directly into Jeremiah's eyes sharply, and said forcefully, "If you conceal potential clues about the Narita area and cause Governor Cornelia's actions to fail, then, the future I'm going to face, I'm afraid it will not become as simple as a civilian who has been stripped of all rights." Jeremiah goldballed. Lei Mingkai's voice became deeper and hoarse, but in Jeremy's ears, it was as deadly as a demon moaning from hell. When he thinks of what he thinks is the most terrifying future, Jeremiah's face immediately shows fear and struggle. In the next moment, since the Orange incident, Jeremiah, who has been tortured under heavy pressure, let go. "Yes. Lord K. Please give me a chance. Let me be ashamed. Don't let me shame the empire and the family again." Looking at the panicked and nearly collapsed Jeremiah, Lei Mingkai secretly said in his heart, "Thank you very much." 0. Jeremiah confessed. The mystery scene on the eve of Gao Long's death was gradually opened under Jeremy's narration. Gasali J. Trifasa. This is the name that Lei Mingkai has been investigating but could not find. This is the name of the female pilot who had a good conversation with Gao Long on the night Gao Long went to report in District 11. As soon as he heard the surname Trifasa, Lei Mingkai immediately realized the truth or had already appeared. As expected, Jeremiah explained what happened after the welcome banquet between Gosali and Gao Long. Is more beautiful and peachy. Certainly. These things weren't what Jeremiah had seen with his own eyes, but had learned from some well-informed people before the order came. Order? Order from home country. Lei Mingkai's voice gradually became cold, but in the dark, there was a hint of helplessness. I am afraid that it is his own uninhibited and unruly character that will cause Gao Long to provoke his life. The result is really as Lei Mingkai speculated. It was not Jeremiah or General Battle that asked Gao Long to go to the Narita area for a reconnaissance mission, but a request from a big man in his country. This time, Lei Mingkai already understood. Trifasa. Trifasa. Hee. So it is. You must know that the reason why Lei Mingkai was put on the silver mask and stayed incognito among the missions was because he killed Ong Pied V said, the eldest son of the Duke of Said, during the school year summary meeting. And this noble eldest son also has a fiancée, that is the only daughter from the Trifasa family. Everything is clear. After letting Jeremiah leave, Lei Mingkai sat alone in the room, silent. Bah! There was a violent sound. Lei Mingkai gritted his teeth, feeling the pain when his fist collided with the cold tabletop. Gao Long! You bastard! Why bother to provoke that woman? Isn't it enough for me to die? Now, even you yourself are in. Lei Mingkai took a deep breath and growled. If it weren't for you to lie in that coffin now, see if I will beat you hard. Bastard! The rapidly receding scenery outside the window gradually slowed down, and the Narita area arrived. After the Q Department's convoy slowly entered the pre-delineated position under the guidance of the soldiers, Veretta planned to knock on Lei Mingkai's door and notify him to go to the mothership to participate in the combat meeting. However, before Veretta knocked on the door, Lei Mingkai opened the door by himself. At that moment, the cold, indifferent breath and sharp gaze made Veretta stunned, raising the right hand that was about to knock on the door for a moment and forgot to put it down. Veretta! What's the matter? Lei Mingkai glanced at his assistant and asked. No. I'm very sorry. I was distracted. The governor told you to go to the mothership to participate in the combat meeting. Veretta shook her head quickly and quickly explained. Well, I see. Lei Mingkai nodded, then turned and left. And Veretta looked at Lei Mingkai's back with some doubts, and didn't seem to understand why Lei Mingkai had become a little cold. Actually, not only Veretta thinks this way, but everyone who participated in the combat meeting wondered if this Kamen Rider was too far away. Icy cold. Silence. There is also the sharpness hidden deep in the low key. If Cornelia and Euphemia were not present, I am afraid that some people with more impulsive personality might have conflicted with Lei Mingkai. Maybe lucky or unfortunate. Cornelia didn't assign tasks to Lei Mingkai and the Q department from beginning to end, as if he had forgotten them. Wait. After the combat meeting, Lei Mingkai, who turned to leave, was stopped by Euphemia. What's the matter? Your Highness. Lei Mingkai's tight lips loosened a little. No, did something happen? You don't seem to be the same today. Euphemia asked cautiously. Looking at Euphemia's worried eyes, Lei Mingkai smiled slowly. No. Your Majesty. Perhaps the reason for the murmur of the Empire's heroes rang in my ears. Heroic? Whispering. Euphemia was startled, looked around, but didn't see anything. Yes. Your Highness. Lei Mingkai closed his eyes www.readaloud.com and said in a deep voice, the heroes said, vengeance. Revenge for us. Narita. After the defeat of the Neon battle, the defeated soldiers turned into a fortress on the Neon Liberation Front. In the moment when Cornelia was surrounded with fanfare, Major General Katase, who was still holding the dream of recovering the Neon, still returned. No abnormalities from the surroundings were found. It's so slack. Katase. Two sudden figures arbitrarily pushed open the door of the command center, watching with a mocking look at the soldiers who reacted quickly and raised their guns at them, as well as the soldier in the old neon uniform hiding behind the soldiers. Major General Katase. You are Dr. Chisari. Major General Katase, who recognized the identity of the person, raised his hand to shield the surrounding soldiers, and looked at the man and woman slowly walking into the command center with a serious expression. "Dr. Chisari, what are you doing here?" Major General Kate stared at the man in a white coat and asked in a dumb voice. "What am I doing?" The man in the white coat seemed a little surprised. "Katas, you won't forget, are you? There are still some unfinished transactions between us." "Shut up. Those are not deals at all. We are humans." Major General Kate slapped the table and roared. "Human? Hey! Really?" After the man in the white coat snapped his fingers, the glamorous nurse who followed him opened the suitcase in his hand and handed it to Major General Kate. "If you still insist on being human, then let me see your choices at the moment of life and death." Major General Kate. The corners of the mouth of the man in the white coat gradually turned up, and he gave out a piece of information. "Now, the governor of the 11th district, Cornelia, is surrounding her with her army." Major General Kate. Chapter 36, Landslide, 2/4. The offense began. Lei Ming Kai stood in front of Lancelot, looking up at the woods that was curled up with clouds of smoke. A few minutes ago, Cornelia, who had concluded the combat meeting, immediately issued an order to attack. Moreover, as a commander, she herself drove Gloucester to participate in the attack. "Your Excellency! Please allow me to attack." At this moment, a voice rang behind Lei Ming Kai. "Is Jeremiah? Be safe, don't worry. Jeremiah. If you want shame, wait patiently." Lei Ming Kai said flatly. Jeremiah didn't know. Lei Ming Kai's eyes hidden under the silver mask were looking at the depths of the mountain in front of him, as if there was something worthy of Lei Ming Kai's attention. "Yes, but... Jeremiah. Calm down. Your Excellency K has his own arrangements when the Q department will attack." Veretta, who stood by, looked at Jeremiah and scolded. Jeremiah clenched his fists and stared at the depths of the mountain. There, a black cloud rose into the sky. Boom! The battle began. Lei Ming Kai glanced at the dark cloud, then turned back to the command vehicle. "Lloyd. Do you have any map information here?" Lei Ming Kai's question made Lloyd stunned for a moment. After blinking, he nodded and said, "I remember, it seems to be there." "Cecil, do you remember where you put it?" "Yes." "Call it out now." Under the operation of Cecil, the map information around Narita was displayed on the screen one by one. At first, Lloyd, who was a little unreasonable, started to notice something wrong after seeing Lei Ming Kai's careful thoughts on the map data. The next moment, Lloyd, who was learning from Lei Ming Kai to check the map data, thought of a possibility. "Geography around here." Lloyd pondered for a moment, and immediately exclaimed, "Could there be a hot spring near here?" Lloyd. Sire was still a little unclear. "Haha. K, I know what you are thinking. But to achieve that level, at least it takes Laxita's radiation fluctuations to do it." Lloyd signaled Cecil not to worry, and looked at the thoughtful man. Lei Ming Kai said. But Lei Ming Kai shook his head. "No. Everything is possible." Lloyd. When the war broke out a few years ago, Neon didn't have a nightmare. But a few years later, the guerrillas who had lost their country suddenly had the same nightmare as Glasgow. Are there no other factors? Lei Ming Kai's words made Lloyd stunned, and then waved his hand again and again. "It's terrible. It's terrible. It's terrible. Terrible? Lloyd. It seems that the Lox Hata you mentioned just now has become your enemy." Lei Ming Kai glanced at Lloyd and continued, "From what you just said, I can make a conjecture. Assuming that the Lox Hata you mentioned now is a technical person who is well matched, then, as an opposition force against the Britannian Empire, there is no reason to give up the opportunity to solicit Lox Hata." Lloyd gradually showed a tangled face and sighed. "If you are right, then this place will definitely become a purgatory next. The radiation fluctuation of Laksha Tower is enough to cause a big explosion here in Narita. After hearing Lloyd's confirmation, Lei Mingkai nodded. Now, it's time for the Q department to attack. Veretta, let me know, get ready to attack. I'll see the vice-governor. After confirming that he might find it out, Lei Mingkai strode once again to board the mothership. Actually, he didn't need to board the mothership again, he only needed to communicate directly with Euphemia, but Lei Mingkai knew that he asked for an attack and accepted an order to attack is two different things. In view of the unpleasantness in the previous combat meeting, Lei Mingkai felt that it was necessary for him to meet Euphemia in person. Otherwise, it is possible for those staff officers to prevent the Q department from being dispatched in the name of not attacking without authorization. Of course, if Euphemia can be persuaded, the former will naturally become the latter, and the Q department will be ordered to attack. What? K, you say it again. Surrounded by the staff, Euphemia didn't believe her ears. Yes. Your Highness. According to Lloyd and I combined geographic information and related intelligence analysis near Narita, it is very likely that unknown forces are hiding in the dark, waiting for the time to come, and then triggering a man-made geographic disaster, which will allow the governor to fight. The plan failed. Lei Mingkai briefly recounted his conjecture. How is it possible? Man-made geographic disasters? K, have you watched too many movies? Our staff speculated countless possibilities. It is just a neon liberation front, how can this be done? Sure enough, standing in Euphemia's staff officer opened his mouth and denied Lei Mingkai's conjecture. But Euphemia didn't care about the staff's words. Instead, she looked at Lei Mingkai seriously and asked, K, apart from the Neon Liberation Front, do you think of other forces? 0. The Black Knights. Lei Mingkai slowly said a name that surprised the staff. How is it possible? No matter how strong the Black Knights are, it is impossible for them to have the power to cause man-made disasters. This is not a game of play. The staff members still insisted on their ideas. However, neither Lei Mingkai nor Euphemia took their remarks to heart. K, how sure are you? Euphemia asked. 80%. Deputy Governor. Lei Mingkai said. 80%? In other words, do you want to retreat? Euphemia asked again. No, there is no need to evacuate all the troops. Lei Mingkai shook his head and continued, according to Lloyd and I speculated, the unknown forces hiding in the dark shouldn't be so frantically overturned the entire mountain range. The most likely thing is to choose the direction with the most troops on our side as the breakthrough point. So, do we only need to evacuate in the direction with the most troops? Euphemia was silent for a moment. Then turned to look at the staff officer. Staff, the main direction of our army is the Nightmare unit led by General Dalton, right? Yes. Deputy Governor. As you said. After getting the answer he wanted, Euphemia looked back at Lei Mingkai and said, K, now due to the enemy's EMC, we cannot notify General Dalton in the first time. Therefore, the Q department the task is to rush to the front line as quickly as possible and notify General Dalton to retreat. If this is not possible, then go to a higher place as soon as possible and wait for orders. Yes. Your Highness. Then, just as Lei Mingkai turned and left, Euphemia suddenly stopped him. K, if you can, I hope you can go to where the governor is. Is the vice-governor worried about 0? Yes. If you guessed it was the Black Knights in secret, then the governor would definitely be the target of 0. Yes, Your Highness. A moment later, Lancelot rushed into the woods like a gust of wind. Looking at Lancelot, who was heading towards the area where Cornelia was located at high speed on the electronic map, Euphemia's hands were tightly clasped together. K, please. At this time, on the top of the mountain somewhere, a group of people in black are standing on the top of the mountain, silently looking at the woods under the hillside that are gradually being swallowed by the flames of war. Zero. When are we going to wait? Fan asked worriedly towards Zero. A few minutes ago, the Black Knights broke out an internal conflict caused by Shinichiro Tamashiro. If it weren't for Zero's full force and power, the Black Knights that had just become famous would have been disbanded, and might even be captured by the Britannian army that was entering Narita. No, keep your breath. In the cold wind, Zero's voice seemed very calm. In front of Zero, the brand new Red Lotus 2 is ready, waiting for the order to be issued. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Boom. In the middle of the mountain, there was a loud noise. It's now. Karen. Let's do it. Looking at the black clouds slowly rising up from the mountainside, Zero's eyes lit up and shouted loudly. Understood. Karen replied, and with a vertical thumb, he pressed the trigger firmly. Bah! With a sound similar to the strike of gold and iron, a red and black energy wave burst out from the palm of the Red Lotus 2, rushing straight down the special cylindrical device under the palm, and rushing in the groundwater with amazing reserves. Was silent for a moment. An earth-shattering explosion overturned the entire top of the mountain, rushing countless rebels into the air, and then when the sky filled with rubble fell, a torrent of torrents madly poured out of the blasted gap on the mountain. Out, rushing towards the foot of the mountain like a galloping horse. Warning! Warning! Mountains, mountains, torrents have appeared. On the mothership, everyone looked at the torrents surging down from the top of the mountain in shock. Really, it really happened. The staff could hardly believe their eyes, their faces full of disbelief. Let the rescue troops prepare to set off. The wounded must be rescued as soon as possible, and the people buried in the ground must be searched for. Move fast. At this moment, Euphemia, who was weak in appearance, suddenly broke out something different from ordinary people. Resolutely and resolutely, while swiftly issuing a series of orders, it also brought back the shocked staff officers. Our time is very urgent. The front-line matters are left to the governor and all the soldiers. What we can do now is to rescue the wounded. Listen. Yes, Your Highness. Chapter 37, Against the Miracle, 3/4. The mountain collapsed and the ground cracked. But when the scene described by this idiom truly reappears in front of our eyes, humans know that no matter how powerful they are in their control, they cannot escape under the power of nature. All the pilots of the 2nd Division where Adjutant Dalton was located stared blankly at the mountain torrents and mudslides rushing down from the hillside in front of them. If it hadn't been for them to hide quickly, I am afraid that the entire 2nd Division would be buried under this mighty mountain torrent. Dalton breathed out slowly, and looked back at the Sunderland team led by Veretta. If they hadn't suddenly appeared on the battlefield just now and issued a warning, it might be too late. Moreover, it is ridiculous that I had doubted them. Q Department. Thank you very much. The noble knight thanked him sincerely. No. We are just following orders. Veretta replied, neither humble nor arrogant. Really? I know. Then, how about asking Department Q to fight with us? Dalton smiled and offered an invitation by the way. No. We still have a mission. The Black Knights are ours. That's why our Q department was established. Veretta declined the invitation of Dalton. Really? Well, I wish you a long way. Dalton was very simple, and after saying goodbye, he led his subordinates and continued to rush towards the headquarters of the Liberation Front. The mission here is complete. Let's go. Jeremy, your wish is coming true. Black Knights. On the forest path, 2 huge trucks are driving fast. And in the driver's cab, there is no human figure, only the locked and fixed steering wheel is struggling from time to time. Such a weird sight attracted the attention of Lancelot, who was passing by. That's it. Lei Ming Kai frowned and realized what was wrong. It's not a vehicle of the Britannian army. Then, it is a vehicle of the Liberation Front. Don't hesitate. Lancelot raised the muzzle of a gun. A gloomy blue light flashed, and the vehicle at the leader position was immediately pierced through the cab. In an instant, a ball of fire exploded. Boom! In the flames, two steel figures carrying countless sparks broke through the flames rising to the sky, and rushed out of the billowing smoke. Rogue? No, is it an improved one? When Lei Ming-kai saw that, similar to the rogue, but with two tentacled whips extending backwards in the back of his head, and the chain sword in their hands that didn't seem to be so friendly, he stopped. I immediately realized that this should be the trump card entrenched in Nereida's liberation front. It came just right. Lancelot made a leap, then leaped from the woods and landed in front of the forest path. No traffic ahead. Let's catch it. Lei Ming-kai's voice came from Lancelot's cockpit. And Lancelot also raised the variable Varus rifle in his hand and fired 3 consecutive shots at the remaining vehicle that was still intact. Boom! Another fireball exploded. However, it did not result in any record. Because when the first carrier was blown up, the cargo in the second carrier took the initiative to cut open the warehouse and rushed into the woods next to it, avoiding the people from Lancelot. Shooting. I have to say that there is only one explanation for this performance. Veteran? Ace? No way. Just as Lei Ming-kai's voice fell, 2 dark shadows suddenly rushed out of the woods next to him, and 2 orange-yellow rays flew in the sky between the lightning. Among them, there are still whistles. Lancelot casually threw the variable Varus rifle to the ground, swiped both hands to his waist, with 2 swords in his hands, and in the blink of an eye, he blocked the orange lightning from the left and right. When glug! Gold and iron strikes, and there are bursts of cutting sounds. It really is a chain sword. When Lei Ming-kai just recognized the true face of the orange-yellow lightning, the sound of the wind rose again. This time, I aimed at Lancelot's cockpit. The peculiar roar of the chain sword when it was launched, mixed with gusts of wind, whizzed towards Lancelot's cockpit. You got it! An older voice came from the rogue who launched the sneak attack behind Lancelot. Obviously, this pilot is an older, mature, and stable person. However, even the most stable people will sometimes miss. In front of my eyes is the proof. This is Lancelot's appearance in front of the members of the Liberation Front in a true sense, and it is also the first time that he has fought with them. This is different from the information passed on from time to time by the Black Knights on TV. When the real Lancelot appeared in front of them under the drive of Lei Ming-kai, and was against them, they realized that they were overestimating, but they underestimated Lancelot. The current pincer tactics are undoubtedly designed for the pilots of the Britannia Empire. But in the face of Lancelot, he was so weak. Is just a moment. Just a moment's effort. Lancelot, who was restrained by the 2 chain swords, moved his feet, relying on the almost unreasonable power of the high-speed driving wheels. In a blink. Then the body whirled. Va! Va! The 2 chain swords holding Lancelot from the left and right were so easily opened by Lancelot's radiating vibration sword. Immediately afterwards, Lancelot's upper body fell forward, his hands were pushed on the ground, and with one move of his feet, he caught the rogue's right hand that initiated the sneak attack between a few shots. Then, Lancelot took advantage of the powerful inertial force to take the sneak attack rogue off the ground. While twisting his body, he slammed it into the woods not far away. Crack! 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 After knocking down a few trees, the huge rascal stopped embarrassingly. However, judging from the electric sparks pulsating on the exposed wires, 80% of this rogue has been scrapped. Lancelot, who broke the enemy's combined attack with a gesture, did not defeat the enemy because of this. On the contrary, Lei Ming-kai felt an oppressive force. White head. The rogue with a white head that escaped from the explosion slowly came to Lancelot after the other rogues surrounded Lancelot. Who are you? A calm male voice rang from the rascal. Humph! Lei Mingkai snorted coldly. Before asking someone who they are, shouldn't you say your name first? Fujido Kyo's hero. Neon Soldier, Lieutenant Colonel. The man introduced himself. Fujido? Is that you? The man who created the miracle of Itsukushima. But what? Lei Mingkai smiled coldly and announced loudly. Even if you used to create miracles, now, you can't get through here. Come on. Let me see how powerful Fujido is called a miracle. In the next second, both parties started to act at the same time. Except for the rogue who was scrapped by Lancelot just now, the remaining 4 rogues suddenly surged from all sides. It is not that they did not intend to get rid of Lancelot's entanglement, separate their forces, and launch an offensive towards the area where Cornelia is located, but in the brief encounter just now, they already knew that Lancelot was terrible. Slash and encircle the formation. Be careful. The enemy's mobility is far beyond our rogues. The man named Fujitang looked carefully at Lancelot, who took the initiative to discard the rifle and held 2 swords. The power of the rifle, Fujido himself has experienced firsthand just now. With such a powerful weapon, he even dared to discard it and replace it with a more powerful weapon. The enemy is not simple. His eyes stared. Fujido took the lead, and drove the rogue first and rushed up. The white head quickly enlarged in front of Lancelot's eyes, and the chain sword in his hand whizzed, tearing the wind and slashing towards Lancelot's chest and abdomen. Bah! Fujido's pupil shrank, and he quickly controlled the rogue and turned sideways. OM! The sharp red sword in Lancelot's hand broke through the wind, and slashed down against the rogue's chest dangerously. Lieutenant Colonel. As soon as Ten-Tan was in danger, his subordinates immediately launched support. Woo! 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 The 3 chain swords slashed towards Lancelot's vital parts one after another. However, this seemingly fatal combined attack was once again raised by Lancelot and easily blocked by the energy light shield on his left arm. What? How could it be possible? The shock of the subordinates did not make Fujitang retreat. Instead, he took advantage of the seconds created by the subordinates to once again swing his sword and stab towards Lancelot. Bah! There was another noise. Lancelot turned the hilt upside down, and with his right hand holding the vibrating sword upside down, Fujide's attack was blocked. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. It's so powerful. Who are you? A person like this shouldn't be just an unknown person. Fujitang's voice reached Lei Mingkai's ears as the blades collided. An unknown soldier? You are right. I am just an unknown knight, K. As soon as Lei Mingkai's cold words fell, Lancelot used his strength to push back all the 4 rascals who had besieged it. Lieutenant Colonel, are you okay? The subordinates couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief after seeing that Fujitang was safe and sound. Fujitang shook his head, looked at Lancelot who had stepped back 10 meters away and said in a deep voice. K? Do you not want to tell me your name? Or do you think I am not qualified to know your name? A mighty knight. The rogue driven by Fujitang stepped forward, stood 5 meters in front of Lancelot, and said loudly, Knight. Let's have a duel. If you are still proud of the glory of the knight. Lieutenant Colonel. The subordinates were shocked. Don't panic. When I start fighting with him, you will go around and support Major General Kates as soon as possible. Here, leave it to me. Fujido's voice revealed an unprecedented consciousness. Lieutenant Colonel. Let us stay 2. One person cannot defeat this white nightmare. This is an order. Fujitang ordered underground without denying it. However. Next second. Lei Mingkai's voice rang. I refuse. I am not a knight. Also, you guys don't want to walk past me. Lancelot raised his hand, and the hook on his left arm ejected, blocking the forest path. This road is nowhere. Chapter 38, Siege of Lancelot, Part 1, 4/4. This road is nowhere. The white Lancelot became a stumbling block at this moment. It was Fugido and his group who rushed back to the headquarters to rescue Major General Cates and others. Lieutenant Colonel. After the intention was seen through, the subordinates who were regarded as the four sacred swords by the Liberation Front, one of them could not continue to fight, and the remaining three all set their sights on Fuji Tang. "Can't you do a dignified duel?" Fuji Tang secretly sent a message to his subordinates, while trying to test Lei Mingkai with words to find a breakthrough point. Crack! As the hook pulled the unlucky tree down, Lancelot once again raised the laser vibration sword in his hand. Is the legendary miracle person only at this level? Fugido. We all know each other's purpose, so there is no need to waste saliva. As soon as the voice fell, Lancelot, which Lei Mingkai was driving, swung his swords and attacked first. Bah! A short distance of 5 meters is just a step away for both parties. In a blink, the laser vibration sword in Lancelot's hand and the chain sword in the hands of the white-headed rogue fought together. But this time it was different. With the movement of Lei Mingkai's fingers, the frequency of the laser vibrating sword in Lancelot's hand increased to a new stage. Crack, click, click. Under this increasingly powerful laser vibrating sword, a discordant noise appeared in the chain sword in the rogue's hand, and it was getting louder and louder. Even, in front of Fugido's eyes, the red reminder of the crazy jump was also telling him. The car is about to lose its sword. My sword can't beat the enemy's sword. This thought flashed in Fujitang's heart for a moment, and two dark shadows suddenly flew out from the rogues left and right, and forced Lancelot, who was trying to continue the storm attack, to retreat. "Chiba, Asahina, is that you?" Two rascals came out from the side of the rascal driven by Fuji Tang, firmly guarding him. "Lieutenant Colonel. Let's go together." As the only female pilot among the four sacred swords, Neza Chiba suggested. "Yes. Lieutenant Colonel. That white machine is very strong." Asahina Seigo, one of the four sacred swords, glanced at the silent comrade under the tree, and said in a deep voice, "Xianbo still doesn't know what's going on. We must a quick fight and a quick decision. It is good. Time is running out, and Fugido is no longer talking nonsense." "Hey? The momentum has changed? Haha, are you going to work hard?" Lei Mingkai felt that the enemy in front of him seemed to have made up his mind. Suddenly, a burst of murderous aura suddenly erupted from behind Lancelot. "Hey! Come on this set!" Lei Mingkai snorted coldly, and Lancelot turned slightly to the left, raising the energy light shield on his forearm. When the chain sword once again fought with the energy light shield. Is the fourth rogue. It turns out that this rogue did not merge with Fuji Tang, so it circumvented behind Lancelot and launched a sneak attack. However, the first sneak attack could not be successful. How could the second sneak attack of the same routine be successful? A mocking Lei Mingkai appeared on the corner of his mouth. With a pull with his left hand, Lancelot shook his left arm violently and slapped the energy light shield like a mosquito. He let out the fourth rogue who launched the sneak attack. Shoot flying! Then, the energy light shield retracted, and the claw on the left arm ejected again. Target! Is this rascal who was photographed flying into the air? Bah! At the moment when the hook was about to hit the rogue's cockpit, an orange-yellow lightning suddenly appeared, and it broke the hook in two. Fugido! It was Fugido who slapped that blow. In time, Fuji Tang, who had rescued his subordinates in time, breathed a sigh of relief, and said in a deep voice, "Bu bu. Little tricks are useless to him. Yes. If you want to go, let's go together. Although I am not afraid of your sneak attacks, but coming again and again makes me feel bored. Come on." The dust was flying, and Lancelot's figure suddenly disappeared from Fuji Tang and the others. So fast. "Chiba. On your right." Fujido was surprised and quickly notified his subordinates. But, it's too late. Va! While the broken arm still holding the chain sword flew into the air, the rogue driven by Chiba, one of the four holy swords, was knocked back by the powerful impact, and was finally guarded by the newly arrived teammate. Chiba! Are you okay? Asahina looked around guardingly and asked with concern. No. It's just a broken arm. Chiba didn't care too much about his car being cut off. Hey! The sound of wind blew out of the woods suddenly. A red lightning flashed behind the fuselage driven by Chiba and Asahina without warning. Va! At the moment of the death, orange and yellow lightning and red lightning fought fiercely together, and a gust of wind suddenly broke out from it. Good block! Fujido! Lancelot's attack was blocked by Fujido's car in time. Fujido was silent, just working hard to see the truth with his hands. The white-headed rogue is holding a sword in his right hand, and fiercely competing with the radiation-vibrating sword in Lancelot's hand for defense. Crack, click, click. The chain sword made a noise again. Moreover, the high-speed chain also slowed down, or even stopped. In the previous and current confrontation, the chain sword has far exceeded the limit it can bear. MSV, Radiation Vibration Sword. This is the first actual combat weaponry of the Britannian Empire. Before that, let alone the liberation front of the guerrillas, even Kyoto, which had an inexplicable and intricate relationship between the Sakura stone trade and the Britannia Empire, knew little about it. Va! Broke in. Withstood the test of repeated attacks by the radiation vibrating sword, the chain sword that had malfunctioned finally stepped into death. The moment the severed chain sword flew into the sky in front of Fujitang's eyes, Fujitang gritted his teeth, and the broken sword in the driver's hand was immediately thrown towards Lancelot. Va! The broken sword was knocked into the air by Lancelot again. And at the next moment, Fujitang rushed to Lancelot with a forward-looking decisive aura in his car. Boom! Boom! The two hooks on the rogue's chest popped out continuously, and flew straight toward Lancelot. It's useless. Lancelot raised his hands and blocked the radiating vibrating sword in front of him. But, this also hit Fujido's arms. I saw the direction of the two hooks suddenly changing from a longing flying to a slightly falling posture, and in the blink of an eye, the radiation vibration sword in Lancelot's hand was rolled tightly. Opportunity! Seeing that his plan had succeeded, Fujitang yelled without losing the opportunity. Yes. Left. Right. Rear. Except for the Fujitang in front of Lancelot, all the other three directions are occupied by three of the four holy swords waiting to this day. Opportunity is here. They drove their own body to lift the chain sword, drove the high-speed driving wheels at full speed, and rushed toward Lancelot in a neat and uniform manner. This blow. Solve you! They shouted in unison. Is near. Is near. Now that Lancelot, whose two swords are both controlled by Fujitang, cannot move, the three of the four sacred swords seem to see the hope of victory. But at the moment when the three-chain sword was about to stab Lancelot, Lancelot gave up his weapon again. With both arms propped up, the two energy light shields opened again, easily blocking the stabs from the left and right sides. The stabbing from behind was dodged by Lancelot with a forward somersault. What? I gave up my sword. The four sacred swords who returned without success once again looked at Lancelot, who was empty-handed, and the two radiating vibrating swords inserted on the ground in front of the rogue that Fujitang was driving. What's the matter? Didn't you come over? Lei Mingkai's voice sounded in the ears of Fujitang and the four sacred swords under the amplification of the microphone. The calm and composed expression and the confident voice that he had already controlled everything made Fujitang and others feel a pressure. After receiving the new rogue based on the improvement of the old rogue www.readaloud.com, the combat power of the Liberation Front will not be too different from that of the Britannian army. However, the white machine in front of them ruthlessly destroyed their confidence. The strength of the Britannia Empire is far beyond their imagination. Howl! Suddenly, a scream broke through the silence of the woods and rushed towards Lancelot's side and rear at a tricky angle. Bah! The result, as always. But this blow made Fujitang and others relieved, and they felt at ease for the survival of their comrades. You are not dead yet? I have to say, your vitality is really tenacious. Lancelot's energy shield is still shining. Lei Mingkai's eyes fell on the one that was thrown out by Lancelot, and it was crashing. After a few big trees, he fell into a silent rascal. He remembered that judging from the sound of the communication, the rogue pilot should be an older man. Maybe, it might be an old grandfather. Hey! Are you aware of my age? While walking, the rogue Xianbo was driving with sparks pulsating around. Seeing its shaky appearance, it might fall to the ground in the blink of an eye. Xianbo, you! Fujido called out. No. Lieutenant Colonel. Only the 4 holy swords can be regarded as the real 4 holy swords. No matter how strong the enemy is, our 4 holy swords will wipe them out. Xianbo's hoarse voice revealed unprecedented confidence. Moreover, he didn't worry that his declaration would be heard by Lei Mingkai. Hee. Good. Very good. Interesting. Amid Lei Mingkai's laughter, Lancelot took a stance. Come on. Second round. Chapter 39, Siege of Lancelot, Part 2. The blade is trembling. The high-speed drive wheels are roaring. Killing weapons created with human top technology and wisdom are fighting in the woods. Fujido, this man who was regarded as good at creating miracles by the Liberation Front, saw through Zero's intentions hidden in the dark from the beginning, and took immediate action. However, just before rushing to the back of Cornelia, the White Knight appeared. There is no name, but the man with only one English letter as the code name drove the fuselage that was far superior to the new rogue and blocked their way. That is such a powerful body. That's such a superb driving technique. No matter how tacitly coordinated the attack between Fujitang and the 4 sacred swords, there is no way to break through the obstacle of the man and the white body. Bah! The sound of the blade being cut rang out again. Fujido took a closer look and found that the rogue Chiba, the only female pilot of the 4 sacred swords, had lost his last weapon. That's right. Whether it is a hook, still chain sword. As long as the weapons that the rogue can use, they all drink hatred under the 2 red killing blades in Lancelot's hands. Although Fujido had successfully captured the pair of blades once before, but afterwards, Lancelot, who possessed super mobility, recovered the blades from the 4 holy swords in the blink of an eye. Holding a sword blade. Incarnate into death. Wielding the sword. Harvest life. The 8 words kept flashing in Fujitang's mind. Lieutenant Colonel. Xianbo's rogue can't move. Asahina yelled eagerly. Fujitang controlled the car to eject the last hook, forcing the attacking Lancelot to retreat, only to have so much free time to pay attention to the situation of his subordinates Xianbo. I saw that the rogue driven by Xianbo was almost spread all over by electric sparks. As the joint part that fails first, it is even more serious. If you drag on like this, I'm afraid it's possible to explode on the spot. Xianbo. Give up the body. Eject. Quick. But Xianbo still wanted to struggle a bit. When trying to drive the landline into the battle, a piercing sound of gold and iron tearing suddenly sounded. Squeak! While there was a loud noise in Xianbo's ears, an extremely severe pain was transmitted to the brain through the nerves. Then, as if something was blocking his throat, he couldn't say anything, so he could only try to look down at his body. The red metal object, and the red liquid flowing quietly on it. Is this my blood? As soon as this question appeared, Xianbo plunged into darkness. Xianbo! Fujitang and others shouted in horror. Responded to them with an explosion and roar, and the ruthless hook that took the lives of their comrades. First, Lancelot's claws slowly dripped red blood, and Lei Mingkai's cold voice also sounded at this moment. You dare to kill Xianbo? The Bretonnian. Bu roared, full of anger, and drove the rogue with his full strength to brandish the chainsword and rush towards Lancelot. Orange and yellow lightning drew an arc in midair and rushed towards Lancelot's head. Bah! The sound of gold and iron exploded. The orange and yellow lightning disappeared, but it was a rogue head flying into the air. And Lancelot, who should have had his head cut off by the rogue, stepped forward, was short, and swung his left arm diagonally upward, using the hook on his forearm to chop off the rogue's head. What? Bouletin was taken aback, his anger disappeared without a trace, and he drove the body back quickly. But, it was too late. Lancelot hurriedly waved his right arm, and the hook on his right forearm shot out immediately, penetrating the rogue's left leg straight through. Crack! Not good! Bouletin shouted in his heart, but he watched helplessly as his rogue was pulled by Lancelot and fell to the ground, struggling feebly. The wind howls. The dazzling sunlight was concealed by Lancelot, and the red blade in his hand reflected the coquettish light. In the next second, this deadly red blade was the destiny terminator of Bu. How could it be possible to die here? At the juncture of life and death, Bu gritted his teeth and tried his best to control the car's body to roll over, creating the slightest possibility for the ejection of the cockpit as much as possible. Fortunately, he succeeded. Bah! Is Fugido? The sword in the hand of the rogue he was driving was the chain sword left by Xianbo Ji. Once again holding the chain sword against the radiating vibrating sword that pierced down, Fugido still felt a lot of pressure. But the only thing that made him feel relieved was that Bouletin did not step on the back of Xianbo and successfully ejected. Good job! Lancelot turned somersaults in mid-air, and stood undaunted among Fujitang and the remaining 2 4 holy swords. It's just a chance to save his subordinates. It's not worthy of praise. Fujitang said coldly. 4 sacred swords, 1 death and 1 escape. The remaining 2 4 sacred swords had already been suppressed by Lancelot and Lei Mingkai in terms of morale. Now, let alone a surprise attack on Conlia, I am afraid that even retreat is a problem. Fujid Kyo's hero. Once again, I'm asking you to decide the outcome. Fugido took a deep breath, and once again made the request rejected by Lei Mingkai. Don't give up yet? Fugido. Is your miracle so stayed? Lancelot straightened up slowly and stood unguarded in front of the rogue. Lei Mingkai's voice rang playfully. A miracle? It's just a death struggle between life and death. The rogue squeezed the sword in his hand tightly, and Fujitang's eyes showed determination. As if responding to Fujitang's decision, the remaining 2 4 sacred swords gradually retreated, all the way to the edge of the woods, and after meeting with the Bu who had successfully ejected, they looked at this side from a distance. Hey! Is this your Bushido? Fujitang. Lei Mingkai smiled mockingly. Perhaps so. But, isn't your excellency also a knight? Fugido retorted. Knight? Haha. I said it. I'm not a knight. Lei Mingkai's voice fell, and Lancelot rushed towards the rogue like a cannon. 2 radiating vibrating swords crossed the air, leaving behind dazzling red trails. Fugido did not dare to be careless, and turned the power of the chain sword to its maximum. He knew that even if the power of the chain sword was several times greater, it would not be the opponent of the radiation vibration sword in Lancelot's hand. There was a huge gap between the two from the beginning. Va! 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 Fierce offense and defense began. It's just that Lancelot has always been the offensive player, and the only defense is the rascal. OM crack OM. As expected. Under the alternate attack of the 2 radiating vibrating swords, the chain sword left by Xianbo also fell to the point of invincibility, large and small malfunctions appeared. But Fugido did not give up, but gritted his teeth and waited for an opportunity. Suddenly, Fujido's eyes flashed. He saw it. He saw it. At this moment, the rogue squeezed the hilt with both hands, raised the blade steadily, calmly, and stabbed a fatal blow that was like a peerless blow that could only be performed after a lot of training. When the roar of gold and iron echoed in the woods for a long time. Did you stabbed? The 3-4 sacred swords watching the battle looked worriedly in the direction of the rogue and Lancelot. Pretty. Lei Mingkai's approval sounded. Thank you for the compliment. Fujido smiled, his expression became relaxed. But, I lost. Following Fujido's surrender, the chain sword in the rogue's hand broke in two and fell to the ground feebly. Just now, when Fujido was driving the rogue with the fatal blow that was about to pierce Lancelot's chest, Lancelot actually turned his left wrist in a weird way. At the moment, the radiation vibration sword was blocked. The front of the chain sword. With a roar, another radiating vibration sword followed, cutting the chain sword. Lieutenant Colonel. Seeing that the rogue Fujido was driving weakly kneeling in front of Lancelot, Chiba and Asahina hurriedly rushed the body. Don't come here. Go away. Fujido roared. However, Lancelot's sword did not fall. Lei Mingkai's attention didn't seem to be defeated by Fuji Tang, but instead looked at the torrent that was still rolling down the mountain. Halfway up the mountain, the Sunderland team led by Veretta met 0www.readaloud.com. There is no doubt that Jeremy Adam, who has been obsessed with the orange incident, immediately rushed up alone with a roar. The appearance of not listening to orders made Veretta frowned, but she didn't have any thoughts to stop her. Instead, according to the combat plan, after the orders to block Zero and others were issued one by one, Jeremiah was used as a vanguard and gradually blocked the actions of the Black Knights. Zero. Come out. Fight to the death with me, Jeremiah goldballed. Only in this way can I wash away my shame. Jeremiah's clamor actually suppressed the sound of guns in the blink of an eye, and became the main theme of this battlefield. Jeremiah? Hey! It turned out to be you. Mr. Orange. But, now I don't have time to take care of you. Zero's face hidden under the mask flashed with dignity. The appearance of Veretta and Jeremiah blocked the Black Knight's next move. Moreover, if this continues, even if he arranges the Red Lotus 2 to go to the ambush in advance, it will not help. What should I do? Gee. It would be great if someone could raid Cornelia at this time. Suddenly, at the moment when Zero was thinking about countermeasures, a violent shock suddenly struck. Is this an earthquake? Everyone in the Black Knights exclaimed. Zero, do you still have a backhand? Fan asked quickly. No. This is not the device I set up. This is someone else. Boom. In shock, a huge explosion opened the hillside above the battlefield. The billowing smoke, the flames rising into the sky, and the rascals walking out of the flames. Chapter 40, Black Wave. The red blood gradually flowed out of the wound, and gradually formed a pool of blood on the cold floor. Humans always make different choices at subtle moments. Zisali looked down at the pool of blood that was gradually spreading to his feet, and after a light breath of the faint smell of blood, he looked up at being loaded with a gun again. Major General Katase protected by the soldiers. General Katase. Do you think so? Monster. What the do you want to do? Major General Katase looked at the glamorous nurse who was supposed to be standing behind Chisari, but suddenly killed the two soldiers next to him while waving his hands. That devil figure wrapped in a pink nurse uniform. That cold and face is as scary as the devil of at this moment. I saw that the white jade-like jade hand turned into two sharp blades that unloaded two soldiers in the blink of an eye. Humanity. How could there be such a change? Monster? General. Although I understand your feelings, don't you think it is very rude to say such words to a beautiful lady? Zisali bent his hand to place on the ground. The box took it up, and after looking at it for a while, he nodded. Phoenix. Let's do it. We are running out of time. Understand? Doctor. The glamorous nurse, whose hands turned into cold blades, bowed and rushed out like a cannonball. Shoot. Quick. Shoot. Kataz realized Chisari's intentions, and immediately roared and asked his subordinates to attack. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. In an instant, bullets shrouded Zasali and Phoenix in it like a violent storm. At first glance, there is no doubt that the two will die. But the glamorous nurse Phoenix took a halt and flew back. Using herself as a shield, she stood firmly in front of Chisali. Then, she hurriedly, at a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly, waving her arms that turned into sharp blades. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Dang 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 dang. The bullets that came whizzing were unable to break through the defense of Phoenix's sword blade that wielded after images. Regardless of Major General Kataz shouting loudly for his subordinates to use all their strength, the gun bullets in their hands that could easily tear the human body in the past are here, but they can only weakly become the blade of Phoenix's sword. Record. Crack. Click. The sound of emptying the magazine suddenly sounded. Then, Major General Kataz and the others were shocked to find that their guns had run out of ammunition. And the bullet shot before has long become the pile of metal waste at the feet of the glamorous nurse. How is it possible? Major General Kataz. Do not. It's not just him, even his subordinates stared blankly at the glamorous nurse who slowly lowered his sword blade arms that had become hot and red, but was not hurt at all. Devil! Devil! Suddenly, a weak-willed soldier dropped his gun to the ground, turned and ran out crying in panic. The soldier's panic became a terrible infectious disease at this moment. Ghost! Ghost! This is the evil spirit of hell! In a short blink of an eye, except for the soldiers who were still brave and guarding Major General Kataz, the other soldiers almost screamed in horror and ran out of the command center. Oh! I can't stand it! These unseen humans! Phoenix! Sorry! I made you suffer! Zasali sighed and apologized to the glamorous nurse who was protecting him. No! This is a choice I made myself. Doctor, you don't have to blame yourself. Phoenix shook his head, moved his feet, and rushed out 3 meters away, and flew towards Major General Kataz. Hey! 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 Among the splashes of red liquid. Then dyed the entire command center a terrible red. The blade that killed the soldier guarding Major General Kataz was placed between his neck. I caught you. General. The cold face is all plain. What on earth do you want to do? The icy and smell mixed with metal on the blade made Major General Kataz numb his scalp, and he could hardly think normally. Oh! What are we going to do? Your Excellency! Didn't we make an appointment at the beginning? I assist you in restoring the country, and you assist me in completing the experiment. It is such a simple agreement. General, you repeatedly refused our kindness. Chisali sighed while shaking his head, and took out a needle tube containing an unknown liquid flashing black and red from the suitcase. Look! This is the miracle you are expecting. It's beautiful, isn't it? Miracle! Major General Kataz gritted his teeth and roared under the blade of Phoenix, this is a miracle. It's just the power of the devil. The power of the devil? Haha! They are also the leaders of the leading forces, Major General Kataz, but you are not as good as a little girl I know. She is willing to become a monster in order to gain strength. Chisali said as he walked up to Major General Kataz who was still struggling under the hold of Phoenix. Look! A miracle is waving to you. As soon as S words fell, Chisali's eyes flashed coldly, and the potion containing the unknown liquid was plunged into Major General Kataz's neck in one breath. You! As soon as the black and red unidentified liquid entered Major General Kataz's body, it immediately followed the blood vessels at a frantic speed, quickly occupying Major General Kataz's body. In a blink, At the moment when Major General Katase's eyes were covered with black and red liquid, Phoenix took a stride and returned to Chisali. "Doctor." Chisari nodded, knowing the change of Major General Katase. "Well. Time is almost up. Let's go. Otherwise, the princess will catch up again." Zizi. In the back of Chisali and Phoenix left, Major General Katase, who uttered a silent roar, melted gradually, and stretched out his tentacles from the non-human body, and plunged his head into the pool of blood on the ground. A few minutes later, a violent vibration spread from here to the entire mountain. Boom! The hillside was overturned. The flames rose to the sky. Billowing black smoke swept across the sky. In the flames raging everywhere, a huge humanoid mech that was regarded as a force by the Liberation Front stepped out slowly, rushing down from the mountainside like a tiger out of its cage. That is. Boom! The pilots of the 2nd Division were about to take action. They were blown up by huge humanoid mechas that turned into afterimages. Is this a rogue on the Liberation Front? Dalton looked at the one with comparable performance. No, it was a rogue that had surpassed Sunderland. Shrink the formation. The enemy's momentum is too strong. We must hold them here so that the princess can adjust the strategy. Yes. Under the command of Dalton, the pilots of the 2nd Division, after suffering some losses, quickly formed a defensive formation, and were able to stand firm in the impact of this unusual rogue. On the other side, the changes halfway up the mountain were also seen by the Black Knights and Veretta. And, before they knew what was going on, the Black Wave had already rushed to them. Then, is that a rascal? The Liberation Front sends all the troops to counterattack. Zero was taken aback, but soon discovered the strangeness. Because these black rascals even regarded the Black Knights as their enemies. In a blink of an eye, the Black Knights were not only attacked by the Sunderland team led by Veretta and Jeremiah, but also by this wave of black rogues rushing down from the blasted gap halfway through the mountain. Zero. Retreat! Don't retreat! We are going to be trapped! Fan hurriedly yelled as he listened to the screams coming from the communication channel. Hey! What exactly is the Liberation Front planning? With such strength, why wait until now? Zero couldn't figure out what was inside, but it didn't prevent him from making the right choice. Black Knights! Retreat! Here, it's handed over to the Liberation Front. Under the order of Zero, the Black Knights immediately took a retreat. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. And Jeremiah, who was always paying attention to Zero's movements, saw the Black Knights retreating, and immediately rushed out of the formation with a roar. Zero! Are you going to be a coward again? Sunderland, driven by Jeremiah, accelerated to the rear of the Black Knights, and roared, "Quickly come back! Fight to the death with me, Jeremy Goldbald!" Stupid! Zero did not respond to Jeremiah, but accelerated the evacuation. As the Black Rogue approached, Zero felt a familiar but unpleasant breath. Is like the Black Sunderland suffered that night. Zero! Jeremiah roared and chased after him. Jeremiah! Behind! As soon as Veretta's voice sounded, Jeremiah suddenly found that his body seemed to be pierced by a cold touch. This! Jeremiah looked down, and the black and red icy blade pierced him from behind, and there was even a hint of tender meat on it. A smell of fishy sweetness surged to his throat, and Jeremiah let out a final roar in unwillingness. No! Zero! Boom! Along with Jeremiah's last unwillingness, his Sunderland turned into a flame. Jeremiah! Veretta stared blankly at the fireball formed by Sunderland. Valletta Ching! The voices of his subordinates called Veretta back. Everyone, regroup, retreat, and join Lancelot at the fastest speed. In front of my eyes, the black wave swept across the mountain from top to bottom like an unstoppable tsunami. Chapter 41, Under the Wave. Happy New Year to all book friends. In an instant, Under the impact of the black wave like a tsunami, the green woods that were originally green withered quickly, and finally marched toward death, leaving a barren mountain range filled with blood and fire. His Royal Highness. Then, is that the black unknown unit mentioned by the Q department? Gilbert was surprised to watch the black wave surging from the sudden opening in the mountainside. I'm afraid that's it. Gilbert. Inform all personnel and alternately retreat to the second front. What about Department Q? Cornelia immediately reached out to fight and retreat, and after evading the sharp command, he asked about the movement of the Q department. Dalton sent a notice just now that after telling them to avoid the sudden flash flood, the Q department turned to chase the Black Knights. Gilbert carefully guarded Cornelia, and at the same time told Cornelia the information he had just received. Black Knights. Cornelia was slightly surprised. Oh? I didn't expect Kay to understand my arrangement. Not bad. Cornelia gave a compliment, then looked back solemnly at the surging black wave. Gilbert, stop here. We must get rid of these rogue edges, otherwise, even if we stand on the second line, the G1 mothership will be threatened by the enemy. Yes, Your Highness. The black wave is coming in an instant, and Cornelia undauntedly leads the guards, rushing head-on, and colliding with the black wave formed by the gathering of many black rascals. Boom! A loud noise announced that the Bretonian army led by Cornelia was in a fierce battle with these black rascals. The battle has begun. Fuji Tang stood up from the rogue's cockpit and looked at the mountainside that was submerged by the billowing torrent. Thanks to the black waves that suddenly overturned the entire hillside, after defeating Fuji Tang, Lei Mingkai did not immediately kill him. Instead, he turned and left immediately and rushed to rescue his men. And Governor Cornelia? What kind of monster is that? Our Liberation Front does not have so many rascals. Different camps, the same voice has become a tacit understanding at this moment. Valletta Ching. You guys get out. After yelling from a young knight at the end of the team, without waiting for Veretta and others to react, Sunderland, who was driving him, turned abruptly, and rushed to meet the black rascals who were chasing behind them. Go up. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Go to hell. 11. The young knight roared and pulled the trigger frantically, shooting out all the bullets in the machine gun in Sandrin's hand. Dang 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 dang. The weird situation of that night not long ago appeared again. The howling bullet actually hit an invisible wall, and after vainly jumping in midair for bursts of sparks, it fell weakly to the ground. But the young knight who participated in the action that night did not panic. Instead, he tried his best to stay calm, and when the ammunition was emptied, he successively shot the hooks on Sunderland's chest. Boom! Boom! This time, Sunderland's attack was successful. Hey! Although I don't know why bullets are not effective against you, but Sunderland has more than just guns. However, before the young knight yelled for a few words, two dark shadows suddenly appeared on the left and right sides of Sunderland that the young knight was driving. The sound of the wind abruptly. Squeak! Two unpleasant metal cracking noises rushed into Sunderland's cockpit amidst the sound of Phoenix. Puff! The young knight felt a pain in his whole body and plunged into the eternal darkness. Walls! There is no way to stop the young knight's heroic Veretta and others gritting their teeth and continuing to retreat to the predetermined location. Behind. In the light of Sunderland's explosive fire, the black rascals still rushed down the mountain violently. Valletta Ching. We'll stop here. Suddenly, Veretta and the others have not gone far. The knight at the back stopped when everyone was unexpected. Chad. What do you want to do? Hold on for a while. We will be able to reunite with Lancelot. At that time, under the leadership of Kay, these will not be a problem at all. Veretta said hurriedly. Sorry. Veretta. They are too fast. Someone must stop them from moving forward. As expected, the boy of walls is unreliable. As a result, I still have to complete this difficult task. Correct. From the appearance of this black wave to the present, it has only been a few minutes. In these short minutes, these black waves rushed straight down, following Veretta and the others. If they are not intercepted, Veretta and the others will probably become victims under this black wave. At that time, let alone a stable front, I am afraid that Veretta and others will be buried in the black wave. What's more, compared to the situation where Veretta and the others have to take into account the road conditions when retreating, these black rogues like the devil can ignore any terrain, ignore the obstacles of the woods, and bite Veretta and others straight from start to finish. Behind. Please. Chad. Veretta gritted her teeth, who had figured out everything, and made the decision that she had to treat her teammate as an abandoned son. Yes. My lord. Da 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 da. In the sound of gunfire, Sunderland, driven by Veretta and others, crossed a small hill, turned around and disappeared into the woods. Soon after, there was another explosion. Boom. Under the thick smoke, there is still the black trend that swarms. Judging from the dense formation, the two knights' sacrifices did not cause much casualties to the opponent. Even the blocking time was not as much as expected. Violetta Ching. Please stick to it. When the black wave appeared behind him again, the last knight led by Veretta chose to sacrifice. Just like a colleague who sacrificed before. Don't do stupid things. Hold on. Boom. Before Veretta could finish speaking, there was a sudden violent explosion in front of him. This powerful explosion not only blew the surrounding woods into the sky, but also exploded a strong shock wave, sweeping towards the surroundings, making Veretta and others caught off guard, and almost overturned the body. In the smoke and dust. Together. 2 ways. 3 ways. At least 12 black figures walked out of the smoke and dust and stopped in front of Veretta and the others. We are surrounded. This thought flashed through Veretta's mind. Violetta Ching. We are broken. You get out. The remaining 2 Sunderland pilots shouted. Hey! Do you want to escape? Veretta gritted her teeth and controlled the landline to turn around, back to back with her subordinates. Hold on. Kay will come to save us. A burst of noise from the high-speed driving wheels swept through. This is an attack by the enemy. Attack. Veretta gave an order, and the 3 Sunderlands suddenly broke out the strongest attack they could currently have. But no matter how the bullets roar, no matter how the guns roar, their attacks still cannot have any effect on the Black Rogue. Hey! Is it really against the protection of firearms? Although Veretta didn't know the principle of it, she knew some of the key points in many fights. Take turns to force them back with the claws. Also, if you have a chance to kill them, you must never keep your hands. Yes. Boom. Suddenly, a loud bang sounded in the black wave that surrounded Veretta and others. That is. Veretta was startled and couldn't help but surprise. Boom. There was another loud noise. Judging from the smallness of the voice, it seems to be getting closer and closer to this side. Boom. I saw a burst of blue and blue flashes suddenly flashing in the black wave, followed by a violent explosion and a deafening explosion. It's Lancelot's Varus rifle. Kay is here. In Veretta's surprise gaze, a white shadow jumped high from the black wave, and tumbling in the air, raising the variable Varus rifle in his hand and aiming it at the black wave below for 3 consecutive shots. OM. 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 Boom. 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 In the explosion, Lancelot fell in front of Veretta and the others exactly after tumbling in midair for several weeks. UU reading www.uuganshu.com. Veretta, are you all right? During the communication, Lei Mingkai's voice came. Yes. Kay, the surviving knights in the Q department are here. The rest of the knights were sacrificed just now to cover our retreat. Veretta breathed a sigh of relief and couldn't help but grieve. I know. Now I will open the way for you to retreat. Let me and Lancelot handle the rest. Veretta, you help G1 defend. Lei Ming Kai knew that except for Lancelot. In addition, when Sunderland faced these black bodies, it was difficult to win. Yes. Lancelot once again raised the variable Varus rifle in his hand, and aimed at the black wave that had just been closed for 6 bursts. Boom! At the moment when the 6 dazzling light groups tore the black wave, Lancelot immediately turned into a white violent wind. While hanging the variable Varus rifle back to his waist, he wiped his hands on his waist, and the swords were in there. His hand plunged into the pile of black rascals. Hey! Break off! Hey! Broken foot! Hey! The sword light flashed, and the rogue blocking in front was dismissed. Go! Keep up! Lei Ming Kai drove Lancelot calmly, acting as a pioneer, opening up a retreat route for Veretta and others to return to the second line. Under Lancelot's rampage killing, Veretta and others finally returned to the second line without any risk. Veretta, help with the defense. Now, I'll save the governor. Lei Ming Kai glanced at the location of the G1 mothership, then turned and plunged into the black wave again. Chapter 42, Breakthrough. Da-da-da-da-da-da. The machine gun is roaring. Boom. 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 The grenade is roaring. While the 5 Gloucesters attacked, they retreated to the bottom of a 6-meter-high boulder protruding from the ground. And around them, the black rogues are like hungry wolves smelling blood, swarming around this area. Governor! Time is almost up. Gilbert took a look at himself and the scarred body of his colleague, and then reminded him. Well. Then, prepare to break through. Cornelia nodded and said. But there is no possibility that they can break through the situation in front of them. Whether it is the swarming enemies or the situation of the body it is driving, there is no trace of favorable conditions for breaking through. The only thing that can give Cornelia a little more peace of mind is that the black wave surging down from the gap in the middle of the mountain seems to have lost its strength. However, this has no effect on the enemies in front of Cornelia and the others. Governor! Please stay behind. Let us open the way. Gilbert said unexpected words, and there was a consciousness in his words. That is. Awakening called sacrifice. Gilbert. Do you think I'm just a shivering woman hiding behind the man? Cornelia frowned and snorted coldly. Gilbert shook his head and said from the bottom of his heart, No, Governor. Your Royal Highness is our beacon, our supreme Valkyrie. How could she be an ordinary woman? Only, if the princess died now on the battlefield, then the situation of Her Royal Highness Euphemia will become severe. Gilbert uttered words that forced Cornelia to accept their enlightenment. His Royal Highness. Now, not only are the nobles in the 11th area getting in the way, but also these weird mechas are lurking. For the 11th area, and for the sake of Her Royal Highness Euphemia, please forgive her and accept our consciousness. Gilbert. You. Cornelia was taken aback, and finally had to grit her teeth and accepted Gilbert's suggestion. Thank you very much. Our Royal Highness. Gilbert, seeing that Cornelia had no objection, shouted, The knights who follow His Highness Cornelia. Now, it is we who are dedicated to the princess. A moment of supreme glory. Are you ready? All hail Britannia! All hail Cornelia! Amid the enlightened shouts of the knights, 4 purple-painted Gloucesters surrounded the long-horned Gloucester driven by Cornelia in a prismatic assault formation. Knights! Break through! At the moment Gilbert, who was in the position of the sharp knife in the triangle formation, gave the order, the 4 Gloucesters with longhorns in the center started the high-speed driving wheels, straightened the knights' guns in their hands, and straightened. He rushed towards the relatively weak position of the black wave that flooded the woods. Attack! Attack! Don't stop! Even if we die, we will send His Royal Highness Cornelia and our princess back to His Royal Highness Euphemia." The Gloucesters kept firing, shooting grenades, raising the knight's gun in their hands, and piercing the black rascals. Boom! 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 In the explosion. In the billowing flames. In the smoke rising into the sky. Gloucester is full of wreckage behind him, full of grey and white sand. However, no matter how brave the knights are determined to die, they cannot scare away the enemies that besie them. To know. In this short match, Gilbert and the battle-tested knights have already seen a hint. Enemy. These black rogue pilots do not seem to be humans. What? Suddenly, the Gloucester behind Cornelia screamed. "Pastor!" Cornelia was about to stop, but was yelled by the pilot of the Gloucester. "Don't stop! Your Highness! Leave it to me here! This is my last battle! Your Highness! Please go away!" I saw that the cockpit of the Gloucester was cut off by a sword blade, revealing a corner of the cockpit. Cornelia can see from this gap that the pilot named Pastor was pale, gritted his teeth, and endured great pain. His left arm was cut off by the enemy with a sword just now, along with the corner of the cockpit. "Let's go! Ching Gilbert! Your Royal Highness is pleased to you!" The knight named Pastor roared. In the blood spattering from the wound on his left arm, he drove the car and turned around. Into the pile of enemies chasing behind him. Next moment, a dazzling light burst. Boom! The powerful energy shock wave released by the explosion of Sakura stone rushed the black wave that followed it to pieces, and it was unable to gather again for a while, chasing Cornelia and his party. "Chance! Hurry up!" Gilbert gritted his teeth and shouted in a dumb voice. Even before that, I had already prepared and realized, but when my colleagues dedicate their lives to this, they were still a little bit reluctant. Thanks to Pastor's sacrifice, Cornelia and Gilbert's breakthrough was not more blocked, but in order to ensure the speed of the breakthrough, Cornelia eventually took Gilbert. The special sharp knife position personally opened a way for everyone to break through. Kill all the way. Cornelia, Gilbert, and others are almost numb. Even if they had already established a reputation on the battlefields of the Middle East and Europe, and made a lot of military exploits, it was the first time they had killed them like this. Enemy. As if it can't be killed. Killed one batch, and another batch came. If it weren't for the changes in the surrounding terrain and withered trees, Cornelia and Gilbert hadn't realized that they had already rushed a long way from where they started to break through. His Royal Highness. Hold on. I will break through immediately. Seeing the breakthrough in sight, Gilbert couldn't help but lift himself up. At this moment, the sudden change occurred. Snapped. Noisy. Boom. During a burst of electric spark jumps, Gloucester's knee blew continuously to varying degrees. Seems to be a malfunction caused by the impact in the breakout just now. However, the timing of the outbreak is really not the time. Moreover, the Gloucesters that had this malfunction turned out to be 3 Gloucesters including the long-horned Gloucester driven by Cornelia. In other words, with the exception of Gilbert's Gloucester, all Gloucesters have fallen into a situation where they cannot act because of this malfunction. Your Royal Highness! Gilbert gritted his teeth and immediately shouted. Your Highness! Please use my Gloucester to break through immediately. Let's stay here for your Highness. Gilbert. Boom. Suddenly, a faint blue light flashed and exploded in the black wave. In the smoke and dust, the White Knight came by the wind. Here, Lancelot. K. Cornelia and Gilbert shouted almost in unison. Governor. I am on the orders of Vice-Governor Euphemia to come and support. When Lancelot put away the variable Varus rifle in his hand and replaced it with 2 radiating vibrating swords, Lei Mingkai's voice was also transmitted to the ears of Cornelia and others via the communication channel. K. It really is you. Although Cornelia was a little surprised, she was relieved quickly. After all, in the previous combat arrangements, the talented Lei Mingkai was deliberately ignored by Cornelia, because she wanted to see what extent Lei Mingkai could do without being bound by combat orders. As a result, Cornelia is satisfied. Governor, please keep up. While Lei Mingkai spoke, Lancelot was driving the three black rascals in a whirlwind. Wait. Your Highness and their Gloucester can't act anymore. Gilbert hurriedly told Lei Mingkai about the situation. What? Lei Mingkai was taken aback, and subconsciously looked over. Indeed, Longhorn Gloucester's left knee had been blown apart, and he could no longer provide any help for the operation of the body. Secretary Gilbert, you can drive the body to lift the governor's Gloucester up and walk together. I'll make the road ahead. While preventing the black rascals from surrounding, Lei Mingkai offered another way. Well, that's the only way to do it. Hugh, Eppa, you guys try this too. Cornelia couldn't allow Gilbert to refuse www.readaloud.com and gave the order hard. Yes. Your Highness. Lei Mingkai's approach is effective. Although it can't increase the speed to the fastest, it is much better than the embarrassment of being unable to move. Especially with the support of the powerful combination of Lancelot and Lei Mingkai, any black rascals who came up surrounded by its radiation vibrating sword and variable Varus rifle turned into a sprinkle all over the floor. White fly ash. Boom. Suddenly, there was a huge and dense roar from the sky. This voice? Is it the Air Force? Cornelia listened carefully, and said with some surprise. The Air Force is dispatched? Is it the Deputy Governor? Gilbert said subconsciously. But soon, I realized my mistake. No. Gilbert. The Vice-Governor did it right. But Cornelia did not have any negative emotions towards Euphemia, but instead had a feeling that her sister had finally grown up. Governor. Veretta and the others have come to meet us. A message came from Lancelot, who was driving ahead. Then, countless artillery fire swept across the sky and fell densely in the black wave that stopped in front of Lancelot and Gloucester. Boom! 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 All the black rascals who had caused Cornelia and the others a headache were overwhelmed by the justice that fell from the sky. Boom! Amidst the artillery cover of the mountains and plains, the Air Force planes lined up bombing formations from far to near, from small to large, to the sky above the mountain. In a blink of an eye, big and small bombs poured down. Chapter 43, Reignited Flame. Boom! The iron wings in the sky are like clouds, and the steel torrential rain with the theme of aerial bombs was thrown at the Nerida mountain range from a high altitude by bombers covering the sky without money. Boom! 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 With the screaming sound of a burst of aerial bombs falling rapidly across the sky, countless fireballs bloomed like 100 flowers on the mountain. Under this astonishing aerial bombardment, the unbelievable black wave finally suffered a setback, and had to stop following the footsteps of the mountain and towards Lancelot and Gloucester, who took the opportunity to break through. Hey! Your Highness, we successfully broke through. Listening to the roar and feeling the tremors from the ground, Gilbert finally let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, successfully broke through. Well. Thanks to Pastor, Gilbert, and Kay for your hard work. Thank you. Cornelia's dignity faded slightly, and he opened the communication channel and said, No, this is what our guards should do. Gilbert and the remaining two knights said one after another. Yes. I just came to support by the order of the Vice-Governor. This is not a commendable thing. Lei Mingkai also said modestly. Really? Cornelia smiled, and didn't worry too much about the humility of his own guard and Lei Mingkai. At this time, the communication from the G1 mothership was connected. Emperor Sister, Governor. Are you okay? The face that appeared on the screen for the first time was Cornelia's beloved sister Euphemia. No, Deputy Governor. I'm fine. Although we lost a knight, we managed to break through with KS rescue. Cornelia nodded and said briefly about the situation, then the topic shifted to the bomber cluster that was launching a bombing of Narita mountain range. Deputy Governor. Did you order the Air Force to attack? Yes. Governor. Those unusual rogues have caused massive casualties in our army. If Dalton hadn't issued the retreat in time, I'm afraid the 2nd Division would have been wiped out. Euphemia's small face is solemn. It seems that the black wave composed of weird rascals did put a lot of pressure on the G1 mothership. Good job. Other things, wait until I return to the G1 mothership. Cornelia confessed and walked out of Gloucester's cockpit. Gilbert, let Gloucester be repaired as soon as possible. We may have another attack later. His Royal Highness. Still attacking? Gilbert was taken aback and asked quickly. A light flashed in Cornelia's eyes. Yes. The bombing of the Air Force is just to remove the rogues who have left the underground base. To solve these problems completely, we have to walk into this Liberation Front base ourselves. Talking, Cornelia turned her head, looked at Lancelot and asked, Are you right? The Q department is not just for the Black Knights. You should understand this. As Lancelot's cockpit opened, Lei Mingkai also walked out of it. Yes. Governor. Those black rascals are indeed very similar to the Black Sunderland that we played against before. But to be specific, we need to get inside before we know. Well. Go and get ready. Next, Lancelot will be the main combat power. Although this will be a tough battle for you, for now, only Lancelot's equipment can be equipped against the enemy. Lethality. Cornelia spoke out the thoughts he had decided. Yes. Your Highness. After Cornelia left, Lei Mingkai asked Lloyd and Cecil who had rushed over to take Lancelot to the rear for preparation. At the same time, he stood on the second line that had been established and looked up at what had become a sea of flames. Mountain. In the flames, the black rascals that had been blown into countless wreckage turned into fly ash at the speed of the naked eye. Even if the gap is still pouring out the black rascals, under the continuous blow of the aerial bombardment clusters, there is always no way to break through the sea of flames spreading from the foot of the mountain to the top of the mountain. The roar of aerial bombardment is like a thunderstorm, constantly echoing back and forth in this valley. 3 days. No one thought that the aerial bombardment summoned by the Deputy Governor Euphemia on an emergency order would last for 3 days. From the moment the aerial bombing began, the bombers stationed at the Air Force Base in the concession took off non-stop, arrived at Narita Lianshan and bombed, returned, landed, supplied supplies, and then took off. This continuous aerial bombing operation made the pilots driving the bomber once again relieve the taste of extreme combat. The result of their extreme combat was that the mountain that was used as a base camp by the Liberation Front was bombed and devastated, full of potholes. Moreover, looking toward the top of the mountain, I can clearly feel that this mountain is much shorter than it was 3 days ago. That's because under Cornelia's follow-up order at all costs, to contain the Black Rogue's footsteps within that gap, tanks, heavy artillery, and bombers in the sky will all squeeze themselves. He drove the firepower to its maximum, frantically used ammunition again and again, plowing the mountain back and forth several times. Boom! The bomber cluster that completed the last round of bombing missions circled the Narita Mountains for a few times before returning to the Air Force Base in a neat queue. On the ground, Gloucester, who had been repaired, was regrouped at the call of Cornelia. This time, it was not a large-scale operation. Was a clean-up operation that went deep into the enemy camp. Therefore, the composition of the first wave of clean-up teams was the elite knights that Cornelia could find. Lei Mingkai and his assistant Veretta are also here. Veretta, after going in, you will follow behind the governor. Lei Mingkai glanced at the gap in the flames, which still appeared to be extremely deep, and said to Veretta. Yes. Veretta did not ask why, nor hypocritically, she responded altogether. As a female soldier, she naturally knows what she should do, and she also knows Lei Mingkai's intentions. Are you ready? Cornelia's communication was connected to Lancelot's cockpit. Yes. Preparation is complete. Lei Ming Kai responded. Then, let's go. Lei Ming Kai nodded, and Lancelot took the lead, rushing toward the gap along the road opened by the engineering corps. In the rush of speed, Lancelot, who was advancing at full speed, did not wait for Cornelia and others to follow, but plunged into the deep gap under the drive of Lei Ming Kai. Puff! As soon as Lancelot stepped into the gap, Lei Ming Kai's ear suddenly heard a soft noise, but when Lei Ming Kai listened carefully, he found nothing wrong. What's the matter? As soon as Cornelia, who followed behind, entered the gap, she sent an inquiry to Lancelot, who was staying in place. No. Nothing. Just a little surprised. Yes. Whether in Cornelia or Lei Ming Kai's speculation, they will be blocked by the enemy the moment they enter this gap. But Lei Ming Kai and Cornelia were surprised and puzzled by the situation in front of them. Not only did the predicted blockade not happen, but even the enemy's shadow was not seen. Except for the dimness in the entire passage, there was a dead silence. A dead silence that can't be illuminated by the blazing flame outside the gap. You are in charge of the main passage in front of you, Gilbert. You assign manpower to investigate other secondary passages. The others follow me and advance gradually. Yes. Cornelia's order, Lei Ming Kai naturally couldn't ask for it. For some reason, the more he drove Lancelot closer to the center of the fortress, the more unspeakable vibrations appeared in his mind. It seems that something is gradually coming out of its cocoon after being attracted by a certain breath. Who is it? Lei Ming Kai felt a sense of confusion. If the mysterious white cat hasn't fallen asleep, maybe it can give an answer. But in front of him, only Lei Ming Kai himself cautiously approached the central area of the fortress. In the dark, the White Knight Lancelot held the radiating vibrating sword in his left hand and the variable Varus rifle in his right hand, carefully walking along this main passage into the central area of the fortress. Click! A stone was rolled over by the high-speed drive wheel, and there was a cracking sound. Snapped! Suddenly, a burst of red light burst out from the depths of the tunnel. Not good. Lei Ming Kai was shocked. www.readaloud.com. The action quickly controlled Lancelot to squat, and his left hand moved forward to unfold the energy light shield at an angle of 45 degrees. OM! The huge roar formed by a burst of energy shock, like a tsunami, instantly swept along the passage behind Lancelot. A powerful wave of air. Shocking roar. There is also the unknown energy shock that is so strong that Lei Ming Kai has to use his best to resist the maximum output of the energy light shield. Boom! Explode. Still happened after all. A stronger wave of air. A deafening roar. There is also the terrible energy attack that blows Lancelot over, rolling in mid-air for several weeks, landing in embarrassment, barely maintaining the balance of the body. Zi. In the smoke and dust. The energy light shield on Lancelot's left forearm was jumping with electric sparks. It seemed that it could not last long. The blow just now almost forced out Lancelot's new trump card energy light shield. However, Lei Ming Kai was not frustrated by this. On the contrary. At this time, Lei Ming Kai's heart was ignited with anger that even came from him. As well as the name that suddenly appeared at this moment and occupied his mind. A name that completely ignited the fire of his hatred. With the afterglow caused by the energy shock just now, a huge and ugly figure, a sinister and ominous aura appeared in front of Lei Ming Kai's eyes. Asmodee! The White Knight made a roar full of anger. Chapter 44, Asmod. Arms almost as big as Lancelot. Is almost a huge body like a hill. Circling huge pupils that glow like flames. The icy metal barrels that stood up high, shining with cold light. I also want the huge fangs that extend from the chin and point towards the sky. The huge and terrifying monster in front of him is the incarnation of the name that appeared in Lei Ming Kai's mind. Asmodee. Lei Mingkai, who roared the name out of his chest, didn't quite know the meaning of the name. But as the name was roared by Lei Mingkai, some fragmentary pictures also appeared in Lei Mingkai's mind. This is the memory fragment that once surprised Lei Mingkai but helped him out of the predicament at a critical moment. Yes. Can't be wrong. But these memory fragments don't seem to be the world Lei Mingkai lives in, but come from a strange but very familiar world. Among these memory fragments, what Lei Mingkai cares most is the monster that is exactly the same as the huge and terrifying figure in front of him. Asmodee. At this point, Lei Mingkai finally knew the origin of the name and the meaning of the name. Among the memory fragments, when this huge and terrifying monster faced the siege of its own steel beasts ranging from 10 meters to 100 meters high, it suddenly lowered its head and put down the 4 terrifying and cold barrels on its back. Boom! In a blink, the steel beasts who launched a frontal attack on this monster were all annihilated in the energy beams that burst out of the 4 barrels. Asmodee. One of the monsters that destroy the world. With the revival of the memory of Asmodee, Lei Mingkai finally knew how terrifying the monster he was facing right now. Although it is different from the terrifying monster in memory, when facing the monster with a huge body nearly 50 meters high, the heavy pressure will always inadvertently press on Lei Mingkai's heart. Superior. Especially since Lancelot had almost exhausted all his strength just now to withstand the energy shock, it was obviously from the 4 terrifying barrels behind him. Roar. The monster named Asmodee was roaring. It has discovered the existence of Lancelot. Lei Mingkai was shocked, and he immediately drove Lancelot to jump to the wall on the left. At the moment of the relay, he lifted his right hand and the claw popped out. OM! At the moment when the steel cable connected to the hook quickly recovered, a huge and dazzling energy beam swept across under Lancelot's left foot scantly. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the solid wall that propped up the entire underground space quickly melted under the energy beam until it melted through. Boom! At the moment when the energy beam reached the critical value, an explosion broke out. The entire mountain was shaken by this arrogant and almost unreasonable explosion. There are constantly falling sand and stones on the dome, and the cracks are spreading wildly around at the speed of naked eyes. If 3 consecutive days of bombing have damaged this mountain, then this blow by this monster named Asmodee is the last thing that completely pushes this mountain into the abyss of destruction. Straw! Crack, crack! The cobweb-like cracks arbitrarily tore the dome of the underground base, throwing pieces of broken stones downward. Within a blink of an eye, the huge terrifying monster was so easily buried by the rubble that fell from the torn dome. But Lei Mingkai did not breathe a sigh of relief, instead the look on his face became more solemn. He knew that this Asmodeus would never be wiped out so easily. But now, Lei Mingkai has to face an urgent reality. If Lancelot stayed here again, he would probably not die under the monster's hands, and would be buried by the cracked dome. Lancelot retracted his claws, and at the moment he landed, he burst out as fast as he could and dashed along the road when he came. On the way, even if he saw the gravel blocking the way, Lei Mingkai decisively controlled Lancelot and raised the variable Varus rifle in his hand and shot wildly. Boom! 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 The rubble flies. Smoke billows. The white knight blew up a gust of wind, plunged into the billowing smoke and dust, and rushed toward the exit when countless rubble fell. K. This is Veretta. Please answer when you hear. During the dash, Lei Mingkai heard Veretta's communication. This is K. Veretta, are you okay? And how about the governor? Lei Mingkai glanced sideways at the situation displayed on the left and right screens. At this time, besides the billowing smoke and dust, the main passage behind Lancelot was left with the broken road buried by countless gravel and rubble. This situation made Lei Mingkai worry about the situation on Veretta's side. The governor is safe now. When the explosion happened just now, we were still in the area close to the exit, so at the moment the collapse occurred, we retreated in time. Veretta breathed a sigh of relief. Tell the current situation again. Really? That's fine. Lei Mingkai nodded, and then said, let me talk to the governor. There is an emergency. It's me. Kay, tell me what you saw. Seems to have been waiting for Lei Mingkai's communication from the beginning. When Lei Mingkai spoke, Cornelia immediately joined the communication. Yes. Governor. Now in the depths of the headquarters of the Liberation Front, there is a monster. I am afraid, it is the real culprit that triggered the Black Wave 3 days ago. What? Monster? Obviously, Cornelia has some. No, it should be impossible to believe and accept Lei Mingkai's words. This is absolutely true. Governor. In detail, please let me escape smoothly and let me talk about it. Seeing the exit, Lei Mingkai directly turned off the communication and drove Lancelot with all his strength to initiate the final sprint. Boom! Suddenly, the stone above the exit cracked. Amidst the sand and dust, a few huge stones with a diameter of at least 3 meters suddenly collapsed, blocking the exit to a deadly end. Hey! Come here at the last moment. A cold light flashed in Lei Mingkai's eyes, and the variable Varus rifle in Lancelot's hand was increased to its maximum power. OM! The moment a long trembling sound exploded, the faint green light erupting from the muzzle plunged into the boulder that blocked the exit, and the explosion occurred. Boom! In the smoke and dust, Lancelot, who raised the energy light shield, broke through the smoke and fell steadily on the hillside. And the blasted road behind was once again buried by the boulder that fell from the top. Kay! Over here! Veretta, who was waiting on the flat ground not far away, hurriedly called to Lei Mingkai. Yes, at this moment, a geological disaster with greater momentum and more terrifying destructive power occurred. This is the headquarters of the Liberation Front that has high hopes and hopes to be able to use it as a starting point. Narita Lianshan was in an earth-shattering roar and explosion. Collapsed. The sky full of smoke and dust rises into the sky. The violent vibration can be felt clearly even from dozens of kilometers away. On the sky. In the woods. Are all birds and beasts that are frightened and frantically flap their wings and move their limbs to escape. Even, it collapsed like this. As a soldier, Cornelia knew very well that this headquarters base, which had high hopes from the Liberation Front, would not simply be bombed by 3 consecutive days of bombing. Is it really like Lei Mingkai said, in this base, there are really terrible monsters? Soon. A huge and terrifying figure appeared in front of everyone in the torrential rain formed by rubble and gravel scattered from the sky, among the billowing smoke and dust rising to the sky. That is a black monster with a height of nearly 50 meters, even if the Nightmare, who allowed the Britannia Empire to dominate the world, stood in front of it, as weak and ridiculous as a baby. Is there really such a terrible monster in this world? Gilbert stared at the monster that appeared in the smoke and dust. Asmodee. This is its name. Governor. We must launch an offensive immediately. Otherwise, when it reacts, it will be our death. The terrible Lei Mingkai, who knew Asmodeus, opened his mouth and drove Lancelot into a white whirlwind. He didn't care about the threat of the rocks that were constantly rolling down from the top of the collapsed mountain. The black monster rushed over. The whole army obeyed. That's the enemy. The attack begins. Although Cornelia still has some questions in his heart, Yu read www.yuyugonshu.com, but after witnessing the true face of the terrible monster, no matter how much doubt he has to let go. Boom! 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 The first wave of attacks before Lancelot launched the attack came from the armoured brigade stationed in the plains at the foot of the mountain. During the 3-day bombing, they also had the power of these armoured brigade. Now, at the moment when I thought it would end the combat mission, the armoured brigade once again ushered in a new mission. That is, bombarding the monster that suddenly appeared on the mountain. Orange-yellow tracers continued to shoot out from the barrel, with a screaming sound, breaking through the air, and after drawing a slightly curved trajectory, they slammed into the huge terrifying black monster. Boom! 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 The flames exploded. The fireball blooms. The impact caused by the explosion of the shells caused the black monster to shake its body slightly. Then, the black monster turned his head slightly, as if looking at the armored brigade at the foot of the mountain. Ha-howl! A scream came through the air. Boom! The screaming cannonball hit the black monster's face. Suddenly, the fireball from the explosion drowned the black monster's face. Did you make it? A hint of surprise flashed in Veretta's eyes. But next moment, 4 huge and dazzling rays of light broke through the flame, cut through the sky, and swept straight toward the armored brigade at the foot of the mountain. Boom! In an instant, the armored brigade was wiped out. If something happens today, make up tomorrow. Unknowingly, it's the 4th day of the Lunar New Year. After the 7th day of the Lunar New Year, 2 shifts a day will be resumed. Chapter 45, Terrible Asmod. Huge pit. Metal shards scattered all over. And the remains of limbs submerged in flames. All of these had witnessed a battlefield occupied by the armored brigade and roared from it, how everyone who was destroyed in an instant felt the shock of that trembling soul. There was such a terrible attack. Cornelia looked at the huge pit scattered with the remains of the armored brigade with cold hands and feet. Governor! Time is running out. Please attract Asmodee's attention as soon as possible. At this time, Lei Mingkai's voice came from Lancelot, who launched the attack in the first place. Asmodee? K, do you know the origin of this monster? Cornelia asked. I don't know. But now, please let the G1 mothership evacuate Narita Mountain. If you continue to stay here, Asmodee will probably focus on it. Lei Mingkai's voice was eager. Yes. He knows. As the outline of the monster that became clearer appeared in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes, more and more memory fragments appeared in his mind. Among them, the memory of a snow-white steel giant lion and a dark steel giant wolf jointly launching an attack towards Asmodern is the clearest. In this memory, Lei Mingkai saw that the Asmodee in the memory not only has a huge mountain-like body, 4 giant energy beam cannons on the back, and a pair of terribly strong legs that support it. The mountain-like body allows it to move quickly. With the help of the dark steel wolf, the white giant lion quickly broke through the defensive line of Asmodee, rushed to Asmodee's front, and after a burst of white light flickered, it turned into a blue lightning. Leaped. A few ups and downs. The giant steel lion that turned into blue lightning jumped to its back at the moment when Asmodeus didn't react at all. A golden flash of light flashed between the claws of the giant iron lion. Behind Asmodee, an object between the 4 energy beam cannons was shattered. At this point, the remaining picture in the memory fragments has disappeared. Weakness, is it behind? Lei Mingkai was puzzled, but there was only this way before him. Boom! Suddenly, several white smoke skyrocketed from the huge monster in front of him, drew several semi-arc trajectories in mid-air, and then turned and swooped towards Lancelot. Missile? Is it aimed at? Lei Mingkai's pupils shrank slightly, and Lancelot raised the variable Varus rifle in his hand and aimed it at one of the missiles, which was a shock bomb. OM! The powerful impact bullet burst into the air with a peculiar buzzing sound at the moment it was ejected. 1 second. The missile that swooped in and the shock bomb that broke through the air collided in the air between Asmodeus and Lancelot at the moment when the short 1-second countdown was completed. Boom! The missile hit by the shock bomb exploded. The shrapnel shock wave formed by the intense blast also affected other missiles that were closer to it, and a series of blasts took place. Boom! 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 In the bursts of explosions, Lancelot raised his left hand, blocked the energy light shield in front of him, and plunged into the fiery and deadly fireball. Lancelot! This scene made Cornelia, Gilbert, and others see clearly. Your Highness! "Do you want to support Lancelot?" Gilbert asked. "Well, do your best to limit this monster. Don't let it have free time to observe its surroundings, otherwise the G1 mothership will be dangerous." "Yes, Your Highness." With an order, Gloucester and Sunderland, who had gathered next to Cornelia, immediately separated the two groups and moved forward at full speed in the opposite direction, while constantly firing at the huge monster. Firing howitzers and trying to kill his attention was drawn, and he tried to create opportunities for Lancelot. Lei Ming Kai, who had just rushed out of the fireball, immediately realized this change, but he didn't say anything, but accelerated again and rushed to Asmodee at a faster speed. "OM! OM! OM!" An unknown trembling sound came from the air, and at the same time dozens of white smoke also skyrocketed from Asmodee's body. This time, the target of the missile was not Lancelot but Cornelia and the others. "Come on! All the members spread out and cover each other." Gloucester and Sunderland's teams separated again, relying on the bumpy terrain caused by 3 consecutive days of bombing to evade and cover each other. Boom! A Sunderland that could not evade was hit by a missile. Boom! Gilbert drove Gloucester and rescued a subordinate. Boom! Cornelia gritted her teeth and drove Gloucester with longhorns and jumped into the huge crater in front of which was blown out by the aerial bomb, letting the missile that was bitten behind him fly over his head, and finally hit the ground in vain. Smashed! Thanks to Cornelia and the others' attracting action, Lancelot successfully rushed to Asmodee's feet. However, at the moment he rushed there, Lei Ming Kai was surprised by the sight in front of him. "In my memory, Asmodee has strong and powerful legs. But in the present reality, this monster, which is very similar to the Asmodee in memory, has no legs. Instead, the entire lower body is like the roots of a crouching dragon, which is deeply rooted in the ground underneath." How come?" Lei Ming Kai shook his head vigorously, forcing himself not to entangle the relationship between his legs and the roots of the tree, and controlled Lancelot to raise his hand and shoot alternately with the claws on his arms, so as to stop climbing on Mode's body. However, even if Lancelot relied on his agile maneuvering and sprinted towards the back along the root-like lower body of Asmodeus, it did not represent the terrifyingly huge figure of Asmodeus. The monster would ignore the existence of Lancelot, which was a little bug relative to it. Snapped! 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 With a series of clicks, frantically dancing tentacles popped out of Asmodee's body without warning. While whipping the air, they swiftly attacked Lancelot. "Hey! I don't remember that there are these disgusting things on Asmodee. What happened before my eyes? There is no way to find the matching fragments from the memory fragments." In other words, although Lei Ming Kai can rely on the memory fragments to determine that the monster in front of him is Asmod, it does not mean that Asmod or Asmod is. "Are you really changing? Asmodee?" Suddenly, Lei Ming Kai subconsciously said this sentence that he couldn't understand himself. Snapped! A tentacle twitched in the air, and it lashed towards Lancelot's cockpit like lightning. Lancelot shrank his left hand, retracted the claw that had penetrated Asmodee's body, and slammed it backward. "Hey!" The sharp claws broke through the air, and the moment there was a buzzing sound, they cut off the tentacles attempting to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this attack worked, Lei Ming Kai made a decisive decision and immediately changed his strategy. I saw Lancelot put his hands together and flicked. As soon as the two claws retracted a certain distance, they flew out with a more rapid force. The sound of the wind suddenly rises. The tentacles broke off at the sound, and fell densely toward the ground like a downpour. And Lancelot, who cut off all the tentacles that were blocking the road mercilessly, relied on the granulation that was regenerating at a high speed, but whether there were any new tentacles, stepped on it flexibly, and swiftly jumped upwards with force. Puff! As the claws flying from below pierced Asmodee's back, Lei Ming Kai knew that the weakness was in sight. As long as Lancelot's radiation vibration sword is severely attacked by Asmodeus's weakness, then this sudden and disparity in strength battle will end. The steel cable linking the claws quickly drove Lancelot soaring into the sky, flying straight to the top of Asmodeus' back. In the blink of an eye, a gloomy light appeared in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes. Is a weakness. Is the weakness that Lei Mingkai saw in the memory fragments, it is the weakness of Asmodee. General. The moment Remington's voice sounded, Lancelot retracted his claws, raised the pair of red long swords in his hands, and pierced straight towards the gloomy position of Asmodeus's back. Kong dang! There was a loud noise. Is a long sword? Is the radiation vibration sword in Lancelot's hand hitting an invisible wall? What? Lei Mingkai was slightly surprised. www.readaloud.com and found the key to the problem. This is not a memory error. Is the body currently being driven by Lei Mingkai, which has a huge difference in power from the pure white steel lion with powerful power in his memory? The radiation vibrating sword in Lancelot's hand may be unprofitable when facing other black rogues, Sunderland. However, when facing Asmodee, who has a huge disparity in body size, he appears extremely weak. Hey! Lei Mingkai gritted his teeth and controlled Lancelot to replace the radiation vibrating sword in his right hand with a variable Varus rifle hung on his waist. Immediately afterwards, the body of the rifle changed, and it became the most powerful shooting mode. The muzzle hit the invisible wall, and the trigger was pulled. Boom! 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 2 shots. 3 shots. Under the fire of a shock bomb, the invisible wall finally remembered the cracking sound. Kaka kaka. The crack in the spider web version appeared in an instant, and the last impact bullet of the rifle burst out. Bah! Crack! The invisible wall shattered. Lancelot's sword pierced the gloomy light again. However, in front of Lei Mingkai, on Asmodee's back, a number of gates were opened, and a gun barrel protruded from it. In an instant, Lancelot was enveloped in violent storms. Boom! The explosions that shook the sky continued to explode. The violent flame engulfed Lancelot. Chapter 46, Fight Hard. Woo! There are shrill sirens in my ears. There is a dazzling red in front of her eyes. The flashing red screen shows a red prompt box with a countdown of 30 seconds. This is the overload mode of the energy light shield installed by Lloyd to strengthen Lancelot since the last time Lei Mingkai was in a coma and was admitted to the hospital. 30 seconds. After the overload mode is activated, the energy light shield will have a strong defense power that is more than 3 times the normal state and less than 5 times the normal state. This is enough to allow Lancelot to save his life at a critical moment and create an opportunity for rebellion. 25 seconds. Besides the energy light shield, there is a dense explosion caused by the madly exploding shells. The powerful explosive power is enough to destroy a Sunderland army in peacetime. Lancelot steadily raised the energy light shield in the overload mode with his left hand, and tightly held the radiation vibration sword with his right hand. Then, Lei Mingkai pushed the right joystick. Lancelot held up the energy light shield, shrank his body behind the energy light shield as much as possible, and then fell rapidly. Boom! A shell is centered on the energy light shield from bottom to top. A violent explosion deflected Lancelot's fall. In the thick smoke, Lei Mingkai couldn't see the surrounding situation clearly, only relied on his memory and feeling to adjust Lancelot's landing angle. Boom! Another shell broke through the smoke and dust and rushed to the energy beam. At this moment, Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed a sharp light. I saw it. The moment when the shell broke through the smoke and dust, Lei Mingkai saw that gleam of light was just below Lancelot's right. Suddenly, Lancelot waved his left hand and once again used the energy light shield as a fly swatter. The incoming shells flew to the side, and took advantage of this gap to shoot out the left forearm in the direction of the gloomy light. Claws! Bah! The violent wind raised by the hook and claw broke open the surrounding fire and smoke, and pierced straight beside the gloomy light. Lei Ming Kai pulled the left joystick back, and Lancelot immediately tightened the wire rope connected to the hook. Suddenly, Lancelot flew toward the gloomy light like an arrow from the string. Die! As the distance approached, the radiating vibrating sword in Lancelot's right hand became more and more red and lethal. Crack dang! Lancelot, who passed through the cannon fire, finally succeeded in inserting the radiation vibrating sword in his hand into the gloom. Roar! At the moment when the gloomy light shattered under the blade, a roar that resembled a human being broke through the air, shocking Lei Ming Kai. Then, a strong shock wrapped Lancelot tightly in it, making it unable to move. Lei Ming Kai, who was barely awake, looked up at the screen, and found that the monster in front of him was not dead. Besides, another pair of giant hands were born from the back. The armament on his arm was the 4 energy beam cannons that Asmodee had just carried. And the culprit that caused the violent shaking was actually the giant hand. It was grabbing Lancelot's hand to the bottom, and constantly closing it, relying on powerful force to squeeze Lancelot. Crack, click, click, click. Lancelot groaned in varying degrees all over his body. Especially the alarm sound effect attached to the damage system, are constantly bombarding Lei Ming Kai's ears at this time. Lei Ming Kai pulled the left and right joysticks, and Lancelot, who was pinched tightly in his hand, was struggling desperately like a small bug about to be pinched, but the individual disparity was too huge. Even if the fragments of memory that appeared in Lei Ming Kai's mind told Asmodee's weaknesses, Lancelot's power could not smash Asmodee's weaknesses with a single blow like that of a white giant lion. Put Asmodee to death. K. Get out of here. At this moment, Cornelia's voice came. Lei Ming Kai gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand to move the escape lock, but there was no response. No, Governor. Asmodee's weakness lies behind. Lancelot and I have one final mission. K. You. Because of Lancelot's activity, Asmodeus turned his attention away from Cornelia and the others, allowing Cornelia and others to witness Lancelot being pinched by Asmodee. And the whole process of breaking free from it with a burst of powerful force. Surrounded by countless electric sparks, Lancelot, who was only able to move freely with his right hand, turned the radiant vibration sword in his hand, and slammed into the giant hand that held it firmly. Zi. As soon as the blade of the sword touched Asmodee's body of unknown material, bursts of ear-piercing buzzing and sparks burst out. What? Lei Ming Kai let out an angry roar. Lancelot swung his right arm as hard as he could, and drove the blade to severely cut a bone-bearing scar on Asmodee's giant hand. Crack! Noisy! The blade slashed across, and a strange noise suddenly occurred. The giant hand that squeezed Lancelot tightly suddenly loosened. That thick thumb was almost cut off by Lancelot's radiating vibration sword. Opportunity! Lei Ming Kai's eyes burst out with a sharp glow, Lancelot struggling to raise his left hand, and press with his right hand on Asmodee's giant hand. Hey! Lancelot is out of trouble. Lei Ming Kai moved his hands and feet together, and Lancelot's high-speed driving wheels exploded. OM! Amidst the familiar and powerful sound of the high-speed driving wheels turning, Lancelot galloped along Asmodee's huge arm, once again towards the back that was stabbed by the sword, but still gleaming. The light made an impact. Hey! The sound of the wind whizzed from above. Lancelot was short, and the high-speed driving wheels under his feet moved. Lancelot's entire body immediately lay on his arms and rotated several times, avoiding the big palm on top of the head within milliseconds. Slap! Bah! The claws flew up again, and pierced deeply on the back of the giant hand that stood in front of Lancelot. With a move of Lancelot's arm, he rose into the air, and after easily surpassing the obstacle in front of him, he continued to sprint. Boom! 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 Coming! Here we go again! The sky cannon fire that forced Lancelot to escape the catastrophe with the energy light shield just now came again. Boom! Boom! The howling shells landed on Asmodee's giant arm, causing a series of vigorous explosions. In that posture, it seemed that he didn't care whether his arm would be broken by his own artillery fire. Maybe all I care about is to slap Lancelot, this bug, to death. Boom! In the fire group, Lancelot moved left and right, throwing the screaming cannonballs behind him, letting him explode a group of dazzling sparks behind him to embellish Lancelot's sprint with stars. Zi! The energy light shield on Lancelot's left arm weakly emitted bursts of faint light. In the impact just now, the energy light shield that had been operating in the overload mode for 30 seconds had come to an end. Even so, Lancelot still raised his left arm and blocked him, raising the blade with his right hand, speeding up the sprint with all his strength. No matter how fierce the artillery fire is, Lancelot, who is able to fly on the ground, is not afraid. Even if the giant palm on top of the head keeps taking pictures, it still can't stop Lancelot's sprint. Is near. Is near. Is near again. Lancelot is still tens of meters away, and he is about to rush to that gloomy light again. Everyone! Cover and shoot! Just then, Cornelia ordered loudly. Da 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 da! Boom! 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 The machine gun is roaring. The grenade is roaring. Gloucester and Sunderland, who had no ammunition, raised the knight's spears and fighting sticks in their hands, and charged like a madman towards the lower half of the earth, which was deeply rooted in Asmodeus. Cornelia and the others don't know if this can support Lancelot, who is fighting in the midst of the artillery fire, but right now, they can only do this. Enemy. Too strong. Except for Lancelot, none of the mechas present can survive the terrifyingly dense, overwhelming artillery fire. Hope is on Lancelot. Rush! 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 Lei Ming Kai has nothing else in front of him, but there is the gloomy light in front of him. As long as Lancelot once again pierced the blade of his hand into the gloomy light, this huge and terrifying Asmodeus would be shattered. Boom! Suddenly, a screaming shell fell at Lancelot's feet and exploded. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. Although Lei Ming Kai swiftly drove Lancelot to avoid the direct impact of the shell, he was rushed to the other side by the shock wave caused by the explosion. At this moment, Lancelot is empty at his feet. Not good. With a flick of his left arm, the claw popped out again, but was caught by a giant hand. See through. Under this entanglement, Asmodee could see through Lancelot's movement pattern. In this critical moment, Lancelot's weakness was once again caught. A strong force came along the wire rope of the hook, and Lancelot was immediately pulled into the air like a kite. Lei Ming Kai held the joystick with his left hand tightly, and when he pressed his thumb, the claw mechanism on his left arm was suddenly ejected. Lancelot was free, but he also lost his footing, and fell weakly downward. At the same time, Asmodee's back, the huge artillery formation that once made Lancelot almost hate Huang Chuan, unfolded again. Boom! The terrifying number of artillery made a loud noise in a uniform order. At this moment, Lei Ming Kai's eyes are as beautiful as the starry sky. The dazzling and beautiful spark immediately engulfed Lancelot in it, and a deafening roar resounded across the sky. Lancelot, K. In Cornelia's incredible gaze, 5 shadows dragging the faint green light broke through the fireball that engulfed Lancelot, revealing Lancelot, who was protected by a mirror overflowing with colorful light. At the same time, above the sky, a machine with beautiful lines and a beautiful shape like a beautiful white swan is rapidly falling from the sky. Its goal is the Asmodee below. Chapter 47, Intervener. Above the top of the cloud, a fighter plane with a pure white wing body and a Nom-Pen edge, with canard wings and a forward-swept wing aerodynamic layout, is hovering over the mountain somewhere. Warning! Warning! The abyss reaction is abnormal. Correct the data. From a slight reaction to a strong reaction. The reaction level is the third level. An icy electronic sound rang from the cockpit of the fighter. Level 3? It seems that the famous doctor has reached the point of unscrupulous in order to escape his life. Goblin. Amend the top priority task and prepare to intervene in the battle against the abyss. Sitting in the cockpit is a petite figure wearing a pilot suit whose main body is mainly white and supplemented by Nom Pen. Understand. The data link is linked. The battlefield real-time monitoring is linked. With the electronic sound, the projection screen of the cockpit suddenly changed, and a fierce battle scene suddenly appeared in front of the petite person. Has a huge monster nearly 50 meters high. There is also a small body that is desperately looking for the possibility of killing monsters for self-help and survival. Sure enough, it is a level 3 abyssal reaction body. Humph. Those intelligence personnel are not considered dry food. At least the doctor's ability has been proven. As soon as the cold snort fell, she continued. Identification of Operation ID WK00013, Inspector Himimi. Now confirming the Abyss Level 3, apply for intervention in the battle against the Abyss. The Abyss reaction is confirmed, and the application is approved. Now the weapon use permission is turned on. The current weapon use permission is Level 3. Please be careful in combat. As Himimi's words fell, another sound that was clearly different from the previous electronic sound sounded, and a small screen below Himimi's right eye also popped up with a reminder box that was unlocked. Permission 3? Exactly. Himimi smiled and shouted, Ying Huo 3, attack. Crack. 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 Under the unique cold wind blowing at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the backs of the pure white fighters opened gates one after another, exposing the miniature flying wings in the shape of triangles contained inside to face the cold wind and soar into the air. They seem to be embracing one after another, but in fact they have a certain regular formation with pure white fighters as the center, spreading to both sides. Go! Wing Fire 3. The big guy below is your mission this time. Himimi's eyes lit up with golden light, and the powerful spiritual power she inherited from her father was also linked to the pure white fighter plane at this moment. 2 triangular flying wings. In a blink of an eye, the triangular flying wing heads, which numbered nearly 100, plunged into the thick clouds below, and pulsed towards the mountain that had fallen into the fierceness. Voidwalker. The stage unfolds. After Himimi uttered a loud shout, she pushed down the nose of the pure white fighter plane, followed in the footsteps of the triangular flying wing named Wing Fire 3, rushed into the thick clouds, and rushed to the battlefield. Boom! The white clouds in front of her were scattered under the action of the strong wind, and Himimi saw Lancelot, who was rescued by the triangular flying wing under her control by critically expanding the FLOD force field. Hold tight! As soon as he saw Lancelot falling, Himimi drove the Voidwalker straight down while shouting through the public channel, and took the lead to fly below Lancelot, and caught him firmly. The matter is urgent. Now I have to hit Asmodee's weakness as quickly as possible. Only in this way can it be completely eliminated. Please help me. A message from the communication channel seemed familiar, but extremely anxious. Juvenile voice. Asmodee? Is it the name of the aboriginal called the Level 3 abyssal body? Himimi blinked and pressed a button casually. Under the operation of the deformation mechanism under the right wing of the pure white fighter, he stretched out his right hand and handed an energy rifle that was 10 meters long to Lancelot. Use this. I will maneuver, and you will be responsible for the launch. Himimi gave the order without any explanation. That's right. Is an order. In her tone, there is no room for negotiation at all. Yes, it is obedience. Lancelot's pilot, that is, our protagonist Lei Ming-kai nodded calmly, and after a response, he controlled Lancelot to take over the 10-meter-long energy rifle. As soon as he started, Lei Ming-kai was surprised to find that even Lancelot would take some effort to pick up this energy rifle. Immediately afterwards, several fixing cables popped out of the back of the Void Rambler, fixing Lancelot tightly on his back. Hold tight. At the moment when Mimi issued the second prompt, a strong pushback suddenly hit Lei Mingkai firmly on the driver's seat. This. Lei Mingkai, who almost didn't catch his breath, found that the scenery in front of him was receding quickly. And just now caused countless troubles to Lancelot and Lei Mingkai. The terrifyingly dense artillery that prevented them from advancing turned out to be exceptionally sluggish under the high-speed maneuvering of this pure white body. So fast! In Lei Mingkai's amazement, Mimi calmly controlled the Void Walker to shuttle through the sky of gunfire, looking for the ability to allow Lancelot to accurately snipe the abyss body, which is what Lei Mingkai mentioned. The weakness of Asmodeus. Boom! 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 The Void Walker who entered the high-speed maneuvering is not something that the artillery fire on Asmodeus' back can catch up. Knowing this, Asmodeus immediately took a new action, trying to knock down the Void Walker, this annoying fly. But, it is useless. The fluorescence emitted by the Void Walker seems to have a wonderful effect. It can make all incoming missiles blind, whizzing through the air in vain, instead of rushing into the distance like a headless fly until it runs out of fuel. A slaying is just 2 collisions, which end in cannibalism. Boom! 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 Numerous fireballs continuously bloom behind the Void Walker, seeming to applaud the Void Walker's high-speed maneuvering. Scene. Makes Lei Mingkai feel a little ironic. The previous attack that made him scorched was so easily solved by the pure white fighter that suddenly intervened in the battlefield and rescued him. Moreover, it is not only the Void Walker who is flying all over the sky, but also the triangular flying wings with nearly 100. They either flew around the Void Walker, blocking unavoidable cannonballs and missiles, or swooped down towards the artillery on Asmodeus' back to explode them with laser beams. With the cooperation of these small things with clear goals and amazing efficiency, the Void Rambler has achieved his goal without any risk even though he carries Lancelot on his back. Opportunity. With the help of a large number of triangular flying wings, the high-speed circling Void Walker also found an opportunity. As soon as Mimi's voice fell, the head of the Void Walker had already locked Asmodeus' weakness, the gloomy light on his back. Boom! 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 Asmodeus, whose weakness was threatened again, stopped paying attention to the triangular flying wing that was still harassing him, and directly used all the artillery that could still attack, even the giant hands. Is to stop the Void Rambler who threatens his weakness. Innocent. Mimi's eyes were full of golden light, and the triangular wings surrounding the Void Rambler changed their shape, quickly forming a sharp arrow array in front of the Void Rambler. OM. In an instant, laser beams shot out from the front end of the triangular flying wing, and outlined a gorgeous and deadly light web in the airspace in front of the Void Walker. Boom! 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 Under the blocking of the light net, the sky-filled artillery fire could not go beyond the Thunder Pond, and then attacked the Void Walker, only to fall weakly under the light net. Even Asmodeus's giant hands that almost made Lancelot hate Huang Chuan sizzled and melted quickly under the burning of this light net. Crack! Crack! The position of the magazine in the abdomen of the Void Walker opened one after another, and 2 long missiles were fired together. www.readaloud.com. Boom! 2 white smoke flew past, and the giant hands that were competing with the optical network were suddenly blown to pieces. Chance! Shoot! Mimi Jiao yelled, and Lei Mingkai, who had been preparing for a long time, gritted his teeth and controlled Lancelot to raise the long energy rifle in his hand. Is strange to say. The system used by this energy rifle can be connected to Lancelot's weapon system, which surprised Lei Mingkai. But, now is not the time to entangle this aspect of things. As the sighting system of the energy rifle synchronized with Lancelot's weapon system, the red cross cursor appeared in front of Lei Mingkai. Is near. Is near. Lei Mingkai's eyes clearly saw the gloom once again. This time, Lei Mingkai is confident to defeat it. is not only because of the intervention of the Void Walker, but also because Lei Mingkai has a great certainty in his heart that he can achieve this goal. Did he? The red cross cursor paused on the gloomy light. The cross cursor turns green. Opportunity. Lei Mingkai pulled the trigger decisively. Boom. At the same time as a loud noise exploded, it was the moment when a huge force shook Lancelot's arms apart. But even if the ear-piercing sirens sounded in his ears, Lei Mingkai's eyes were refreshing, as if he felt the joy of revenge. Wow! The light beam fired by the energy rifle arrived in an instant, and plunged straight into the gloomy light. Was silent for a few seconds, and the earth-shaking roar suddenly exploded. Chapter 48, Inspector Himimi. The burning woods were extinguished by fire trucks coming from all directions, and the flying dust gradually fell on the ground. A great battle finally came to an end with the death of the huge and terrifying monster Asmodee. Everyone who participated in this battle would inevitably sigh when they saw that huge body quietly turn into a dune formed by useless grey sand. It's over. It feels like a fantasy, like the legendary Battle of Myths. Lancelot, who lost his arms, leaped from the back of the Void Walker, landed on the grey sand dune, and slowly fell to the ground. But after this set of moves in the past was undoubtedly extremely easy for Lancelot, the only 7th generation nightmare in the world finally could no longer hold on. Pattern. Ba. Boom. In the blink of an eye, at the moment when electric sparks and smoke exploded on Lancelot's body, Lancelot finally knelt on the ground, losing all his reactions. Crack. With the support of the reserve energy, Lancelot's cockpit opened with difficulty. Sweating profusely, but Lei Mingkai, with an invigorating and surviving look on his face, jumped from the cockpit and landed steadily on the ground. Lancelot, thank you very much. Lei Mingkai looked at Lancelot, who was gradually spreading over his body by the electric spark, and thanked him heartily. If it weren't for Lancelot's outstanding performance, Lei Mingkai would not have survived the appearance of the mysterious pure white body, let alone successfully killed Asmod. Squeak! At this time, a harsh brake sound rang not far away. Lei Mingkai looked back, and found that Lloyd and Cecil hurriedly jumped from the unstopped special delivery vehicle and ran to this side in 3 steps in 2 steps. Oh! How did my Lancelot become like this? When he saw Lancelot, who was constantly bursting with electric sparks and explosions, Lloyd's heart seemed to be torn apart, and he didn't want to live. Lloyd! Do you care about Lancelot? Are you okay? Sair's thin eyebrows were deeply furrowed, and asked worriedly at Lei Mingkai, who was sweating profusely. Lei Mingkai shook his head, raised his hand to wipe his sweat, and smiled. Although there are constant risks along the way, it is still smooth. It's just that Lancelot is no longer good. Lloyd stopped wailing and took over Lei Mingkai's topic. This look can be said to be completely scrapped. Fortunately, in addition to your beautiful secretary's special machine, there are still 2 sets of spare parts for Lancelot. As he said, Lloyd reached out and put on his glasses, his eyes flashing dangerously. Although Nightmare is a consumable item, I hope you will pay attention to it the next time you fight. Otherwise, even if Lancelot has more spare parts, it won't be enough for you to consume. Lei Mingkai twitched the corner of his mouth helplessly and rolled his eyes. You should have seen the battle just now. Where can I manage so much? You! Lloyd just yelled. He was grabbed by the collar of Cecil, who was standing on the side, and dragged to the other side, giving him a corrective punch. During the fight, a roar passed across the sky. Lei Mingkai, Lloyd with a pair of panda eyes and Sair Kikai with a small fist looked up, and found that the pure white body guarded by many triangular wings was flying over this area at low altitude. Flew toward the location of the G1 mothership. Oh! Auditing Ziplin. As soon as he saw the pure white body, Lloyd broke free from the claws of Cecil and ran to Lei Mingkai and said vaguely. A question mark appeared on Lei Mingkai's head. It's a collective order. That pure white machine is called the Void Walker. It was driven by a girl who claimed to be an inspector. Now she seems to be requesting assistance from His Highness Komlia, Governor of District 11. Void Walker? A very meaningful name. What about the girl's name? Do you know? Lei Mingkai groaned and asked again. It seems to be called Himimi. What? Himimi? Lei Mingkai was stunned when he heard the name. Exclaimed in my heart, wouldn't it be such a coincidence? I thought about the voice that I had communicated with him just now. It seemed that it really resembled the voice of the girl who met him in Euphemia back then. Sire. Now His Royal Highness Cornelia is calling for a man to welcome the Void Rambler, right? Yes. Yetter nodded, pulled past Lloyd who was about to slip away, and looked at Lei Mingkai and said. There is also a small off-road vehicle on the carrier. You can use it to return to the G1 mothership. Here, leave it to us. Please, please. Without too much nonsense, Lei Mingkai drove the small off-road vehicle out of the carrier and swiftly drove towards the G1 mothership that had returned to the station at the foot of the mountain. In the sky, from time to time, a patrol formation composed of 3 triangular flying wings passed. Sometimes they hover, sometimes accelerate and rise, and sometimes fly towards the distance. Drone. For some reason, after Lei Mingkai carefully observed the appearance and behavior of these triangular flying wings, he couldn't help but vomit a word. With the small size, apart from drones, Lei Mingkai really can't think of other weapons that can be related to triangular flying wings. It's just that Lei Mingkai really doesn't understand how much energy is contained in that tiny body that can support the triangular flying wing to soar above the sky after the fierce battle. After some random thoughts, the small off-road vehicle driven by Lei Mingkai returned to the station where the G1 mothership was located. When I got out of the car, I saw Veretta standing at the intersection, looking at her figure toward this side. Your governor is looking for you. As soon as she saw Lei Mingkai, Veretta waved and shouted. Lei Mingkai parked the off-road vehicle in front of Veretta, and when he saw the brown beauty board the off-road vehicle, he asked, "Is that the inspector?" Yes. Veretta nodded. Her silver ponytail was blown by the oncoming breeze after Lei Mingkai started the off-road vehicle again. The governor and the deputy governor are hosting the inspector. It seems to have deliberately obtained information about the monster just now from her. Yet. I know. Lei Mingkai nodded and parked the off-road vehicle next to the G1 mothership. He looked back at Veretta and said, "Go back and sort out the losses of the Q department. This battle, not only the governor's army, but also our Q department has also lost a lot of estimates." Yes. Lei Mingkai turned the other side of the G1 mothership, and when he came to the front of the G1 mothership, he saw a pure white body with a weird appearance. Although Lei Mingkai could recognize the outline of the upper body of the body, he was startled by the sudden white body's feet and hands that protruded below the abdomen. Is this deformation? Inadvertently, Lei Mingkai once again said a name that he didn't even react to. Yes. Transfiguration. This is the guardian form of the Void Walker. Suddenly, a strange and familiar voice came from Lei Mingkai. Looking back, Lei Mingkai could see Komlia and Euphemia, as well as many guards, surrounded by a black-haired girl in a white tights, actually a pilot's suit, watching. He said, "You." When he saw the familiar face of the girl, Lei Mingkai showed a look of surprise. "It looks like you recognize it too. She is our friend who we met twice in the downtown area before, Himimi." Euphemia saw the surprise on Lei Mingkai's face and found it funny. Just now, when Himimi drove the Void Walker to Euphemia and reported her identity, she herself was very surprised. Even in the previous encounter, she thought Himimi was very mysterious, but she did not expect Himimi to be a pilot who was driving this mysterious machine that had never been seen before, and was able to contend with terrible monsters. Masked Man. I am Inspector Himimi. Now I am requesting you for assistance in accordance with the regulations of Chapter 3, Section 3, Article 6 of the Abyss Defense Act. Himimi's face turned serious and said to Lei Mingkai solemnly. Abyss Defense Method. Lei Mingkai is unknown, so it's the name of the monster. The organization behind this inspector seems to be formed against the monster and the black hands behind it. Just now, she asked us for assistance in the name of the organization she belongs to, and promised to share some information about the abyss with us. Gilbert, at the direction of Cornelia, briefly introduced the process of the short meeting with Himimi just now. Organize. At this time, Lei Mingkai seemed to find that there were more and more mysteries on the girl in front of him. You don't have the right to know the name of the organization for the time being. Now, what you need to know is that that monster is not the only one. www.readaloud.com. In the days to come, I am afraid it will continue to appear. Himimi Points nodded, looked back at Cornelia and said. In order to catch the culprit who caused the abyss body to appear in this world as soon as possible, I now hope that your Britannia Empire can assist me in this task. Relatively, I will provide compensation for this assistance. In the evening as the sun sets, a majestic figure stood on the ruined temple, staring at the broken ruins below. At this time, a man in the uniform of the court attendant stepped up the steps and stood not far away. He respectfully said, Your Majesty. The second queen, His Royal Highness, Cornelia, came back with an urgent message. Oh? Did Cornelia died in the battle? The figure said slowly. No. His Royal Highness did not die in battle. It was just that he encountered some difficult situations. The head waiter said respectfully, while raising the tablet in his arms to the top of his head. Heavy footsteps sounded slowly, and the body like a mountain stood in front of the head of servant. After sharp eyes condensed on the tablet screen for a while, there was a sudden sound of deafening laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sure enough. Sure enough. God, I don't sit and wait for death. When the laughter echoed among the ruined temples for a long time, the lion, known as His Majesty, said in a deep voice, Very good. Let Cornelia the messenger back to his country. In District 11, Euphemia will act as the governor for the time being. Position. Yes. The head waiter responded, but when he was about to leave, he was stopped again. Wait. Yuffie doesn't seem to have a knight yet. Well, then, tell Yuffie, if she has a knight she prefers, let her choose it herself. Yes. Your Majesty. Chapter 49, After the War Ended. Concession Airport. Surrounded by the Void Walker and its drone cluster, a luxury passenger plane slowly lifted into the air and flew towards the King of the Britannia Empire in North America. Above, Cornelia and her bodyguard are being ordered to accompany Inspector Himimi to complete this trip to the capital. Certainly. Regarding the mission accepted by Cornelia, even though Himimi said that it would not be so troublesome, she actually respected the arrangement of the Britannia Empire. Besides, before she left, she specifically told Lei Mingkai to say that after this trip to the capital, she will have a task that requires Lei Mingkai's assistance. Lei Mingkai was silent for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Although Himimi did not indicate what the mission was, Lei Mingkai saw some clues from something she gave him. It was a prismatic crystal with bursts of dark blue light. I don't know why, when Lei Mingkai saw this crystal, he vaguely knew how to use it. She knows about white cats. Looking at the airliner slowly flying towards high altitude surrounded by the Void Walker and drone fleet, Lei Mingkai squeezed the prismatic crystal in his palm, then turned around and prepared to leave the airport. But before that, he was stopped by a group of people. Kay, can you accompany me for a while? Surrounded by the guards, the third queen, wearing a white princess dress, looked at Lei Mingkai with a smile and said. Extremely happy. Your Highness. On the top floor of the empty terminal building, Lei Mingkai and Euphemia stood on the edge of the iron net, facing the breeze, watching the airliners waiting to take off. I didn't expect Himimi to be an inspector. Euphemia was silent for a while, and said first. Yes. She is really surprising. Whether it's her or her void walker. Lei Mingkai thought for a moment, stepped up to Euphemia's side, and looked side by side with her. The airliners waiting in line to take off. Euphemia looked sideways at Lei Mingkai who was beside her, and she couldn't help but smile. Then, with a hint of thought, he said, Are there any other races in this world? Probably, yes. Thinking of the mysterious girl Himimi, Lei Mingkai couldn't help but said. Whether it is Himimi itself, or the mysterious and powerful Void Walker, there is a breath of Himimi who is not a person in this world from the inside out. Lei Mingkai learned of this from Lloyd, who couldn't take his eyes off the Void Walker. The technical level of that energy beam gun has surpassed Lancelot. No, it should be said that it is several levels above the technological level of the entire Britannian Empire. Lloyd, who said this, rarely took off his glasses, took the handkerchief that Cecil handed over, and while wiping his glasses, said, Actually, according to my guess, the energy system used by the Void Walker itself, it has exceeded any technological knowledge in our world. In other words, it does not belong to this world. After Lloyd put on his glasses again, he was unwilling, but with a look of expectation and fear. Do you know? Now, I am very scared. Even if only the Void Walker comes to this world, it has the power to destroy the defense of the entire Britannian Empire overnight. From today onwards, the army of the Britannian Empire, which seems to be strong and cross-border on the battlefields of the world, will become weak in just a blink of an eye. Do you believe all this? Recalling what Lloyd had said to him before, Lei Mingkai sighed secretly. He knew that he could not answer Euphemia's question. If the mysterious girl Himimi came to this world with malicious intent, she might have already started to act. But Her Royal Highness the Third Empress did not get too entangled in this issue. With long pink hair flying in the wind, Her Royal Highness raised her beautiful face, stared at Lei Mingkai's eyes hidden under the mask, and asked softly. Before the governor leaves, let me take care of the task entrusted to us by Himimi. Can you help me? Lei Mingkai took a step back, bent over, and stroked his chest and said, extremely happy. Your Highness. This is also my task in itself. Yet. Euphemia nodded gently. Then, from today, I will beg you. Yes. Your Highness. Although the commission has been accepted, but due to the fact that the Q Department and the Britannian Imperial Army that participated in the Nereda mountain range suffered heavy losses and could not be recovered for the time being, Euphemia and Lei Mingkai also had to proceed. Clean up the mess in front of you. For example, clean up this dilapidated and devastated battlefield in front of you. First, the second rescue team cleaned up the battlefield, and the medical team seized the time to rescue the wounded who were dug up. Under the command of Euphemia personally, the rescue force that was urgently assembled to Nereda Mountain quickly launched an operation, striving to save more lives in the shortest time. And Lei Mingkai led the Q department to deal with the grey sand dune according to the method left by Himimi. This is the schedule. According to the current schedule, we will finish the sand dune in 3 days. Veretta returned with a schedule of tasks after arranging the task. Lei Mingkai took a look at the task schedule and nodded. Follow this schedule. According to Himimi, this does not pose any threat to us. What's worse, it's just to be burned separately. While was talking, a cry suddenly came from not far away. What happened? Veretta turned her head and asked the soldier who ran back from the direction of the cry. Yes. The rescue team has encountered some problems. It may be necessary to use an engineered body. The soldier responded quickly. Hey? Engineering body. Lei Mingkai looked at the excavator that was digging into the sand dunes and loaded the shoveled grey sand on the transport truck. He turned his head and looked at Veretta and asked, Veretta, is your machine complete? Veretta was taken aback and nodded. Yes. Director Lloyd only completed the final assembly work 3 hours ago and is now under commissioning. Lei Mingkai groaned. Let's do it. The construction machinery here still needs to be used. I will call other construction machinery over. You go back and ask them to prepare it. At Lei Mingkai's order, the soldier saluted quickly, then turned and ran over. And Veretta exclaimed in hindsight, "Do you want to use the new body?" Lei Mingkai smiled slightly. "Well, it's a test." Veretta, although it's a brand new body, it's a branch of Lancelot after all, isn't it? It's better for me, the pilot of Lancelot, to take care of the test work. 10 minutes later, a nightmare, whose entire body was painted in pink and looked no different from Lancelot, came to a rescue location somewhere halfway through the mountain under Veretta's personal driving guidance. "How is the situation?" Veretta looked back to see that he belonged to him, but after he hadn't had the nightmare he could drive. He got out of the vehicle and found the soldier who had just come to ask for help and asked. "Yes. Due to the previous bombing and the subsequent battle, this area collapsed and swallowed the Sunderland team that was participating in it." While the soldiers were reporting the situation, a woman suddenly rushed over and panicked, catching Veretta's right hand and crying. "Are you from the rescue force? Please help my husband." "Husband?" Veretta was taken aback and motioned to the soldier to continue the briefing with her eyes. "This is the wife of one of the trapped persons buried in the landslide area." While the soldiers were talking, a girl who was quite similar to the woman came over, calmed the woman softly, and allowed Veretta to pull her hand away. "The trapped personnel? Is it a soldier of our army?" Lei Mingkai's voice came from the pink Lancelot. "No. My father is a technician who explores the Sakura Stone. The reason why he was here is because his father was on a business trip here." The girl with long brown hair shook her head and looked up at the pink Lancelot, showing a complicated look. "Really? I know. Please wait a moment. Now let's rescue." Lei Mingkai asked Veretta to take the woman and the girl to the other side, and drove the Lancelot to start this period of testing, and it is a rescue mission. According to the report of the soldiers involved in the rescue, a building was indeed buried under the hillside after the flash flood and bombing. Surprisingly, the building that was supposed to be completely silent during the burial of the flash flood caused by the Black Knight's explosion and the subsequent bombing, was given a breath of survivorship because of the collapse in the ensuing battle. People who are trapped in the building, about to die from suffocation, get a trace of air that allows them to continue their lives from the opening opened by the collapse. Therefore, in the next search and rescue, the survivors who saw the hope of life naturally tried their best to call for help. The matter also developed to what Lei Mingkai and Veretta knew. To rescue these survivors, the only difficulty is the two bodies stuck in key positions. After all, it was the flash flood and the bombing. The building that trapped the survivors has been damaged in many places during the continuous impact. The convenience of UU reading www.uugonshu.com is the proof. Fortunately, Sunderland, which fell in the landslide, supported a part of the wall that was about to collapse, thus leaving some living space for the survivors. The difficulty of rescue is to ensure the safety of the survivors when transferring Sunderland and clear a road for the survivors to return to safe ground. At this point, Lei Mingkai already has a certainty. The pink Lancelot followed the road cleared by the rescue forces and came to Sunderland, who had fallen among the rubble. He raised his hands and moved slightly. The two-sided energy light shield was immediately activated. Then, the pink Lancelot raised the energy light shield and leaned against the wall supported by Sunderland. "Okay. Move, Sunderland." Lita, who was conscious of the meeting, immediately began to command the rescue forces. "Start." The rescue team moved quickly. After solving the dangerous walls that would collapse at any time after the loss of Sunderland, they cleared a safe road in twos, and rescued the survivors one by one on the ground. All the survivors have been saved. Veretta, who counted the survivors one by one, said to the pink Lancelot who still supported the dangerous wall. "Well, keep everyone away." 1 minute later, with a roar, the wall collapsed. Pink Lancelot also returned safely to the ground. Just as Lei Ming Kai walked out of the pink Lancelot's cockpit, the girl with long brown hair walked over quickly and bowed deeply to Lei Ming Kai. "Thank you very much. My name is Xiao Li Finet. Thank you very much for saving my dad." Chapter 50, Type 0 of Awakening. The rescue mission soon came to an end. Not every family is as lucky as the Xiao Li family. When the rescue team confirmed that there were no more signs of life and began to evacuate, the depressed crying sounded through the entire hillside. Euphemia, the kind imperial princess, couldn't bear to look at the situation in front of her. She wanted to say something several times, but she couldn't say anything. She knew that besides the soldiers who died in the battle, more were civilians who were hit by the battle. "Vice-Governor, let us take care of this," Lei Ming Kai suggested. Euphemia shook her head, and finally chose to follow the G1 mothership to withdraw to the concession. Even if she still wants to accompany the families of the victims to watch the corpses of their loved ones reappear, there are more things waiting for her to deal with in the lease. As a left-behind representative, Lei Ming Kai watched the G1 mothership slowly evacuating the sky and mountains under the army, and asked softly, "Veretta, what's the situation with Valkyrie?" Valkyrie is the new name of the reprinted Lancelot that just rolled off the line not long ago. In order to distinguish the relationship between the two Lancelots, Veretta proposed to change the name to Valkyrie. "Yes. The current state is good. Thanks to your driving data, the readjustment is very smooth." Speaking of her new body, Veretta couldn't help but smile. Very good. Hurry up and familiarize yourself with Valkyrie's performance. The next job will be a challenge. Not all members of the Q department are involved in this rescue. At the beginning of the rescue operation, the intelligence personnel first returned to the concession and began a new round of intelligence collection and screening of suspicious personnel. Maybe it was due to the Black Knight's activity some time ago, or maybe the Q department got rid of the moths, and many doubts that had been troublesome before were quickly eliminated. Followed by a list of suspicious persons. Q department is also time to dispatch. However, before that, for various reasons, Lei Ming Kai had to sit in the temporary office in the special station, and let Veretta direct the other subordinates to attack. Of course, Lei Ming Kai didn't stare at him, just sitting there and waiting. Instead, Cecil prepared him a large warehouse specially set up to accommodate the body. At this time, there was nothing else in the warehouse except for Lei Ming Kai and the white cat in his arms. Lei Ming Kai turned his head and looked at the empty warehouse, then looked down at the white cat lying comfortably in his arms. Since that terrible battle, the mysterious personality in the white cat's body seemed to have disappeared, leaving only the cute little cat. Meow. Seemed to feel Lei Ming Kai's sight, the white cat in his arms raised his head and watched Lei Ming Kai call out obediently. "Speaking of which, you really make me uncomfortable with the way you look." Lei Ming Kai shook his head, bent down and squatted down, placed the white cat on the ground, and raised his hand to touch the white cat's head. Lei Ming Kai's gentle force made the white cat squinted his eyes in comfort, and there was a gurgling sound in his throat. Judging from this reaction and appearance, this white cat is really no different from ordinary cats now. A moment of hesitation flashed in Lei Ming Kai's eyes, but he was quickly dispelled by determination. He took a step back and looked at the white cat quietly. After losing a comfortable touch, the white cat tilted his head and looked at Lei Ming Kai suspiciously, then lifted his paw and washed his face while licking it. Seeing that the white cat was not surprised by his actions, Lei Ming Kai reached out from his pocket and took out the crystal that Mimi had given him before. Once, Lei Ming Kai had doubts and doubts, but no matter how he thought or doubted, there was only one answer. If Mimi is really malicious, then the fall of the empire that Lloyd said has already happened. Moreover, in Lloyd's conjecture, there was another possibility. That is that the terrible monster is probably inseparable from the appearance of Himimi. It's just that the relationship between the two is more likely to be hostile than other speculations. Therefore, Lei Mingkai looked indifferently and placed the prismatic crystal in his hand in front of the white cat. Meow. As soon as the shiny prismatic crystal appeared, the attention of the white cat, who was licking its paws and washing his face seriously, attracted the past. In just a blink of an eye, the white cat's eyes were already reflected in the shadow of the prismatic crystal. The white cat's claws moved away, and the pink nose leaned in cautiously. Meow. The white cat sniffed, as if confirming something, then raised his head to look at Lei Mingkai, whose expression was hidden by the silver mask. Lei Mingkai didn't move or speak, he just watched the white cat quietly, watching what kind of movement it would make to the mysterious crystal. Meow. The white cat sniffed a few times, but did not smell it. So, the little paw that stretched out the flesh and touched the crystal. OM. As soon as the little paw touched the crystal, a flash of light suddenly flashed across the smooth mirror surface of the crystal, and a low buzzing sound was also heard. Meow. The white cat trembled all over, and after taking a few steps, the fluff all over his body exploded, and there were low roars in his throat. But at the next moment, the white cat trembled all over and stiffened for a while, then began to move again. It's just that now the white cat's movements are very stiff, as if someone is manipulating its movements with invisible lines from behind. And Lei Mingkai, who witnessed all this, did not move, but quietly watched the white cat move towards the crystal lying on the ground step by step. At this moment, in Lei Mingkai's feeling, the white cat in front of him seemed to be quietly changing back to the original mysterious white cat. Will you wake up? At the moment when this question flashed across Lei Mingkai's heart, the white cat raised his little paw and pressed it on the crystal. Suddenly, countless rays of light burst out from the inside of the crystal, and they followed the small paws pressed on it and quickly spread to the whole body of the white cat. In just a few breaths, except for the small head of the white cat, all other parts of the white cat were entangled by the light. But even so, Lei Mingkai still couldn't see a trace of fear in the white cat's sluggish eyes, and he even vaguely felt a trace of excitement erupting from the white cat like a storm. Meow roar! Half a cat, half a roar. This sudden change made Lei Mingkai involuntarily retreat for a certain distance, and looked at the white cat that kept roaring from a distance. Do not. Perhaps the white cat nowadays can no longer be regarded as a white cat. In Lei Mingkai's gaze, in the white cat, which was almost wrapped in a ball of wool, suddenly burst out countless white lights. These white gloomy lights seemed to be like an explosion. After sketching out bursts of explosive radiation in mid-air, they suddenly shrunk, just like the lines in the painter's pen, quickly centering on the white cat and drawing in mid-air. There are squares, but the beautiful lines are not lost. As long as he observes these lines that are constantly drawn from an overall perspective, Lei Mingkai will find that behind these lines is a huge beast. One head. A huge beast with white armor. Lei Mingkai is not unfamiliar. Because, in the previous battle that almost cost Lei Mingkai his life, it was because of the appearance of this white beast that Lei Mingkai was spared. Roar! Thinking about it, the white behemoth once again let out a thunderous roar. The roar that resembled thunder rolling constantly reverberated in the empty warehouse, causing Lei Mingkai's ears to roar, and it was almost impossible to hear other sounds clearly. Then, the white beast stopped its roar and looked down at Lei Mingkai. Until then, Lei Mingkai discovered that this white beast was so huge. The huge head not only occupied Lei Mingkai's sight, but also made Lei Mingkai feel that even if he opened his arms, he could not reach the head of the beast. The edge of. You're awake. Lei Mingkai calmed his mind and said calmly. Roar! Responded to him with a low roar. Can't you turn back into a white cat? Just after Lei Mingkai's voice fell, the white behemoth suddenly turned into a sky full of white light and disappeared. You reading www. Yuyuganshu.com is left with the white cat stepping on a little light spot and walking in front of Lei Mingkai. K. It surprised me. Where did you find the fragments? The white cat raised his head and looked at Lei Mingkai and said. The familiar tone makes it easy for people to recognize that this is the mysterious white cat before. You really woke up. It seems that there are other people in this world who know about me and you. Others. The mysterious white cat was taken aback for a moment, and suddenly said urgently, Say it. Who is it? The sudden urgency of the mysterious white cat made Lei Mingkai more affirmed his guess. So, under Lei Mingkai's narration, the mysterious white cat knew what had happened since it fell asleep. Asmodee. The mysterious white cat showed a dignified look. Unexpectedly, you still remember Asmodeus. It seems that your memory is not completely lost. K. After a pause, the mysterious white cat said again, Since Himimi, who claims to be an inspector, wakes me up, you might as well assist her in her mission. After all, we should all have a common enemy. Now, I think so too. Lei Mingkai nodded, agreeing. Hee. Live hard. K. As long as you stick to your original wish. The mysterious white cat yawned, stretched his waist, and was about to turn around and leave. And many more. Is there anything? Although I am awake now, I still need some time to digest energy. Your name? Could it be possible for me to call you to be a kitty? Lei Mingkai remembered the beast form he had seen with his own eyes. That is a fierce and majestic iron lion. 0 type. This is my current name. K. Chapter 51, The Lost Statue. There was a sudden rush of footsteps in the quiet alley. The panting sound of panting became clearer as the messy footsteps approached. Suddenly, from the shadows in the alley, a few panicked figures rushed out, but in the next second, before these figures could see the surrounding situation clearly, they were disturbed by a glare of light. What? With the sound of several screams, several soldiers wearing full individual armor quietly appeared from behind them, and used non-lethal weapons to knock down these panicked and fleeing figures to the ground. The target has been controlled. At the other end of the street, Veretta reported to Lei Mingkai, who was sitting in the command vehicle. Well. It's solved here, let's go to the next place. Lei Mingkai nodded, and stretched his hand across the electronic map on the desktop, connecting all the signs on the electronic map together. This is the task goal that the Q department will complete next. Yes. Veretta responded and turned to arrange the next task. Tisk tisk. It's amazing. At this time, a sound of surprise came from outside the door. Lei Mingkai knew without looking back that this was Lloyd and his assistant Cecil. The purpose is for the white cat, 0 pose. After digesting the energy of that mysterious crystal in 0, it found Lei Mingkai and confessed that it could find the bugs hidden near the concession. This is also to complete the task of assisting Himimi. Lei Mingkai didn't object to this, but felt that the time had come. Because even if the Q department finds many suspicious people, it is difficult to tell whether they are humans or not. After all, those things in Asmod are only the first contact for this human being. Can understand them, except for Himimi, there is only 0 form. Of course, Lei Mingkai should be a part of himself. However, he himself has clearly realized that he seems to have lost some memories, very important memories. So, under the guidance of the White Cat 0, one by one, the bugs hidden in the concession were found out, either killed on the spot, or captured by anesthesia. And the performance of the White Cat 0 also made Lloyd interested in seeing this change inadvertently. It's just that Lloyd does not seem to have any cats. Every time Lloyd approached, 0 would pop out the pair of sharp claws and dazzlingly place them in front of Lloyd's eyes. This troubled Lloyd, who was eager for knowledge. Come on! Come on! Come on! Cute 0, this is your favorite dried fish. Come on! Come on! Come on! In Cecil's helpless gaze, the enthusiastic Lloyd tore open the bag full of dried fish, took out a few dried fish from it, and tried to lure the white cat Zero pose lying on the console. Hey! The cold light flashed. The dried fish in Lloyd's hand broke in two, and even the bag full of dried fish was disconnected, and the dried fish was scattered all over the floor. Stupid humans! Don't take these things to dangle in front of my eyes. After the white cat glanced at Lloyd coldly, he got up and jumped off the console, and disappeared into the shadow of the command room in a blink of an eye. Lloyd twitched his mouth, looked at the small dried fish in his hand, and sighed helplessly. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? By the way, is it still a living thing? Or is it an alien? Alien. In the second half of the sentence, he asked Lei Mingkai, who was sitting and watching a joke. Perhaps. Other things, Lloyd is useless if you ask me. I don't know much. Lei Mingkai shook his head, pointed at the dried fish on the ground, and pointed at the back of Lloyd. A deep cold murderous aura is quietly enshrouding Lloyd. A few minutes later, Lloyd, with panda eyes again, cleaned the dried fish all over the floor under the supervision of Cecil. K is Type 0, the same steel beast that saved you and Lancelot in the previous battle. Sire stared at Lloyd's cleaning for a while and couldn't help but ask. You know, during the week that Lei Mingkai was seriously injured and hospitalized, Cecil took care of the white cat Zero. No matter how she wanted to break her head, she couldn't understand that the cute and well-behaved white cat would have changed into a cat at that time, and suddenly she said something. It should be. Said Hill, I also said before. I don't understand many things. But since it has happened, we can only accept it. Just like in the Battle of Narita Renshin, as it's like Modai's appearance. Lei Mingkai didn't want to reveal the Zero-style thing too much, but just hit a Tai Chi casually and went vaguely. And finally Lloyd cleaned the dried fish all over the floor. After putting the cleaning tools in, he stretched out a photo from his pocket while showing his usual jokes. I have a piece of news that is neither bad nor good. While talking, he placed the photo in Lloyd's hand on the electronic map and pushed it in front of Lei Mingkai. Lei Mingkai looked down, his eyes hidden under the silver mask suddenly widened. On the photo, a stone sculpture of a giant beast suddenly appeared on it. And the stone sculpture of the giant beast looks exactly the same as the white cat Zero after it has become a giant steel beast. On the other side of the earth, the capital airport of the Holy Britannia Empire. Many famous nobles gathered in this airport under the order of the Emperor. In order to welcome a guest who is extremely important to the Emperor and the Holy Britannia Empire. Have you heard of it? I heard that it was the messenger of God. Really? Countess, don't talk nonsense. Really? I knew it from a servant. The waiter? Are you looking for your little white-faced waiter again? Whispers quietly spread among the glamorously dressed and solemn nobles. And the tall blonde man standing in front of the group of nobles didn't seem to hear it. Perhaps it was because Chuan Dang couldn't hear these whispers. From the beginning to the end, his gaze stared at the sky above his head, watching the luxury airliner slowly landing here under the of the strange and powerful drone fleet. Canoean. The name of that machine seems to be called Voidwalker, right? The blonde man turned his head slightly, looking at the beautiful boy with short brown hair standing next to him and asked. Yes. His Royal Highness the Second Prince. According to the information of His Royal Highness Konlia, the Second Prince, the name is indeed correct. The drones that follow it are called Wingfire 3. It seems to be a powerful weapon. Mei Sha replied in a young voice. Armed. The blonde man called the Second Prince pondered for a moment, and then asked, I remember that Lloyd should be in District 11, right? Has he seen the Voidwalker? Yes. Lloyd sent back the report. According to his speculation, if our Britannia Empire and the owner of the Voidwalker conflict, the local defense forces of our Britannia Empire will be disintegrated within a week. A week? The reply from the beautiful boy did not surprise the blonde man. On the contrary, he felt that Lloyd's speculation was too conservative. It really is like a godlike power. The blond man recalled something in his mind that the current emperor of the Holy Britannia Empire had been indulging in all day and night. Thinking about it, the luxury airliner broke away from the formation of Void Rambler and Wingfire 3 drones, and slowly landed on the runway. Let's go. Go and greet the most distinguished guest of our empire to date. In the sky, a beautifully shaped Void Walker with a mysterious color all over his body led the Wingfire 3 drone to hover over the airport for a long time, which surprised the nobles. At the moment when the luxury airliner opened the cabin door, the eyes of the nobles were immediately attracted. As the only imperial princess of the Britannian Empire, Cornelia, who is rolling on the battlefield, has already caused criticism from many diehard nobles on weekdays. But at this time, the girl standing next to Cornelia shocked the nobles even more. The long black hair was draped softly on the shoulders, and under the bangs was a beautiful face that made many aristocratic ladies and ladies who claimed to be beautiful can be under this shocking look. It is a tight-fitting men's dress. At this moment, everyone present seemed to be in a state of indistinguishable sex. The beautiful face is still beautiful, but it happens to be set off by the suitable men's dress. www.readaloud.com. It makes people have a peerless man standing next to Cornelia, not a notice. The mysterious and beautiful girl mentioned in Beautiful Lady. Hello. I am Schneeiser Ei Britannia, the second prince of the Britannia Empire. Welcome to our Britannia Empire. Although the blond man was also surprised for an instant, but his powerful self-control made him react quickly. Hello. Your Majesty the second prince. I am Mimi. The mysterious beautiful girl in a man's dress looked at the nobles behind the blond man, frowning involuntarily. The matter is urgent. I don't want to waste too much time on unnecessary things. Your Royal Highness, the second prince, you should know what to do. I understand. Canaan. After the second prince Schneeiser asked his men to go and announce to the nobles, he invited Mimi to sit in the car parked on the other side. Cornelia, come with you too. This so-called welcome party was not held as many nobles imagined. Instead, after a short meeting, Schneeiser personally led the team and escorted the mysterious beautiful girl out of the airport. Therefore, the nobles who participated in this short welcome ceremony would not have thought that after leaving the airport, the convoy would drive towards a mysterious underground facility on the outskirts of the imperial capital. Boom! The giant steel door that isolated a mysterious underground world from reality slowly opened. With the opening of this giant steel door, the huge beast stone sculpture buried deep in this underground world can be seen again. Sure enough, I was hidden here. Lost Tooth Lion. A light flashed in Mimi's eyes. Chapter 52, My Knight's mighty appearance, sharp claws, these are all intuitive first impressions from the photo on the desktop. Obviously. The moment he saw the statue in that photo, Lei Mingkai knew that the huge lion statue in the photo was absolutely inseparable from the white cat Zero. Lloyd, where did you get this? Lei Mingkai lowered his eyes and asked in silence for a while. Lloyd grinned, spread his hands and shook his head and said, thanks to you. Lei Mingkai, a top student of the Royal Knights Academy. Rarely, during the period after Lei Mingkai put on the mask, Lloyd called out Lei Mingkai's real name for the first time. Me. Lei Mingkai seemed to have guessed some key points. Yes. Lloyd did not make Lei Mingkai wait a long time, but told the truth straightforwardly. As I said before, I got this picture because of your performance at that summary meeting. It was the Emperor of the Britannian Empire who gave this picture to me. Your Majesty the Emperor. Not only Lei Mingkai, but Cecil who stood by was also surprised. Yes. Your Majesty. Lloyd pushed his glasses, sorted out his thoughts, and continued, I can't know why the Emperor gave this photo to me, but since this photo was handed over to me at that time, every once in a while, a piece of data would be sent to my mailbox via the Royal Secret Channel. Why don't I know? Obviously I am responsible for your mailbox, Lloyd. Sahil retorted subconsciously. Lloyd shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands and said, if the emails through the royal secret channels can be seen casually, I am afraid that our emperor will definitely execute the security department in the next minute. Sire was silent when he heard it. Okay. Let's get back to the point. Lei Mingkai. This is the condition that His Majesty the Emperor promised you to be Lancelot's test pilot. Of course, this is just a deal between my Majesty and the Emperor. Lloyd's confession made Lei Mingkai a little awakened. Why are you telling me now? Because it's time to hide it no longer. Lloyd smiled. Of course. This is just what I think unilaterally. As he said, Lloyd reached out and pressed a few times on the electronic screen on the desktop, turning it from an electronic map to a data sheet, and pointed to the data sheet above and said, this is the secret royal channel in the past few days. The data sent over. Although, there is no mention of where it came from, but I have a hint of speculation. 0 type. Lei Mingkai said Lloyd's guess. Yes. 0. Lloyd nodded, and continued to slide his finger on the screen to open a video, pointing to it and saying, this is the battle video we extracted from Lancelot's battle record. Isn't this giant white beast it? That is indeed me. At this time, the white cat 0 form appeared again. No one knows how it appeared, only that when its voice sounded, it squatted to the left of Lei Mingkai, looked up at Lloyd and said word by word. This is my body. Do you want to get back to your body? Lloyd's eyes flashed, and a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. No. White Cat 0 once again ignored Lloyd's favor. Now, it's not the time yet. Suddenly, the door was knocked open. Veretta's slightly flustered face also appeared in front of everyone. K. Emergency. A rebellion in Kyushu Island. What? Lloyd and Cecil exclaimed. Lei Mingkai's face changed, and he said in a deep voice, the Chinese Federation. However, Veretta shook her head. No. Not the Chinese Federation. It is the abyss body mentioned by Himimi. A few hours ago, a rebellion broke out on Kyushu Island. According to preliminary observations by the Air Reconnaissance Force, a small number of abyss bodies appeared among the rebels. Similar body. Abyss body. Lei Mingkai frowned. What's the situation now? Almost the entire territory of Kyushu Island has fallen. Except for the piers close to Honshu Island, all other cities are now controlled by the insurgents. Veretta's complexion became more and more serious, and the information she said made the complexion of everyone present become serious. It's a good time. Our Valkyrie governor has just returned home with her guests. Although the remaining vice-governors worked very hard. Although Lloyd did not say anything, Lei Mingkai knew his mean. Veretta, temporarily perform the task according to the original plan. I will go to see the deputy governor. Lei Mingkai's resolute manner made Veretta startled by surprise. Hey? Now? Veretta looked at the time subconsciously. Now, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. According to Euphemia's schedule, she should have fallen asleep. Moreover, the governor's mansion is not something Lei Mingkai can break through. But Lei Mingkai nodded firmly with a face. Yes. Right now, when the governor left, the deputy governor and I have been entrusted to deal with the abyssal affairs. Now, it is an emergency. I can't take care of that much. After that, Lei Mingkai stretched out his hand to pick up the white cat 0, let it lie on his shoulders, then strode out of the command vehicle and sent him to the governor's mansion. Did Kyushu Island fall? It seems that the world is going to change drastically. Lloyd put away the photo on the desktop and muttered to himself. The news of the fall of Kyushu Island not only reached Lei Mingkai's ears, but also reached the governor's mansion for the first time. As Lei Mingkai said, it is an emergency now. Although Euphemia was seen as an imperial princess in the eyes of the noble officials in District 11, No one dared to conceal it under this emergency situation, otherwise the current emperor who respects power and violence will definitely let them drink a pot well. Therefore, even when Euphemia was already going to bed, the panicked nobles had to force the maids to wake Euphemia and announce the emergency. Euphemia, who was still conscious, heard the narration of the maids, and then issued an order to transmit the emergency situation back to her country and to Cornelia's ears. No. Prime Minister. I want to return to District 11 immediately. Euphemia has no way to deal with the fall of Kyushu Island. What's more, the enemy she will face is not only human. As soon as Cornelia heard the news stepped out of the room, she was stopped by Schnitzer, who was rushed by Wensun. Calm down. Cornelia. This is not the time to panic. Miss He, come on. After Schneizel stopped Cornelia, he took a step back and gave the right to speak. He Mimi behind. His Royal Highness Cornelia. It's not the time yet. He Mimi, who was still wearing a man's dress, shook her head and said. Why? Just relying on the strength of the 11th area, there is no way to deal with the sudden rebellion. Only with me, my guard, Euphemia is able to deal with the rebellion on Kyushu Island. Cornelia's his face became more anxious. Perhaps, only when facing Euphemia's fall into danger, this invincible princess will reveal her fragile side. Although he Mimi admired Cornelia's side very much, she shook her head and rejected Cornelia. No. Your Royal Highness. The 11th area is not without the power to fight those abyssal bodies. Don't forget, there is also the Kamen Rider in the 11th area. Kamen Rider? K? But he is just one person. How can one person be able to contend with an army? Speaking of this, Cornelia couldn't help but lose his words. The menswear beauty standing in front of her is a girl who can contend against the entire empire. The enemy is testing me. Just as I know they are lurking in this world, they also know that I have come into contact with your Britannia Empire. Therefore, they have moved. An enemy lurking in the dark. Cornelia clenched her fist tightly, and after struggling, she said unbearably, I see. Prime Minister, do you have a plan? Yes. It has been found in your mailbox. Schneizer said calmly. I see. Then, I need to calm down for a while before returning to District 11. Understood. In addition to the information related to the 11th area, I will help you push other things. Schneizer nodded. Please. After that, Cornelia turned and returned to the room. After the aisle became silent again, Schnitzer looked back at the menswear girl beside him and asked, Miss He. Is this enough? He Mimi nodded. This is enough. The rest is waiting for their appearance and the lion's awakening. Schneider did not know that he Mimi, who seemed to maintain a bystander attitude, had already adjusted her ship Leprechaun to a synchronous orbit, that is, the sky above Kyushu Island was always watching every move of the island. At about 5 in the morning, the order signed in the name of the second prince of the Britannia Empire and the Prime Minister of the Empire was finally passed back to the 11th District Governor's mansion, in the hands of Euphemia. Masters. My country's reply has arrived. After reading the order quickly, Euphemia looked up at the nobles who looked a little messy after learning the news. Really? Deputy Governor, please speak quickly. As if finding the backbone, most of the nobles were quiet. Because of the tight fighting conditions on all fronts, the 11th district was ordered to send troops to recover or resist the Kyushu rebellion. After the fronts eased, the country will deploy troops to come to support. After Euphemia read the order sent from her country, she handed it to the maid on the side and asked it to be distributed to the nobles. How come? Don't your country send reinforcements? The current strength of the 11th district alone cannot handle the Kyushu rebellion. That's right. What's more, there are the Black Knights and the Liberation Front. If you rashly use the forces of the 11th area, it will probably trigger their backlash. Numerous nobles kept whispering, and some of them hadn't cared about Euphemia, and spoke out their thoughts loudly. Facing this situation, Euphemia clearly knew that if these nobles were to be quiet, they had to show themselves convincingly enough. Everyone! Just when Euphemia wanted to speak, the door was suddenly pushed open. The sound of slamming the door open roughly caused the nobles gathered here to immediately close their mouths, look out the door together, to the Kamen Rider standing there. It's him! K in Department Q. When they saw the silver mask that made the nobles resentful, they either showed a fierce look, calm, or put on a playful smile, waiting for the next action of the Kamen Rider. Step on, step on! I saw Kamen Rider, that is, Lei Mingkai walked into the room without saying a word. www.readaloud.com. His expression passed through the nobles, and walked to the front of Euphemia's desk with his right hand. Make a fist, raise your chest flat, and bow slightly. Deputy Governor. All Britannian soldiers in District 11 are ready. Only after the Deputy Governor gives an order, they can attack immediately and put down the rebellion. What? The Deputy Governor ordered the army to be dispatched early in the morning. Lei Mingkai's words once again ignited the minds of the nobles. Under the gaze of the nobles, the third Empress, who was regarded as a vase by them in the past, nodded solemnly, and said with great dignity, "Very good. K. You did a great job. I believe the Q department is ready to serve as the vanguard. Are you ready?" "Yes. Your Highness," Lei Mingkai replied. Then, in the name of Euphemia Lee Britannia, the third Queen of the Britannian Empire and the Deputy Governor of District 11, I will declare that I will be a part of this counter-insurgency and go personally. Your Highness. Deputy Governor. Never. Euphemia's sudden attack caused the nobles to mess up their hands and feet, and quickly dissuaded them. No? Then, who of you would like to personally go to the front line for me to supervise the battle? Euphemia yelled. The delicate little face is full of firmness. The nobles were speechless. Euphemia shook her head, looked back at Lei Mingkai, paused every word, and said clearly, "K. Although it is difficult for some strong people, I still want to ask you a question." "Excuse me." "Your Highness." Lei Mingkai replied. "K. Would you like to be my knight? Under this emergency?" This time, Lei Mingkai did not refuse. He responded softly, "Yes, Your Highness." Chapter 53, The Eve of the Battle of 9 States, 4,000 words. The squally wind roared, and the waves higher than the waves shook the warships that wandered northwest of Fukuoka City, Kyushu, making the soldiers hiding in the warships quite uncomfortable. But even so, those who stand on the opposite side of these warships are even more uncomfortable. Because they knew that in this increasingly severe weather, those warships wandering in the waters near Fukuoka, Kyushu still refused to withdraw to their port. It represented their enemy, and the Britannian Empire had decided the determination to annihilate them in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a rush of footsteps broke the tranquility of the fully enclosed viewing platform. "Dr. Chisoli. Sawazaki-sama would like to please." The young soldiers in old neon uniforms saluted and said to the man and woman standing in the observation deck, looking at the howling sea. "Oh? Is Sawazaki-sama finally willing to meet us?" The man in a white coat smiled slightly, and walked out of the observation deck with the glamorous nurse who was inseparable with him. Just as they were about to leave the observation deck, the young soldier suddenly said, "Dr. Chisoli." Sawazaki-sama also said something. Chisoli stopped. "Oh? What are you talking about?" "Yes. Sawazaki-sama is satisfied with the hope provided by the doctor." The young soldier shouted. "Hee. Really? It will satisfy Sawazaki-sama and all the partners." Phyllis. After Chisoli smiled slightly, he winked at the glamorous nurse beside him. The beautiful nurse nodded slightly, took out a small box from her waist pocket, and handed it to the young soldier. When the young soldier saw it, he took the small box from Phyllis with bright eyes, and bowed again and again to the two of Chisoli in thanks. After Zasali waved his hand indifferently, he led Phyllis along the aisle slowly towards Sawazaki Atsushi, that is, uniting the major resistance organizations on Kyushu Island to act together and successfully occupying the leader of Kyushu. The character's office walked over. While walking, the beautiful nurse suddenly showed a hesitant look on her face, which surprised Zasali as her longtime partner. Phyllis. If you have any questions, please speak up. Phyllis lowered his eyes and said slowly, Doctor. Why do you make such an arrangement? Now that the princess has discovered us, shouldn't we leave the world immediately? Chisoli chuckled a few times when he heard it. Yes. As Phyllis said, although they now possess the technology that can trigger the abyssal body, it is not enough to contend with the daughter of the pioneer who has risen to fame in recent years. Not to mention, behind this noble princess, there is a pioneer father who controls several dimensional universes to support her. In this case, their retreat is indeed the most sensible way. However, Chisoli didn't think so. Phyllis. Remember what the princess said when she first met us? Zasali asked rhetorically. What did you say when you met for the first time? Nurse Mian recalled for a moment, and her electronic brain immediately replayed the situation at that time. The mission. The princess's initial mission was not us, but someone else. Yes. Our appearance is just an accident for the princess. After all, the goal of the princess is someone else. Zasali's mouth gradually hung a confident smile. Furthermore, according to my speculation, the princess may have already targeted her mission. Therefore, before leaving this world, I still want to figure out who can make the princess come into this world in person. Regarding his inseparable partner, Zasali has never hesitated to express his opinions. Really? I know. Then, until the doctor's purpose is completed, I will do my best to protect you from the doctor. However, I also said I want to warn the doctor. Do not be small. Look at Himimi, the daughter of the pioneer. You know, too much curiosity is often the beginning of the disaster. The face of the glamorous nurse became very serious. Even if my rose sword is summoned, it can't compete with that princess's fire phoenix. Chisoli nodded, and smiled, this, of course I know. No matter it is anyone, you can't underestimate the powerful power of the super life form that combines the blood of the pioneers and the power of the galaxy singer. At this point, the plan for Dr. Chisoli is over. Next, what Chisoli and the two have to face is their customer this time, Atsushi Sawazaki. Crack. As the door opened, a middle-aged man in an old neon bureaucratic uniform appeared in front of Chisoli and his subordinates. Chisoli's gaze crossed the shoulders of everyone, and fell on the camera equipment recovered one by the other soldiers, as well as the numerous KMF units parked on the other side of the platform. It is not difficult to see that before their arrival, there was an exciting live broadcast of the declaration. It's really exciting. Sawazaki-sama. Zasali withdrew his gaze and turned his gaze back on the middle-aged man who led him. Yes. Dr. Chisoli. Starting today, our neon will once again stand on this land. Starting today, we will definitely abandon the shameful number, District 11. And will be thereafter. In the days of the past, revenge against the barbaric and evil Britannian Empire. The middle-aged man called Atsushi Sawazaki will shout vigorously. Immediately afterwards, he lowered his arm, his eyes showed gratitude. Dr. Chisoli. Our long-cherished wish was realized thanks to your gift. Here, I would like to thank you on behalf of Chuan Niahong. After all, Sawazaki Atsushi led everyone to salute the two Chisoli. No. Sawazaki-sama. It's just a matter of effort. Zasali shook his head and sighed, you know, when Narita was connected to the mountains, I had already provided this power to the film. Major General Set is now. However, Major General Katase has never been able to believe me, causing this power to finally get out of control. Chisari's sigh reminded Atsushi Sawazaki of the fierce narrator Ryzen. No, for people in this world, it was undoubtedly the battle of the mythical war. Because of this battle, as soon as the two of Zasali contacted Sawazaki Atsushi, he made up his mind to accept Zasali's gift. Major General Katase is undoubtedly an excellent soldier. But at special moments, he can't do special things. Atsushi Sawasaki commented on the death of Major General Katase before turning to the body. The entourage beside him winked. The entourage who understands the mind immediately took out a document from the briefcase in his hand, and then respectfully handed it to Chisali. Dr. Chisali, I have screened the information of the personnel we control according to your request. There are only 2 personnel who meet your requirements. The entourage's tone became more respectful. No matter who has witnessed the fact that the combat power has doubled under the technical support of Zasali, Zasali will be regarded as a guest of honor. Oh? There are only 2? It's really out of my expectation. Zasali was slightly surprised. According to the technical requirements he put forward, this exile organization that was firmly suppressed by the world's most powerful Britannian Empire was able to find 2 people who met the requirements. This is really a surprise. Opened the document, a picture of a teenager with a typical East Asian appearance appeared in front of Chisali. Suzaku? Oh? The son of the former Prime Minister? Interesting. Chisali turned to the next page. Appeared in front of him is a girl with a typical profile of a mixed-race face. Karen? Isn't this the trump card of the Black Knights? Yes. If Dr. Chisali likes her, I will send someone to try to contact the Black Knights. Faced with Chisali's question, Sawazaki Atsushi immediately gave the answer. Do not. Chisali shook his head, closed the file, and continued, Suzaku will do. Lord Sawazaki. You should have brought him to this base, right? Of course. As the son of the former Prime Minister, Suzaku is necessary and obliged to contribute to the revival of Neon. What's more, he is burdened with a sin that must be redeemed. Atsushi Sawazaki seems to have some opinions about Suzaku. In the second half, Chisari clearly felt the rising anger in Atsushi Sawazaki's heart. However, this is not worth paying attention to for him. That's it. Sawazaki-sama, if you are ready, you can send him to my operating room. Atsushi Sawazaki nodded, raised his right hand, signaled another entourage to go out, and pointed to him and said, Dr. Chisari. This is Warrant Officer Shimano Raijiro. He is responsible for assisting in all aspects of Dr. Chisari's needs. Thank you very much. With the end of this brief conversation, the storm that hovered over Kyushu Island seemed to become more intense. And above 9 days, a new style warship that has just been put into practical use is slowly strolling through the clouds, starting from the Tokyo concession and heading towards Kyushu Island. This is the floating system Lloyd you designed. Lei Mingkai stood on the bridge and asked, looking at the scenery of the bridge. Yes. Although this is a system I designed, I am also surprised that it has been put into practical use so quickly. Although he was surprised, Royd's face was smug. Really? In this case, at least the safety of Her Royal Highness Euphemia can be guaranteed. Lei Mingkai nodded. Now, the battleship everyone is riding on is the new light battleship, Avalon, equipped with the floating system developed by Lloyd. This new type of floating warship Avalon developed by the Britannian Empire is not only able to stay in the air for a long time, but also equipped with the latest energy light shield protection system developed by the Empire. There is no doubt that as long as the enemy's attack intensity does not exceed the output intensity of this energy light shield protection system, Avalon will be like the legendary ideal hometown, unable to be attacked by any external force. Speaking of, Lord Knight. How does it feel to be a knight of the third emperor of the Empire? After stopping his work, Lloyd turned and looked at the knight's sword hanging from Lei Mingkai's waist. I remembered that the reason why Lei Mingkai became K was also because of the accident in the school year summary meeting where it was rumored that the winner would become the guardian knight of the queen. Thinking of this, the cynical Lloyd also had to sigh. Destiny is really a goddess who likes to tease humans. While brings you despair, it burying hope in the depths of despair. It's urgent to do everything right. I don't have any special feelings. Lei Mingkai didn't know Lloyd's sigh. Even if he knew it, he would give the same answer. Since Cornelia left the 11th district with her guards, the only person who can give Euphemia control of the 11th district's army is the Q department that has made many noble officials panic in recent times. Therefore, Lei Mingkai stood up straight and stabilized the situation. The sword of the knight at the waist was nothing more than an accident, but it also represented Euphemia's trust. At this time, the door of the bridge opened. Accompanied by Cecil, Euphemia, who put on a uniform, walked slowly into the bridge. "How's it going?" As soon as he stepped onto the bridge, Euphemia looked at Lei Mingkai and asked. "Avalon will enter the skies over Kyushu Island in half an hour. It is just because of the storm that neither Avalon nor the Navy in Area 11 can launch an offensive for the time being. On the other hand, neither can the rebels who have captured Kyushu Island launch an offensive." Lei Mingkai briefly introduced the situation before him, and then delegated the task of introducing the battle plan to the staff officers who came up from the lower level of the bridge. Reading www.uuganshu.com. Deputy Governor. According to our previous investigations, the weapons used by the rebels are roughly divided into three types. One is old-style armored vehicles for land warfare, and a small number of conventional naval warships. 2. They have appeared in the Battle of Narita Mountain Range. The KMF body, Rogue. 3rd, it is the Abyss body that seems to have appeared in the Battle of Narita Mountain Range. After a brief introduction of the rebel force structure, the staff continued, based on the analysis of several previous combat data, the greatest threat to our army is the Abyss of unknown combat strength. Moreover, according to the survivors who evacuated to various ports in Honshu. According to the author, those Abyss bodies seem to have been used as the main force by the rebels. Abyss body. Euphemia is also an experienced person who has fought all the time, so her little face is gradually covered with solemnity. "K, are you sure to deal with those Abyss bodies of unknown quantity?" "I don't know." Lei Mingkai shook his head. "Although my body has been reassembled, and the latest flying wing system has been added. However, we have no way of knowing the number of abyssal bodies and the combat power." "Really?" Euphemia nodded, lost in thought. Suddenly, Lloyd gave a strange laugh. Vice Governor. I have a way. Avalon is also equipped with a fun thing. As long as you use such a thing, maybe you can create an advantage for KS offense." "The thing? It's equipment, right?" "Lloyd, tell me something." Euphemia asked quickly when her eyes lit up. Hee. Yes. It is a piece of equipment. It is also the result of my research. Lloyd pushed his glasses. Its name is Strong Particle Cannon. Chapter 54, From the Battle, 4,000 words. The storm gradually ceased. Although the dark cloud above the head still shrouds Kyushu Island with a pressure, everyone knows that this natural storm has come to an end. At the end of this paragraph, a human-led storm will also sweep Kyushu. Woo! The screaming battle sirens sounded on the sea, and quickly occupied the sky above this sea area. Even if it is shrouded by a natural storm, the naval fleet of the 11th district of the Britannian Empire is also entering the final preparations before the battle. On the deck, there are all the sailors who look nervous and come and go. They either put on life jackets, or checked the nearby equipment, and proceeded in an orderly manner with the last pre-war preparations. At the center of the fleet, the portman equipped with the amphibious KMF body developed by the Britannia Empire for underwater combat was also placed on the waves. The portmans, who looked like frogs, were waiting for the moment when the battle order was issued. At this time, there were rumbling noises in the sky. The curious sailors all looked up to see if the storm was coming again. But the next moment, the sailors took off their hats one after another and waved towards the sky. I saw a large black cloud appearing on the edge of the sky facing the ray of sunlight that broke through the dark cloud. This is not a natural storm that has swept back again. Is a black cloud made up of steel wings created by the most powerful empire in the human world. The bomber fleet with more than 300 planes is already the air power that Euphemia can use. This also proves that Euphemia has great determination to counter the rebellion this time. Deputy Governor. The bomber fleet is already in place, ready to launch the first wave of attacks. After receiving the report of readiness from the pilot aircraft, the staff immediately reported to Euphemia. K. Please. After Euphemia nodded, she looked back at Lei Mingkai who had been put on the driving suit. Understood. Vice Governor. Lei Mingkai looked at the staff officer after giving a chivalry ceremony, and exhorted, "We still don't know whether the abyss body that appears in Fukuoka City has the ability to attack with light beams. Therefore, unless necessary, the bomber fleet will maintain a safe distance and launch air-to-surface missiles at ground targets." Yes. Your lord, the staff officer answered. Then, Lei Mingkai left the bridge and went straight to Gonaku. K flying wing equipment is ready. Next, it's up to your performance. I hope you can bring me even better data. Lloyd said looking forwardly at the reborn Lancelot. Except for the appearance of Lancelot, there are many changes in other parts. The most important change is that in addition to the energy light shield with both arms, an energy light shield has been added to the chest. In order to resist the powerful beam attack from the abyss body. In addition, I have to say that it is the flying wing system that Lancelot added this time. With it, Lancelot has the ability to fight in the air for a long time. Looking around the world, besides the mysterious girl Himimi's Void Walker and its Wingfire 3, and another KFM body that is also equipped with a flying wing system, is there any other humanoid body that can stay in the air for a long time? The answer is no. Therefore, in this attack, Lloyd had great expectations for Lancelot's combat data. Leave everything to me. Also, Avalon's defense system is up to you. Lloyd. Although Avalon's energy light shield defense system is very reliable, you must give me careful attention if nothing happens. Look good. Do not worry. After finishing the conversation with Lloyd, Lei Mingkai sat in the cockpit of Lancelot. And in the cockpit, there is a small shadow waiting here early. Zero type. Why are you here? Lei Mingkai looked at the white cat lying on the console slightly unexpectedly. Well. I just want to get close to those disgusting things again. The white cat opened his eyes and looked at Lei Mingkai. K. Be careful. I don't think it will be a simple battle this time. Lei Mingkai nodded, indicating that he knew it. Even if the white cat didn't say anything, Lei Mingkai could already feel it. Even so far, I haven't got any information about the huge and terrifying monster Asmodee from Kyushu Island, but Lei Mingkai still thinks it will appear. Crack! With the opening of the hatch, the cold wind from the high altitude immediately poured in, blowing the buckles on both sides of Naku up and down, hitting the outer walls continuously, making a creaking sound. K. Time is up. The bomber fleet has begun the first wave of attacks. Sire who took over the contact immediately sent Lei Mingkai what he saw in the bridge. I see. Then, Lancelot, attack. In a blink of an eye, Lancelot, who jumped down from the open hatch, stabilized his figure at the moment when the flying wing system was deployed, and quickly raised the height, flying to the bridge with Avalon. At this moment, everyone in the Avalon bridge also saw Lancelot, who was spreading its wings and soaring into the sky, and exclaimed. As a designer, Lloyd is a little proud. For him, there is nothing more to be proud of than getting praise from others for his work. Lei Mingkai's gaze and Euphemia's gaze slightly touched across the screen, and he drove Lancelot soaring into the sky, chasing after the traces of the bomber group. On the way, Veretta, who had boarded the Navy mothership ahead of time, also sent a communication. Now all the KMF units in the Q department have entered the stage of pre-landing operations. Is there any order to be issued? Lei Mingkai shook his head, indicating that there was no additional order. At the moment when the battle plan was decided, Lei Mingkai and Lancelot were destined to become a lone army, alone along the Genkai Island Zyergu Island, and finally landed directly on the frontal offensive route of Fukuoka City to launch an offensive. Of course, Lancelot is not a lone army in the literal sense. It is the Portman unit piloted by the Marine Corps stationed in Area 11. Compared to Lancelot, who is soaring in the air and has obvious target significance, these ghosts lurking under the sea will definitely help Lancelot break through one difficulty after another. Veretta and the others, as flanks, launched the landing along the direction of Tsuchizaki on the northwest side of Fukuoka City. But it was just a feint. Before the number and combat power of the Abyss body were determined, the only thing that could directly hit the enemy was the Lancelot side as a frontal attack besides aerial bombardment. Veretta, be careful. Although the Q department knows more about the Abyss body than other units, you can be cautious if you can. Yes. Boom. The sound of an explosion came. Under the dark clouds that were gradually dissipated by the sun, the air-to-surface missiles fired by the bomber fleet resented like a torrential rain, whizzing towards the targets that had been locked on. In a blink of an eye, the horizon is as brilliant as stars. Lancelot, flying at full speed, did not care about the bomber fleet hovering over Kyushu Island, but landed at a low altitude of 100 meters, towards the first mission target location. Suanja Island rushed over. Lancelot appeared, sparks exploded in the woods on Suanja Island, and dense tracers continued to draw a fleeting trajectory in the air. Lancelot stretched out his left arm, and the energy light shield opened. Dang dang dang! The storm bullets shot from the forest on the shore roared frantically, but they couldn't tear apart Lancelot's energy light shield and attacked Lancelot's body. In a blink of an eye, Lancelot, who launched an air sprint with a tough attitude, rushed to the sky above the forest, looking down at the air defense firepower spot hidden in the forest. Lancelot, who had descended like a god, shocked the rebels controlling the air defense firepower point. People with poorer psychological quality immediately turned around and ran away. As soon as the crazy people gritted their teeth, they continued to control the anti-aircraft guns to launch a new round of offensive towards Lancelot. But, he couldn't shoot any more shells. Boom! Carried the energy light shield in his left hand, and raised the variable Varus rifle in his right hand to shoot at the air defense firepower points below that launched an offensive on Lancelot. Boom! Boom! At this moment, the forest on Suanja Island was shaken by a violent earthquake caused by a series of explosions. The frightened flocks of birds fluttered their wings and fled this at the fastest speed in their lives. Dead, Reaper! White Reaper! Those survivors who were lucky enough to escape the attack fell on all fours on the beach with horror, watching Lancelot flying by over their heads in horror. Pierced the air defense net of Suanja Island, and Lancelot, who flew forward for a certain distance, suddenly saw a series of flames suddenly rising on the horizon flooded by the explosion. This is an anti-aircraft missile. The bomber force, defend against missile attacks. Lei Mingkai narrowed his eyes and saw what the flames were. Boom! In an instant, the huge bomber fleet immediately divided into several batches, dispersed in midair in an orderly manner, each evading. However, due to previous bombing missions, the bomber fleet cannot complete their respective maneuvers to disperse and avoid missile attacks in a short period of time. Lei Mingkai didn't think much, and directly raised the height of Lancelot, but when he wanted to drive Lancelot to attack the incoming missile, a torrent of dazzling particles suddenly ripped off the top of his head. That dark cloud overwhelmed the anti-aircraft missile attacking the bomber group with an unreasonable attitude. Boom! 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 In the almost dazzling flood of red particles, the menacing anti-aircraft missiles finally drew hatred on the way. Continue the mission. The bomber fleet is covered by Avalon. Later, Avalon will follow. When Euphemia's avatar appeared on Lancelot's screen, her voice followed suit. It sounded in Lei Mingkai's ears. Yes. Your Highness. Lancelot descended again, turning into a sharp arrow and rushing to the sky above Xirgu Island. Although the area of Xirgu Island is larger than that of the Profound Realm Island, and there are more air defense firepower points hidden in the sky, it still cannot tear Lancelot's energy light shield, and it finally ends up with the Profound Realm Island. Ending. The name of the White of Death was also spread to the rebels throughout Fukuoka City through the distress communications of those survivors. White Reaper. Atsushi Sawazaki gritted his teeth fiercely. Is it the KMF body that killed Major General Katase in the battle against Narita Ryzen? Yes. If the information is correct, it is true. The name of the white KMF machine seems to be Lancelot, and it was the establishment of the Q department under the name of Cornelia Lee Britannia in recent days. The body driven by Knight K. The entourage immediately told the information he knew. Knight K. Atsushi Sawazaka's eyes burst with hatred. An unknown person who doesn't even have a name. How could it be possible? How could our glorious Neon Army lose to such a person? Go. Go. Be sure to shoot down this white KMF body, Lancelot. Yes. And many more. Just as the entourage turned and left, Sawazaki Atsushi suddenly called him. My lord, what's your order? How is Dr. Chisoli? Atsushi Sawazaki closed his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Yes. Suzaku has been sent over. Go. The depths of the Fukuoka base. Shimu Suzaku is being escorted by 10 soldiers with live ammunition. Let me go. Why did you catch me here? Don't you know the fate of the rebellious empire? Since the Clovis assassination, www.readaloud.com was rescued by the Black Knights, and before the surrendered Suzaku had time to wait for the trial, he was rescued by another group of mysterious forces. Shimu Suzaku didn't know who they were, but knew that he was taken to Kyushu Island without knowing it, and was forced to become a member of the rebels. Now, even though he has repeatedly stated that he is an honorary Britannian, not a Neon person, he can't shake the will of the soldiers who held him for many days, but has attracted more cold eyes and blame. The strange thing is that even if Suzaku noticed that the soldiers showed an expression that they wanted to smash him into pieces, they still held back their anger. Until now, he was escorted to an operating room. Go in. Suzaku. From today, you will be Prime Minister Suzuki, the pride of all Neon people. Amidst the laughter, Suzaku Shuk was pushed into the operating room. Snapped. A dazzling light shone, causing Suzaku to close his eyes subconsciously, avoiding the light source. Doctor, it is Shuk Suzaku himself. In the light, a sweet voice rang. Then take him up. You. Who are you? Shimu Suzaku was about to struggle, but found that his arms were firmly controlled by a huge force, and there was no way to break free. Welcome to the Temple of Power. Suzaku. Should you have the desire to change the world? This is the place to realize your desire. As Shimu Suzaku's vision gradually became clear, a middle-aged man in a white coat was looking at him with a smile. Come on. Suzaku. Let go of your body and mind. Accept the power you can accept. Chapter 55, Charge. While the battle on the battlefield of Kyushu was in full swing, there were several eyes on the other side of the earth looking at the island that had fallen into the war. Brother Emperor. I didn't expect you to lend Avalon to Euphemia. This is not in the plan. Cornelia looked at the screen with a little surprise at the floating sky covering the bomber fleet. Shib. Schneeiser smiled slightly, and said nonchalantly, it's just a coincidence. If it weren't for Miss He's arrival, I'm afraid I would go to District 11 with Avalon now. Hey? So does the Emperor also go to District 11? Cornelia asked rhetorically. Schneeiser nodded. Yes. General Battle found something in the 11th area that the Emperor is very concerned about. Oh? In this way, it's me that I broke your good deeds? Your Highness Schneeiser. Himimi, who was sitting on the side, took his gaze away from the screen and placed him on Schneeiser. Schneeiser shook his head. No, there is no such thing. Miss He. General Battle has already followed Avalon to the 11th area. I believe that even without my presence, General Battle will handle the affairs over there well. Batley? The Emperor has accepted a good helper. Cornelia groaned a little, and immediately understood the matter between Schneeiser and Battle. It must be that Battle, who was seriously negligent in the assassination of Clovis, was rescued by Schneeiser at the moment he was executed. Otherwise, Schneeiser would not trust Battle to deal with the affairs of District 11 alone. Schneider glanced at the battle situation on the screen, and after a little analysis in his mind, he came to the conclusion that as long as the current offensive is steadily maintained, the victory must belong to Euphemia. That's right. Cornelia. Taking advantage of the chance that you, the Governor of District 11, and Miss He are also here, I think it is necessary to clarify certain things buried in District 11. Schneider's words made Himimi and Cornelia look at him together. Miss He, who had already known the details, just nodded slightly. She knew that Schneeiser's actions were nothing more than gaining Cornelia's trust. Is an unfathomable man. Unfortunately, he lacks a mask. After Himimi made a simple conclusion to Schneeiser in her heart, she waited for Schneeiser's performance with a flat face. Remains. Under Schneeiser's narration, Cornelia learned that so far, the raiders of the Britannian Empire have revolved around the truth about the ruins scattered around the world. Well, yes. Although I don't understand why the father did this, but it also has other meanings behind it. Miss He, do you say that? Seeing the fire is almost over, Schneeiser kicks football to Himimi. Remains? I don't know. I know that your emperor is planning some big moves. Compared with this, I care more about the battle in Kyushu. Under Himimi's reminder, she cared about Kyushu. No, it should be said that Cornelia, who cared about Euphemia, immediately refocused her attention on the battlefield of Kyushu. Seeing this, Schneeiser did not pursue too much, but like Cornelia, watching the movements on the battlefield of Kyushu with concern. Miss He. Will those people you mentioned appear? Schneeiser's eyes flickered a few times, and he looked at Himimi and asked. Himimi smiled confidently. Yes. Look. Haven't they already appeared? I saw a few flashes on the screen suddenly, as if it was disturbed by some kind of disturbance, and there were some disturbance fluctuations. Immediately afterwards, at the moment when the picture regained stability, the black torrent appeared again. That's from Narita Mountain. When I saw the black KFM units slowly pouring out from underground exits in various parts of the city, Cornelia couldn't sit still. Miss He, you should be able to return to District 11 in a short time. Wait. If I go back now, it's a bit early. Himimi refused Cornelia's request without expecting it. His Royal Highness Cornelia. I know you are worried about your Royal Highness Euphemia. But now, it is not yet time. Before Himimi's voice fell, the whistling sound suddenly raised over the battlefield of Kyushu spread along the communication channel to the ears of everyone on the other side of the Pacific Ocean. Boom! 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 Euphemia is not as weak as Cornelia imagined. She is also a witness to the tragic battle of Narita Renshin. She naturally knows that if the Black Torrent rushes around indiscriminately, she will end up as Brittany. The Asian Empire failed and ended. Therefore, the old tricks of Narita Lianshan are repeated again. In the previous air strikes, the bomber fleet, which had always retained a 3-point force, finally waited for the full attack command issued by Euphemia. The bombers with full-strength strikes emptied all the aerial bombs and air-to-surface missiles they carried. In the blink of an eye, the sky over Fukuoka was occupied by the roar of aerial bombs and air-to-surface missiles tearing the air. That pair of iron bumps scattered all over the sky. Those air-to-surface missiles that resemble a torrential rain. This scene is so chilling for the rebels. Roar. Explode. The dazzling rays of light symbolizing death burst out in the black torrent one after another. It's a pity that although the effects of this full-scale bombing were quite mammoth, the enemy seemed to have attracted the last Narita Range's combat experience. In the first instance, the black torrent was divided into several dials, full speed. He rushed towards several landing points where the Britannian Empire had landed. This is... After seeing this scene, Lloyd exclaimed a little. Lloyd! Hurry up! Euphemia asked Lloyd's exclamation immediately. Vice-Governor! There is good news and bad news. Lloyd blinked and said with a smile. Let's talk about it. Since those abyss bodies have already appeared, there is no better news next. Euphemia simply did not leave a chance for Lloyd to sell her. Lloyd raised his eyebrows and said briefly, these abyss bodies are different from the last time we encountered in Narita mountain range. According to their behavior analysis, it seems that someone is hiding behind them, controlling their actions by some means. This is bad news, but it is also good news. At least, now Kay and Lancelot will not face the huge number of enemies predicted. Really? Euphemia nodded and looked at the staff officer. Let the second wave of bombers hurry up. Yes. Your Highness. Although Euphemia wanted to let Avalon step forward now to open a way for Lancelot, Avalon still could not move forward and keep up with Lancelot before the new round of bombers arrived. Special footsteps. Everything can only rely on Lancelot and Portman, who is approaching the shore along the seabed. Is the first wave over? Standing on the beach of Zyergu Island, Lancelot looked at the city plunged into flames from the sea, and the black body surging in the raging flames. Sure enough, it's them again. Kay. It seems that they really caught up. The White Cat Zero, who hadn't said a word since the beginning of the battle, finally spoke. Moreover, the white fluff on its body also exploded. It is angry. Lei Mingkai, who feels a little but can't figure out his clue, was silent for a while, and after telling the Portman troops lurking around Zyergu Island that they were acting according to the plan, Lancelot immediately activated the flying wing system. Once again rushed into the blue sky. The energy is still 80%. The first wave should be enough. The moment Lancelot rushed to the sky, Lei Mingkai also subconsciously glanced at the energy consumption. K. Coming. The white cat's eyes shrank into a thin line, and his voice became full of murderousness. Hey! A beam of light hit the energy light shield that Lancelot had just deployed in the blink of an eye. Attack at the speed of light. Lei Mingkai's complexion became solemn, and his eyes also looked around in the burning sea of fire. Hey! 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 In one breath, several light beams broke through the sea of fire, hitting Lancelot's energy light shield together. Cut! The number is quite large. But, it's not all. After Lei Mingkai's gaze swam a few times in the sea of flames, he confirmed that the black body capable of launching a beam attack was only about a dozen for the time being. Lancelot can deal with this amount alone. But in order to save energy, Lei Mingkai decided to share the enemy's coordinates with Portman, who was lurking underwater, and let them deal with the beam machine far away from Lancelot. Wow! Wow! Following the instructions of the data link shared by Lancelot, the Portman forces that had been in force for a long time jumped out of the water, forming a small formation, towards the enemies they were locked on, and those staying in the dock. The only light warships of the rebels launched an offensive. Jumped out of the water, and Portman, standing on the ground, kept shooting at the enemy. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Wow! Under the surface of the water, after a white waterline quickly draws a moving track on the sea surface, it plunges into the body of the battleship staying in the dock. Boom! The violent explosion set off by the powerful torpedo swallowed up the only warships of the rebels in an instant, leaving only the wreckage with burning flames telling weakly the fact that the warships once stayed here. Portman's troops were very active, even so active that even the surrounding enemies could not ignore their existence, so they sent more troops to this side. But before the enemy intercepts Portman's forces, they still need to pass a checkpoint. Lei Mingkai raised his hand and pressed the emergency energy use mode, putting all the remaining energy into combat and communication. Then, in the dim cockpit, Lei Mingkai's eyes flashed dangerously. Zero type. This is the enemy in your mouth, right? The sound of the wind whistled. Is a hook. Is a hook shot by a rogue who rushed to a short distance in front of Lancelot. When? Was still the energy light shield on Lancelot's left arm, and easily blocked the surprise attack. Yes. They are the enemies that destroy our hometown. The white cat Zero exclaimed with fangs and claws, with a hideous face. The moment the variable Varus rifle was retracted from the waist, the radiating vibrating sword suddenly came out of its sheath. The sword light flickered, and the two rogues quickly approaching Lancelot turned into wreckage and exploded. Under the blazing fire, Lancelot took the position of one man and turned his head, raising his sword to the oncoming rogue and the black body to charge. Chapter 56, Liberator, Happy Lantern Festival to all readers. Zi. The radiation vibrating sword in Lancelot's hand effortlessly chopped off the bodies of the abyssal bodies mixed in with the rogues, and dismantled them into 8 pieces. Immediately afterwards, Lancelot retreated quickly, avoiding the chain sword that hit from the left and right. It feels wrong. Their power is too weak. They are weaker than the previous ones. The white cat said solemnly with Zero eyes. Although the defenses of those abyssal bodies made Portman who followed Lancelot charge a lot, it was somewhat unexpected. Probably because of maintaining a sensible relationship. Until now, Lei Mingkai was slightly surprised by the abyss bodies that can cooperate with ordinary rogues. If it were the abyss body that appeared in the Battle of Narita Ryan Shan, these rascals had already been torn apart by the abyss body that had no reason and regarded all living things as enemies. Well, perhaps it is the root of the outbreak in our hometown world. The destruction of our hometown world is absolutely man-made. When it comes to this, the white cat's Zero-style face becomes more and more hideous. Boom! When Lancelot raised the energy light shield to resist the rogue's shooting, the newly installed hooks on the waist alternately popped out, relying on the number of people to deceive, and the two rogues who rushed into Lancelot's eyes to fight. Scattered. Da 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 da. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire behind Lancelot. Is the Portman troop? After a lot of hands and feet, they finally solved all their goals. Now, just like the offensive plan, came to support Lancelot. With Portman's support, the pressure on Lancelot was greatly reduced. Even if Portman was a little strenuous when facing those abyssal bodies, after Lancelot was liberated, Lei Mingkai no longer paid attention to the rogues who prevented him from hunting the abyssal bodies inside, but gave it to the follow-up Portman troops. Charge! Swing the sword! In the rain of bullets formed by Portman's support shooting, Lancelot turned into a white ghost, moving back and forth, setting off a series of killings in the streets between the buildings. Boom! There was another thunderous roar from the sky. Is the bomber fleet? Nearly an hour after the iron wings of the first group of bombers disappeared in this sky, the second group of relay bombers also came to this sky and unfolded the iron wings that symbolized destruction. In the frontal offensive battlefield formed by Lancelot's Portman forces, the long-awaited Avalon also moved again to provide cover for the second group of bombers. Everyone, attack! Although it is a feint, our task is to cover Avalon's flank. This must be remembered. Valkyrie. Veretta sat in the cockpit of his new body, and after taking back his gaze from Avalon, he gave orders severely. Yes. my lord. The carrier planes that have been hovering in the air for a long time rushed to the beachhead northwest of Fukuoka City under the cover of naval battleship fire. The clue came down. A Sunderland under the leadership of Valkyrie, like a storm sweeping the entire unresisting beach, made a big turn, and began to target a stronghold that might be dangerous to Avalon's flanks. Offensive. How smooth and powerful is Britannia's offensive? Whether it is Portman led by Lancelot, or under the cover of Avalon, the bomber fleet that is about to carry out a second bombing attack on Fukuoka City, and even the Sunderland troops led by Vaki, who is only feigning on the flanks. At the beginning, Sawazaki Atsushi, who was confident of victory at the beginning, was so shaken. Especially when he saw the support of the rebels, when the abyss body was under Lancelot's two radiating vibration swords, when there was no resistance, his fists were clenched tightly and could not be released for a long time. My lord. Dr. Chisoli seems to have completed the operation. Suddenly, an entourage broke into the command center. What? Sawazaki Atsushi was taken aback, and quickly turned his head to look at the time. It was discovered that only an hour had passed since the start of the operation. So fast! Sawazaki Atsushi was surprised and delighted. After looking at the raging Lancelot on the screen, he gritted his teeth, turned and left the command center. Even if you look at the situation in front of you, I'm afraid it won't change in a short time. The only opportunity that can change the situation of the battle may appear in the operating room of Chisoli. In the footsteps of anxious emotions gradually appeared, Sawazaki Atsushi took his entourage to the front of Chisoli's operating room. As soon as he got there, Atsushi Sawazaki saw Chisari with his back leaning against the wall and smoking a cigarette in silence. Seeing Chisari's relief, Sawazaki Atsushi couldn't help but immediately asked, "Dr. Chisoli, is the operation completed?" Hearing the sound, Chisoli turned his head, flicking the soot, and said, "Let's live up to expectations. It's finally done. Lord Sawazaki. If you want to use it now, I suggest you wait for 10 minutes. So Shoki when Suzaku's situation stabilizes, he will attack again." 10 minutes. Although a little surprised, Atsushi Sawazaki nodded. According to the current situation, 10 minutes can still be maintained. As long as Suzaku can really be as powerful as Chisari said, let alone 10 minutes, even if Fukuoka City's forces are exhausted, Atsushi Sawazaki will dare to do everything. Okay. Sawazaki-sama, you go back first. The battle is fierce, and it is not suitable for you to leave the command center for too long as the commander-in-chief. When I can get Suzaku to attack, I will let people, Now, I will let him inform you. After all, your names are really hard to remember. Chisoli took a deep breath, and after smoking the remaining cigarettes, while spitting out the smoke, he threw the cigarette pea shares into the trash can, and turned around and walked back to the operating room. Until the door of the operating room closed again, Atsushi Sawazaki let out a long sigh of relief. The order goes on. The first, the second reserve attack. The Britannian army feigning attack on the flanks is temporarily ignored. What we should pay attention to is the KMF unit led by Lancelot and the airstrike again. After readjusting the combat order, Sawazaki Atsushi thought for a while, and then issued another order. Prepare the 3rd Air Defense Force for an attack. As long as the bombers of the Britannia Empire enter range, they will immediately launch anti-aircraft missiles. As for the new type of aerospace ship, leave it alone for the time being. Yes. My lord. This adjustment of combat orders is not to turn defeat into victory, but to delay as much time as possible to the moment when Suzaku can attack. Hey? The enemy's movements have changed. Sawazaki Atsushi's adjustment of the battle plan made Lei Mingkai, who has always been fighting on the front line, feel the change. It seems to be delaying time. White Cat Zero also noticed this change. There are more enemies blocking the street ahead. Looking at the growth rate of the number, it seems that he doesn't care about the formation and the geographical position, but has made a great determination to nail Lancelot and the Portman troops that follow him firmly in place. Unfortunately, since the fierce battle, although Portman's troops have not been under relatively great pressure, they have also suffered some losses, especially in terms of ammunition. Portman, who follows Lancelot, has more than 40% of the body. After running out of ammunition, he had to go back the same way and go to the nearest beachhead for replenishment. There is no alternative. After all, Portman didn't hold a laser vibrating sword to kill Lancelot. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, in the depths of Fukuoka City, fires rose without warning. It's an air defense missile. Avalon. Lei Mingkai looked at it and knew that the rebels had used the air defense missile. But the target of these anti-aircraft missiles is not Avalon, but the black cloud iron wing that soars above Avalon. Sure enough, I was delaying time. Looking at the flames that continued to explode in the sky, Lei Mingkai also settled his guess. K. What do you do? The enemy is probably brewing a conspiracy to release Asmodeus. No, maybe a conspiracy even more terrifying than Asmodeus. The white cat's zero-style gaze crossed the many abyssal bodies. Fell in a certain direction of Fukuoka City. Prepare for an assault. Lei Mingkai glanced at the few remaining energy sources and said firmly. Yes, just when Lancelot was about to abandon the Portman troops and launch an assault alone, a dark red particle torrent suddenly lit up in the sky. Cracking! The air is shaking, and the particles are roaring. This dazzling torrent of dark red particles instantly emptied the enemies blocking Lancelot, leaving only the steaming, secretly shining molten street. K. You have been waiting for a long time. The energy supply will be here soon. Please pay attention to receiving it. Sai Sieter's voice came from the communication channel in a timely manner. www.readaloud.com. Then, the sound of the wind started again. Is an airdrop cabin. Lei Mingkai smiled slightly as he looked at the airdrop capsule that plunged deeply into the surface of the water. It's just time. K. Can the enemy's latest air defense force be wiped out? After Lei Mingkai replaced Lancelot's energy pack, Euphemia's avatar appeared on the screen. Air defense positions. Lei Mingkai glanced at the tactical map and found that on the newly updated tactical map, the latest air defense positions appeared next to the enemy's headquarters. Understood. Do it now. Lancelot was fully powered by the energy supplement. With the support of Portman's troops and Avalon, he quickly penetrated the enemy's defense line and rushed into the air defense position. Hand up the sword and fall. The trigger is pulled. Those missile launch vehicles and anti-aircraft guns disappeared in the explosion in a few strokes. At this point, no rebel air defense forces have appeared over the entire Fukuoka City. However, at the moment when the bomber fleet flew over Fukuoka City, a dazzling beam of light suddenly erupted from the ground, splitting the sky like a sword born out of the sky. Boom! Boom! In the blink of an eye, the second group of bombers lost more than half. What is that? The screen in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes is zooming rapidly until the camera locks on the black shadow that stands about 20 meters high in the city center. Welcome to enjoy my latest masterpiece. Liberator. Chisely lit his cigarette again and said slowly. Chapter 57, Schneider. Liberator. There was a sound of air conditioning in the command center. Everyone was shocked by the blow of the black shadow that was about 20 meters tall. Was just a simple blow, and it ruined nearly half of the second batch of bomber fleets. You know, at first glance, this group of bombers is definitely not less than 100. Such a huge fleet can be cut in half so easily. Snapped. Since Lancelot forcibly landed, Atsushi Sawazaki, who has been tensing his face, took a deep breath, lifted his fist forcefully, and smashed it on the table. Good. 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 Dr. Chisely, you really didn't lie to me. Chisely, who was smoking a cigarette slowly, looked deeply at the dark shadow on the screen that he had become a liberator, and smiled faintly. I have never deceived you. Power is relative. How much you give, you can get how much power. Chisali turned his attention to the young entourage who was blocking the door. Just now, when the Liberator had not yet attacked, this young entourage inadvertently broke through the clues in the operating room and informed Sawazaki Atsushi. As a result, the two of Zasali calmly faced Sawazaki Atsushi's accusation, until the Liberator made a blockbuster and everyone was shocked. Ahem. Dr. Zasali, I blamed you. Since it's the necessary material, then that's all for the 20 rascals. Atsushi Sawasaki coughed and hit his young entourage as he finished the game. Winked. The results have come out. Then, I still have things to deal with. Let me leave first. Zasali didn't care about the unhappiness before, but after a light deal with it, he took the glamorous nurse Phyllis and left the command center. The two walked some distance in the aisle, and after confirming that no one was following, Phyllis spoke. Doctor. Can you retreat? Chisali dropped his cigarette and shook his head. Wait a little longer. I feel that what I want to know is about to happen. Well, you should find a place to summon your rose sword. I won't have time to run when you get it. Phyllis moved his lips, and there was a hint of contempt in his eyes. Seeing this, Zasali shrugged his shoulders in response. Boom. A slight tremor passed along the surface. Is the movement caused by the Liberator? It seems that he has already fought the enemy. At this time, in the city center, the black figure with the sturdy right hand and the huge energy cannon was caught in a fierce battle with Lancelot. Looking from a distance, there is a huge disparity between the black figure who is nearly 20 meters tall and Lancelot, who is only 5 meters high. If it weren't for the many surrounding buildings as a cover, I am afraid that Lancelot would be at a disadvantage in the first encounter. Asmodee? No, it's not Asmodee. It's a brand new enemy. This guy has never appeared in our home world. Be careful. The white cat Zero's fluff blows up again, his eyes are wide. It was a terrifying cold light. Yes. Neither the white cat Zero pose nor the memory of Lei Mingkai that came to mind from time to time at that time had no memory of the black figure in front of him. Not to mention, the two of them couldn't know that the name of the dark figure in front of them was called the Liberator. Lancelot rushed into the shadow of the building on the right side of the Liberator, and tried to use the cover of this building to shift to the other side. But in an instant, a small sun rose. OM! The air is shaking. The building is wailing. The sun-like beam of light immediately melted through the building where Lancelot was hiding. Boom! The building that was interrupted by the waste suddenly collapsed, splashing with billowing smoke and dust. Suddenly, two flying shadows broke through the smoke and dust, and passed the left and right sides of the Liberator like lightning, and plunged into the huge billboard behind the Liberator. Boom! At the moment when the sound of the steel cable stretched out, the huge billboard suddenly pressed against the Liberator like the top of the mountain. Under the billboard, there is nowhere to escape. However, at the moment when this huge billboard was about to hit the Liberator's back suddenly bulged with two small bags. Hey! Hey! Two rays of light suddenly appeared in the small bag, and the billboard broke at the sound, and was chopped to pieces. Then, that's the robotic arm. A glance with Asmodee's robotic arm. The white cat roared when he saw the robotic arm wielding the beam saber. Sure enough. I saw it. Without the white cat, Lei Mingkai could also see it. That familiar posture, that familiar way of using it, without exception, reveals that I am an Asmodeus-friendly army. In the smoke and dust, Lancelot accelerated forward, jumped to the building on the left in one breath, and then relayed, and then exploded at a faster speed, launching an offensive toward the Liberator like a cannonball out of the chamber. The sword light flashed. When the sound of gold and iron strikes exploded. The smoke and dust all over the sky shattered. Lancelot's radiation vibrating sword was unexpectedly blocked by the Liberator with his left arm. Then, the wind whistled. Lancelot turned the claw back on his waist and ejected the claw, plunged into the building not far behind him, and yanked Lancelot at the critical moment, and removed it from there. Rescued by the deadly arc of light. It's tricky. Lei Ming Kai looked at the slowly retracting mechanical arm, and said solemnly. Although the Liberator in front of me is much smaller than Asmodeus, it is more flexible than the latter. And boom! Lei Ming Kai's chills exploded. Just now, the Liberator who was still staying there suddenly disappeared. Had it not been for the White Cat Zero yelling to be careful, Lancelot would have been chopped in half by the beam sword in the hands of the Liberator, just like the building where it stood before. What a fast speed! With Lancelot's speed, he just dodges the opponent's attack dangerously and dangerously. Come! The White Cat screamed. Lancelot was short, raised his hand and shot the claw on his right arm into the building 30 meters away on the right, pulled it hard, and once again escaped the Liberator's horizontal cut. Trouble. Zero type. Yes. It's troublesome. The White Cat opened her mouth and her complexion became gloomy. Regardless of size, attack power, or speed, the Liberator seemed to be able to suppress Lancelot firmly. For a while, Lei Ming Kai could only rely on the surrounding buildings to carry out guerrilla attacks, looking for opportunities to launch a fatal blow. But the nearly 360 degrees attack angle of the Liberator made Lei Ming Kai feel a headache. Even with the help of the surrounding dense buildings and a glimpse of opportunity, it will fail under the attack of the Liberator who reacts quickly. Suddenly, on the other side of the city center, a burst of gunfire sounded intensively. At the same time, it was accompanied by the roar of artillery. It's Portman? Have they finished the supply? Under Lei Ming Kai's gaze, Portman, who has completed the supply, and Sunderland, who have completed the beach landing, are gradually advancing toward this side in alternate screen formations along the street. The gunshots and the roar of artillery just now came from them. Boom! Bullets whizzing. Grenade roar. Portman and Sunderland, who arrived in time, did not need Lei Ming Kai to further explain the situation, and under the command of the veterans who had participated in the Battle of Narita Renshin, they launched an orderly attack. However, their offense did not cause too much damage to the Liberator. I saw that when the bursts of artillery fire exploded on the Liberator, the huge gun tube in the Liberator's right hand was slowly raised again. Quickly withdraw! Lei Ming Kai's voice just fell, and the deadly beam of light that destroyed half of the bomber group rose again, and mercilessly swept across the building complex where Portman and Sunderland were hiding. In an instant, Portman and Sunderland that were within the range of the beam of light were all turned into fly ash. Only left, the remnants of Sunderland at the edge of the attack were lucky enough to escape the disaster. No! Demon! Demon! In this hell-like scene, the black figure of the Liberator who slowly put down the terrible beam cannon in his hand was deeply engraved in the eyes of the surviving pilots of the Thunder's troops, and the fear was also engraved on theirs. Mind! Don't retreat! If we retreat here, then tomorrow this monster will kill our relatives and friends. For our relatives, we must kill this monster here. Britannia soldiers of the Asian Empire, as long as you are still fighting, I, the third Queen of the Britannia Empire, and the Deputy Governor of District 11, Euphemia Lee Britannia, will fight with you to the end. Just as the pilots who had been defeated by the Liberator turned and retreated subconsciously, Euphemia's voice suddenly resounded through all the combat channels. Immediately afterwards, a dark red beam of light rose up in the sky, screaming and breaking through the void, hitting the Liberator straight. Boom! The violent particle energy was released instantly, and the Liberator was involved in a violent explosion, which was completely submerged in the fire in the blink of an eye. Did you make it? As soon as Lei Ming Kai raised this question in his heart, he immediately realized that it was wrong, and quickly opened the communication link with Avalon, shouting, "Avalon! Avoid it. The abyss body was not seriously injured. Just as Lei Mingkai's voice fell, several purple light beams suddenly tore the fireball that had swallowed the Liberator, and headed towards Avalon, which came from afar, pierced through the air in mid-air. Boom! Avalon's surface lit up with the unique light of the energy light shield. Although the first purple beam was blocked by Avalon's energy light shield, the Liberator released more than one purple beam. Boom! Boom! The damage caused by 3 consecutive purple beams bombarding Avalon's energy light shield in a blink of an eye caused the output of the energy light shield to bottom out. Avalon's situation is precarious. This moment, Lancelot sprinted at full speed, discarded the radiation vibrating sword in his right hand, picked up the variable Varus rifle hung around his waist, pointed it at the Liberator's head, and fired continuously in the maximum output mode. Va! Va! At the screaming sound of the shock bomb, Lancelot swiftly rushed to the front of the Liberator, trying to rely on the cover of the shock bomb, swinging his sword to look at the joint of the Liberator's right foot. No matter how stiff the Liberator's armor is, its joints are definitely a weakness. But in the next second, a black shadow suddenly appeared, blocking Lancelot's attack. What? It's a robotic arm again. Although Lancelot took advantage of the force to retreat quickly, the offensive was interrupted, and he could only watch the Liberator unfold his chest, revealing a deep muzzle. Noisy. That terrible ball of electric light almost reached its full state from 0 in the blink of an eye. Boom! The fiery red light beam burst out. In Lei Mingkai's desperate eyes, this beam of light crossed the void and violently swept Avalon, who was evading urgently. The light beam disappears. The left side of Avalon's hull was mostly melted. Boom! In the explosion, Avalon dragged the billowing smoke. Read www.yuyuganshu.com weekly fell towards the other side of Fukuoka City. It's like this again, and again. The weak and desperate Lei Mingkai looked at the fast-falling Avalon and said blankly. A familiar but extremely painful memory once again appeared in his mind. Once upon a time, Lei Mingkai is also a knight. Swore an oath to the princess to protect the knight for life. But, in this once similar scene before him, he lost the princess. Yes. Whether in memory or reality, he has lost the princess. The princess must be guarded. Do not. In the painful wailing, Lei Mingkai's eyes became red, and Lancelot's movements suddenly changed, becoming extremely crazy. You and I are one. K. Since you are crazy, then I am crazy. The deep blue pupils of the White Cat Zero style were drowned in a crazy blood red, and the calm voice became crazy. Come on. K. If you are now, you should be able to call me in our name. Come on. K. Give crazy revenge for your princess. K. Lei Mingkai opened his mouth and roared in the White Cat Zero's increasingly crazy cry. Tooth Lion, Schneider. Roar. On the other side of the earth, a towering pillar of fire rose into the sky. This is... Schneider and Cornelia stood up from their seats uncontrollably, and looked in a certain direction outside the window together. There is exactly where the huge lion stone sculpture is located. Lion, finally awakened. Seeing the soaring pillar of fire, Mimi's figure disappeared. Chapter 58, Battle of the Toothed Lion Chinita. The soaring pillar of fire broke through the firmament, traversed an arc-shaped orbit in the void outside the atmosphere and crossed the Pacific, then fell straight down, tearing apart the atmosphere like a sword from the sky, and pulling the orchid standing in the ruins. Sloth was shrouded in it. Boom! 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 The fall of the pillar of fire did not cause any explosions, but instead caused a burst of loud noises like the sound of a heartbeat. The wind is also whistling along with these loud noises at this moment. What is that? On the west side of Fukuoka City, Veretta, who led his subordinates in feint operations, looked at the pillar of fire falling from the sky in shock. But Violetta, who had just witnessed Avalon fall 2 kilometers in front of their faint force, did not dare to continue entangled in this sudden fire column for one more second. Now, all she has to do is to rush to Avalon's fall site as soon as possible for rescue. Otherwise, even if this battle is finally victorious, the 11th District Army that lost the 3rd Empress Euphemia Lee Britannia will be put on the hat of shame as a loser. Everyone! Speed up! Get to Avalon's fall site as quickly as possible. In the squally wind, Violetta's faint troops accelerated forward. On the other side, Zasali severely squeezed out the cigarette in his hand, his eyes full of enthusiasm. That's right. That's it. That's it. It should be what the princess is looking for. His speculation is not wrong. Seeing the rapidly evolving figure in the pillar of fire, Zasali knew that his decision had finally been verified. Doctor! We are going to retreat. But at this moment, the glamorous nurse poured cold water on Zasali. Chisali frowned upon hearing this, shook his head, and did not speak. But judging from his expression, it seemed that he didn't want to leave the world so quickly. The glamorous nurse Phyllis moved her lips, but in the end she did not insist, but secretly adjusted her rose sword to the best attack state through remote control. Roar! In the pillar of fire, a huge roar sounded. Immediately, a figure emerged from the pillar of fire, from small to large, from shallow to deep. Crack! A sharp claw tore open the flame and stepped on the ruins full of architectural debris. Crack! With the advance of the pair of sharp claws, a steel beast broke open the pillar of fire, appeared in front of the Liberator in the burning air, in the burning ruins. I saw that steel beast was covered with flame-like orange armor. And in its huge head, there are 5 sharp swords distributed on the top, on the left and right sides, and on the waist, there are 2 swords that are larger and sharper than the former. There is a plasma thruster on top of each of its limbs, which provides it with powerful propulsion, enough to allow this steel beast to maintain its unparalleled attack power while also possessing sufficient speed. What's more, in addition to plasma thrusters, Schneider is also equipped with 5 E-shields, which provide it with excellent defense. Roar! Among the fading pillars of fire, the steel beast that completely showed its appearance in front of him, stepped on the ruins, and let out a roar full of anger. Noisy! The enemy will not sit and wait for death, let alone talk nonsense. Instead, he raised his hand bluntly and shot a hot beam of light. Hey! The dilapidated building was melted again. But it did not cause any harm to the steel beast. And in the light of this hot beam, lay Ming Kai sitting in the cockpit of the steel beast, his eyes are red, and his hideous face gradually showed 3 dazzling spots. Sunaida! Sunaida! This is your name. It is also your power. Kill it! Lei Ming Kai's voice is low and crazy, repeating the same words over and over again. Roar! White cat, no, it should be the toothed lion, Shanita, and did not answer Lei Ming Kai's words, but responded with a roar full of anger. Tattoo! The heavy claws are constantly stepping on the broken ruins, stepping on the scorched earth full of sparks, driving the body covered with a layer of fire, like a burning steel body, speeding up and rushing towards the liberation of raising the energy beam cannon again. Vi! Zi! Countless electric sparks once again gathered in the muzzle of the beam cannon in the hands of the Liberator, and in a blink of an eye, this deadly beam cannon reached the energy threshold enough to fire again. OM! A torrent of fierce beams struck through the air once again. This time, the deadly beam was emitted in the illumination mode. Even if Shanita the Tusk can avoid the beam's firing axis for the first time, but afterwards, the Liberator only needs to move his arm, and the light beam that is enough to melt everything will follow Tuskshu. Behind Nita. As if, in the next moment, the tusking lion Shanita will be melted. Roar! Sharonita the Tooth Lion roared again. Plasma thrusters installed on the tops of the limbs all exerted their power, instantly raising the speed of Tusk Lion Nita to a new level. The speed was so fast that Nita the Tusk Lion pulled out an afterimage, and in the blink of an eye, the beam shot by the Liberator was thrown far behind him like an arrow from the string. Even if several buildings blocking the road appeared in front of him, Schneider the Toothed Lion was still fearless. It just lowered its huge head and placed the 5 sharp swords on the top of the head. The 5 sharp swords on the left and right sides were turned around, and the blades were aligned to the front. It was like a sharp sword out of its sheath. The buildings that were blocking the way passed through and rushed to the front of the Liberator. When stabbed. But the sharp sword light of the tusk's Nita was blocked by the Liberator with that huge energy beam cannon. At this moment, the struggle between the two also broke out. The Liberator gripped the barrel of the energy beam cannon and pushed forward forcefully. Tusk Lion Shinita exploded with the power of the plasma thruster and gradually forced the Liberator back. Crack! Click! Click! The cracking sound rang out in this silent wrestling. In the next second, the barrel of the energy beam cannon in the hands of the Liberator was broken. Obliterated many Portman and Sunderland reinforcements, and even shot down Avalon's energy beam cannon barrel, shattered under the sharp impact of the tusk's Schneider. The Liberator, no, it is inside the Liberator. The young man who was entangled by countless lines, Shimu Suzaku was startled, subconsciously raised his right hand and pushed hard, and lifted up the moment the energy beam cannon barrel was discarded. With the left hand, the wrist cannon hidden on the forearm of the left hand pops up, frantically shooting at Schneider the Tusk Lion and the energy beam cannon. Da 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 da. Noisy. Boom. Under the firing of the wrist cannon, the energy beam cannon with the internal energy system imbalanced suddenly exploded, swallowing all the surrounding space within tens of meters. However, Schneider, the Tusk Lion who was supposed to be involved in the explosion, appeared on the other side, stepping on the wreckage of the building, and roaring provocatively at the Liberator. This time, the Liberator is serious. It, and its other half, Suzaku finally felt the threat of the Tusk Lion Shinita. The giant steel beast in front of him can indeed kill the Liberator. The flames that burned the earth flickered suddenly, and the tusks, Shinita, broke out at the fastest speed again, and once again charged straight towards the Liberator. OM. The robotic arm unfolded again. The Liberator does not dodge or hide, but unfolds all the robotic arms he owns, and fights against fighting. As the Liberator's core, Suzaku also sees it. Although Schneider the Tusk has extremely fast speed, he is dominated by fighting. The Liberator's fighting with the help of many robotic arms, but he is not afraid of the Tusk Lion Shinita at all. OM. 2 beam swords were fired, and they slashed at the head of the tusking Lion Shinita with a left and right flicking posture, seemingly to kill the tusking Lion Shinita at this point. But the Tusk Lion Shinita shook his body, and escaped the Liberator's slash, and went to the other side. At the same time, the sword blade on the right side of the Tusk Lion Shinita's waist was erected high, and then quickly laid flat, slashing straight towards the left side of the Liberator's mechanical arm. Va! The sound of gold and iron strikes exploded. The black shadow flew up and fell to the ground. Is one of the Liberator's mechanical arms being chopped off? With a big tail flick to offset the strong inertia brought by the high speed, Schneider, the Tusk's Lion, did not dare to stay. www.readaloud.com once again ran across the many broken buildings. Because, in the next instant, a torrent of black and red particles burst out from the Liberator's chest, biting behind the Fang's Lion Schneider, and destroying all the buildings that were blocked on the firing axis. However, the result is still that the Tusk Lion Schneider relied on its excellent high-speed performance and the cover of many buildings to once again avoid the Liberator's shooting. Boom! 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 The city center, plunged into the abyss of flames, finally reached the end of its destiny, and there were several violent explosions in succession. The strong smoke and explosion enveloped the Liberator and Schneider the Fanged Lion in a blink of an eye, isolating them from the other's sight. Hey! With the sound of the wind surging, a cold glow erupted from the depths of the smoke and dust, and went straight to the back of the Liberator. The Liberator and its core Suzaku seemed to be unaware of this. Seeing, the moment that sharp cold light was about to pierce the Liberated's back, a cold breath suddenly rose from a distance, and in the blink of an eye, it rushed to the front of cold light and collided with that cold light. Boom! The shock wave formed by the collision dissipated the smoke and dust enveloped between the Liberator and Shanae the Tusk, and dissipated in the sea of fire, exposing the Liberator and Shanae the Tusk, standing 30 meters apart, facing each other. Up! Tusk Lion Shanita tilted his head slightly, glanced at the direction of Han Mang's attack, and found that after the murderous intent of the cold light had never appeared, he attacked the Liberator again. At this time, the two parties who were once again caught in the fierce battle did not know that another battle had begun due to the battle between them. Chapter 58, Rose Sword vs Void Walker. On the sky is a shadow named Wing Huo 3 hovering back and forth. Above them, there is a steel giant named Void Walker looking down at everything below. On the ground, a beautiful body with rose-colored paint all over its body, with graceful lines, and a rose badge on its right shoulder, is looking up at the Void Rambler who is looking down at it. In its interior, in the cockpit with a large space of 2 meters in diameter, the nurse's uniform was removed, and Felice, who was put on a black tight-fitting leather jacket, looked solemnly at Wing Huo 3 and walks in the void. Bye. Doctor. Get ready to retreat. The dignity of the glamorous nurse, Zisali also knows. If it weren't for the unwillingness to watch his masterpiece Liberator lose to the steel behemoth, and couldn't help but ask Phyllis to take action, I'm afraid the other party would not be able to discover their existence. It's just that the opponent's speed is too fast. Could it be said that the technology of space transmission was directly used? Otherwise, how could it be possible to place the sky full of drones on their heads the moment they found them? Chisely looked up at the spherical display above his head. Suddenly, Zisali seemed to see a spot of light faintly above the 9 heavens. Then, that is the special warship of the S.P.F administration. Chisely exclaimed, and then sighed, it's a miscalculation. Since the noble Princess Palace descends into this world, then as her ship, it is natural to follow into this world. Sighed, Zisali looked at Phyllis next to him apologetically. Phyllis. Sorry. I am greedy. No. Doctor, hold on. Now, I must do my best. Phyllis shook his head, and then fully unfolded his avatar body and connected it to the interface extending from the bottom of the cockpit. At this time, the beautiful nurse is no longer glamorous, she has become a cold and hideous biochemical monster. But even so, Zisali, who was standing next to Phyllis, didn't move. Instead, he calmly fixed himself on the seat that was raised later. Oh? Is this look like a fight? High in the sky, a familiar voice came. Phyllis and Chisari knew that this was the voice of the princess, Himimi. Phyllis. Catch it. Doctor. Phyllis did not speak, but her voice echoed in the cockpit. At this moment, the glamorous nurse who showed her true face was integrated with her exclusive body, the Rose Sword. I saw that the electronic eyes of the Sword of Rose suddenly brightened, and the equipment on the shoulders, chest, legs, and waist were all opened, and a burst of strong smoke was emitted. In a blink of an eye, the Sword of Rose disappeared in layers of smoke. Want to run? No way. Himimi sneered, and the nose of the Wing Fire 3 hovering in the air changed its direction, and it accelerated into the thicker smoke uniformly. However, judging from the data feedback from the sensors on the Wing Fire 3, it seems that they have not encountered an enemy. In Himimi's puzzled eyes, Wing Fire 3, which was enough to shuttle the thick smoke back and forth no less than 10 times, broke through the smoke again in vain and flew into the air again. Blindfold? Humph! Look down on me! The corner of Himimi's mouth curled slightly, and after a sneer, the Void Rambler, who had turned into a humanoid equipment, unfolded the equipment backpack she was carrying. With the sound of a change of mechanism, the Void Walker has 2 more cylindrical equipment on his shoulders. In fact, these two cylindrical equipment are a set of large speakers. Coward! Listen to me singing. The next second, Himimi's singing sounded. Where? Where? Poor and cute coward! Hide! Hide! The coward is hiding. In the sound of singing that was almost childish, the two big horns on the shoulders of the Void Walker also emitted waves invisible to the naked eye, accompanied by the ups and downs of the song, swaying around. Until, hit an invisible object. I found it! Poor and cute coward, I caught it! Himimi's eyes burst with golden light, and the Wingfire 3 hovering in midair turned the nose in unison, pointing to the direction locked by the wave of the big horn. OM! Dozens of lasers burst out suddenly. In a blink of an eye, he pulled out the hidden rose sword. Hey! I was discovered so soon! Phyllis murmured secretly. Ahem! Phyllis! Watch out for ladies! Lady! Zisali warned with a beating around the corner of his eyes. Shut up! You curious doctor! If it weren't for you, would you still end up being forced to run by a little girl? It seems that because of the integration with the car, the glamorous nurse like an iceberg goddess in the past's temper became quite hot. After taking a look at the sky of Wingfire 3, Chisely fell silent. The attack of Wingfire 3 continued. Even if their attacks are cut off by the energy shield opened by the Rose Sword, Wingfire 3 still performs their mission faithfully. Shut up! It's so terrible! Phyllis yelled, becoming more and more emotional, and the Rose Sword unfolded its energy shield with all its strength, pushing it to the output limit, until it exceeded the warning line of the limit. Did it die? The rapid sirens reverberated frantically in the cockpit of the Rose Sword, but Phyllis was nothing unusual. She had already become a cold-killing machine. Under the siege of many Wingfire 3, this exceeded the output limit, and the energy shield that fell into an extremely unstable state finally collapsed. But just before the collapse, Phyllis took the opportunity to focus part of the energy shield in the same direction, and then released the control. Boom! The extremely violent energy instantly smashed the Wingfire 3 hovering in front of the Rose Sword, thus opening a path to the Void Walker. OM! The power of the thruster of the Rose Sword was fully activated, and in a blink of an eye, the Rose Sword rose from the ground and rushed to the front of the Void Walker. Shut up! Felice's murderous voice sounded, and the Rose Sword waved the beam sword that popped from his wrist and slashed towards the Void Walker. However, this menacing slash was blocked by the Void Rambler easily raising his left arm with the pinpoint defense gathered on it. Is this the legendary Rose Sword? Let me learn it! Himimi's voice seemed very aggressive, as if she wanted to fight the enemy in front of her for 300 rounds. But Phyllis' heart sank involuntarily. I know my own situation. Before, she had stated that her Rose Sword could not compete with Himimi's Fire Phoenix. But now, when he played against it, Phyllis was shocked to find that the Rose Sword, not to mention the legendary Fire Phoenix, seemed difficult even for the Void Rambler in front of him. Suddenly, Phyllis made up a certain resolution. Saw the Sword of Rose take the beam sword, cut it into a fist, and slammed it against the left arm of the Void Rambler, as if to destroy the needlepoint defense system on the arm of the Void Rambler in one fell swoop. But the Void Walker backhand caught the right fist of the Rose Sword. The sound of the wind rose again, and the Void Walker raised his right arm, blocking the left uppercut that the Sword of Rose took the opportunity to hit. Immediately afterwards, the Rose Sword did not break free from the right fist caught by the Void Rambler. Instead, it deceived him and caught the arms of the Void Rambler in one fell swoop. Then, light patterns appeared on the armor of the Rose Sword, and bursts of ominous aura rose from the light patterns that wandered through the body. This is, blew up. Crazy. Himimi was surprised. It's too late. Your Royal Highness. With Phyllis' successful laughter sounded www.readaloud.com. The light pattern that wandered through the whole body of the Rose Sword burst into incomparably dazzling light, and the Rose Sword and the Void Walker were swallowed in the blink of an eye. Boom! Violent explosion. Huge fireball tore the sky at this moment. But in the next moment, Wing Fire 3 from all directions jointly opened a lampshade-shaped force field, and squeezed the huge explosion caused by the self-detonation of the rose sword into the force field. Outside of this force field, countless fluorescent lights emerged from the void, and quickly converged into the outline of the Void Walker. The fluorescence disappeared, and the undamaged Void Walker appeared in the sky again. Fairy number. Is there anything detected? Himimi seemed a little angry. Yes. A subtle temporal and spatial fluctuation was found. It seems that the enemy has activated the emergency temporal and spatial escape device. The fairy in the synchronous orbit sent a monitoring report. Hey! That's why I hate biohazard people the most. I just abandon the body and run away without saying a word. After Himimi cursed angrily, she still focused on her original mission. Fairy. Pay attention to the time and space fluctuations around you, and lock the lion. Our mission is about to be completed. Learn. The battle here is over. But the battle between the Liberator and Shniada the Tusk is still going on. When Chisali and Himimi were at war, the Liberator and the Tusk Shniada fought for several rounds. Both sides have a win or lose. All of the Liberator's mechanical arms were cut off by the Tusk Lion Shniada, but the Tusk Lion Shniada also paid the price of losing a big sword. Now, it is the stage where this battle is heating up. Chapter 59, Death Match, Night. Inky Giant. Steel Beast. Both have different degrees of scars on their bodies. Between them, sword blades and broken arms were scattered all over the floor. Judging from their swordsmanship, this battle is doomed to a life and death ending. Steel roars. Giant, the beast once again fought a piece. Swinging a sword and slashing. Jump and dodge. Aside from the huge body size of the two, the rare metals used to forge the body, and the mysterious power, this battle is simply a fight between Homo sapiens and Tusks in ancient times. Correct. After exhausting the long-range weapons, after exhausting the fighting weapons, the only means for the two to kill each other is their fists and sharp teeth. Roar. Schneider, the Tusk's lion, still opened a huge mouth fiercely even when all the blades of the lion were broken, and used the sharp teeth to fiercely tore a large piece of armor from the Liberator's right arm. Boom! The explosion sounded, and the Liberator's right arm was scrapped. Roar! Toothed Lion shook his head, and the torn armor fell to the other side. The light flashing from the long and narrow electronic eye is full of wild killing splendor. The Liberator's right arm was scrapped. But it still opened its posture, ejected the last beam sword on the left wrist, and took the lead in charging the Tusk Lion. Hey! The beam saber drew a fiery arc, and cut its head towards the Tusks, but was dodged by the Tusks again. As the core of the Liberator, Suzaku has a feeling from just now. The steel beast in front of him seemed to be more and more agile and sharp like a real beast. No matter how Suzaku uses his newly acquired power to try to defeat the Tusk Lion will always be able to see through the flaws, so as to dodge the attack, or even take the opportunity to counterattack. As if the Tusks has a pair of eyes that can see through the Liberator, even the plan of its core Suzaku. No matter how they move or plan, they will be properly resolved by the Tusks. Monster. Shimu Suzaku speaks for the first time since becoming the core of the Liberator. However, no one heard it. Not to mention, Lei Mingkai, who has lost consciousness and completely liberated the wild Tusks. At this time, Lei Mingkai had no way to know any information from the outside world. Outside is a life and death fight. In Lei Mingkai's consciousness, there is that piece of eternal darkness. Lei Mingkai doesn't know what he is. He only knows that his heart hurts so much that he wants to tear up everything that appears in front of him. Even if what he sees now is only an eternal darkness. But he didn't know, just because of his desire to tear up things in front of him, it caused the Tooth Lion Shinida to be more crazy and more aggressive. Bah! Even though the blade of the toothed lion Chinita has been broken, it still has claws and fangs. Every time a sharp claw is swung, deep claw marks can be left on the liberator, and a piece of meat can be taken away from the liberator. But, as a liberator called a masterpiece by Zasali, he is not a vegetarian. Even if he was beaten by Shnita the Tusks, it can still seize the opportunity to give Shnita the Tusks a heavy blow. Roar! Sharonita the Toothed Lion let out a painful roar. The liberator stubbornly caught the Tusk Lion's head with his left arm, and then slammed it with his head. Boom! The huge impact of gold and iron resounded like an explosion over the entire Fukuoka city. The huge impact force drove the liberator and the Tusk Lion Shinita back again and again, and reluctantly stabilized their figure in the dusty and flames. Crack! Noisy! There was a burst of noise that the mechanical operation was malfunctioning. A burst of leaping electric sparks quickly spread from the inside to the outside of the liberator and Schneider the Tusks. However, a burst of black liquid rushed into the liberator's body, quickly extinguished the pulsating electric spark, and covered the large and small scars on the liberator's body in one go. The liberator's injuries were quickly repaired under the movement of these black liquids. What a stalker monster! Looking at the liberator's repaired injury, Schneider the Fanged Lion suddenly spoke. But it has nothing to fear. Roar! The same scarred lion Shinita let out a roar that was louder and more shocking than all the roars before. With the sound of this roar, a faintly visible wave of air swiftly spread to the surroundings centered on the Tusk Lion Shinita. Under the impact of this air wave, the broken swords scattered everywhere, the surface of the wreckage actually glowed with gloomy light. Seeing the moment when the gloomy light changed from dim to bright, it turned into streamers and rose into the sky, swarming the tusking lion Shinita in it. At this moment, the liberator is full of black liquid with powerful repairing power. Sharonita, the toothed lion, triggered the mysterious power that reintegrated the broken swords and wreckage scattered everywhere. No matter who it is, as long as they see this scene, they will involuntarily think that this will be the final blow in this battle. Both the liberator and Schneider the Tusk Lion had done everything in the previous battle, trying to kill each other. Boom! Amidst the whistling wind, there suddenly sounded like a heartbeat. As soon as the sound fell, the liberator brazenly took the lead in attacking. Although the lost robotic arm cannot be regenerated, two dazzling rays of light are already lit up between the liberator's wrists. That is the beam saber that has been restored. In this short period of time, apart from the terrifying particle beam cannon on the chest, only the two beam swords between the wrists of the liberator can be used. Hey! While the rebel flew across, the beam sword in the liberator's hand smashed straight towards the Tusk Lion Shinita. However, it did not hit the target. Boom! The white light that drowned the Tusk Lion Shinita suddenly exploded at this critical moment. The huge impact force forced the liberator back, making it difficult to control itself to retreat again and again, until it hit a broken building, and stopped the retreat. Crack! The liberator was not surprised by the sudden burst of white light, nor did he care what it was. Instead, he put away the beam saber decisively and unfolded the particle beam cannon on his chest, aiming at the white light as a particle beam cannon. Boom! The hot particle torrent immediately melted and destroyed all the objects located on the firing axis, as if to destroy the world. Yes, just as this terrifying torrent of particles was about to hit the white light lingering around Schneider the Tusks, the eyes of Schneider the Tusks suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. A terrible aura rose to the sky. The torrent of particles shot by the liberator has actually stagnated under the impact of this momentum, and there are even faint signs of being forced back. Noisy! There was a surge in the chest of the liberator, and the black liquid that had been repaired just now appeared again, and rushed to the beam cannon that was shooting a torrent of particles at a speed visible to the naked eye, pouring its own energy into the light-speed cannon. Buzzing! Under the influence of the energy poured by the black liquid, the roar of the beam cannon became louder and harsher, but also stronger. With stagnant steps, he started to move forward again, and again began to tear the white light apart. Cracking! In the area where the particle torrent and the white light collided, a series of energy lightning that tore through the void squirmed his body frantically, screaming frantically. Roar! In the white light, there was a roar. A white figure suddenly rushed out of the white light, and hit the particle torrent with no fear. Strangely, the moment this white figure hit the particle torrent frontally, there was no sign of an explosion. Yes, but the torrent of incredible particles just now melted like ice and snow. Under the impact of that white figure, it retreated at an astonishing speed until the unprepared liberator was penetrated by the white figure. What? How come? Me, my power. The core of the liberator, that is, the Suzaku stared blankly at his chest. The part that had become emptied, even the unbelievable words could not be spoken clearly, and he fell into the endless darkness. Boom! The liberator, this work, hailed as the highest masterpiece by Dr. Chisley, has come to an end. Under the huge mushroom cloud, in front of the blazing flame, dissipated the white light that the liberators had killed. Revealed the scarred steel beast inside, the armor of which was ragged, and the steel beast struggling to fight. It lifted the head that was pierced by a huge crack, looked in the direction of Avalon's fall with its only good right eye, and then took that swaying step. One step. Step by step. Walked over. I want to live. I don't know how long it took, a bright light appeared in the eternal darkness. Lei Mingkai's ear also rang the voice he heard in his dream, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, and the beautiful and pure, yet familiar figure. White gauze skirt. Silky long pink hair. Charming face. And the blood that dyed the white gauze skirt red in a blink of an eye. Lei Mingkai was shocked, and was about to step forward, but was stopped by the girl with long pink hair. I saw her stretch out the right hand, showing the object in her palm in front of Lei Mingkai's eyes. Take it away. As long as you are still alive, we will meet again. At the moment the object fell on Lei Mingkai's palm, in the eternal darkness, the figure of the girl with long pink hair suddenly shattered. When the flickering firelight illuminates Lei Mingkai's eyes, he was surprised to find that the object in his hand was a lion head medal with a pair of rubies as eye pupils. You finally came. The weak voice attracted Lei Mingkai's attention. You Fi. Your Highness. As soon as he saw the source of the sound, Lei Mingkai was startled by the girl lying in Cecil's arms that was stained with blood all over his body. The girl smiled weakly, moved her hand, but failed. Lei Mingkai lowered his gaze and found that the girl in her hand was holding the mask he had been wearing. Seeing Lei Mingkai's surprised gaze, Euphemia gave a triumphant smile. Fruit, sure enough, it's you. I, the Lion Knight. There was a blush on Euphemia's pale face. Lei Mingkai, my Lion Knight. I finally see you again. My knight. Chapter 60, that one day. It's cold. Euphemia reluctantly opened her eyes and looked around. Now she doesn't have a trace of strength on her body, and she is even raged by the piercing pain. This heart-wrenching sting made Euphemia simply lack the strength and energy to respond to Cecil, who held her in her arms and called her in a panic. At Cecil's call, Euphemia's gradually distracted gaze moved from Cecil's face to the broken ceiling, and then to the bridge swept by flames. Her gaze crossed the bridge and fell into the burning flame, as if staring at something. Like. This sentence flashed through Euphemia's mind. And that day, it really seems. That day is already the summer of 2 years ago. At that time, Her Majesty Euphemia Lee Britannia, the third Empress of the Britannian Empire, who was about to celebrate her 14th birthday, went to the royal manor on the outskirts of the imperial capital with the permission of the Emperor. Several boudoir friends are preparing for the upcoming birthday together. However, no one thought that in the royal manor that was supposed to be guarded by many soldiers, the Emperor and her party who were happily preparing for the birthday party suffered a murder. No one knows how this killing happened. By the time the soldiers discovered that the enemy was approaching, it was too late. Nearly 10 unknown KMFs from unknown origin set off a killing in the manor like a raging cloud. The panicked emperor and her party were just taken out of the manor by the maids and guards. The moment they embarked on the road to the imperial capital, the enemies ambushing on both sides of the road immediately launched an attack. No one can escape this wave of attacks. Even the third emperor Euphemia, who is protected by many maids and guards. The enemy seemed to have come to kill all the people in this royal estate, without any mercy, and without any additional actions. Even if they saw the third Empress Euphemia standing behind the guards, they, the enemy, just picked up the bazooka next to her and aimed it at the crowd. Boom! The roar of the guards. The explosion of the rocket hitting the target. At this moment, it became Euphemia's memory of this moment. She fell on the side of the burning carriage, covered in blood, watching the enemies gradually surrounding him, as well as the unknown KMF bodies that were catching up from the royal manor. Sorry. I'm bothering you. Euphemia didn't know exactly why the enemy came, but there is no doubt that they are likely to come for the royal family of Britannia. Whether it is the loyal maids and guards, or the friends who came to this royal manor with Euphemia, I am afraid that they are all burdened by themselves. Tread, step, step. In the raging flames, those enemies with masks who couldn't see their faces stepped across the blood pool, passed through the flames, and came to Euphemia's side, looking at the third empress who fell in the pool of blood. Click! The enemy headed by took out a pistol, pushed it and loaded it. Who are you guys anyway? Facing the dark muzzle, Euphemia suddenly had a trace of strength. But the enemy did not answer her, but slowly pulled the trigger. Roar! Suddenly, just as the bullet was about to be fired, a roar suddenly sounded above the sky. Then, when everyone was overwhelmed by the roar, the sky split. A huge crack tore the sky apart in Euphemia's incredible gaze. Moreover, in the crack, another roar came. That is. Euphemia, who was completely attracted by the crack in the sky, even forgot the pain on her body, forgot the muzzle that pointed to her head, and watched the slightest change in the crack with her full attention. Da 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 da. The gunfire sounded. The enemy didn't know why they suddenly raised their guns and attacked the crack in the sky altogether. Even the unknown KMF body that had just arrived joined the attacking queue. Judging from their actions, what seems to be afraid of? In the next second, a white light suddenly rushed out of the crack, and fell straight from the sky against the enemy's attack. Boom! At this moment, the earth quaked. Smoke and dust. Roar! At this moment, I took away everyone's hearing and vision. I only remember the shock of the cracking of the ground that day, and the deafening roar. What? In the smoke and dust, screams sounded. Then, when a sound that seemed to be made when a mechanical heavy object was walking was heard, a piece of broken metal armor broke through the smoke and dust, flying across the enemy's head with the sound of wind, and behind Euphemia. The horse-drawn carriage that was not far away was burnt with only its skeleton and crashed into the ground. This is... Hey! What happened? When the enemy just tried to inquire about the situation, a huge head appeared from the smoke. The outline of that white and flawless head undoubtedly exclaimed the enemy's underground consciousness. Lion! Roar! The hunt has begun again. This time, the enemies who hunted Euphemia and others became prey. But when the white lion stood in front of Euphemia again, there was Euphemia and the white lion. No, there was one more person. Euphemia exhausted the last bit of strength, raised her eyes, looked at the white lion's skull that suddenly opened, and watched the weirdly dressed teenager fall to the ground and walk to her. Take it. Maybe, we still have a chance to see you again. This is Euphemia's memory of that day. 2 years later, he still appeared on the flames, still the familiar pure white lion, or the familiar face. It's just that, I still didn't realize that the lion knight I had been looking for 2 years was by my side. No matter how many thousands of words, they all turned into those words when the silver mask fell in his hands. My lion knight! My knight! You are finally here! Your Highness! Your Highness! Wake up! Sair, who was holding Euphemia, immediately realized that it was not good when he heard Euphemia's words that were undoubtedly dying. Doctor! Why hasn't the doctor come yet? Veretta, who stood by, also kept urging. Lloyd, who had already seen Euphemia's state, sighed and shook his head silently, but was startled by Lei Mingkai's next movement, who came suddenly but didn't say a word. I saw Lei Mingkai take the dying Euphemia from Cecil's arms, hugged her tightly, stood up, turned and walked towards Valkyrie, who was parked not far away. Veretta, Valkyrie, pick me up and use it. Wait. K. The vice-governor's situation can't board Valkyrie. Otherwise, it will cause visceral bleeding. Sahil hurriedly shouted. Otherwise, what should I do? Now the vice-governor, Yuffie, is dying. Can we only wait for the doctor who doesn't know when will come? Lei Mingkai growled in pain. In the exclamation words of Euphemia's last words just now, Lei Mingkai also recalled the memories of that day. Although he didn't know why he had given the lion head medal to Euphemia, he knew that Euphemia was undoubtedly the most important to him. If you are going to stage a bitter drama, it would be too early. Euphemia is not dead yet. At least for now, you can't die yet. Just when Veretta was about to hand Valkyrie to Lei Mingkai, a figure suddenly fell from the sky and stopped not far in front of Lei Mingkai. You are? Himimi. Lei Mingkai was taken aback, and quickly reacted. Can you save Yuppie? Himimi is here. Seeing she nodded, turned around and stepped on small steps, ran all the way to a pile of rubble and searched for a while, then picked up something and returned to Lei Mingkai. Look! You unscrupulous guy! Thanks to this little guy so desperately to help you, you end up with the opposite and inhumanity. Poor kitty! Himimi rolled her eyes at Lei Mingkai disdainfully, while stroking the white ball in her arms distressfully. Zero form. As soon as Lei Mingkai spoke, he found that White Cat Zero's body seemed a little blurred. What about it? How? Himimi angrily raised her right finger and pointed at Lei Mingkai's nose and cursed, You are making a lot of trouble. Can't you wait for me? You have to do it yourself. Don't you know what situation you are in? Dare to do everything to kill the enemy? In the end, not only the little guy, but even Euphemia is also burdened by you. Involved? Yes. I'll talk about the specifics later. Himimi nodded, then sternly said, Unidentified Lei Mingkai, I am the Inspector Himimi. Now according to Regulation No. 1 of the Abyss Defense Act asking you to take over your personal safety requirements. From the time the regulations come into effect until you reach the safe area identified by the inspector, the personal safety of you and related relatives will be solely responsible for the Inspector Himimi. What do you want to do? Lei Mingkai's complexion changed www.readaloud.com and asked. Veretta and other soldiers who stood not far away also raised their guns and pointed at Himimi, who suddenly announced that he would forcibly control Lei Mingkai's personal freedom. Calm down. Himimi shook her head with a wry smile, raised her right hand to express that she was innocent, and explained helplessly, Lei Mingkai. If you want to save Euphemia, there is only one way to go. In this world, whether it is the Britannian Empire, the EU, or the Chinese Federation, it is impossible to rescue this little guy and Euphemia. Why should I trust you? Lei Mingkai asked rhetorically. Oh. It's really nerve-wracking to communicate with people who have amnesia. Himimi scratched her head in distress, and finally had to open the communication and call out, Ferry, out of the current orbit, performing the mission to land on the ground. Target, Neon Kyushu Island, Fukuoka City. Take my position as the landing point. After all, Himimi spread her right hand, looked at Lei Mingkai, looked at the others, and said, If you want to prove, then this is the proof. With the kind words of the girl, a huge black shadow like a hill broke through the clouds and slowly descended from the 9 heavens towards Fukuoka City. That is a supergiant warship that differs from the design concepts of countries in the world in terms of appearance or other aspects. Not to mention anything else, just seeing the nearly 1,600 meter long hull, everyone knows that the technology contained in this warship that descends from the sky is absolutely above several levels in this world. This can be confirmed by just seeing Lloyd's frenetic face. "This is my ship, the Fairy. Do you have any comments?"